CLG eliminate Team Liquid from the playoff and move up to 9-8.
For Immortals, I do want to see what Kenvi is able to do on the Viego if later in team fighting he's able to get those pop-offs and get into a comfortable and strong position.
Well, I think this is a really interesting setup for them because they have pressure in the bot lane based off that initial trade. They forced out both sums from Berserker while only costing their own ignite. They're going to go again.
Hook onto one, the root effective in the E-pop by Fleshy. A good setup. First blood for Kenvi off of this flash, and then at the corner end of that arrow, a nice double kill in effect. By the mid laners if they're able to get some kind of connect. A long sleep. Can you follow up?
Eminez walked in front of the Battlestar path, so even though the Battlestar was still on its backwards trajectory, Eminez was able to block that. Now they might get a dive.
The responding stun onto Kenvi for a moment, but all the while the 2v2 is strong in the bot side. Fleshy trying to get out of there. Sven goes down, but the response stun tactical eliminated at the hand of Berserker, who flashes forward for the double kill, neutralizing the advantages created by Immortals down bot with all of the action from the junglers up top. Mid lane.
Uh-oh, we're back to a fight though.
Right back into it. Revenge goes in, a stun and immediate burn down of Blabber, but the root is good. A hook on forward and brings the Berserker into the center of it all, and the kill to complete. Some action from Immortals, a double at that right ahead of this dragon. It's a fight immediately upon returning to live. Thing that's been so enjoyable about seeing the way Fudge has grown as a player and sheer dominance is. We get some action right now though. Lista activating the ultimate, throw back in for the knockup of Root onto Sven, who's getting marked below 50% HP, and the long death charge on the Blabber, but they take down Fleshy, and with no support here to protect them, C9 see the go button. Sven getting on out of there with the flash, but still alive to support the rest of the team, getting asleep. On to one for Cloud9. Balulu with a pop onto Fudge. No more deaths to follow.
Both teams have so much ability to catch people out, and there, Sven was just a little bit of a straggler left alone in the jungle.
Easy one to pop once you have multiple members there to be able to contest. Some just back. Look at that shot blast! Fudge, what are you doing, bro? Revenge, no more. Singular kills, being able to dish advantages to their opposition. But now looking to defend over here across mid and mitigate any of the efforts of Cloud9 to really blast through across these lanes.
Yep, just pushing the mid and bot lane at the exact same time. I think they teleported Eminez back in there as well. They had a ward that just got slept out by Immortals. They could see exactly where the rotation was coming from. They grabbed that turret. Now they're moving back through the jungle to the mid lane one, finishing off all the inners here.
There goes the tier 2, and Cloud9 continue with their pursuit. 20 seconds until the next dragon spawns, and considering the map positioning, Cloud9 leaving no opening for Immortals to try to make a play of defense or beyond on this map right now. The wave is thinning though, so Cloud9 just poking them down as much as possible to get them off.
They were able to get the ult out of Berserker for free and then disengage that situation. So if C9 keep pushing up, if they're able to land a little bit of poke, Immortals might find a window to engage onto them here, but they're grouped up. It's very hard to get through a Menace and Sven.
I think Cloud9 making sure to even throw these wards over on the opposite sides here so that the rotations from Kenvi can be more slim. Here we go, the Glacial Fissure thrown on down, the Silence and the Fate's Call for tactical to throw his support right back in there, and then marked down at half, but that's a Braum, so you're A-okay with it. They bring their attention over to the inhibitor themselves instead. They see the path to victory. They see an angle to try to kill off Tactical, who flashes out of there to keep himself on in it. The last stand from Immortals off of multiple members of Cloud9, but they do have to worry about how low Amenez and Sven are, and the rest of the squad, pretty much everyone except for Berserker. The follow-up from Immortals to just push them off, but still so many resources granted by Cloud9, even on the back of this pursuit. Woo! Trying to go for it, Kenvi stepping up big, stepping on down into the grave. Cloud9 out with an inhib and a death onto the enemy jungler. See if Revenge can make something happen coming over from this riverside. Berserker's right in the back of the line and low enough for a hit, a flash over the wall. So now Revenge is looking for another target, but Cloud9 make him the target. A stun onto Balulu as he gets himself on out of there. Immortals trying to make the flank play, but can't get any dub from it.
Cloud9 keep breaking Immortals' ankles. They're baiting them in over and over again. Balulu thought he could find the kill. That gets Kenvi dead. Revenge tries to find the TP kill. He drops. Now Balulu himself finished off Cloud9. It's the push that just won't end.
Again and again and again. A Shock blast from downtown. Fudge with the hit, and there's only so many places that Immortals can go off of this.
And this is an extended sequence. Uh-oh.
Yep, the fight keeps
Right back
going. And that's putting its body between the rest of the team and Immortals. There's not really any extended vision from Immortals for them to be able to corral Cloud9. So all Cloud9 do take down Nautilus, take down the enemy support, and we're seeing a repeat of the movement that we did just prior, pushing this wave up. They already took down one of the Nexus turrets. There's just half of another to go. Cloud9 coming into this super week with a vengeance, wanting to do all they can to claim that #1 spot, and Immortals just one by one, the pillars that stand between Cloud9 and making their statement on the week. 2-0 to start it off. Him up in the farm, kept him up in the XP against River, who is also gravitating over towards the top side. Spica coming from the lane, a root and a stun up onto one. Immediate blast down. Spica claiming that first blood against Huhi.
Point out as we see a dive coming through.
An attempt at one at that. Ayla going forward ends up catching a little bit of wall because of that responding flash from Stixxay.
Whoa, Vikla!
Vikla going on in. A shot onto Stixxay. FlyQuest picking up the kill here. Good use of the Buster shot, but Golden Guardians continue with their pursuit over the wall. Gory attempting to get the lockdown onto Prince. The root is good. The double off of Prison. More at that. Gory now on the retreat at the hand of FlyQuest, who are missing their mid laner. They're missing more. Ayla going for an attempt on River, who does eventually fall, but Spica in the lonesome. Golden Guardians pushing back on that dive. They take down everyone but Impact.
There, let's Spica up in the top side. He can ult him in a line with Spica, so that even though Spica's going to finish off the Rift Herald, from then the only way... Oh, hold on, don't have time to finish this one. Another fight in the mid lane.
Oh, wanted to get a little bit of a blast, too much distance to be able to continue building up that charge. And now that River is here, the ult under the tower, punishing Vikla. Whenever you see that rocket jump used, you know what you can do to follow. Golden Guardians sure do, that's for sure.
Hit someone, you can end up going flying in, leaving yourself isolated. Now we have a big standoff around this Rift Herald.
River, and has ultimate this time around. Oh, taking so much damage. The calling response. River, oh, blasted on down by Prince, but Vikla is the one that gets traded. Ayla going for the root onto Huhi. Also eliminated. Double kill coming in for Prince. FlyQuest looking to collapse, but they've lost 3 members already. Golden Guardians coming in for the slaughter, but Stixxay is the one that falters. Now turning the action onto Impact, who gets the knockback and the stun, and more onto Licorice. Only a little bit of tankiness left. No mana to be thrown back, and down into the bucket he goes. A scrappy one at that. Lots of kills to boot. Between these two. And now it's all the action from these teams across the mid lane as Spica, oh, so brought down. Spica eliminated off of the top of this, and the pulling response into Vikla, the root response onto River, and the knockback from Ayla means not long for this world. Again, Impact separated from Prince. Golden Guardians taking down 3, disrupting the mid lane push of FlyQuest.
Yeah, they could potentially go Baron off the tail end of that. Gory didn't find a kill, but it was all off of his play that found all 3 of them. Here, Baron just spawned. FlyQuest, Impact, and Prince are going to have to make a play together to stop this one from going down.
And for that play, they begin with a teleport from Impact over on this top side. Gory scouting out Prince into the bush. Takes damage immediately from Gory that goes for the root, but already marked down low. Prince flashing forward for it. Now Impact into the Baron pit, but it's multiple members of Golden Guardians stunned in the back of the pit. Another teleport getting ushered in by FlyQuest. A channeled up Q from Prince, but back they go. Taking down Licorice. FlyQuest pushing Golden Guardians off of the Baron, who's down below 2,000 HP. Oh, River's still alive though. Is he gonna get back into the pit? He gets there. Right around the Baron they go. Not this time around. If Prince has anything to say about it, FlyQuest punishing the push with the Red Bull Baron in their pocket now.
Pulled it out, and here River is just chased down. He has to, oh, what am I saying? We're fighting again.
Again and again and again and again. Another tidal wave, another markdown River, and Liquid putting the work in to go in with that unstoppable work, but in the end, Stixxay's rooted, Stixxay's in trouble. Licorice falls, 3 eliminated for Golden Guardians. Vikla loves him a rocket jump, loves him the continuation when he gets that reset. Gory alone in the mid lane, but FlyQuest Definitely building some momentum. Congratulations to Speak Up for 500 kills in his LCS career, making it in the midst of a great play from FlyQuest. And that's exactly what they're going to try and do here. Impact just zoning off Gory, the rest of FlyQuest ushering this wave over on the top side. It's the only remaining turret. Licorice goes in with the ult. Pookie ready to follow up, gets knocked up onto multiple and the calling across the board, but Licorice soon to fall. Prince, even with the shielding up, is able to keep alive in it. Vikla going on in. The pull back to take down Licorice. 3 kills for FlyQuest thus far. Pookie zoned off alongside Gory.
I stand corrected. They still have Malphite for the engage, but of course, then no follow-up means that once Prince has that stopwatch used, he's able to survive the fight. They're able to find the kills and now find the game for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest keeping their eyes on the Nexus. They want to silence the doubters that have been on them in this second round robin and remind LCS fans why they started so dominantly and why they're still in contention for that top spot.
Can I have another water bottle, guys?
No way, you need 3 water bottles.
I do.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
My water bottle seems to have disappeared.
You actually drink 48 ounces of water during a game?
How is it possible?
How many Gathering Storm stacks are you expecting?
Yesterday I drank 2.
Busio's still off to the side. There, now he's gonna find his fire. He's into the back. He's found the carries. JoJo's destroyed. And Busio just hit money. He's gonna try. Tenacity's ulti doesn't find the mark that time. Flashes into the event horizon. But now they've got the Elder. And now they're gonna take the fight. JoJo wants to get away from the Tenacity. But Double-Lift is done with this game. Evil Geniuses lose 4. Double-Lift gets a triple kill. And it's 100 Thieves on the victory march. It's already looking close to that point for TSM for Dig. Tomo goes in and just explodes Wild Turtle. Nicely done. But now Haunter wants to return the favor. Ignor's already down. Tomo wants to get away to the side, but Boogie's after him, and the Q strikes true. He goes into stasis to buy the time while they kill Jensen.
Oh,
but
Boogie's
now we already got another fight. Boogie's into the back line, and Turtle kills Tomo. Already both bot laners dead on the side of Dig, as Santorin wants to go after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find anything. Maple and the rest of TSM can turn it all around, and Dignitas can't do anything but die. Palafox having to flash away now from Harry. He finds the Shuriken flip. He goes in, but he doesn't have it. Harry dies. Contracts and the rest of CLG have to retreat. Palafox going to be killed now again. Oh, they're going to go for it. They're just going to put the chompers on the TP. Harry immediately popping the stasis while Team Liquid comes in to back up their mid laner. Oh, the shutdown. It's Harry, and he finds Luger. CLG loses contracts next, and it's a double kill back over to TL's mid. But Palafox mops them up.
Can we go now? Can we go now? Go, go, go.
Yeah. Go, no flash, no flash, no flash, no flash. Kill Bram too.
Go, Bram.
He has flash, okay? I'm tanking.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Push,
So big, guys. Wow.
Beating them in over and over again. Balulu thought he could find the kill. That gets Kenvi dead. Revenge tries to find the TP kill. He drops now. Balulu himself finished off Cloud9. It's the push that just won't end.
Again, a shock blast from downtown. FlyQuest pushing
Baron
Golden
still
Guardians
leads.
off of the Baron, who's down below 2,000 HP. Oh, River's still alive though. Is he gonna get back into the pit? He gets there. Right around the Baron they go. Not this time around. If Prince has anything to say about it. Licorice goes in with the ult. Pookie ready to follow up. Gets knocked up onto multiple and the calling across the board. But Licorice soon to fall. Prince, even with the shielding up, is able to keep alive in it. Vikla going on in. The pull back to take down Licorice. 3 kills for FlyQuest.
First wave immediately, so we'll see how well they're going to be able to play this. But Closer already down towards bot side, looking for a cheesy level 2 gank. They're going to go in.
They force the flash out of
This is a kill.
FBI.
This is a kill,
Yeah,
100%.
he's absolutely done. There's no way you get out of that one, is there? They block the stun. FBI still trying to walk away from it. A little bit more damage still needed. There it is. It's first blood back over to Double-Lift. He might have got off to an initial bad start, but they immediately remedy that here in bottom lane. In terms of the resources you have to work with. Now, bottom side, it's a massive wave about to crash into the turret of Double-Lift and Busio. Busio jumps after Vulcan. That was way too aggressive there. Ends up eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does take a lot of damage there. We'll see if this Caitlyn Lux can still maintain the push. And honestly, if they can continue winning 2v2 despite all the pressure they've had, that would be huge. JoJo is down here. Double-Lift getting really low.
There's no flash on double-lift, and they take him down. JoJo making the rotation, and now he hits level 6 as
They can
well.
redive.
All they have to do is blow him up, and there it is, Primordial Burst. JoJo comes down and saves the day for the EG bot lane. You building towards Soul, make that one of those early
Tenacity
win
is
calls.
here.
Tenacity has come down. 100 Thieves are ready to contest this. Remember, Someday is able to TP, but it is not unleashed. He would have to teleport to one of the turrets and then try to make a move from there. Tenacity just gets caught.
Yeah, Tenacity comes down, and then he goes down. Ends up just getting caught in transition. He even used his TP to mid lane, so there's no one actually to answer the top lane right now. Bjergsen is spellbooked over to a different summoner and now gets caged in. Getting a little bit awkward because they just need to buy time.
Ooh, Vulcan forced to flash away there, but Busio's ready to chase him down, and Closer wants the kill. A Lux with no summoner spells. It's a hard task to get away,
Oh,
and it won't
FBI?
happen. The shutdown comes out, and FBI almost gets caught by the charm there. If Bjergsen hits that one, he might have been in danger of death too.
Have to be a little bit more careful, but EG, as you say, are in the area, clearly want to fight this. Busio looking for a potential flank angle here, though. If EG overcommits too far into the river, he is going to be scouted out, though.
Okay, Evil Geniuses looking to poke these guys off. JoJo just wanting to go fishing with the Event Horizons, see if they can catch anybody out. Inspire's going to continue zoning away 100 Thieves. The Herald's down to 2,000 HP. Lucio has to disengage back over the wall. Event Horizon to zone him away from the Herald. It's picked up. Someday grabs the eye. Vulcan fires out a laser for covering fire. Someday looks for an engage, but now he's going to be knocked back into the team. It doesn't matter. Busio's about to die first. Someday right back in with the rest of his squad, chasing after Busio, and he finds the first kill. Bjergsen stuck in the stasis, and now he's picked up next. 100 Thieves. But Double-Lift wants to turn it around. Double-Lift gets Vulcan, but what next? Tenacity picks up one as well, and it'll be 3 traded for 2, as 100 Thieves will not go quietly.
But they have to give up this dragon now, so it's tied 2-2. EG's advantages are really just slipping away.
I mean, this Baron take, it feels a little bit cursed to me.
There's no shot
I
they
don't
can
think
finish
you
it.
have anywhere near the... Maybe if you had Aurelion Sol, maybe if you had, like, Cassiopeia or
Yeah.
something, but it doesn't seem like very rushable
They're going to
at
turn.
all.
They're going to turn. They just want to try to force a fight, I think. They're trying to make 100 Thieves fight.
Oh, look at that! Tenacity says, take a drink! And it's JoJo dead again! Vulcan's the next target, and 100 Thieves are not done. Evil Geniuses trying to get themselves away. Closer dies in pursuit of the back line, but he's gonna take a couple with them. FBI trying to kite it out. Couple of more headshots, put some damage into 100 Thieves and stop the chase. Inspired lives with 10 health, and things are getting bloody on Summoner's Rift. He has to face check. He knows he's gonna get chunked. Hey, no sweat.
Exactly. That's the exact situation we were discussing. But it is 100 Thieves on the Baron, and EG are going to have to find a way to force their way in here. They're checking with that Lux ulti, but Busio in a great spot to flank.
Busio's ready to go. They throw that Sejuani ult over the wall, but they don't hit anybody with it. Tenacity, however, does
don't
lose
see
a big
Busio
chunk
still.
of HP. Busio's still off to the side. There, now he's going to find Inspired. He's into the back. He's found the carries. JoJo's destroyed, and Busio just hit money. Tenacity picks up the second, and 100 Thieves ain't done. He'll continue chasing Inspired. FBI and Someday back away as Bjergsen dashes over the wall for a charm. Now Someday's stuck on the front, and he has to retreat. He's not tanky enough. Yeah.
Death cap done for Bjergsen, GA done as well here for Closer. Both of them ahead of their counterparts, and they are onto the Baron here. It's up to Inspired to see. Doesn't even have any vision, though. He's just on sweeper. Now they can see it.
Inspired's thinking about it. He even flashes over the wall, but now he's just free food. Closer takes the Sejuani body, but he might die after. He will resurrect. Guardian Angel's gonna bring him back. They still want to snipe him down, but they can't quite do it. Someday he's gonna get chopped up by these feathers. He tries to go back in on Tenacity as JoJo dies again. That's what they're gonna name this VOD, because Evil Geniuses have fallen apart. For all the power that his buff gives you, is not a strong creature himself. 100 Thieves will be able to burn this very quickly if that's what they choose to do. Inspired loses half HP immediately there. Warmog's is going to heal him back up, but he's not going to be in immediate shape to continue face checking just yet. Bjergsen looking for another charm, but just barely missing. Nice sidestep there. Evil Genius is staying out of the max range. And look, Closer and Double-Lift are already melting this thing. Inspired can't even get close enough in time, it looks like. He's going to try. Tenacity's ulti doesn't find the mark that time. Flashes into the Event Horizon, but now they've got the Elder, and now they're going to take the fight. JoJo wants to get away from Tenacity, but Double-Lift is done. with this game. Evil Geniuses lose 4. Double-It gets a triple kill, and it's 100 Thieves on the victory march. Not want to stick around for this Scuttle Crab any longer. He has to disengage, but now they're ready to go back. Jensen's coming up to join. Remember, even though he's low, he has his egg, so if they burst him down, it's not going to matter unless they can do it twice. Haunts are getting caught out now. TSM all over the place. Armit's going in. He grabs first blood. The Scion body's going to come back, but now Jensen's in a spot where he might have just caught Maple. Santorin's providing the extra cover. Armit drops, but it'll be a 2-for-1 favoring Dignitas. Want to try to keep this rolling. They've got that Herald in the inventory of Boogie, so I want to see where they decide to drop that, how soon they decide to drop that. Boogie coming up around. Remember, you can just use the clone to jump over that wall, get himself in a good spot. Yes, it's a long cooldown, so he won't have it unless he wants to wait all the way. But no, as soon as Haunter hits that decimating smash, Boogie sees the opportunity to join in. Still 8 seconds left on the Wukong Cyclone, so that's one thing that Armit will at least have going for him for a little bit longer, but now it's ready to go, and now Armit's in a whole world of trouble. Santorin comes in mid, looks for the ulti on Maple and finds him. Jensen's ready for the follow-up. Maple is very low. Armit dies top. Maple dies mid. 1-for-1 across the rim.
Way back in the day, but Dig going to be starting up this Dragon. Shine moving down. Boogie is as well, and Paris is coming up, so they want to try to contest this. Boogie into the pit. We'll see if he can find an angle to steal, because Maple is zoned out a bit.
Yeah, Maple gonna go ahead and throw out the wall. They look to catch Ignar. The Nami's in trouble, and she just dies. TSM picking up a kill for their jungler, picking up a Drake for their troubles, winning a skirmish here in the bot side river.
Really nicely done. Haunter just moves down from top side. Arma has no TP to match, and obviously can't actually match, doesn't have the ulti to do it. So Dig are just kind of forced off. They look for the retreat, but it's a great angle from Maple on that wall, sectioning them off, grabbing it for them, and now another ulti onto Turtle.
Turtle's in some trouble. Chime tried to throw down the silence, but it was slightly to the left, so Santorin still had the burst with the E. It's not like Turtle was getting out of that one, and he got that decision-making power. Hey, keep me on the roster for summer. We can bring this back. We can make a better run. For TSM, you're 7 wins. You need 9 to get into playoffs. You need this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dignitas also.
Oh, Tomo caught out by Boogie. Bucked over the head with the stick. TSM picks up the enemy AD carry. They're going to drop the Rift Herald mid. They use the first one mid as well. When you get both Heralds, if you use them both in the same turret, it practically guarantees you take it. I think it does like 90+% of the turret's overall health. So any bit of extra damage blows it over, and TSM take that second turret of the game for themselves. Now Maple throws out a wall. They catch out Jensen. Seismic shove back into the minefield. He flashes over the wall. His egg brings him back. They can't commit enough to kill him in time. They keep trying to dive. Finally, they get him. TSM picking up another kill, but it's going to be repaid as Santorin finds Boogie. Now he's thrown back. Another beautiful shove coming out of Maple. Santorin has to flash to get out. The calling from Tomo providing covering fire as Armit leads the way. They're only going to get hard, so that's not normally a very good target. Wild Turtle letting the arrows fly. I don't know what in the hell we're chasing Scion for, but Dignitas lose another man.
Yeah, Dignitas overcommitting there.
Since he's getting himself involved in TSM plus 1,000 gold plus 1 Drake up over Dignitas. Looking for a potential invade. Santorin goes over the wall, and they're ready to counterattack. Chimes the focus, and Tomo puts the bullets in his back. Jensen gets the kill, and Dignitas find a pick off of TSM's attempted invade.
Do they start Baron, I wonder? Because Talia's about to show bot. You know, are you willing to actually just start this up? You have Cho'Gath to help secure it. I think they should. At the very least, you want to force Maple up here. So they're going to start it up as soon as they showed bot side. You now know you have a 5v3 top lane right now. Tomo's got to be a little bit careful, get back with the team, because this is going to go down very slowly without that Lucian damage.
Tomo knocked up by the decimating smash. Haunster's just trying to get all the aggro that he can. Tomo's down to 100 HP, and Haunster kills him. Armit might go next, but he flashes over the wall. Ignor's the next target of Boogie, but Maple shuts down Santorin. With Ignor and Armit both at no HP, TSM just got a bear unleashed for him. Armit is burning away to the Leandries. The Nami heal keeps him alive, but does he still burn? Oh no, Armit just barely lives. Dignitas just hobble away as TSM takes the fight and takes the Baron.
Ready for this next fight. If they can grab Ocean Soul for themselves, there's just no shot you're really getting through Haunter, I don't think. So
yeah,
it becomes like a 90-10 game at that point.
It's already looking close to that point. for TSM.
Whoa.
Dig. Tomo goes in and just explodes Wild Turtle. Nicely done. But now Haunter wants to return the favor. Ignor's already down. Tomo wants to get away to the side, but Boogie's after him. And the Q strikes true. Santorin tries to escape. Boogie looking for the knock up here with the second part of the Cyclone. Not quite gonna find it, but there you go. He gets two more. Jensen's on the run. Seismic Shove's gonna be sidestepped, but it won't matter. He's still into the egg, and they need to take him out. A little bit more damage will do the trick, and Boogie's got it. As a killing spree for the TSM jungler means the end of the fight. Barely missed out on the damage threshold. He goes into stasis to buy the time while they kill Jensen.
Oh,
but
Boogie's
now we
behind
already
him.
got another fight. Boogie's into the back line, and Turtle kills Tomo. Already both bot laners dead on the side of Dig, as Santorin wants to go after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find anything. Maple and the rest of TSM can turn it all around, and Dignitas can't do anything but die as the TSM lead is crushing them. Jensen tries to deal with Boogie, but the Wukong comes back to life from the Guardian Angel. Maple's on a mission, and he finds the Seismic Shove. Jensen wants to get away, but it's not gonna happen. Ace, TSM.
Another win for TSM. This playoff race is heating up, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, that is one of those situations where you have to early flash or you're just going to go down. But this is dangerous for Harry because you can look for a cocoon over the wall from the Raptor pit. Luger getting chunked out here is not great for him, but there they go!
There it is! Harry stays alive with 100 HP, but not long enough. It's first blood to Palafox's Jace, but bottom lane, the 2v2 favors Liquid, but not enough for a kill. Continuing to just build up into the massive meatball that'll be great, even if Jace gets fed, right? Like, this is what you need, as the recall from Contracts doesn't go all the way, but he goes up into the air, gets back underneath the turret, does not want to be the focus of Summit and Pioshik, so the 2v2 here fizzles out really quick.
I think that Summit really kind of goofed there. To me, it looked like the sweeper from Pioshik spotted Elise, and Summit tried to start walking down to meet the Elise, but the Elise was recalling, right? He didn't actually have to give it up there.
Oh! Palafox just smacks Harry upside the jaw. Solo kill in mid lane.
Yeah, crushes him down. That is a big kill. Because now this is where you start to lose a lot. When you have no TP, he's going to be able to push in. It's
Rapidly approaching that sort of critical mass.
that soul was that point.
And that there was the mistake that they needed. That's the mistake that they capitalized on, and they're still alive. It's tough, don't get me wrong. Core JJ just getting chunked there. But now Team Liquid at least feels like they have a fighting chance. Boom's taken low, but they don't have enough damage to finish the kill. Pioshik at half, Core JJ also somewhat hurt. Palafox having to flash away now from Harry. He finds the Shuriken flip. He goes in, but he doesn't have it. Harry dies. The Contracts and the rest of CLG have to retreat. Palafox is going to be killed now again, as Dokla has not yet found his way to participate. Jon goes over the wall there with a hop, skip, and a jump, but Summit will not die easily. CLG, they trade mid laners, and Team Liquid's happy to do it. Being jumped on by Palafox and Dokla. Palafox did just complete the Cyrilda's Grudge.
That's a
Means
big
he's
chunk.
just going to be able to lock these guys down even better. The slowing power of the Shock Blast is now very threatening, as well as the extra armor penetration.
And look at Pioshik, half health now. He does have a GA available, which is big, but Harry's going in!
Harry decided he wants to fight, and Poom's going to be caught out. He survives way longer than he should have, and they finally finish him with Yon's ulti. Team Liquid has gone 1 for 1 here in this. They found the enemy support, but they lost their top laner, they lost their meatball, and now Palafox can go shooting. He'll try to find the Shock Blast as Team Liquid falls back yet again. They still think about contesting this.
Harry's gonna TP
Harry
back.
gets back. He can TP back into the fight. This could be huge.
Oh, they're gonna go for it!
They're just gonna put the chompers on the TP. Harry immediately popping the stasis while Team Liquid comes in to back up their mid laner. The shutdown! It's Harry, and he finds Luger. CLG loses Contracts next, and it's a double kill back over to TL's mid. But Palafox mops them up. Dokla's back on the Dragons. Only Pioshik is still alive for TL, and it looks like CLG might get their soul after all.
Wait, because being a little bit mismanaged, but they haven't managed to protect that cannon, and now Dokla's just gonna step forward.
And they had a big chunk of damage. One accelerated shock blast took half of Core's HP away. The Lulu had to retreat. Team Liquid couldn't maintain their defense with all 5 players. And there, another big shock blast, half of Core JJ's HP. Palafox, with
they're
this
trying to
shade,
fight.
is getting it done. And now Team Liquid's looking for the chance to maybe go in and keep themselves alive. Dokla starts going for the snip, as Summit is too far away from the rest of the squad, and he's gonna get killed first. Yon and Core JJ still trying to kite and fight as Harry Carry dives in, but he doesn't have a way to do it. Palafox goes on a rampage. Harry goes down, and CLG goes straight for the jugular. They'll find the first Nexus turret and take down Pioshik, almost looking for the second. Dopa and Palafox and Poom, they want this Wukong, and they got him. CLG eliminate Team Liquid from the playoffs and move up to 9-8.
For Immortals, I do want to see what Kenvi is able to do on the Viego if later in team fighting he's able to get those pop-offs and get into a comfortable and strong position.
Well, I think this is a really interesting setup for them because they have pressure in the bot lane based off that initial trade. They forced out both sums from Berserker while only costing their own Ignite. They're going to go again.
Hook onto one, the root effective in the E-pop by Fleshy. A good setup. First blood for Kenvi off of this flash, and then at the corner end of that arrow, a nice double kill in effect. By the mid laners if they're able to get some kind of connect. A long sleep. Can you follow up?
Eminez walked in front of the Battlestar path, so even though the Battlestar was still on its backwards trajectory, Eminez was able to block that. Now they might get a dive.
The responding stun onto Kenvi for a moment, but all the while the 2v2 is strong in the bot side. Fleshy trying to get out of there. Sven goes down, but the response stun tactical eliminated at the hand of Berserker, who flashes forward for the double kill, neutralizing the advantages created by Immortals down bot with all of the action from the junglers up top. Mid lane.
Uh-oh, we're back to a fight though.
Right back into it. Revenge goes in, a stun and immediate burn down of Blabber, but the root is good. A hook on forward and brings the Berserker into the center of it all, and the kill to complete. Some action from Immortals, a double at that, right ahead of this dragon. It's a fight immediately upon returning to live. Thing that's been so enjoyable about seeing the way Fudge has grown as a player and sheer dominances. We get some action right now though. Lista activating the ultimate to throw back in for the knockup. A root onto Sven, who's getting marked below 50% HP, and the long death charge on the Blabber, but they take down Fleshy, and with no support here to protect them, C9 see the go button. Sven getting on out of there with the flash, but still alive to support the rest of the team, getting a sleep on to one for Cloud9. Bolulu with the pop onto Fudge. No more deaths to follow.
Both teams have so much ability to catch people out, and there, Sven was just a little bit of a straggler left alone in the jungle.
Easy one to pop once you have multiple members there to be able to contest. Some him just back. Look at that shock blast! Fudge, what are you doing, bro? Revenge? No more. Singular kills, being able to dish advantages to their opposition. But now looking to defend over here across mid and mitigate any of the efforts of Cloud9 to really blast through across these lanes.
Yep, just pushing the mid and bot lane at the exact same time. I think they teleported Eminez back in there as well. They had a ward that just got slept out by Immortals. They could see exactly where the rotation was coming from. They grabbed that turret. Now they're moving back through the jungle to the mid lane one, finishing off all the inners here.
There goes the tier 2, and Cloud9 continue with their pursuits. 20 seconds until the next dragon spawns, and considering the map positioning, Cloud9 leaving no opening for Immortals to try to make a play of defense or beyond on this map right now. The wave is thinning though, so Cloud9 just poking them down as much as possible to get them off.
They were able to get the ult out of Berserker for free and then disengage that situation. So if C9 keep pushing up, if they're able to land a little bit of poke, Immortals might find a window to engage onto them here, but they're grouped up. It's very hard to get through a Menace and Sven.
Been Cloud9 making sure to even throw these wards over on the opposite sides here so that the rotations from Kenvi can be more slim. Here we go, the Glacial Fissure thrown on down, the Silence and the Fate's Call for tactical to throw his support right back in there, and then marked down at half, but that's a Braum, so you're A-okay with it. They bring their attention over to the inhibitor themselves instead. They see the path to victory. They see an angle to try to kill off Tactical, who flashes out of there to keep himself on in it. The last stand from Immortals off of multiple members of Cloud9, but they do have to worry about how low Amenez and Sven are, and the rest of the squad, pretty much everyone except for Berserker. The follow-up from Immortals to just push them off, but still so many resources granted by Cloud9, even on the back of this pursuit. Woo! Trying to go for it. Kenvi stepping up big, stepping on down into the grave. Cloud9 out with an inhib and a death onto the enemy jungler. See if Revenge can make something happen coming over from this riverside. Berserker's right in the back of the line and low enough for a hit, a flash over the wall. So now Revenge is looking for another target, but Cloud9 make him the target. A stun onto Bolulu as he gets himself on out of there. Immortals trying to make the flank play, but can't get any dub from it.
Cloud9 keep breaking Immortals' ankles. They're baiting them in over and over again. Balulu thought he could find the kill. That gets Kenvi dead. Revenge tries to find the TP kill. He drops. Now Balulu himself finished off Cloud9. It's the push that just won't end.
Oh, again and again and again. A shock blast from downtown. Fudge with the hit. And there's only so many places that Immortals can go off of this.
And this is an extended sequence. Uh-oh.
Yep, Nafai keeps
Right back
going,
in.
going. And that's putting its body between the rest of the team and Immortals. There's not really any extended vision from Immortals for them to be able to corral Cloud9. So all Cloud9 do take down Nautilus, take down the enemy support, and we're seeing a repeat of the movement that we did just prior, pushing this wave up. They already took down one of the Nexus turrets. There's just half of another to go. Cloud9 coming into this super week with a vengeance, wanting to do all they can to claim that #1 spot, and Immortals just one by one, the pillars that stand between Cloud9 and making their statement on the week. 2-0 to start it off. Him up in the farm, kept him up in the XP against River, who is also gravitating over towards the flat side. Spica coming from the lane, a root and a stun up onto one. Immediate blast down. Spica claiming that first blood against Huhi.
Point out as we see a dive coming through.
An attempt at one at that. Ayla going forward ends up catching a little bit of wall because of that responding flash from Stixxay.
Whoa, Vikla.
Vikla going on in. A shot onto Stixxay. FlyQuest picking up the kill here. Good use of the Buster shot, but Golden Guardians continue with their pursuit over the wall. Gory attempting to get the lockdown onto Prince. The root is good. The double off of Prison. More at that. Gory now on the retreat at the hand of FlyQuest, who are missing their mid laner. They're missing more. Ayla going for an attempt on River, who does eventually fall, but Spica in the lonesome. Golden Guardians pushing back on that dive. They take down everyone but Impact.
There, let's Spica up in the top side. He can ult him in the line with Spica, so that even though Spica's going to finish off the Rift Herald, from then, the only way... Oh, hold on. Don't have time to finish this one. Another fight in the mid lane.
Oh, wanted to get a little bit of a blast, too much distance to be able to continue building up that charge. And now that River is here, the ult under the tower, punishing Vikla. Whenever you see that rocket jump used, you know what you can do to follow. Golden Guardians sure do, that's for sure.
Someone, you can end up going flying in, leaving yourself isolated. Now we have a big standoff around this Rift Herald.
River and has ultimate this time around. Oh, taking so much damage. The calling response. River, oh, blasted on down by Prince, but Vikla is the one that gets traded. Ayla going for the root onto Huhi. Also eliminated. Double kill coming in for Prince. FlyQuest looking to collapse what they've lost 3 members already. Golden Guardians coming in for the slaughter, but Stixxay is the one that falters. Now turning the action onto Impact, who gets the knockback and the stun and more onto Licorice. Only a little bit of tankiness left. No mana to be thrown back, and down into the bucket he goes. A scrappy one at that. Lots of kills to boot. Between these two. And now it's all the action from these teams across the mid lane as Spica, oh, so brought down. Spica eliminated off of the top of this, and the calling response into Vikla, the root response onto River, and the knockback from Ayla means not long for this world. Again, Impact separated from Prince. Golden Guardians taking down 3, disrupting the mid lane push of FlyQuest.
Yeah, they could potentially go Baron off the tail end of that. Gory didn't find a kill, but it was all off of his play that found all 3 of them. Here, Baron just spawned. FlyQuest, Impact, and Prince are going to have to make a play together to stop this one from going down.
And for that play, they begin with a teleport from Impact over on this top side. Gory scouting out
he sees him.
Prince into the bush. Takes damage immediately from Gory that goes for the root, but already marked down low. Prince flashing forward for it. Now Impact into the Baron pit, but his multiple members of Golden Guardians stunned in the back of the pit. Another teleport getting ushered in by FlyQuest. A channeled up Q from Prince, but back they go. Taking down Licorice. FlyQuest pushing Golden Guardians off of the Baron, who's down below 2,000 HP. Oh, River's still alive though. Is he gonna get back into the pit? He gets there. Right around the Baron they go. Not this time around. If Prince has anything to say about it, FlyQuest punishing the push with the Red Bull Baron in their pocket now.
Pulled it out, and here River is just chased down. He has to, oh, what am I saying? We're fighting again.
Again and again and again and again. Another tidal wave, another markdown River, and Liquid putting the work in to go in with that unstoppable unbelievable work, but in the end, Stixay's rooted, Stixay's in trouble. Licorice falls, 3 eliminated for Golden Guardians. Vikla loves him a rocket jump, loves him the continuation when he gets that reset. Gory alone in the mid lane, but FlyQuest definitely building some momentum. Congratulations to Speak Up for 500 kills in his LCS career, making it in the midst of a great play from FlyQuest. That's exactly what they're going to try and do here. Impact just zoning off Gory, the rest of FlyQuest ushering this wave over on the top side. It's the only remaining turret. Licorice goes in with the ult. Pookie ready to follow up, gets knocked up onto multiple in the culling across the board, but Licorice soon to fall. Prince, even with the shielding up, is able to keep alive in it. Vikla going on in. The pull back to take down Licorice. 3 kills for FlyQuest thus far. Pookie zoned off alongside Gory.
I stand corrected, they still have Malphite for the engage, but of course, then no follow-up means that once Prince has that stopwatch used, he's able to survive the fight, they're able to find the kills, and now find the game for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest keeping their eyes on the Nexus. They want to silence the doubters that have been on them in this second round robin and remind LCS fans why they started so dominantly and why they're still in contention for that top spot.
Can I have another water bottle, guys?
No way you need 3 water bottles.
I do.
You're serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
My water bottle seems to have disappeared.
You actually drink 48 ounces of water during a game?
How is it possible?
How many Gathering Storm stacks are you expecting?
Yesterday I drank 2.
Busio's still off to the side. There, now he's gonna find his fire. He's into the back. He's found the carry. JoJo's destroyed. And Busio just hit money. He's gonna try Tenacity's ult. He doesn't find the mark that time. Flashes into the event horizon. But now they've got the Elder. And now they're gonna take the fight. JoJo wants to get away from the Tenacity. But Double-Lift is done with this game. Evil geniuses lose 4. Double-Lift gets a triple kill. And it's 100 Thieves on the victory mark. It's already looking close to that point for TSM for Dig. Tomo goes in and just explodes Wild Turtle. Nicely done. But now Haunter wants to return the favor. Ignor's already down. Tomo wants to get away to the side, but Boogie's after him, and the Q strikes true. He goes into stasis to buy the time while they kill Jensen.
Oh,
but
Boogie's
now we already got another fight. Boogie's into the back line, and Turtle kills Tomo. Already both bot laners dead on the side of Dig, as Santorin wants to go after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find anything. Maple and the rest of TSM can turn it all around, and Dignitas can't do anything but die. Palafox having to flash away now from Harry. He finds the Shuriken flip. He goes in, but he doesn't have it. Harry dies. Contracts and the rest of CLG have to retreat. Palafox is going to be killed now again.
Oh, they're going to go for it.
They're just going to put the chompers on the TP. Harry immediately popping the stasis while Team Liquid comes in to back up their mid laner. Alone, the shutdown. It's Harry, and he finds Luger. CLG loses contracts next, and it's a double kill back over to TL's mid. But Palafox mops them up.
Can we go now? Can we go now? Go, go, go.
Yeah. Look, no flash, no flash, no flash, no flash. Kill Bram too.
Go, go, bam.
He has flash, okay? I'm tanking.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
Push,
So
push.
big, guys. Wow.
Beating them in over and over again. Balulu thought he could find the kill. That gets Ken be dead. Revenge tries to find the TP kill. He drops. Now Balulu himself finished off Cloud9. It's the push that just won't end.
Again, a shock blast from downtown. FlyQuest pushing
Baron
Golden
still
Guardians
leads.
off of the Baron, who's down below 2,000 HP. Oh, River's still alive though. Is he gonna get back into the pit? He gets there. Right around the Baron they go. Not this time around. If Prince has anything to say about it. Licorice goes in with the ult. Pookie ready to follow up. Gets knocked up onto multiple in the culling across the board. But Licorice soon to fall. Prince, even with the shielding up, is able to keep alive in it. Vikla going on in. The pull back to take down Licorice. 3 kills for FlyQuest.
First wave immediately, so we'll see how well they're going to be able to play this. But Closer already down towards bot side, looking for a cheesy level 2 gank. They're going to go in.
They force the flash out of
This is a kill.
FBI.
This is a kill,
Yeah,
100%.
he's absolutely done. There's no way you get out of that one, is there? They block the stun. FBI still trying to walk away from it. A little bit more damage still needed. There it is. It's first blood back over to Double-Lift. He might have got off to an initial bad start, but they immediately remedy that here in bottom lane. In terms of the resources you have to work with. Now, bottom side, it's a massive wave about to crash into the turret of Double-Lift and Busio. Busio jumps after Vulcan, That was way, way, way too aggressive there. Ends up eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does take a lot of damage there. We'll see if this Caitlyn Lux can still maintain the push. And honestly, if they can continue winning 2v2 despite all the pressure they've had, that would be huge. JoJo is down here. Double-Lift getting really low.
There's no flash on Double-Lift, and they take him down. JoJo making the rotation, and now he hits level 6 as
They can
well.
redive.
All they have to do is blow him up, and there it is, Primordial Burst. JoJo comes down and saves the day for the EG bot lane. You building towards Soul, make that one of those early
Tenacity
win
is
calls.
here.
Tenacity has come down. 100 Thieves are ready to contest this. Remember, Someday is able to TP, but it is not unleashed. He would have to teleport to one of the turrets and then try to make a move from there. Tenacity just gets caught.
Yeah, Tenacity comes down and then he goes down. Ends up just getting caught in transition. He even used his TP to mid lane, so there's no one actually to answer the top lane right now. Bjergsen is spellbooked over to a different summoner and now gets caged in. Getting a little bit awkward because they just need to buy time.
Ooh, Vulcan forced to flash away there, but Busio's ready to chase him down, and Closer wants to kill. A Lux with no summoner spells. It's a hard task to get away,
Oh,
and it won't
FBI?
happen. The shutdown comes out, and FBI almost gets caught by the charm there. If Bjergsen hits that one, he might have been in danger of death too.
Have to be a little bit more careful, but EG, as you say, are in the area, clearly want to fight this. Busio looking for a potential flank angle here, though. If EG overcommits too far into the river, he is going to be scouted out, though.
Okay, Evil Geniuses looking to poke these guys off. JoJo just wanting to go fishing with the Event Horizons, see if they can catch anybody out. Inspired's going to continue zoning away 100 Thieves. The Herald's down to 2,000 HP. Busio has to disengage back over the wall. Event Horizon to zone him away from the Herald. It's picked up. Someday grabs the eye. Vulcan fires out a laser for covering fire. Someday looks for an engage, but now he's going to be knocked back into the team. It doesn't matter. Busio's about to die first. Someday right back in with the rest of his squad, chasing after Busio, and he finds the first kill. Bjergsen stuck in the stasis, and now he's picked up next. 100 Thieves. But Double-Lift wants to turn it around. Double-Lift gets Vulcan, but what next? Tenacity picks up one as well, and it'll be 3 traded for 2, as 100 Thieves will not go quietly.
But they have to give up this dragon now, so it's tied 2-2. EG's advantages are really just slipping away.
I mean, this Baron take, it feels a little bit cursed to me.
There's no shot
I
they
don't
can
think
finish
you
it.
have anywhere near the... Maybe if you had Aurelion Soul, maybe if you had, like, Cassiopeia or
Yeah.
something. But it doesn't seem, like, very rushable
They're going to
at
turn.
all.
They're going to turn. They just want to try to force a fight, I think. They're trying to make 100 Thieves fight.
Oh, look at that! Tenacity says, take a drink! And it's JoJo dead again! Vulcan's the next target, and 100 Thieves are not done. Evil Geniuses trying to get themselves away. Closer dies in pursuit of the back line, but he's gonna take a couple with them. FBI trying to kite it out. Couple of more headshots, put some damage into 100 Thieves and stop the chase. Inspired lives with 10 health. And things are getting bloody on Summoner's Rift. He has to face check. He knows he's going to get chunked. Hey, no sweat.
Exactly. That's the exact situation we were discussing. But it is 100 Thieves on the Baron. And EG are going to have to find a way to force their way in here. They're checking with that Lux ulti, but Busio in a great spot to flank.
Busio's ready to go. They throw that Sejuani ult over the wall, but they don't hit anybody with it. Tenacity, however, does lose a big chunk of HP. Busio's still off to the side. There, now he's going to find Inspired. He's into the back. He's found the carries. JoJo's destroyed. And Busio just hit money. Tenacity picks up the second, and 100 Thieves ain't done. He'll continue chasing Inspired. FBI and Someday back away as Bjergsen dashes over the wall for a charm. Now Someday's stuck on the front, and he has to retreat. He's not tanky enough. Yeah.
Death cap done for Bjergsen. GA done as well here for Closer. Both of them ahead of their counterparts, and they are onto the Baron here. It's up to Inspired to see. Doesn't even have any vision, though. He's just on sweeper. Now they can see it.
Inspired's thinking about it. He even flashes over the wall, but now he's just free food. Closer takes the Sejuani body, but he might die after. He will resurrect. Guardian Angel's going to bring him back. They still want to snipe him down, but they can't quite do it. Someday he's going to get chopped up by these feathers. He tries to go back in on Tenacity as JoJo dies again. That's what they're going to name this VOD, because Evil Geniuses have fallen apart. For all the power that his buff gives you, is not a strong creature himself. 100 Thieves will be able to burn this very quickly if that's what they choose to do. Inspired loses half HP immediately there. Warmog's is going to heal him back up, but he's not going to be in immediate shape to continue face checking just yet. Bjergsen looking for another charm, but just barely missing. Nice sidestep there. Evil Genius is staying out of the max range. And look, Closer and Double-Lift are already melting this thing. Inspired can't even get close enough in time, it looks like. He's going to try. Tenacity's ulti doesn't find the mark that time. flashes into the event horizon, but now they've got the Elder, and now they're gonna take the fight. Jojo wants to get away from the penalty, but Double-Lift is done with this game. Evil Geniuses lose 4. Double-Lift gets a triple kill, and it's 100 Thieves on the victory march. Not want to stick around for this Scuttle Crab any longer. He has to disengage, but now they're ready to go back. Jensen's coming up to join. Remember, even though he's low, he has his egg, so if they burst him down, it's not going to matter unless they can do it twice. Haunts are getting caught out now. TSM all over the place. Armit's going in. He grabs first blood. The Scion body's going to come back, but now Jensen's in a spot where he might have just caught Maple. Santorin's providing the extra cover. Armit drops, but it'll be a 2-for-1 favoring Dignitas. They want to try to keep this rolling. They've got that Herald in the inventory of Boogie, so I want to see where they decide to drop that, how soon they decide to drop that. Boogie coming up around. Remember, you can just use the clone to jump over that wall, get himself in a good spot. Yes, it's a long cooldown, so he won't have it unless he wants to wait all the way. But no, as soon as Haunter hits that decimating smash, Boogie sees the opportunity to join in. Still 8 seconds left on the Wukong Cyclone, so that's one thing that Armit will at least have going for him for a little bit longer, but now it's ready to go, and now Armit's in a whole world of trouble. Santorin comes in mid, looks for the ulti on Maple and finds him. Jensen's ready for the follow-up. Maple is very low. Armit dies top. Maple dies mid. 1-for-1 across the rim.
Way back in the day, but Dig going to be starting up this Dragon. Chime moving down. Boogie is as well, and Varus is coming up, so they want to try to contest this. Boogie into the pit. We'll see if he can find an angle to steal, because Maple is zoned out a bit.
Yeah, Maple gonna go ahead and throw out the wall. They look to catch Ignar. The Nami's in trouble, and she just dies. TSM picking up a kill for their jungler, picking up a Drake for their troubles, winning a skirmish here in the bot side river.
Really nicely done. Haunter just moves down from top side. Arma has no PV to match, and obviously can't actually match, doesn't have the ulti to do it. So Dig are just kind of forced off. They look for the retreat, but it's a great angle from Maple on that wall, sectioning them off, grabbing it for them, and now another ulti onto Turtle.
Turtle's in some trouble. Chime tried to throw down the silence, but it was slightly to the left, so Santorin still had the burst with the E. It's not like Turtle was getting out of that one. He got that decision-making power. Hey, keep me on the roster for summer. We can bring this back. We can make a better run. For TSM, you're 7 wins. You need 9 to get into playoffs. You need this.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dignitas also.
Oh, Tomo caught out by Boogie, bucked over the head with the stick. TSM picks up the enemy AD carry. They're going to drop the Rift Herald mid. They use the first one mid as well. When you get both Heralds, if you use them both in the same turret, it practically guarantees you take it. I think it does like 90+% of the turret's overall health. So any bit of extra damage blows it over, and TSM take that second turret of the game for themselves. Now Maple throws out a wall. They catch out Jensen. Seismic shove back into the minefield. He flashes over the wall. His egg brings him back. They can't commit enough to kill him in time. They keep trying to dive. Finally, they get him. TSM picking up another kill, but it's going to be repaid as Santorin finds Boogie. Now he's thrown back. Another beautiful shove coming out of Maple. Santorin has to flash to get out. The culling from Tomo providing covering fire as Armit leads the way. They're only going to get Haunter. That's not normally a very good target. Wild Turtle letting the arrows fly. I don't know what in the hell we're chasing Scion for, but Dignitas lose another man.
Yeah, Dignitas overcommitting there.
Since he's getting himself involved in TSM plus 1,000 gold plus 1 Drake up over Dignitas. Looking for a potential invade. Santorin goes over the wall, and they're ready to counterattack. Chimes the focus, and Tomo puts the bullets in his back. Jensen gets the kill, and Dignitas find a pick off of TSM's attempted invade.
Do they start Baron, I wonder? Because Talia's about to show bot. You know, are you willing to actually just start this up? You have Cho'Gath to help secure it. I think they should. At the very least, you want to force Maple up here. So they're going to start it up as soon as they showed bot side. You now know you have a 5v3 top lane right now. Tomo's got to be a little bit careful, get back with the team, because this is going to go down very slowly without that Lucian damage.
Tomo knocked up by the decimating smash. Haunter's just trying to get all the aggro that he can. Tomo's down to 100 HP, and Haunter kills him. Armit might go next, but he flashes over the wall. Ignar's the next target of Boogie, but Maple shuts down Santorin. With Ignar and Armit both at no HP, TSM just got a bear unleashed for him. Armit is burning away to the Leandries. The Nami heal keeps him alive, but does he still burn? Oh no, Armit just barely lives. Dignitas just hobble away as TSM takes the fight and takes the Baron.
Ready for this next fight. If they can grab Ocean Soul for themselves, there's just no shot you're really getting through Haunter, I don't think. So
yeah,
it becomes like a 90-10 game at that point.
It's already looking close to that point. for TSM for Dig. Tomo goes in and just explodes Wild Turtle. Nicely done. But now Haunter wants to return the favor. Ignor's already down. Tomo wants to get away to the side, but Boogie's after him. And the Q strikes true. Santorin tries to escape. Boogie looking for the knock-up here with the second part of the Cyclone. Not quite going to find it, but there you go. He gets 2 more. Jensen's on the run. Seismic Shove's going to be sidestepped, but it won't matter. He's still into the egg, and they need to take him out. A little bit more damage will do the trick, and Boogie's got it. As a killing spree for the TSM jungler means the end of the fight. Barely missed out on the damage threshold. He goes into stasis to buy the time while they kill Jensen.
Oh, Boogie's
but now we already got another fight. Boogie's into the back line, and Turtle kills Tomo. Already both bot laners dead on the side of Dig, as Santorin wants to go after the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to find anything. Maple and the rest of TSM can turn it all around, and Dignitas can't do anything but die as the TSM lead is crushing them. Jensen tries to deal with Boogie, but the Wukong comes back to life from the Guardian Angel. Maple's on a mission, and he finds the Seismic Shove. Jensen wants to get away, but it's not gonna happen. Ace, TSM.
Another win for TSM. This playoff race is heating up, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, that is one of those situations where you have to early flash or you're just going to go down. But this is dangerous for Harry because you can look for a cocoon over the wall from the Raptor pit. Luger getting chunked out here is not great for him, but there they go!
There it is! Harry stays alive with 100 HP, but not long enough. It's first blood to Palafox's Jace. But bottom lane, the 2v2 favors Liquid, but not enough for a kill. Continuing to just build up into the massive meatball that'll be great, even if Jace gets fed, right? Like, this is what you need, as the recall from Contracts doesn't go all the way, but he goes up into the air, gets back underneath the turret, does not want to be the focus of Summit and Pioshik, so the 2v2 here fizzles out really quick.
I think that Summit really kind of goofed there. To me, it looked like the sweeper from Pioshik spotted Elise, and Summit tried to start walking down to meet the Elise, but the Elise was recalling, right? He didn't actually have to give it up there.
Oh! Palafox just smacks Harry upside the jaw. Solo kill in mid lane.
Yeah, crushes him down. That is a big kill. Because now this is where you start to lose a lot. When you have no TP, he's going to be able to push in. It's
Rapidly approaching that sort of critical mass.
that soul was that point.
And that there was the mistake that they needed. That's the mistake that they capitalized on, and they're still alive. It's tough, don't get me wrong. Core JJ just getting chunked there. But now Team Liquid at least feels like they have a fighting chance. Boom's taken low, but they don't have enough damage to finish the kill. Pioshik at half, Core JJ also somewhat hurt. Palafox having to flash away now from Harry. He finds the Shuriken flip. He goes in, but he doesn't have it. Harry dies. Contracts and the rest of CLG have to retreat. Palafox going to be killed now again, as Dopla has not yet found his way to participate. Jon goes over the wall there with a hop, skip, and a jump, but Summit will not die easily. CLG, they trade mid laners, and Team Liquid's happy to do it. Being jumped on by Palafox and Dopla. Palafox did just complete the Cyrilda's Grudge.
That's a big chunk.
Just going to be able to lock these guys down even better. The slowing power of the Shock Blast is now very threatening, as well as the extra armor penetration.
And look at Pioshik, half health now. He does have a GA available, which is big, but Harry's going in!
Harry decided he wants to fight, and Poom's gonna be caught out. He survives way longer than he should have, and they finally finish him with Yon's ulti. Team Liquid has gone 1 for 1 here in this. They found the enemy support, but they lost their top laner, they lost their meatball, and now Palafox can go shooting. He'll try to find the Shock Blast as Team Liquid falls back yet again. They still think about contesting this.
Harry's gonna
Harry
TP
gets back, he can TP back into the fight. This could be huge.
Oh, they're gonna go for it!
They're just gonna put the chompers on the TP. Harry immediately popping the stasis while Team Liquid comes in to back up their mid laner. The shutdown! It's Harry, and he finds Luger. CLG loses Contracts next, and it's a double kill back over to TL's mid. But Palafox mops them up. Dopla's back with the dragon. Only Pioshik is still alive for TL, and it looks like CLG might get their soul after all.
Wait, because being a little bit mismanaged, but they haven't managed to protect that cannon, and now Dopla's just gonna step forward.
And they had a big chunk of damage. One accelerated Shock Blast took half of Core's HP away. The Lulu had to retreat. Team Liquid couldn't maintain their defense with all 5 players. And there, another big Shock Blast, half of Core JJ's HP. Palafox, with this J, is getting it done. And now Team Liquid's looking for the chance to maybe go in and keep themselves alive. Dokla starts going for the snip, as Summit is too far away from the rest of the squad. And he's gonna get killed first. Yon and Core JJ still trying to kite and fight as Harry dives in, but he doesn't have a way to do it.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. This is LCS Waiting Room. We are down to 1 sheet worth of playoff possibilities. We will have anywhere from 0 to 5 tiebreaker games at the end of the day. So that is 10 to 5 games today as our total range.
All today.
There's 2 scenarios with 0, just 1 with 5, I think.
Yeah. There's the 5 one requires, let's see. It is CLG wins, Fly wins, TL wins, GG wins, 100 Thieves win.
Actually, kind of possible.
It's like not the most ridiculous.
It's not a ridiculous scenario.
The first one is the least likely. Let's pull up the standings to see where everybody is. Cloud9 with a win in the first game, locks first, and would also lock FlyQuest into second. EG, though, has been stumbling up a storm, could actually lose their number 3 seed today. 100 Thieves, who we didn't know if they'd be in playoffs when they were 5 and 8, could actually be in the upper bracket of playoffs. So could CLG, so could Golden Guardians, and TSM still in the hunt.
I put 100 Thieves 3rd in my beginning of split rankings. It's alive! I'm livid. It could happen.
CLG could also be 3rd. It's possible.
That's true. That's true. Man,
goodness.
that has been a slip from, a few teams, EG, Golden Guardians. But meanwhile, the wave of 100 Thieves, that 4-game winning streak, just
feeling
moving
good
to the top.
Yeah, we will have 1 more team eliminated today, basically.
Yeah.
7 teams are still alive. TSM would be the most likely if they lose to FlyQuest. But yesterday, because of Team Liquid's loss to CLG, they will no longer be going to next week. They'll have 1 final game against EG to try and be spoiler, but it's time, Emily.
Yeah.
We have to say goodbye to Team Liquid.
Pour one out for Team Liquid.
The most appropriate name for this segment for a team, Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah, true, actually.
Oh, good call.
As you can see, we're here at the horse pasture. Team Liquid, I really actually liked your roster construction, you know?
They're all dead.
I actually, honestly, thought this roster was going to do really well. You could see flashes of brilliance. When I close my eyes, I can still see Kyoshix, Vi, and Summit Scion as the sweetest of dreams and the worst of nightmares. I legitimately had so much fun watching UTL. Pour one out. Felt like I was gonna miss the thing. Hopefully you stick with this roster because I do want to see you reach your true potential this summer.
The whole thing?
I don't know.
That's how you pour one out.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know. I only pour a little out for my friends.
Oh, really?
They only get a couple drops.
Same.
Wow.
I'm not a good friend. That's why.
That's how much I love TL.
I will say, I do agree that they were the most interesting team to watch this year in terms of just like any game was a banger because they would get huge leads and throw them. They would stomp early games. They would make comebacks sometimes. They were always on
When
crazy.
you mentioned like Summit and Piosik, I just imagined all of Summit's Scion ultimates just like flying anything useful.
That's why I said it's the sweetest of dreams or the worst of nightmares because it could go either way. Sometimes when they would get a really good team fight, it'd be like, oh, that's what this team's capable of. And then other times, it's not. It was not it.
I think it's actually worthy of a bit of conversation for Team Liquid just because we didn't get a big chance to discuss it yesterday. I mean, I've seen some discourse on Twitter about it as well. Like, do we think Team Liquid will make a change? And if they do, kind of where would they do it? Because the most disappointing change, at least this is the sentiment I was reading on Twitter, and I think I agree with, would be to just like change out the rookies.
I agree with that.
Right? Because they were not in what I would consider a stable environment. The biggest comparison I saw was to EG, where like Impact was a very stable player. Inspired and Vulcan played very well around Jojo and Danny, but for Harry and Jan, you literally from game to game would have no idea what your top and jungle is going to do. They'll either be like MVP world champion or they'll literally be like the worst 2 players in the game. And you could never know.
Yeah, it's weird. The team also is kind of like that in terms of its construction where like it is I assume, relatively expensive roster with a lot of veterans on it. Yes, you have the rookies. And it's like pitched kind of though as a summer team. I think their whole time they're talking about like they want to outwork people. You have 2 rookies. You think that you're not going to peak in spring. But is this like an acceptable level to be at the end of spring, 7th and out of playoffs? I think that's below their own goals. 8th, excuse me, you're right. So like even though, you know, they're talking about we're a summer team, that doesn't mean that this was an acceptable level for spring either.
and I'm not sure how much to take from interviews, but from the interview we did with Core on the first day of this week, so Wednesday, he did talk about how he's like, I do hope that we can reach our full potential and make it into playoffs, but if we can't, like, there's still so much more we can do as a team, which if you're reading the tea leaves from that, makes me think they'll stick with this roster. Who knows, obviously, because that could mean nothing. But I also do think it's interesting to look at in the stability and the most stabilizing force on this roster, I do think is Core. And I know I keep harping on the Engage versus Enchanter supports. I do think he can dictate the pace of their team fights so much better with Engage supports. And so maybe a meta shift would also help them.
Yeah, and I do like the overall league takeaway of you don't need to have everyone on your team speaking the same language for there to be a disconnect. So like,
or to avoid disconnect.
Exactly.
Oh,
to
they're all
avoid
Korean,
disconnect.
so why are they not coordinated?
Exactly. They were the picture-perfect team of a team that like had a lot of communication, and not even just communication errors, like a vision of how to play fights. They were just completely misaligned. Whereas there were a lot of teams, the best example of it was actually Golden Guardians, a team that has like 3 people speaking in Korean while Licorice and Stixay are kind of trying to catch up. Like, they still understand their roles. So you may not be able to understand what the play is or what people are communicating necessarily in voice comms, but you understand what your role is in a fight. So it's like you don't need to have everybody communicating on the same wavelength and all these things. Sure, it's a problem that you have to, like, in Golden Guardians, I'm sure, are thinking about, like, we need to be like communicating this properly, but like it is far more important for your players to know what they're doing and achieving in a team fight or an objective setup and all these things. So like, know your role. You don't necessarily need to be able to communicate those things in the game. I think that was a big takeaway that we saw.
Yeah, and one thing I'll also, this is like a stat tidbit that I might have shared with you guys off camera. The last 3 LCS teams to win Summer Split made a substantial roster change between spring and summer. So last year, it would have been C9 adding Jensen and moving Fudge back to top lane. The year before that, it would have been 100 Thieves changing coaches to Reaper and adding Abadaga in the mid lane. And the year before that, it would have been the TSM team that added Doublelift. So while we think that it was pitched as a Summer Split team and they're going to be growing, there's going to be a huge itch to try and change something to get that 8th place taste away from Team Liquid. So we'll just have to see, because they're not usually a team to stay still. Pivoting the conversation, though, let's talk about MVP.
Let's do it.
Because this is something that we have touched on a little bit, but it feels really like a strange time. This is alphabetical order.
There's a second screen coming as well, so this is not the only candidates, to be clear.
Because you
C9.
you can go to someone on the street or find an analyst, and they're going to make a case for any of these players. So Berserker, Blabber, Fudge, Inspired. Let's get to page 2 of our MVP candidates. Prince, River, Speak of Vulcan. Technically, for the ballot, any player would be available to submit. This is just our kind of rough best guess of players that might be submitted. And I think that's going to kick us off, because for me, it's been a really weird year. We haven't even really been thinking that much about MVP until last week.
Yeah, and I think if this is the cue for me.
This is the cue.
This is the cue. All right, we're going to do something a little different. It's something that is maybe going to come across a little weirdly on broadcast, but I think it's the actually easiest way, rather than going through like 50 full screens and trying to draw your eyes. We have an internal stats tool at Riot that we use, and I'm going to actually show that to you guys and help you walk through some of the things that make this such a weird split to talk about, because people have been talking about, is it Prince, is it Blabber? They've had 2 very different first halves of the year, and the Blabber one is one that interests me because I want to look at his historical splits where he's won MVP before. So this is the year 2020 up here. There's a couple filters you can see, 2020 LCS Jungle, Spring, LCS Spring. And when you look at this is the first time he won MVP, he was by far the best jungler, and it's not even close. Kills and assists at 14 per game, 3.1. Next closest, Dardoch, almost a full kill average more every 14 minutes. He also dominated in terms of kills. When you look at the overall ranking for this, you know, the next closest was like 30 behind him. The CSD lead, absolutely gigantic. Gold difference, absolutely gigantic. This was, I would argue, the greatest jungle season we have ever seen.
Well, wasn't this also the greatest LCS season we've seen? Like, this was the 17-1 C9 that, like, definitely looked like they were going to be undefeated the whole time.
Because we didn't have MSI this year, that was like everyone was like, this is such a tragedy because this C9 team looks like they could make waves internationally. That's how dominant
Yeah,
they
those
were.
stats are insane.
Yeah, those stats are insane. So we're going to jump ahead 1 year when he won his second MVP. This one was also in spring of 2021. And you're going to see a very similar story in terms of like the level of dominance. Again, when you're looking at some of these important stats to me as a jungler, you know, how active are you in the early game? Again, leading the league by a pretty significant margin. Santorin's second closest, but 0.7 behind. Again, leading the league in kills. The next closest would be 54. Again, Santorin. High 4%, high CSDs. Leading the league basically in every category that you can think will matter for a jungler. The reason I bring this up is because recently Blabber has entered the MVP conversation for this year. So we're going to jump ahead to 2023. And it's just not the same level of dominance, which is why I think there's a disconnect between some people in the community of whether or not Blabber actually is the MVP this year or not. Because when you look at, that's KDA, I want to do kills and assists. When you look at it, he's actually
14 is actually pretty bad.
His kills and assists at 14 is you know, low. It's lowest in the league, surprisingly, for Blabber, who we see is consistently one of the highest. His CSD is #1, but we've all talked about how this is not really a farming meta for junglers. A lot of them are doing full clears into like chain ganking and things like that. And his gold difference is not as dominant. You know, he's still behind Spica a little bit in this. It's still very good. He's still leading the league in kills, showing that he is an insane team fighter, and it's not just about early game for Blabber. But I think this is where some of the disconnect come from. And to make it even more complicated, in case this wasn't enough for you, we can go ahead and actually add a filter to separate into different splits. So I'm actually going to start with the first half for Blabber. And it was even worse than this in a lot of ways. He was so inactive in the early games. 0.6 kills and assists per game. Less than half a kill and assist average in the first round robin. This is when they had Diplex in, remember. And Blabber loves playing around his mid jungle. Can't do that as easily with Diplex, who was usually behind in lane, not like getting smashed, but had no pressure. His farm was insane. So he was basically just full clearing the jungle, chain farming, which is not what the meta was. And it was just so weird to watch him do that. Again, still led the league in kills during that time period. So impressive.
And they were 7-2, so it was
they were winning, but it wasn't like this insane jungle performance that won him the MVPs in the past. However, and this is where it gets interesting, we jump ahead to once M&S joins the team, and it is the Blabber of old, basically, coming back in during that time period. He jumps way up the standings in kills and assists at 14. He's still doing very good in farm, but during this time period, I do want to highlight Spica, even in the second round robin, while FlyQuest is stumbling, is still leading the league in kills and assists at 14. He still has more farm. Blabber has jumped ahead in overall gold difference, but here's the thing, guys, turrets. Global gold generation that comes from the fact that everyone is winning on Cloud9. They are smashing early games. A lot of this gold difference is coming from overall team dominance and not the individual CS or kills that he is generating for his team. So these are some of the areas that like I look at for Blabber and why it's such an interesting conversation, because it's the tale of two C9s. It's also the tale of just a very up and down season for multiple teams in the LCS.
I think it's also interesting to look at, and this is a discussion we've had off camera more than on, but it's interesting to look at contextually within a season, like you said, where jungle meta is a lot less farming and a lot more how much you communicate with your lanes. Where are you when, you know, we're stacking a wave, when we're setting up for an objective or to take a turret or whatever. And in that regard, I value Blabber's counter jungling and ability to farm very highly. But if you're looking at other junglers like Spica, like River, even like Contracts is super active early on the map, and I don't think he's part of the MVP conversation, but I think it's interesting to look at junglers within what is the jungle meta at this time. And this is a very long-winded way of saying that I think a bot laner should win MVP because it has primarily been a bot lane meta.
Yeah, and Mark, you're really good with the tool.
I'll stay up here, but you talk.
Continue the point here. Prince was the runaway MVP for probably 5 weeks. And FlyQuest has slumped. Prince had 2 very bad games, but these here are the bot lane stats for the whole split. So you can see Prince still 14 kills ahead of everybody else, but also if you go to the laning stats, CSD, gold difference, and forward percentage. So you're just going to show the gold difference. Prince is still the best laner, and that's playing with 2 different supports. And the forward percentage is the percentage of those first 14 minutes when you were beyond the halfway point in the lane. So he is not just like farming or denying waves. He's actually winning lane pretty substantially, as well as having the most kills. But here's the thing of like how dominant his first half was. So can you split to when he had, it's convenient. It's when he was playing with Winston, but it's more half the split versus half the split. The same thing we just did with Blabber. Look at how nuts this first half of the split was. 58 kills to 8 deaths, a 12 KDA, 488 gold difference at 14, and a 33% forward percentage. So if it's going to be an AD carry, my argument would be that it should be Prince. There's also going to be other people that say Berserker, probably. He's going to be the other one to take votes. Berserker's stats are way below. Berserker's eye test is really good. So if it's going to be an AD carry, I'd still think it's Prince, but it brings up the conversation of, is the first half less important or equally important to the second half?
I think it's equally important.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people will come in with recency bias, and this is what my case would be. I think people with the current losses that FlyQuest would be taking, and will judge them heavily for it. But I think Prince, for the first 6 weeks in my mind, has just been stellar. And for obviously to tumble a little bit later on, and it's more of the team failures, where it's like, okay, now people are going to move away from him. I think that's actually just really like short-sighted. And another thing too is on Cloud9, I think for Blabber, I give him a lot of credit because actually his role is pretty difficult in having multiple carry positions. I think C9's drafts a lot of times, at least in the early portions of the game, require him to visit a lot of lanes. There are multiple times in the early portions of the season where it's like, okay, Fudge actually needs a push out on top side, or he's in a bad spot. Blabber recognizes that and is there to help push him out. But with how lane experience actually hurts him doing that in comparison to the enemy jungler that's farming up. Or in the case with Diplex, like fixing a wave, that is going to hurt your statistics, but it's actually good jungling. So I give a lot of credit to Blabber and Prince, and I wonder where the conversation is going to go for both.
Mark, do you have any Fudge stats you can pull up? I want to get Emily in, but Fudge is another one that I'm sure people are screaming from the rooftop.
I can hot swap to Fudge. I think this is why it's interesting for the C9 angle too, because it feels like there's multiple candidates on their teams, and sometimes that makes it actually harder to pick one. Because,
yeah, they're also going to split the vote, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not hard arguing like it can't be Blabber, but I'm just showing why it's such a difficult conversation. Berserker stepping up in the second round robin. Fudge has, in my opinion, consistently been the best jungler, or excuse me, top laner in the LCS, but he hasn't actually been dominating like statistically. He doesn't make a great case because Summit just craps on everyone in the early game by a significant amount. It's more in the late game kills where you'll see Fudge like take over by a pretty significant amount, but like it's something where, yes, he has the biggest goal difference outside Fudge, Summit down here. But I would probably throw my personal weight behind Fudge if I was going to pick like a C9 delegate for the MVP vote. But I think there are a lot of candidates, and I think it is really difficult.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for not only a lot of like how close it is between players, but also to Raz's point, recency bias, because FlyQuest has fallen off compared to like their utter dominance of the first round robin.
Yeah.
Another point in favor of Prince that I did want to point out, which obviously isn't statistical, but goes with like the eye test thing, is he's been targeted a lot by other teams. Like as soon as they recognize like, okay, if we can keep this guy down, he does what, almost 40% of his team's damage. I think it's at 38%. Like we are going to just hard slam bot. We saw Pyoshik do it, I believe, in one of their games. I also believe we saw River do it. But he has soaked up so much pressure for his team as well, and has still put out really like great numbers, even in the second half. So I think that's something to also consider, is how much he's still doing for his team, even while having been hard targeted by FlyQuest's opponents.
And I actually wanted to throw in one player as well.
Okay.
I'll find him. Who is it?
Who is it?
Sadly,
Is it
hurt by
double
stats. Hurt by stats. Vulcan. Support
Vulcan,
statistically really difficult to track.
Support CSD. I'm walking away. I'm walking away from
Go
the
show the CSD.
I'm doing it. We're not pulling up support stats. I'm
What
on the
if
computer.
Vulcan has the highest CSD?
Yes,
Want me to go
then
look? All right.
I'm
Let's
actually
make it a
super
meme.
curious.
Let's make it a meme. We'll
Gotta
make it a
pull
meme.
it up.
Bring it up.
All right, let's go find support CSD. C9
Keep
started
doing your
the
yeah.
point. Keep doing your
But yes,
point.
this is the one season where it feels like he is head and shoulders above the rest of supports right now, in large margin. Usually the
Oh,
conversation...
he's doomed.
Oh, no!
Sorry, buddy.
Never mind, trash support. But like you look at the list, Sven is another one that comes to mind actually. So the conversation will be between Sven and Vulcan. But Vulcan has been insanely consistent alongside FBI. A lot of questions were going to be thrown towards EG's bot lane, because you throw in FBI, who had some criticism with FBI and Huhi when they were 100 Thieves. There's a question mark. Actually just been stomping in lanes. They have been great in lanes throughout the split as a whole. So that, for me, I think maybe people will come in with recency bias against Evil Geniuses, but Vulcan as a support has been thriving.
Yeah, and it's, as you mentioned, so difficult to put EG in because of how bad they've been in the last week. And I do kind of want to go, like, we can all say that recency bias isn't going to be a thing for the voting, but you can also make a case that it should be a case for the voting, because I've been following maybe the most toxic MVP race in history, which is the NBA.
Yep.
And there are literally voters who are saying, like, past postseason performance is influencing who they're going to vote for MVP. So, like, I know we're saying it's a regular season award, but we have, what, like 40 different voters for MVP? It's all of the analysts, casters. It's one representative from teams, one representative from team players, one representative from team coaches, and then also third party. So everyone's going to have a slightly different criteria.
And a small thing as well, players will be, a lot of the times in the past, have been taking criteria from scrims.
Yeah, like how it feels against the player.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, we just took a very statistic-driven approach. There's also just your eye test. There's this kind of experience that players have. And to steel man the argument for blabber and even recency bias, there's a belief that I have, which is you should be getting better over the course of a season, not worse. And like, yes, each game is equally weighted the same in my mind, but there is this feeling of like, okay, well, what happened to your team? You know, I don't know what's going on. And I can understand the argument for why, like, a game in week 9, not just because it's more recent in your memory, you remember that domination more, but like, you can argue it is in some sense a little bit more important because the stakes are higher. You know exactly where you are in the playoff hunt or something like that. And the pressure becomes more palpable then than in week 1 or week 2. And I can see that kind of being an argument for why recency does actually matter.
Yeah. Tiebreakers still do have an influence over the votes. I remember in past ones that happens. We only have one more game for each team, 17. So you'd think that our minds have been made up, but like,
doesn't POG count as well for?
Yeah. So the way the voting actually works is a player of the game award is the equivalent amount of points as one first place vote, which is 3 points.
Okay.
So if you've won a ton of POG, sometimes that can push you over.
We should make. I should pull up a POG leaderboard.
Yeah.
I should have asked for
I don't
one this
think we
morning.
prepped one.
No, we didn't. We didn't. But
didn't.
graphics, you know, don't feel like you can do it. Yeah.
Because I'm still working through it in my mind, because
I haven't decided yet either. I have no ballot filled out.
Because for me, there are literally 3 candidates from Cloud9. There's Fudge, Blabber, and Berserker.
Yep.
Berserker's stats aren't anywhere close, but like, it's really not all about stats.
He's really close to Prince too.
He's so good. He plays a variety of different styles. Talking to people about how good Berserker is, everyone says he's amazing. But then I look at the other side of like, okay, if you're not going to do a Cloud9 player, you usually look at who else has found a lot of success.
Yeah.
And that's FlyQuest.
Yep.
And for me, it's like, well, if it's just Prince, then like, how good was he? Does that not put him over the shared value of the Cloud9 players? But then you start adding in Spica, and things get very murky. So I'm actually, as much as I've been pushing Blabber propaganda, I am still actually undecided on my MVP.
This is the most exciting split in terms of just the MVP race and also the All-Pro race because of the inconsistency with a lot of the players throughout the split. And honestly, if M&S had just been here from the start,
he's MVP.
He's just MVP.
He'd be there too, yeah.
He is hands down the best mid laner in the time that he has been in the LCS. The question that fans and analysts and everyone voting has to answer is
9
half
games
the split.
enough?
Yeah, is that enough to knock out other people who have been here the whole time?
Yeah.
Well, and I remember in the past we had the same argument about Core because he came in, performed super well, but he'd had visa issues up to a point and was only here for half. And that was a big thing in, not MVP, but All-Pro voting.
Yeah, he ended up winning All-Pro that split.
And he played,
and
he played 11 games.
Played 11 of 18.
A lot of people were really mad about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say this. I think the way Raz framed it is the angle I hope people take it home, which is that this is an exciting race.
Yes.
It's fun to have these arguments and pull up the stats and go down the breakdown of who should win. I hope it doesn't turn into just like mudslinging controversy. You're a dumb. You picked the wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't pick my favorite player.
It's definitely going to be what you just said. But it is very interesting, and it's why we were able to spend basically the entire waiting room discussing MVP. Here's today's schedule. Just a quick refresher on the stakes. TSM is still alive. If they lose that second game to FlyQuest, they're out. If Cloud9 wins this game, they lock first. If CLG wins this first game, they still have a chance to move all the way up to third. So we're going to have a lot more figured out after the first 2 days of today's schedule. And we did a ton of talking about MVP. We had a ton of shots of Cloud9. But let's catch up, if you missed it, on what CLG has been up to this split up to this point.
Hello and welcome back to LCS Oversimplified. In an offseason full of roster changes, CLG were the only team to run back their full squad, and so far in 2023, things have been up and down. They started 2-0, went on a 4-game losing streak, then won 4 of the next 5. And to explain this phenomenon, CLG has abandoned all logic altogether in favor of so many superstitions we had to invent a convoluted flowchart to keep track of them all. But unfortunately, revealing their secrets seems to have jinxed them, as the team went 1-3 in their week 6 and 7. this team is not afraid to put their mechanics to the test and go toe-to-toe against the top teams. While they've passed plenty of hand checks on picks like Doppler's Aurelia, Palafox Aurelion Sol, Luger's Lucian, they haven't been able to put all this together and win those games consistently. But even if the going gets tough and Greg Kim fails the popcorn Diet Coke combo, CLG fans can rest easy knowing they can still make playoffs as Croissant is dripped out, Apollo and Demonte eat acai bowls, and Thick Card takes a mass before the game.
Wow.
It's simple.
Thanks for updating
I heard they
us,
reversed all their superstitions, by the way.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah,
they went
okay,
OT, they're just like, we changed everything.
Now we don't know them, so
Totally
we can't
outdated
curse them.
information. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, if CLG win, they're in. If C9 win, they lock first. Also, if CLG win, we still have the incredibly chaotic 5 tiebreaker scenario.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is there a way we can zoom in on this
Yeah.
Colby sheet? I'll try and, or
Whichever-
mine or Emily's, whichever
Yeah.
one we can get a better
Whichever
shot.
one you want.
Yeah,
We
we're
can
going
take.
Emily.
Cover.
You're getting in there.
Okay.
No, it's not
I don't
even
think I can
close.
read it.
No,
not
that's,
even
that's
close.
illegible.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. It's what
We
I
tried.
will say is if C9 and FlyQuest win the first 2 games, we are getting anywhere from 2 to 0 tiebreakers. But if CLG wins the first game,
Yeah.
FlyQuest wins the second game, Team Liquid upsets EG, Golden Guardians wins, and 100 Thieves wins, we will be here for 10 games. Because that would put us into a tie for first between Fly and C9 and a 4-way tie for third between EG, CLG, Golden Guardians, and 100 Thieves.
I've done a 10-game day before. I'm ready again.
It happened
It
in
happened
the
once.
first weekend of franchising in 2018
That was the soup season.
in another very unpredictable MVP split where Aftermu ended up winning it after having an amazing run and finishing first.
Yeah. Crazy
Never know.
times.
Okay, predictions. What do we have? What do people think is going to happen today?
Oh, that means it's
All right.
not gonna happen. Wait, there's a TL and
Hey,
EG
Mark,
one.
do you know how many tiebreakers yours
No, I'm
would
looking
do?
it up right now.
So the only difference of opinions is EG versus TL here.
Yeah. So the way I see it, and I said this yesterday at end of day when you and I were going through it, Raz,
Yeah.
is that TL now have the pressure off. And that combined with how poorly EG have been playing since they've had to play from home,
Yeah.
I feel like is the perfect stage for a TL upset in that. And then in that case, if it goes to chalk for my predictions, we get 2 tiebreakers because there will be a 3-way tie between EG, GG, and 100 Thieves for 3rd through 5th.
Yep.
And in that case, based on strength of victory score, according to our statisticians, EG would be the first seed in that bracket, and then Golden Guardians and 100 Thieves would play each other, and then the winner would play each other.
That's you and Jat. You guys are lame. Raz, me, and the
fans.
fan vote
Yeah.
only has 1 tiebreaker, actually, if you go for us. So
Yes, sir.
that's the home quick strat.
Okay, so
GG versus 100.
if you two are so good at predicting what the fans would say, who do you think the fans think the MVP is?
Oh, I think I think Blabber's actually the community favorite, but it's split. I'm always deep in Reddit threads. Someone was like, it should be Blabber, and the other person was like, you don't have eyes. And I was like, this is the conversation we're heading towards.
I think it's going to be Prince only because they'll probably come in with the idea of, sure, the point that you had made that teams usually don't get worse. Well, you come in with a roster change that I'm sure will change a dynamic within the team, and they legitimately got worse. And also, I will say, though, they saw it coming from their communication and talking about their scrims being poor and their stages.
They're
like
trying to just
Yeah.
limit everyone's expectations the whole time.
the entire time.
True.
Okay, C9 versus CLG, first game of the day. We got MVP considerations, we got playoff considerations. Let's get into the show.
split here for spring 2023 in the LCS. After today is done, we're going to know which 6 teams get to go forward and which 4 don't. We already know 3 of the ones that are not going forward, but there's still that last couple of spots ready to be fought for by a lot of these guys. The desk already told us there's tiebreaker potential all over the day. And starting off here, if CLG can upset this rampaging Cloud9, that's going to throw things into chaos. I'm Captain Flowers, this is Kobe, and this is Game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this game, and I'm so excited because these 2 teams, I feel like in draft, are going to fight over early game right now. Cloud9 has been the scariest team in the early game and all game in the LCS, and CLG, I know that they have been the team that has jumped on Aurelion Sol and gone back to it over and over and over again for Palafox, but I think they throw that out the window here versus Cloud9. They don't want to leave that opening in the early stages, and so we're going to see a lot of focus on this bottom side of the map. Annie, Rakan, Heimerdinger, and Kalista, all bottom side bans.
Oh yeah, they're really looking at those 2v2s. They're in bottom lane. One more ban for either side. I'm with you, man. I think you just leave the Aurelion Sol up. You say, hey, if you want to take it, we'll kill your Nexus before 25 minutes. It's not a problem. Lee Sin, finally a non-bottom lane ban, but still a very early game, like pressure, power pick. Lee Sin getting everybody off and rolling. They don't want that coming out of Blabber.
What about Elise? The dangling Elise here, as far as tower dives, CLG just used this yesterday with the combination of the Jace in mid lane for that early game jungle plus AD mid lane threat. And they're debating right now, do we give up the early game jungle playmaker? It's an option, Flowers. Elise is up for grabs.
Elise could be there. CLG, they like to be able to play it with those aggro AD solo lanes. It's one of the things that pretty much everybody likes to do, right? You mix and match the damage styles, get the ganks.
And they're a good team to actually utilize it since both of their solo lanes also play stuff like Yone. You know, this is one of the few teams where both solo laners, like assassin champions, like to play melees, like to split push. And they're going to save those in the Shroud of Darkness here for a while. Sejuani locked in first. This is one of the tools that CLG used at the beginning of the split to find their initial burst of success that got everybody hyped up at the beginning of the season with contracts on the Sejuani. It has never been flexed over to Dokla.
Right.
So as far as that goes, it's probably 100% jungle Sejuani and sets them up for those double melee solos.
Yeah, she's a champion that doesn't necessarily dominate the early game, but she's solid. She always knows exactly what her role is. She's a big meatball CC initiator, works in a ton of comps, so I'm fine with CLG starting off with that. Over on C9's side, it's Gragas' first pick. There is flexibility in that, as well as the Varus following it up on AD carry.
Yeah, Blabber is definitely one of the best, if not the best jungle Gragas in the LCS. Cloud9 were the originators of the Gragas-Yasuo combo in years past at the origins of Blabber. Looks like it's going to be another emergence of Zeri. I know, not your favorite champion, but still has stood the test of time. Very powerful. They grab the pairing here. No-brainer. Grab your Lulu along with it. You don't want to let that drop through the next phase of bans.
Yes, sir. They got to make sure they get the pairing there. Zeri is so much scarier when she's got an enchanter in her pocket, making her that much more easily capable of diving in and wrecking a whole team fight. Cloud9, though, they're going to lock in the Jace. So Gragas, Jace, and Varus, they don't have the support next to the AD. They're not worried about CLG's ability to pinch the support pool further. They obviously have some sort of a plan here for what they want to do.
Yeah, so I expect CLG to ban some engaged supports like Nautilus and stuff like that. Being the things that Zeri is worried about. If you have point-and-click ultimate on her for later, that gets annoying. If you can try and set up Gragas ganks plus, Nautilus or Thresh setup, very dangerous. So CLG going to ban away some of those dangerous kill set up supports here from the side of Cloud9. Meanwhile, I have been very impressed with MNS watching his streams as well, solo queue, as well as when Champions Queue was up. It is no longer alive, but definitely he's definitely put a lot of different champions to very, very strong use. So we'll see him with the Jace again. He plays it really aggressively.
And we have the Irelia and Yone both banned away. You talked about how CLG solo laners like to play these divers. They like to play these champions that are going to get in the mix of things, go after the back line. These AD solo lane melee
pairings with the Sejuani. Irelia and Yone both out of the picture now. The Thresh you already mentioned was the first ban here in the second half for CLG, and it's Cassante, the second ban from them in the second half of the draft. C9, what gets paired here with the Varus? Ashe and Varus together, very oppressive lane, tons of poke. They both have bow and arrows. There's synergy there, but that's going to be locked in, so that's what Zeri and Lulu will have to endure in the early game.
Yeah, support Ashe has gotten some slight nerfs here. Has been a little bit of trying to move power from support Ashe into AD carry Ashe. So technically, they could have Sven play either of these. They could switch it around if they wanted to, but I'm assuming like you, that is going to be the same old. Keep that one as support. Sven definitely, obviously, former AD carry experience, is really well positioned to play it, and they just lock in the Sion, the big beefy frontline CLG. It looks like in this critical game, they want a stable one. They actually want to rely on front-to-back team fighting. They've got Sejuani Sion. All that now that they need is some AP carry scaling here for Palafox. Definitely are a lot of options open to him right now. I expect a ranged AP carry, but he could go for something more spicy. And there it is, the Taliyah locked in. When you have Sejuani come in, you can do an Arctic Assault flash, try and set them up for that seismic shove combination. Try and punish that Jace before he really gets going.
Yeah, and you can see CLG with a lot of scaling. You already talked, traditional team fighting front-to-back stuff here. Taliyah is also going to help maybe get some plays going a little bit earlier to make sure they're not just at the mercy of C9 throughout the whole early and mid-game. The roams from the champion are very effective. Final pick of the draft for Cloud9 is the Cho'Gath. We are seeing Cho'Gath and Sion picked into one another. One giant ball of health versus another giant ball of health.
Yep, and they both do their jobs exceptionally well. So we'll see here. It looks like not too much craziness coming out here in our first game of the final day of LCS Spring Split. And it is a really important one. If Cloud9 win this game, they lock that first place. They lock in #1 in Spring. There are no strangers to being King of Spring, but if CLG are able to take this win, then they put the entire playoff race up in the air.
Yeah, it creates so much chaos if CLG wins this one. You have the potential of a Cloud9 and FlyQuest tiebreaker for first, potential for a 4-way tiebreaker later on. It could be madness, but we're going to find out as C9 and CLG go head-to-head. Split play in spring 2023 here at the LCS. CLG tasked with taking out a Cloud9 that is 5-0 in their last 5 games and has absolutely roared to life at the end of the regular split play.
Yeah, and if you want to even go further than that, they've won 7 in a row. They're on a 7-game win streak here. Cloud9, the hottest team in the LCS, no question about it. But CLG, the chance start. They are at their best when you underestimate them, when they are the underdogs. And after a very disappointing last weekend when they lost a bunch of expected wins, they came up with 2 wins so far, creating their own momentum starting in Super Week.
Right.
With back-to-back wins thus far to get them to this position versus Cloud9. Looks like a defensive opening for both sides. And we get the recall and just a single sweeper on the field in the hands of Sven.
So we talk a lot about momentum going into playoffs, and specifically for a team like CLG, who has been around the middle of the pack, very close to that .500 win rate a lot of the time during the split. If you can end your regular split with a 3-0 Super Week, having that cherry on top be taking out the #1 team, that's great heading into the playoffs.
Certainly would be. Cloud9, here's that early ward here playing a little bit of dividends as they try and go for the double poke. I like that where they have Berserker on the top side, Sven in the brush. 2 different angles here with the volley, with the arrow coming down from Varus as well. They don't actually land them, but they're trying to create that pincer sort of here with the double AD carry harassment. And also notice that Sven has gone for the ghost on the support.
Yeah.
He is going, full aggressive support mode here with the double mobility summoners. Ashe is one of the AD carries / supports that can best utilize this, paired with the extra inherent slow that you're going to be able to get as well. And he's been trying to get some harassment really early on here as he goes for the little Hail of Blades trade plus volley.
And that's the thing that I want to mention, because when you take the Ghost, you forego the barrier, which stops you from doing the level 1 YOLO, just run up and hit him with Hail of Blades, because you can trade for free with the barrier. He has to be a little bit more conservative with the health on that one to make sure he's not just yeeting away all of his health bar early on, so that they can continue this pressure as they have the poke and they have the range here with the 2 archers. You can see Contracts pathing up through the river, potentially looking towards the enemy jungle. M&S gonna walk over, not see him as he does. Throws down a ward.
I think Contracts has a clear route here up to the double meatball lane. The tanks, the top laners, so used to being left alone.
And Contracts showing up. They're not expecting this. Fudge flashes away from the second part of the W, but I don't think it's gonna matter. They thought they were safe. M&S's ward looked like it should have been able to see it, but the timing was perfect for CLG, and they get first blood.
El Contracto and Big Dokes combining for a first blood. Meanwhile, mid lane, M&S gonna sidestep on that seismic shove, juking Palafox back just a little bit. But I really like the route, and you called out here for Contracts. Does his red quadrant, 3 camps straight into the long loop around to get behind the pushing Cho'Gath. Take out the flash of Cho'Gath as well, makes him so much more vulnerable. And even though it's not going to be solo kills all over the place in the top lane in tank v tank matchup, it could look like more drop CS. And Cho'Gath is this snowbally laner where if you do not have access to the minion waves, then you're going to lose out on a bunch of sustain from killing them, from getting those passives, heals, as well as mana back. And that's why the Cho'Gath buffs to mana costs were so big. And everyone, that was such a big deal because it did give him such an easier lane phase. Blabber coming in.
Palafox flashing out of the way. He was predicting the body slam flash from Blabber, wanted to dodge it, but now Contracts is here. M&S is taken down, and Contracts is the better jungler again.
He's a killer Sejuani, Flowers. Get him off of those attack damage oriented champions. Get him onto the Sejuani. That's where the real Contracts is shining this year. My goodness, though, it was a nice play from Blabber. So when you're playing Gragas, it's always really fun to play the mind games with people. You just body slam at them and see if they flinch.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, they better flinch or they're going to lose. They're going to die because you flash your body slam onto them and you get the combo with the Jace. And so Blabber holds his flash. He knows Palafox is going to flinch, basically, and use his own flash. And we'll see it coming around here. Because the threat, of course, if that body slam, if Blabber ends up getting the distance to be able to body slam and flash onto him, then he dies because Jace is right on him. So Palafox blows his flash, but Contracts is already behind mid lane coming in. He does a really good job saving his Arctic Assault till he gets past Blabber. He uses the W first, saves his Arctic Assault, gets in for the kill onto M&S, and CLG already eking out an early gold lead versus the best team in the league.
And that feels really good when you're the ones with the Scion, you're the ones with the Zeri Lulu. As long as Cloud9 is not crushing the early game like they tend to do versus a lot of teams, you've got a good shot as the game moves forward. Blabber, however, starting up the first Drake here nice and early. Chemtech Drake at the beginning, it's not as useful as something like an Ocean, but it could get Cloud9 stacking towards a Soul as a win condition.
Going in for the steal!
Scaling of CLG! Oh my god, he got it! Contracts is just built different this game.
And they're not done yet.
M&S, seismic shove finds him, throws him right back into the rocks that were waiting, and Dokla's ready to help it out. One more wallop upside the head. It is CLG's early game.
Yo, what the hell are they feeding CLG this weekend, Flowers? They are on core. This is actually insane. They're going to go 3-0 if they can finish this game off. Getting way ahead of ourselves, but Contracts is just popping off. He ganks top, he ganks mid, he steals the dragon. Wow, that was from over 700 right there. He's able to get it with his W.
He timed it with Blabber's barrel explosion. Oh. He out-blabbered the Blabber.
When your opponent combos Smite with your ability, that is very, very painful. Honestly, though, amazing stuff here for Contracts. By the way, I was checking on this, so I was a little bit behind. There was a spectator bug. There was actually a ward in the Dragon Pit there, so it didn't actually show for us. But there was a ward in the Dragon Pit that allowed Contracts to know what time to jump over with the Blast Cone. And just a little classic spectator.
Well, it's a 700 gold lead for the side of CLG. Over for C9, you can see a very large farm advantage here in the bottom lane. This is to be expected considering these lanes have not been the focus.
Whoa, Boom.
Boom, what are we doing, bud?
He's got
what are we doing here? He had to flash and he still gets taken down. Boom, trying to interrupt some backs, just ends up going way too ham as Contracts. Speaking of ham, the Piggy Rider has emerged yet again. They want to look for Berserker here. He has no flash. If they can go after the Varus, it's a sure kill, and CLG make it a 1-for-1.
So they make the call. Boom's trying to stop the backs, and they're calling Contracts over from the very beginning. If you look at that mini-map, but he does get chased down with that ghost from Sven and the flash from Berserker with the arrow to finish him off, costing him a death. In the end, it's still worth as they chase down Berserker. Opposite side of the map, though, since your jungler is showing for CLG and they know where the Piggy is, it's an easy pickup there for Cloud9. Blabber, level 6 on Gragas. With flash available, ult available, with Rift Herald in his inventory, Blabber is ready to cash in right now. That Gragas is going to make moves.
And the gold for this game is closer than it should be based on kills alone. The big reason for that is what I was talking about with the bottom lane of the Varus and Ashe having the advantage. Not only were they up all that farm that was about 3 waves worth, now down to only about 2 waves, but Berserker and Sven have claimed 2 turret plates already from the bottom lane of CLG. Those are the only plates on the Rift that have been taken so far, and these guys are keeping Cloud9 very, very close in terms of overall economy with their lane presence.
Yep, absolutely doing a fantastic job down here. Still targetable, though, with flash down for Berserker. Sven retains his, and the level 6 will come in shortly. But as I said, Blabber to me is the guy you're watching right now with Gragas ult available with the Rift Herald. He's got to be looking to make moves, and Sven just hits his level 6. So Ashe Arrow is now available, and I expect some action down here with Ashe Arrow plus that guaranteed initiation. Meanwhile, Contracts has been spotted on the wards towards the upper side of the river. So with this information for Cloud9, they know bottom lane is for sure clear. Tracking Contracts on his entire way down here as he comes to shadow M&S.
M&S going to rotate down into that bot side river where Blabber is waiting. So if CLG tries to make a move on the Jace, Blabber's ready to follow. Blabber goes in, and now CLG wants to turn it around to the big man. However, Blabber's got plans of his own. He tries to fire Palafox right back into the waiting arms of his team. It'll be a 1-for-0 so far, but M&S makes it even. They lose Palafox, traded for Blabber.
Yeah, I would say, it's too bad CLG got their kill onto the tank, but it's the killer Piggy Flowers. Cloud9 happy that they actually get the kill onto their carry, onto M&S, onto the Jace. This Jace nowadays scales actually really, really well.
Oh, wow. Here comes the Scion train, and Berserker's got no way home. Luger gets the money. And M&S now having to deal with Contracts again in the mid lane, who's just trying to keep this wave in a decent spot. You are going to see a TP returning Palafox back to the mid lane as Dokla resets his position into the fountain, spends some of his money. Dokla has purchased Heartsteel. This is going to give him a major advantage in these trades versus Fudge if they keep going back and forth, and he's back into the top lane with his own TP.
Yeah, I actually love tracking how many stacks they can get off with the Heartsteel after those purchases. It's a pretty early one.
Fudge got his now too.
This is my favorite Scion move. When you have your teleport timing here around the 10-minute mark, you go bottom instead, go for an ult gank, especially when the AD carry does not have their flash. And then you can just teleport back top, make sure you don't lose too many turret plates. Cloud9, though, trying for their second dragon. Last one was stolen away by Contracts. He's really far from stealing away this one, so I think Cloud9 should be able to secure this one unless some truly crazy stuff happens.
Well, Cloud9 has had most neutral objective control so far in this game. You pointed out that the first one was stolen, but it was C9 starting it up. They got this second one now. They also still have the Rift Herald in Blabber's inventory, but it is under 1 minute left on the timer. Blabber needs to drop that somewhere very soon.
Yep. Always going to be looking for the kill play into Rift Herald play to get the maximum out of it. Fudge chasing down Dokla here for a little bit of an extra trade, and there it is again!
They're going after Berserker. CLG does not stop with these early game gank spams. Contracts is finding value time and again.
He is a monster this game for CLG, but as you said, Cloud9 still keeping it close despite how successful Contracts has been in this one. And Blabber decides since the Piggy is bottom, they're just going to throw it mid here with the Jace, guaranteed to get your money off before it expires. Those turret plates will come through. MNS gets really greedy though, trying to share.
Jimenez, oh, the seismic shove hit him. Palafox just slams him.
Flowers, I know you've experienced this too. Those greedy laners trying to share your turret plate money when you activate your Rift Herald for them.
Go away, it's mine.
Exactly. MNS just gets way too greedy with his position and walks up into the minefield here from Palafox and gets punished by Contracts.
Oh, Fudge now being jumped on by Dokla, who flashes to the other side to stop Fudge's retreat, but Fudge just continues walking forward. Now he's going to TP to safety, or is he? Decimating Smash stops it. There is no flash, there is no TP, there is no escape. And bottom side, it's a 3v3 that immediately becomes a 3v2. Blabber is dead, and Contracts is hungry for more.
Contracts is an absolute monster. There's no better way to say it. He is jungle diffing Blabber right now. Crazy stuff. CLG's bottom lane is really benefiting as well. Luger starting to get a lot of money. You are tracking Flowers, the CS difference in the laning prowess of Berserker and Sven.
Yes, sir.
It has been completely disrupted by the jungle difference here coming in from Contracts, and Luger with the extra kills.
Oh, Contracts wants Berserker, forces out the flash. He punished Berserker twice already when the flash was down. As soon as it comes back up, he's ready to go again to make sure Berserker is playing this whole game without that summoner spell. Nice interrupt there on the backs from Berserker.
Yeah, at least you can get the little tilt play in there. Even if you're getting spam ganked, do what you can. Stop the recalls. Actually does matter on that wave because that is not a cannon wave. So very high value there for Berserker trying to stop them. Luger sticks around because of it. If it was a cannon wave, you know, maybe you try and redo it. But Luger's going to stick around, picks up the rest of the CS, no problem.
Luger, Contracts, everybody on CLG is feeling great about how things look right now. Plus 2,500 gold lead, 14.5 minutes into the game over Cloud9 with the Zeri, with the Scion, with this incredible scaling potential. Palafox also 2-1-3 here on the Taliyah, mostly stacked on his tier, has more stacks than the Jace does because of the spammable nature of his abilities. It means that Seraph's Embrace could come online pretty swiftly as well. But C9, with the control they had throughout the laning phase here in the bottom side, they're going to take that first turret, and it's Berserker getting solo turret gold.
Yeah, look at this freaking jungle here, Flowers. Which team's jungle is this? Is this
Cloud9's now.
Is this red team jungle? Is that blue team jungle? That is Cloud9 territory. Yes, and that's why it was a very good job. Luger was able to get his recall off in the fog of war, escapes on the known weak side for CLG. And those types of plays come from good communication, knowing you have to sacrifice this area. Hey, Cloud9, they've got MNS roaming down through the jungle invade as well. And Cloud9 are able to take that. What really we need to keep track of, though, is setting up for the next Dragon, because CLG are at a point now where they don't have to give up these setups on the Dragon anymore. They have such a substantial gold lead for themselves. They have mid-push as well. They shouldn't be letting Cloud9 by default like they did on the first two Dragons get the early positioning and be able to utilize their poke composition. Cloud9, they have a lot invested in poke picks here. The Varus, the Jace, even Gragas and Cho'Gath kind of poke with Rupture and Barrels.
Ooh. Went fishing there, but Sven does not land the arrow. Poom just casually sidestepping away from it. So let me ask you this then. What do you want to see CLG do next in order to keep this lead snowballing against Cloud9?
Well, I would have said rotate down towards bottom, but currently they're investing a lot clearing out and making top dangerous.
Oh, Poom just gets one shot before the rest of CLG can do anything about it. Blabber gets out of the way of the seismic shove, but now he can't escape, and Luger guns him down. TP to reinforce CLG, make sure Cloud9 can't get a punish back. It ends up being a 1-for-1. They get Blabber's flash. They trade their support for a jungler. It's a CLG positive trade.
Yeah, because of the Taliyah wall and Luger's ability on Zeri to jump the wall, he's able to combine for the kill onto the enemy jungler. Flowers, you will take that trade
all the time,
every day of the year, because there's an objective on the field. Blabber will be back up in time before the fight actually breaks out, and Luger does have double summoner spells as well. But Fudge, with the Cho'Gath ultimate, is going to be better than a jungler right now anyway.
Right.
As I say that.
Well, actually, no,
Contracts
they do have it
has
evolved.
been able to steal.
Yeah, they do have it. The smites evolved all the way up to 1200 too. So it's going to be a pretty close contest after all. There it is, feasted down by Fudge. Contracts not successful at stealing that one away. Still a 3,000 gold lead for CLG. Still one Drake compared to two. So Cloud9 not being able to secure Soul Point because of Contracts' earlier steal. Very important as we go forward into the mid game now. 17.5 minutes in. Dokla just using the ulti to retreat away from Blabber up there in the top side in case he was going to get reinforced, as Cloud9 uses both their AD carry and mid laner to keep that mid lane tier 1 turret alive. Only one turret taken by either team. Palafox applying some pressure down here in bottom lane. Wants to just try to poke at Fudge, who is only a wall of health. So Talia's damage is still going to be pretty effective.
Yeah, and I want to say that his Cho'Gath ultimate right now does 1421 true damage to monsters. So unless Contracts is able to pull some crazy mind games there.
Okay, it's still stronger. All right.
It is still stronger. I just want to always, defend junglers if they lose smite fights.
That's fair. I didn't actually know exactly what the thresholds on Feast were, but now I do, as Fudge gets dove, but CLG don't find the success. Going in after Cho'Gath is not normally the play. The flash that comes out from Contracts to guarantee Blabber doesn't get the cask angle means nobody dies from either side off of that dive.
Yeah, actually, not done yet.
Have I cursed myself? I believe I may have. Palafox gets back with the flash, and now Contracts wants to come in too. M&S tried to go after Palafox there. It was flash for both mid laners expended, but again, still no kills.
Still no kills. Everyone's calling ambulances for nobody. Nobody's going back to base. Sion actually got the push out on top side too, so CLG with a little bit of extra timer here. They're getting double recalls off for their bottom lane. We just had Phantom Dancer completed on Luger. The Zeri here now at the 2-item power spike, and that is where CLG invested so much of Contract's time. Even though he was everywhere on the map, he affected all lanes. He got kills in every single lane. He's gonna get the extra bonus there. He invested most of his time into Luger, and now it's Luger's time to pay him back. The Deathless Zeri caught up in CS because of all the extra pressure. Now at 2-item power spike. Now congregating around mid.
And speaking of item power
Contracts is really deep.
Contracts very far deep. Arctic Assault might be able to get him away from this. They want to try to block him. Contracts still trying to stand and fight. They can't just focus Sejuani. He's very tanky. Contracts still trying to fall back. But now Cloud9 has fallen in. They're still looking for some of these low health bars as Dokla goes after Sven. And M&S will now be the target for CLG. Luger needs a little bit more damage. He won't quite get it. Luger has to flash back not to die as Dokla is flung underneath the turret. C9 defends and CLG retreats.
And Flowers! No one died again! They're all unkillable Demon Kings in the LCS. Nobody goes down. That was a crazy sequence. Multiple flashes blown. The Gragas cast from Blabber there does get Dokla's as well, so some frontliners in addition to Luger losing their flashes. Luger really wanted that kill on M&S. He got all the way to tower range, dangerously far on the chase, but nobody going down. Contracts there sidestepped the Varus ultimate as well. Could have been even worse for CLG. Here's the turnaround while they're trying to work through the tanks. With the Sejuani ult onto Fudge as well, allowed the backline to play a little bit more aggressively, but then Luger tries to chase M&S all the way in. He wants one more Q just out of range to get that last one. And since he was in tower range, get hit with a knockup, has to flash that afterwards. Then the Gragas ultimate from Blabber gets Dokla's flash as well.
And the thing I was going to mention before we got into the fight, Warmogs on Contracts, very common first item purchase on Sejuani, but I really like it this game because there's so much poke between AP Gragas barrels, shock blasts, all these things. Palafox trying to kite out M&S. Remember, neither one of the mid laners has their flash anymore. It was spent before. Contracts ends up blocking the arrow, and Palafox gets a killing spree. M&S, another death as Luger jumps over the wall, finds one bullet on Sven. Contracts is ready to keep on chasing, but Blabber wants to protect that support. Now Contracts will take a little bit more damage on the exit, but he's in no real danger.
I just want to call out that seismic shove from Palafox. Pretty heads up on M&S. Able to save his own life. on the Jace. It can be really difficult to hit those when you're playing against a Jace that does have Eclipse because he gets the extra move speed bonus.
Right.
Nicely done there for evasive maneuvers, and Contracts was able to protect him. He finds another kill on Sven.
Ooh, and they give it to Luger, too. Absolutely perfect there for CLG, as now they're looking towards the mid lane. Remember that Contracts has no ulti. It was used earlier on Sven, so they can't just go for one of those picks here. Now they're going to go down towards the Drake. They don't want to allow Cloud9 to have soul point. There's still 15 seconds before Sven is back alive. They have a 5v4.
They for sure should have this. Unless a Varus ult or a Varus Q comes through from Berserker, it looks like he's still in mid lane, so he's not going to get in any sort of range here. Contract should be able to secure it, no problem. And CLG Flowers. It is actually hilarious how often this team plays into the counter logic meme. You know, last weekend, with the games that people are expecting them to win, they drop, and then super weak with one of the toughest schedules. Never mind here, though. Palafox is going to have to get out of there, buy some time for the rest of CLG to get there. Poom comes in, he flash ults!
Poom ready to engage onto Blabber as Blabber walks back into Luger. Now Jimenez looks for Palafox, but all he's going to find is another gray screen. Luger ain't afraid of Blabber. He goes unstoppable. C9 tried to make a move, and CLG hit him right in the mouth.
There we go. CLG aren't done either. After that hit, they're going to go for Baron 2. Teleport comes up here from Fudge. The Cho'Gath has Flash, and the Cho'Gath has Ultimate. You have to keep him out of the pit more than you have to keep out an enemy jungler.
Yeah, they really got to be careful about Fudge being able to eat this away. 3,600 HP left of the Baron. Contracts goes in. They just want to find another kill instead. Berserker still firing, but with Ben taken out, CLG are now retreating. The risk of giving the Baron away, that is one of the very few conditions CLG has to completely toss their lead, and they're not willing to go for that risk.
Yeah, and it's all because of Fudge with his flash. Palafox over the wall.
Oh, Contracts jumps in there, but unfortunately, everybody else isn't ready to follow up, so they can't make any kind of a play. But CLG are almost 6,000 gold ahead of the #1 team on a 7-game win streak, Kobe.
They certainly are, Flowers. Don't start believing too hard, or else
Right, yeah, I'm just stating facts. I am merely observing something.
Stating facts, baby. Spitting facts. And honestly, Poom goes here for the Flash Lulu ultimate. Buys him enough time for Palafox to get the ultimate himself off. Draws the wall. They pick up the 2 kills onto M&S, onto Blabber. It's just CLG chasing Cloud9 around the Rift now. And with Cloud9's composition, it's very difficult for them to get back into this game, except exactly like you said, if they flip an objective. And guess what? It's a lopsided flip, because Cho'Gath now, his ultimate does 1465. So if he flashes in there, he's going to have time. There's a small animation with it, but it is very, very, very quick. And single-handedly, they do deny the Baron, but they still increase the goal lead here for CLG. And with their double dragons, they can just now focus on getting down the last of the outer turrets. Everybody trying to pin down mid.
So I think the math of it works like this. Most abilities in League have a 0.25 second cast time. Palafox runs in there looking for Sven. Not going to find the shove, so Sven stays alive, but he still flashes to get away. Cast over the wall only knocks Dokla into C9, but he still might die here under a little bit of threat, so has to use the ulti to disengage it. Luger just firing off a couple of bullets, providing cover for the exit. Accelerated Shock Blast hits Poom. CLG continuing to disengage. Getting the flash out of Sven, very important for upcoming fights, because support Ashe will not survive any sort of an engage if she gets caught.
Yeah, we've seen the dangerous scenarios he's gotten himself into. Does have the Ghost to try and rely on, but that is about it. And CLG, with them sticking to this much more standard draft than you're used to seeing from them. M&S, very dangerous territory.
Walked up there, but didn't get punished. The seismic shove doesn't catch him out. However, Cloud9 is just death-balling this down mid. They really want the tier 1 turret, but Berserker's gonna get found by seismic shove. That's a bit of a problem. Zap hits him too. The immortal shield bow procs, the shield keeping him a little bit more healthy, but C9 will not just strong-arm this turret away. Palafox again with a seismic shove, and M&S with his 6th death of the game.
Flowers, that was 4v5 too. CLG just beat them 4v5 in a team fight at the tower. Dokla was not there on the Scion. It is these seismic shoves from Palafox, constant picks from the CLG mid laner. They are on fire. Honestly, they're going to try and start it up again. Fudge still has flash on the Cho'Gath. He's not level 16 yet.
Dokla's going to try to provide a wall here for the rest of everybody. Fudge is a valuable target, as is Blabber. They can both potentially steal the objective away, and Contracts doesn't want to let him. Blabber's going to get locked down. Wild Growth coming out of Boom to make sure they don't lose their own jungler. Fudge is thrown back into the team. He tries to eat Luger, but he's on a diet, and Contracts goes unstoppable. This is Sejuani Gaming, and this is CLG. M&S comes back into the fight with a TP, but he's not going to get a whole lot of anything. Dokla's big old Scion stands in the way, and it makes it hard to hit those shock blasts.
Yeah, M&S comes back out and hits a little bit of poke onto Palafox, but that's just a scratch compared to what Palafox has done to them. He's over a ward, though. Palafox on vision. He could get bursted.
Palafox in some potential danger here, but Sven, what are you doing, man? He's already gone. Palafox finally picked off by M&S. He gets his man, but can he get away? Boom, Dokla, Luger, everybody else from CLG chasing after this Jace. It's not even a bad chase because they're going to be right by the objective they want afterwards. M&S all the way into the bottom lane. Cloud9 using the next teleport there, this time from Fudge, to get down and make sure he's all right. But it's CLG onto the Drake. It's CLG who want to secure Soul Point here.
Yep, and they're going to do it. My goodness. You're right, Contracts is everywhere. Everywhere this game, unkilled on the Sejuani 509, absolute masterclass. Stole the first dragon as well to get them to this Dragon Soul Point right now.
Yeah.
And Cloud9, their composition is not built for really big comebacks like this. Unless you get some crazy Ash Arrow, Varus ultimate, Gragas ultimate combination, it's really hard to fight your way back in when CLG has such a massive gold lead, and they've got the security of team fighting with a Zeri Lulu. And when Palafox is playing like this, Seismic Shove looking like a point-and-click flower.
Yeah, man.
Literally everybody on CLG just looking for opportunities to try and set Palafox up for some Seismic Shoves. He even hits some himself without any setup. He just constantly chucking Cloud9 members back into their team, getting more and more picks for themselves. And CLG look like they will not be stopped here in their march towards playoffs.
Boom getting hit with the arrow. Blabber sidesteps away from the counter engage of the Sejuani. Insta-curse. C9 are really happy with that. Now they have a 5v4. They're the ones with the double smite secure with that Cho'Gath ulti, and now they're the ones with control over the topside river. Dokla taking some damage from M&S, who now wants to fall back, regroup with the rest of the team. Contracts, Palafox, and Luger. It's the front line together with the damage. Fudge wants to lead the way here. Got to be careful not to take too much pain of his own. Loses about 2,000 HP on the Cho'Gath. Remember, Sejuani can heal this off. She's got the Warmogs. It's not that big of a deal. Cho'Gath, however, that's going to be hurting for a little while.
Yeah, they're going to be hurting for quite a bit longer, it looks like, as CLG can rotate over towards bottom side too. There's another minion wave there. Send Palafox over. Luger's got Cleanse.
Very important that he did, because he was 100% dead if he did not.
Yeah, definitely a good summoner spell to burn here for Cloud9. Again, big difficulties in dealing with this Zeri in the team fight with two frontliners, and so.
But the big thing is, there's also Mikhail's on Poom's Lulu, so even if the cleanse is gone, they still have another get out of jail free card, and M&S goes right back into black and white screen jail himself.
Palafaker with the flash over the wall to be able to follow up on Contracts with the Seismic Shove, finds the kill on M&S again, and now they're actually going to start the Baron. Are they going to look for another turn here? Fudge is in the area.
They also have Palafox ready to ride the Weaver's wall in and try to catch these guys out. There it goes. Palafox throws out the wall, and Blabber's already killed. Fudge is going to go down next. 2 smites don't matter. They'll kill them both. And CLG makes their move. They're going right back into the Baron now, and this time they won't be denied.
This is beautiful gameplay from CLG. Snowballing so smoothly from the early game. Massive jungle difference from Contracts. They never let a Baron flip go through. They do not chance it with a Cho'Gath, with a Gragas. They turn every time, Flowers. Go for the pick, immediately getting them. And then after killing both possibilities of a steal, they finally pull the trigger. Here's a look at it. Contracts, he's so beefy right now, he doesn't care. Taking the ward in front of M&S face, it tilts M&S, it pisses him off, and then allows Contracts to start fully stack up his stun. Palafox in the area to be able to flash over the wall and follow up on it. That's the first pick. And then Flowers, you know, this whole time, they're never looking to flip. They're looking to turn right back around on Cloud9. They see Fudge, they see Blabber. Contracts he actually failed his Q over the wall on Sejuani, but doesn't matter, nobody saw that because everyone was looking at Palafox.
Yep.
Drew the wall, splitting up Cloud9. Front line here on the other side, they could not get out, and CLG will be wearing purple. 1 minute left on the Dragon Soul, so I don't think they go for a dive or anything, but it's so easy to just push up mid as well as bottom and then retreat back to your Dragon Soul.
I really got to applaud the patience of CLG in this game, making sure they never opened up the opportunity for C9 to use the Blabber and Cho'Gath ulti combo to try to steal away the objective and get back in the game. They finally find the moment where they can secure it safely. They finally scale this wall they've been having to deal with the whole time as Imaness and Palafox are in a 1v1 back on the other side of the map. Palafox holds him off, force Imaness's retreat, while the remainder of CLG making a four-man play here in mid. Blabber just blink and you miss it, he's gone. And CLG now looking for their first Tier 3 tournament of the game. C9 nowhere in position to defend. CLG should just be able to force this one down. There it goes. Turret destroyed by Luger. Inhibitor's your next target. Contract's already used the ulti for the pick onto Blabber, so they don't have that C9 has to worry about. But now they've got another minion wave ready to go. They're layering these beautifully. Imaness gonna be caught out by the Weaver's wall. He wants to go in and get Palafox. Imaness turns it around beautifully, but can CLG do anything back? Boom has to flash away from the rupture as Luger retreats as well. Imaness did a real good job right there, but a teleport's coming in, and C9 aren't done. This is what you were talking about, Kobe. This is the worry. If they end up having to throw in the enemy base, now there might be a problem with the Soul. Luger's gonna find him in Contract Arctic Assault Flash. Enemy Jace is down. Huge for CLG. Fudge in the front line. Contract's doing the same. AD carries ready to battle, but his Contract's eating a whole lot of damage way too fast. Oh, the Luger flashes, and he gets the kill. It's C9 stopping the Soul and holding the line.
And they're gonna get an objective bounty shutdown on top of the kill bounty shutdowns they just got on all these members of CLG. Flowers, this is the best team in the LCS. Cloud9 at the top currently. They will not go down without a fight, no matter how well CLG are playing. Cloud9, and it starts with Imaness. Imaness with the Jace play on the bottom side. He goes right into Palafox's face. Holy, Cloud9 still fighting here, even after the onslaught from CLG is inside their base. Baron empowered. Palafox goes really deep onto Imaness, so Imaness knows there's only one way out of this, and it's through your face. He goes, he flashes on Palafox, he gets the kill, he gets his way out too, cutting back to the rest of the team, who were left in a numbers advantage for Cloud9 on the other side of the Weaver's wall. And so Cloud9 pick up kills on both sides of that wall. Then Imaness gets thinks he's a little bit too hype here, as he's still got to deal with Luger, a fed Zeri, and Contract flashes on him. His death, though, is not in vain. It's actually very much worth it to get this massive kill bounty on Contracts. That pig has so much gold inside of it. Loot Pinata right there. Berserker is the one to get it as well, so worthy sacrifice there from Imaness after a massive play at the inhibitor. Gets Berserker a bunch of money too in Cloud9. The hope has been revived.
3 Drakes for both sides. Once again, showing how important that early steal from Contracts was. Ocean Soul could make this game look pretty different if C9 had it right now. Imaness does not get caught by Contract's ulti. That would have been big if they pick him off there. But C9 are still weathering the storm. Now Dokla engages. He finds 2. Decimating Smash looks for more. But Imaness is keeping Luger out of the fight. Dokla's tanking, and Luger can't do any damage during it because of the pressure from Jace. So C9 will again dig in their heels and defend against a CLG that's been ahead the whole game.
Yeah, I think that fight was too split for CLG. They've been at their best when Palafox is right up behind the front line so that they can fish for those seismic shove on the front line to be able to shove a Cloud9 member further away from the rest and be able to pick off kills that way. But because they tried to attack from 2 angles, they weren't able to get that, and they had to back out here. Good defense from Cloud9 to be able to stop the onslaught here from CLG, and Cloud9 clawing their way right back into it. The items are getting so much closer. It's not just the dragons here, but item completion's going a long way too. Finally, Blabber gets his 3rd here for the Zhonya's. That means Gragas can actually go in for a huge montage play, have the Zhonya's to be able to save and get back out afterwards. Not level 16 yet, still has a little bit of a ways to go to catch up to this monster that is Contract.
Oh, they find him, and as this time, Contract's ulti hits, and the enemy Jace is down. CLG seeing if they can keep on chasing, and Dokla says, no problem, boys, let's go in. Seismic Shot throws the frontliners into the waiting arms of CLG, but it's still Berserker they gotta keep their eyes on. Luger jumps over the wall, pops the cleanse, and keeps the chase going. Sven, Berserker, Fudge, and Blabber all still trying to get away, but another Seismic Shot from Palafox takes down the frontliner in Fudge. CLG 4v3, looking to end the game and upset C9 right now. They push the minion wave up. Remember, they do not have Barons, so these minions can be cleared out pretty effectively. Contracts goes in, Berserker cutting off to the side. Palafox and Luger are the damage. First Nexus turret already gone. Flabber has to retreat, Flash used for it. Berserker's now the target. Kill the Varus, win the game. CLG just did what nobody thought they'd do. They end the win streak, they take down the #1 team, and they send the rest of the day into total chaos. Blabber dies again just to pad the stats, and Jimenez dies for the 10th time. CLG take down C9.
3-0 super week for Counter Logic Gaming. They end Cloud9's 7-game win streak at the same time as starting their own 3-game win streak to run into playoffs.
The day just got a whole lot more interesting.
CLG, monster performance, perhaps their best performance of the entire split on the last day of the split.
And it was the man in the middle right there, Contracts, who made all of it happen. He ganked top, he ganked mid, he ganked bot, he ganked bot, he ganked mid, he ganked bot, he ganked bot, he stole track, he did everything. This dude put on an absolute clinic on how you play Sejuani.
I love it, Flowers. You know, the Elise was up as well. The Elise that they had just effectively used, but they knew going here against Cloud9, put Contracts on that Sejuani again, on that front line, and he still gets as much or more early game action with the Sejuani, ganking all 3 lanes, the completionist. But I have to say as well, it was a long game. It wasn't just over after the successful jungle difference. It took big performances from every member of CLG there too. Palafox must have had an 80-90+% hit rate on seismic shoves on Cloud9 members, constantly getting them back into kill range for their team, and that moves CLG up into 4th place. They end with 10. They are in playoffs. CLG faithful can breathe a sigh of relief. They're in.
What a game from CLG. You talked about how it wasn't a fast game. A big reason for that was the presence of the Cho'Gath, the ability to threaten that Baron steal to a greater severity than most normal games would have you be concerned about. But I love their patience. Again, that's the thing I'm praising the most. After Contracts' individual play, not throwing the damn game for no reason. So many times we see those plays. CLG didn't fall into the pitfall, and it was awesome to watch. With that game done, Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience will be available live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels starting next week for playoffs. Go scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. And now we're joining Emily and the hero of the day, Contracts, on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you. I am joined by Contracts. After that game, it could only be you. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I do want to take you through your early path because I did think it was really interesting. I thought your early game was very interesting. So essentially, you ended up going birds to Krugs to red. You were spotted out by Ashe mid, and then you passed all the way up for a gank. What was your early game plan? Was that like Dokla calling for that, or you were just like, oh, I see an opportunity, I was already spotted out? What was going through your mind?
Generally in tank versus tank matchups, I feel like junglers don't expect to really pressure up there. You know, it's kind of just farming the whole game, but those matchups can be pretty volatile early in the lane. So, I mean, I know this back from even like 2017 when I played with Impact. He would always be like, yeah, top, just come top. It's a free kill every single time at 3 minutes. So, I mean, it still holds true to this day.
All right. going into this matchup, you guys obviously were looking to clinch a playoff spot. You have now with this win. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Second of all, going through this entire split, you guys have obviously had a lot of ups and downs as a team. As a team that actually did stick together and kind of talking to you guys, you're like, yeah, you know, we still fight, but that's a good thing because it allows us to push past. What has it been like, and what do you think you've improved on the most?
Honestly, it's been a really weird split. We've had really high highs and really low lows. Like, I think I've had, you know, this game I went 7-1. I've had games where I've went 0-7, right? So, I mean, just kind of finding that balance of like consistency is still pretty important for us. Like making sure we're, you know, really pushing towards, you know, the goals that we want, which is, you know, making it to finals and potentially MSI. I think we have a good chance at it. I think everyone was a lot harder on themselves this week, you know, calling each other out. And I think that's what we were really lacking for a lot of our weeks this split. So, I mean, it's been fun. I love playing with all the guys. It's enjoyable.
Nice. And then the last time I talked to Palafox, I actually asked, like, what kind of team do you think you guys are? Because you have played, I mean, obviously this game you got super early first blood top, but you've played a lot more, or less chaotic slightly in the early game. What kind of style do you think CLG has right now, or are you still trying to find it?
Man, I don't know. I just, people need to stop letting me have Sejuani. Like, I really don't want to play this champ anymore. I swear, like, every single game I get it, I just win on it. So
nice.
I'm just revolutionized my own style. I'm not a carry player anymore. I'm just a tank player. I think we do play chaotic. I think we're pretty messy at times. They won't be the cleanest games, but you know, they'll be really fun to watch.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And we will send it back to the LCS Lounge.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Emily. We have our first fold.
I pre-folded.
You pre-folded.
Sadly, I pre-folded too.
This is crazy because this opens us up to the 5-game tiebreaker day, potentially.
And it's not that crazy. So we get 5 tiebreaker games if FlyQuest beats TSM, if TL beats EG, which is the unlikeliest of them, if Golden Guardians beats Dig, and 100 Thieves beats Immortals, then we'd have 5 tiebreakers.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm sweating.
And the way that this happened was thanks to none other than Contracts, who was an absolute beast. We just heard from him there, but he was the entire reason it felt like this CLG got off to the early game.
Yeah, Emily talked about it right from the start. Like the fact that he basically went red side, ganked top early, then went mid, had the bot lane gank. It was actually just, he was terrorizing the map, and it felt like C9 was trying their hardest to kind of deal with it, and was making it worse.
Ganks all 3 lanes and steals an objective and isn't down in CS. He was down like 7 CS at like 12 minutes into the game.
This one broke me.
Just gets that smite in there. God, affects all 3 lanes and steals a neutral objective. Incredible performance, delivers the win, the Grubhub dub. Don't miss any of the action this weekend and order a Grubhub today to have your favorite meals delivered right to your door. You can get $5 off your delivery order of $20 or more with code SUPERLCS through March 20th. Terms apply. The other really big deal with this win is it creates a situation where even if TSM wins the next game, they pull up the upset against FlyQuest. The fate of their future playoffs is not entirely in their hands.
Correct. If TSM wins, but then Dignitas beats Golden Guardians, they would be tied for 6 with Golden Guardians, but would be 0-2 against them and lose the tiebreaker. So we'll continue to talk about all the foldy sheet stuff as the day goes on.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated, but for now, we're gonna go to break. Like we said, FlyQuest TSM is next.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Hello and welcome back to LCS Oversimplified. It's no secret that 2022 was a rough year for TSM, but so far in 2023, things are looking up. Heading into spring, GM Chowie brought back Solo, Chime, and Maple, while bringing in Neo from Dignitas and Boogie from the LLA. We didn't think this team would be a playoff contender heading into the season, and let's be honest, neither did you. But they shocked everyone in Week 1 with a 2-0. If allowed to scale up, Maple has been a standout that can win TSM games. Boogie's early game has been impactful. The team has been solid, but only just solid, treading water in the middle of the standings. Chowie shook things up and brought back Wild Turtle to the LCS stage in Week 6, and despite improving the laning stats, they haven't quite broken into the top of the standings yet. But TSM has been proving the doubters wrong all split long, and they can keep that up by returning to playoffs after missing last year. They're on the verge of doing it here in Week 8.
All right, TSM playing FlyQuest win, and they have a chance, lose, and they're out. But before that game, I did want to bring back an old classic in Jat Stats.
Yay! Oh! Favorite!
Let's go.
We're starting right now. Here's the first question. This champion has been played 11 times this split, but only won once. 11 plays, 1 win. It's multiple choice. Let's roll up the choices right now. A, Viego. B, Gnar. C, Aurelion Sol. D, Aphelios.
Ooh.
Gnar.
There's 2 ASOL wins.
10
Harry
losses.
and Palfox have both won on ASOL.
Yeah.
Viego's had multiple wins, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's Gnar.
I think it's Gnar.
It has to be Gnar, because I know
Yeah.
Summit and Armut are Gnar enjoyers.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're too good, so you have to answer the bonus as well. Who won with this champ?
Who won with Gnar?
The one with Gnar?
Because you are
Was it
correct.
Summit or was it like Licorice or something random? Because Licorice played a lot of Gnar games.
yeah.
I'm going Licorice.
I think Armut.
I'm going Licorice.
All right.
Gnar Licorice. Oh, it was
Summit.
Summit.
Oh! Picked up the Gnar win. Okay.
All I can
you were
see is the
good.
TP.
That's a good warm-up. We were talking earlier about MVP discussion, and we realized it's been an unquestionably dominant split for 80 carries. The top 5 players in the LCS leading in kills are all 80 carries. It's a convoluted question, just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
When is the last time, other than this split, that 5 80 carries comprised the top 5 spots for kills?
So basically, what was the last 80 carry dominant meta?
Yeah, was it A, 2022 spring, B, 2013 spring, C, 2017 summer, or D, this is the only time it's happened?
Oh, trick question
Oh,
here.
yeah. I was going to say, I feel like also putting 2017 summer is interesting because the Ardent Sense.
It wasn't popular then, though.
But yeah, it
people
wasn't-
were slow to pick it up.
That's what I was going to say.
That's a
I
trap.
think it was only at Worlds.
2013, just 80 carries were hella busted then with like IE Rush. Yeah.
I'm going D.
I'll go B. We'll spread out.
I'm going D as well, only because mids also used to do a lot more
Oh, you're
damage,
right.
in my opinion, in
Yeah.
2013.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you can't change your answer now,
Wait,
Mark.
let me on D.
Nah, the ship is closed.
Hey!
What?
What?
It was a year ago.
You're right.
It wasn't like 80 carries
all
were
suck.
good last year too. But actually, what was funny about this is Bjergsen, weirdly enough, kept screwing this up. Like
You'd be the
he
one
was
guy in
always
there.
Yeah.
somewhere in top 5. So
Now watch out for those
it's like an
mids.
LCS specific thing.
Man.
Okay, next question. This is a fun one. There is a stat for neutral objective stolen. Neutral objective
That
stolen.
includes just skull
It's
crabs?
like a Rift Herald,
Yeah.
a Dragon, or a Baron.
Okay.
If you steal it, like the other team has done the majority of the damage, but you're the one who gets the
Does
the
that
last
include
hit
scuttle
on it.
crabs?
No,
Blabber.
not scuttle crabs.
Okay.
Not scuttle crabs. It's happened 20 times. One player has 5 of them. Has a quarter of all steals. Who is it?
I mean, Contracto just popped off. This has not been up today, I assume, for
Yeah.
Contracto.
No.
Okay.
But
Is
he
it-
wasn't.
is this a
He
multiple
wasn't.
choice
He
one?
wasn't close. No, you just.
Damn it.
It's going to be a jungler, obviously.
Yeah,
so like,
it has to be. I'm going Santorin.
So what's good? Yeah, I was about to say.
who's the Steel King?
Yeah.
What's funny is too, the more games you're losing, the more opportunities you
Yeah,
have for
exactly.
steal.
Wait.
If you're just dominant, you can't steal.
Okay,
You
can't be.
can.
No.
I
Can
don't
be.
think it's.
I'm
I don't think it's. I
I'm
don't
gonna
think it's
guess
Santorin.
River.
I don't think it's Santorin.
I like
Who's
your
really
Santorin
good at
answer.
It
stealing?
was a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, closer, 100 Thieves. They're kleptos.
You're all wrong. It's Spica. Also, FlyQuest is coming up. I'm gonna make these topically relevant.
Okay, now I just know what
Wait,
the answer for
come
the
on.
next one.
Yeah, 5 steals. Amazing. He's the Smite King, this split.
My theory was wrong also about
Okay.
losing games.
Yeah.
The final question is easy. So
Okay.
you only have 5 seconds
Oh.
from the time that I finish. So if you're reading, then you're cheating.
Yeah, we already read ahead.
Yeah, it's already over.
5 seconds to respond. When was the last time TSM finished top 6?
2021 summer.
Oh,
2020 summer. Yeah, 2020 summer.
Nice job. It was like literally only a little bit over a year ago, and they were first.
Wait, they both said 2020. I said 2021. I was the only one who said 2020. Check the tapes. I was the only one who said 2021, right?
What are you talking about?
What'd you say, Emily?
I did say 2020 initially, yeah. So
Okay.
I gotta figure out if I'm alive.
We have a tiebreaker update.
Now you gotta figure out if I'm alive.
flip-flopped.
Tiebreaker update.
Oh!
Oh! This is a hypey graphic.
Yeah, whoa.
So I was just told something. I was just told something about TSM being officially eliminated.
Really?
Nah,
But that's not true.
That's not true.
It's
That's
a
not
fake.
true.
It's a fake update.
It's a fake update.
Yeah, because in the first...
TSM is nearly officially eliminated of all of the remaining schedules.
So if
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
but
but
here's the
there's
thing.
three-way ties, producers.
If Dignitas
see.
and IMT win, along with obviously
We're going to toss the
TSM,
casters. I apologize for the
then it's a
snafu.
three-way.
We'll see
It's
if
a
it's
three-way.
actually officially originated.
We need our own button
Yeah.
for
It's
that
a three-way
update.
tie.
Yeah.
Apologies. Flowers, Kobe, Fudge, take it away. Fudge is here.
Yo, what's up, guys? We got Fudge here for this one, joining us on the TriCast.
Hello.
I also don't know how to read those folding sheets. I've been here for 7 years now. I've given up. But anyway, we don't know exactly what's going on with TSM, I guess, but we do know they're going up against FlyQuest, and this is a team that struck terror into the hearts of everyone else for the first half of the split, and then recently, not so much.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that FlyQuest lose. Honestly, if I have to play a tiebreaker at like 10 p.m., I'm gonna be out of it. So, hoping TSM can win, even though we did sort of hurt them in their chances after losing to CLG just now. So, yeah, I don't actually understand anything about what's happening with the standings. I don't really
me
pay
either.
attention to it. I just try to play the League of Legends.
Yeah, I just try to talk about it.
Yeah,
We're
I
on the same
think
boat.
my general advice for playoffs is win more games, then you have a good chance of getting in.
That's a good idea. That's a
Don't
good
lose, and you're going to be good.
An excellent approach, my friend. Now let's see how they're approaching the draft. Talia, Rakan, Elise banned out by FlyQuest. TSM targeting some marksmen with Caitlyn and Varus, rounding it out with Elise Sin ban against Spica.
Yeah, Speaker's Lee Sin is a bit scary. They obviously ban Elise because red side Elise is just a lot better than blue side Elise. Yeah, it looks like they're going to still first pick Annie. Annie is usually banned on red side for the most part, just because the flex, both support and mid lane, can be really, really good, and it's just a really strong champion in general. So, pretty certain. Yep, there's the first pick. Please, lock it in, please.
Let's see it. There it is. Okay, this feels so common whenever it's not banned on red side like you're talking about. Blue just says, okay, Annie, fine.
Yeah, it's a very common pick in first pick.
Yeah, super strong, super flexible. For TSM side, though, okay, what are we looking at for them to try and snap up here in exchange? A lot of bottom lanes available. The Jinx got, after those recent buffs, Jinx has really, really taken off in priority.
Yeah, I think Jinx is giga broken, honestly. You just play tank lane, tank top lane, and you just play Jinx, and Jinx just out damages every hyper carry in the game pretty much. So I like the Jinx pick from TSM. You know, good draft. They're trying to win. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. Gotta put all the eggs in the basket.
The insta thresh too to pair with it to try and give it a little bit of extra safety down there too. Looks like it will just be the classic trade here though. Prince on Zeri has been pretty scary so far, at least on stage in the LCS.
And I mean, Prince was a huge win con, a massive advantage that FlyQuest seemed to have over most other teams in the LCS. But with their recent slump, teams have started targeting him. It's like, okay, we know this guy's a win con. Let's beat him up early. Let's focus some pressure down there in bottom. And it's going to be the Vi here for FlyQuest on Spica's jungle pick.
Something interesting here is actually, like, usually Gragas is picked pretty early in draft, and right now Gragas is just pretty much ignored. I think the best pick for TSM is actually Gragas on 3, but maybe they haven't been practicing as much because usually it's banned in scrims.
Okay.
They might not be very comfortable on it, or, I mean, they might just think Wukong is broken against Zeri. I'm unsure what they're thinking, but...
Does your focus on comfort picks and familiarity go up when the stakes are higher like this?
Definitely. I think if you're not comfortable with a certain champion, you honestly shouldn't play it, because what happens in these stage games, you get nervous. If you're playing a champion you're not comfortable on, you're just going to miss every angle. It's just not going to be a good pick, honestly.
All right, let's whittle down on those solo lanes then. Annie, of course, is still flexible right now. Not picking up mid or support to try and give away anything. This extra scaling off the table.
Yeah, no Aurelion Soul next to a Jinx. They don't want to deal with the 40-minute guaranteed win.
So they split their bans here with Ahri for mid lane and then Lulu to cover whether they flex it or not and try and get the Zeri Lulu in exchange.
I think the Lulu ban honestly sort of just forces Annie to go support. I don't think there's any other really good pairing with Zeri here that they could pick. So I think it's very likely that FlyQuest will just blind pick mid lane here for 5. It's possible TSM also just picks mid on 4. I'm unsure what they're going to look for. Maybe something like Syndra. I'm not really sure if Maple has been playing it a lot. Obviously, Azir got nerfed really hard, so Maple sort of just stopped playing Azir. They just picked Asante. So Impact doesn't actually play Fiora, which I think is one of the better matchups. He does like to play Gwen, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up Gwen here and they just play a mage mid.
Which one of those matchups do you personally think is more difficult for K'Sante to deal with?
I think the laning phase of Fiora is a lot harder for K'Sante to deal with, but Gwen is a champion that can be a lot more useful in Fiora in teamfights, depending on the comp, just because the W and the ulti can be a lot better in teamfights. Jax is also not bad because Wukong is obviously really bad against Jax.
Yeah, I feel like we had this big wave of everyone all over Jax at the beginning of the split, and it died down so quickly.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting because the nerfs actually weren't that bad. But now that LPL is still picking it a lot, I do think a lot of these teams get a lot of inspiration from LPL, so Jax is just blind picked over there.
Whoa.
Ooh, Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger,
Okay,
you were saying.
Technically still could flex.
That's not happening. I'm so sorry.
Buy some of this, come on now.
They are not flexing this Heimerdinger mid lane.
Nobody's buying that. Okay, so it'll be Annie most likely mid, and then the Heimerdinger support down there with the Zeri.
So they did nerf the Heimerdinger turrets too. They're a lot easier to kill now. I want to see about the Zeri Heimer push, if they're actually able to get it, because Jinx is actually no joke down there now.
So with the Syndra locked in as the final pick for TSM, which comp do you like better, Fudge? Like if you get to see both of these, which one would you rather be playing?
I think I'd rather be red side, just because I think K'Sante and Wukong can solo a very long time on frontline, whilst Vi tries to kill their backline, and I think the Jinx and Syndra just do a lot more damage from a higher range against their comp. However, if FlyQuest do have control of the early game and they get control of those objectives, it's pretty easy for Vi to find good flanks and get pretty good engages on their backline.
So reminder to everybody out there what's on the line here. If FlyQuest lose, there is a tiebreaker later today between FlyQuest and Cloud9.
No, if FlyQuest wins.
Oh yes, FlyQuest wins.
So I'm hoping they lose.
Yeah,
Please lose.
Yes, if FlyQuest don't lose.
TSM! Hans is back!
Yeah. So new top lane.
I was so sad to see. Like, Solo played bad one game and they subbed him out. So sad.
Oh my goodness. Hunter, though, his first game looked pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Obviously, you haven't played against him in quite a while.
Yeah. He's the OG.
You been able to find him in solo queue or Champions queue?
No, at Champions queue.
Who am I talking to here? You still have 0 games Champions queue play. Now it's time to roast Fudge for not playing Champions queue.
Hey, bro, I play more solo queue than most top laners again.
Well, fair enough. How many secret accounts you got?
I got 2.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
The man of mystery. Well, the mystery remains, can FlyQuest stop their slide and secure themselves that tiebreaker against C9, or will TSM have what it takes to hand them another loss?
TSM! Why'd we stop, guys?
You gotta build them up, keep going. You gotta get some first blood momentum going here.
Yeah, usually as Heimerdinger, you want to get bot lane control level 1, just because his turrets can be a lot more impactful.
Yeah.
So I like TSM coming here. I'm not actually sure if TSM win this, if it was 5v5, but it's good that now Heimerdinger is not actually going to control the bushes.
They're gonna take the dub. They killed one turret.
So, worth pointing out, we saw yesterday some press the attack Vi. The Azale's found the stats for it. It's like 8% global play rate on that rune. Pretty rare compared to the Conqueror or the Aftershock, but Spica's going to be using that as his rune on the Vi this game, so just a slight deviation there to point out, but everything else is pretty stock standard cleanse on both AD carries here as well with all the CC.
Yeah, to me, I definitely don't like it, but I can see why it's kind of adapted for pro play. It's just going full team play, because you're going to provide your team with the extra little bit of amp damage. For solo queue, you should be taking hella blades. You should not be amping for your team.
It actually looks like Jax is trying to invade level 1 here. This is a very normal strat on Jax because he's a lot strong level 1. He doesn't have lethal tempo though, so the level 1 isn't as impactful to like punish the K'Sante when he's walking back to lane. He might actually look at his proxy, like go behind the minions here and just like keep trading on K'Sante, try to deny some mini next speed maybe.
Yeah, let's see if we can click on K'Sante. Thank you, observers. See if it can deny.
He's going to get a good trade at least. He won't deny any SP.
Yeah, he runs into range.
It's still pretty good for him, honestly.
That's a lot of health,
Yeah. Potions worth of HP chunked out here nice and early. Down in bottom lane, 2 hyper scaling AD carries as the game goes on. We already touched on Jinx's range a little bit, one of the edges she'll have over Zeri, but Zeri also has the advantage of being Zeri. So later on in the game, there's always that scary possibility of the pentakill popping.
It's also Prince. He's very, very good.
Ooh, I want to call out too. This is the quickest level 3 if you want to do a super early gank bot, is Red Raptor's Gromp. So that's a possibility for Boogie. He doesn't have to go for it. The other thing about that route is that you're not trapped into level 3 ganking bot, but that is the quickest way to accomplish it if you want to. And so Wukong here does get his level 3 off his Gromp. Since Prince was able to get bottom push, they move up, they get their ward in River. He decides against it.
Something he might have also been scared of is if he does all 3 topside camps, maybe Vi can invade him because of bot lane push. Not really sure. Looks like the bot lane trade's actually going pretty well for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Chime looked like he wanted to use the Flay to remove the minion and then immediately death sentence for the surprise, but unfortunately the minion lived with 4 or 5 HP, so just ends up finding that instead. Boogie is not going to go for the rush gank bottom, instead just opting into fully clearing out that blue quadrant of his jungle like we were talking about. You can see Spica doing the same thing on the mirrored part of the map there on his own side. Top side is still being totally dominated by Impact here in the trades. We saw how low Haunter got taken. He's gone through his potions to keep himself there in the lane, and Boogie's returning to bot lane now.
Also, another thing with top lane right now is he has no potions, so Jack's having potion advantage. He should look to bounce the wave and try to gank him with Vi being on top side and Wukong being on bot side. So hopefully FlyQuest do not die to this gank. Actually, I hope they do, but they shouldn't die to this gank because it's really, really hard to gank here as Wukong. I'm not really sure what he's looking for.
Intellectually, I would like them to not die to it.
Personally, however,
I would like them to. This ward, this is my favorite top laner ward. Good job, Impact there. Moves up on his big push wave that you were talking about. While Haunter's trapped CSing minions, he gets the ward onto the Krugs. He sees, hey, Krugs have not been done.
Spica, however, can just clean them up right in time before Boogie arrives.
And this is also something very important for top lane right here. The wave is bouncing and he clears his ward instantly, so now Cassante is going to be scared that Vi could be his the entire time. So he will likely need his jungler to push out here, or he will just base TP back and lose a lot of minions. So this is a very good play by FlyQuest, getting Krugs and denying the ward in top lane.
Impact did drop a decent amount of CS while he was aggressively pushing, so he actually didn't even acquire too much of a CS lead there, pushing Haunter under the turret.
There is a very big wave, so it's likely he's going to get about a 10 CS lead, I would say, on this bounce. He actually doesn't thin the wave enough here, so Cassante can probably crash solo here. Can't really stop him.
Yeah, looks like he'll be okay.
How much do you typically want to thin the wave by?
I mean, you want to keep at least like 3 range minions usually, just because that still allows it to push into you, but it's not enough to the point where they can just fight you in the wave and there's too much minion damage.
Well, Impact will farm all of these up if he gets the remaining 3 last
Beautiful
here.
CS.
Yep, there it is. And he's +9, right where Fudge said he would be.
I'll leave it off.
We round up. We round up. That's fine.
Right where he said he would be.
Right where he said he would be.
It actually looks like TSM's getting first dragon. This is actually huge.
Yeah. 5 minutes in, they're already starting this up. Not taking it super fast because, of course, you know, very early take means it's going to take slightly longer. Vikla and Ayla thinking about going down, but TSM find Vikla. They force the flash as he has to retreat. The Annie taking some damage there, but now Spica and Prince are ready to reinforce. FlyQuest forced them off of the objective. TY for leash. It's a FlyQuest Drake 5 minutes and 45 seconds in.
Yeah, that's really huge for them as well, because it's just like, I mean, I guess Annie has no flash now, so you could look for ganks on mid lane at level 6 with Wukong, but getting the first dragon is very, very important for FlyQuest. They have to get ahead, in my opinion, in this comp to win late game, so... Oh, what is happening?
A little bit of lamppost combat. Haunter, unfortunately, not level 6 compared to Impact, so he knows he cannot take a full-on fight, just has to retreat away from that.
Something important here to mention is that Cassante actually has TP advantage, so during the Herald timing, if he looks to trade top here, he uses both of Jax's potions, and then he gets him to low HP, TP's back, he actually has a lot better tempo for the Herald, and maybe they will actually be able to get the Herald off of this, but it just depends on how the trades go.
Vikla just going to look for the potential opportunity of a roam towards top side, but takes the blast cone back over the wall. Impact getting some very, very solid turret damage here. Almost the second plate after these ranged minions get done attacking, but not quite there. There's your favorite top side ward again, as Impact will keep an eye on those Krugs.
My favorite top laner, Impact. Of course, Haunter is Fudge's favorite top laner right now. Go Haunter, biggest fan, of course. You always believed in him, right?
Be careful what you say. Nah, he is very, very good at playing for his team.
Oh.
So he's
Spica's just waiting on Boogie. Oh, Vault Breaker charged up, gets a huge chunk of damage. Boogie flashes just to guarantee that Spica's not able to chase him. If he doesn't flash there and Spica has a ward to place over the wall, he can follow him with the ulti. So Boogie just guaranteeing he doesn't end up in any more trouble, but Spica's not done yet. He wants
Flash to follow, jumps him into the ground. Solo kill for first blood in the jungle for Spica.
Oh my God, that was actually just nasty. Spica beat him up in his own jungle, took both his camps, beat him off both of his camps, took his flash. He knows he has the flash advantage afterwards and follows for the kill. Holy moly. Okay.
Pause. My W is bugged. Okay.
Oh my
also another
goodness.
thing with this kill is now Vi is again on top side, and Cassante's wave is pushing out. So top is jungle diff, basically. Very well played by Spica.
Feels good, man.
I feel like it's a nice payback because Impact did go for the red invade, you know, so give him a little bit of chunk. He also got a nice health lead. And so Spica then coming back and dominating with the level 6 versus level 5 health lead. And Boogie used his W and his flash was down.
Yeah.
So as soon as he sees that Wukong, you're dead.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Unlucky for Boogie. Hopefully the pause is nothing too serious so we can get back into the game ASAP. Nice little bit of a lead for FlyQuest early on. And for TSM, that one just feels kind of bad. Solo death in pro play always feels a little bit unfortunate because generally you want to at least make your opponent commit more resources for that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you just reminded me of last game that I just played.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I mean, it was a really cool opportunity that Spica was able to jump on too, you know, especially with Vi being able to queue over the back of the Baron pit.
Yeah.
Sneak right in for that invade on the perfect timing on red with the level advantage. We've got a replay, so you don't have to watch the pause screen.
Okay.
What do we got here?
Replay time.
All right, we got some bottom side stuff. What was this one?
It was just a trade.
Oh, this is just, we're watching the bottom side as Spica kills Wukong top side. And this was, yeah, a death sentence into a flay. Then Chime has to get back. Wild Turtle pulled to safety. Bottom doesn't really turn into a whole lot of anything, but this was what was happening on the other side of the map during the Vi versus Wukong beatdown.
It's just a how to flay onto Chompers tutorial. Nice little replay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you guys.
What's up?
Who do you guys think should be MVP? Spica or Prince? Out of those two.
Just from Fly. If you're saying the MVP
Just
is
from
coming
FlyQuest.
from
Just from
FlyQuest,
FlyQuest.
which of those two? Spica for sure.
Good. I agree. What's your question? What's your
jungle,
answer? Can you answer?
jungle. Don't go against your junglers, Flowers. Come on.
Hey, they're not my junglers. They never played Skarner. All right?
True, that's true.
Like, it requires...
Prince never played Skarner either.
He's not expected to.
Okay. So you're going to go with Prince?
Well, I would actually have to take a look back at the stats to see exactly how dominant Prince was early, because I think there's a little bit of recency involved in like dismissing Prince more because of the fact that he's been targeted so much recently. Like you remember back to Prince's early split games, the guy was just like descended from heaven to play League of Legends. Like he was entirely different compared to everybody else.
I will say during these FlyQuest games, when it was the era of FlyQuest, there's top of the league, winning all their games, winning stage games, and there were a bunch of teams talking about how, wow, they don't do that to us in scrims. They're playing so much better on stage. Spica was spamming Maokai and Amumu because they were very, very strong / OP with Demonic at that stage on that patch and doing such a good job of marking enemy jungle, controlling the early lane phase for the FlyQuest members to be able to scale into the later game that they were setting up for their team fights, that I just felt like Spica, even though he was not at the top of the scoreboard, was doing so much for the FlyQuest game plan.
So, update for everybody on two different issues. First and foremost, the pause. I've been told it is a minor hardware issue, something to do with a monitor. Hopefully, we should be able to get back in game pretty quickly. Issue number two, chat, you trolled us. You were wrong. TSM is officially eliminated from playoff contention. They have no chance to participate in playoffs, regardless of whether or not they win this game and how the rest of the day shakes out. TSM will not make playoffs, but they can still play spoiler to longtime rival Cloud9 by winning the game against... No, wait.
They have to lose for that to be a tiebreaker.
I hate stupid standings so much. I can't get them right. But yeah, so TSM can play buddy to longtime rival Cloud9 by defeating FlyQuest, because if FlyQuest wins, then there's a first place tie.
All right, we're back in it, lads.
Let's go. All right.
Reminder, Vi just solo killed Wukong.
Yes.
Thank you for the refresher. Absolutely dominated. Love this. It's a pretty big power spike on Vi too. Not even to be able to complete the full black cleaver, but you have so much cooldown reduction now with the double components here. I want to see where he goes next.
Total gold, Spica's at the top of the chart. Not only did he get the solo kill on his opponent, he's up like
5 camps.
He took both of those camps. Like, not only did he burn his flash to the W, forced him off both of the camps, took those as well. Absolute bully in the jungle. And the ultimate's going to come back off cooldown pretty shortly here. Looks like they do have the rotation here with support recall timers for Ayla to move up towards the Rift Herald. That means bottom side is going to be 2v1. They know because Ayla cleared the ward up on top side. So they know Prince here. They've got a wave building, and Wukong is on Gromp. Kind of far away if they wanted to do anything, so looks like it is just going to be a recall and reset.
One difference between this game and the previous one, when CLG got ahead early in the previous game, their gold lead was actually not a whole lot because of what the Cloud9 bottom lane was doing, taking the plays, out-farming their opponents. But here, ooh, nice use of the super mega death rocket for tempo there.
Ooh, 1 second solo kill here, for sure. If Jack just crashes wave, I guess he's a little bit scared of Vi, which makes it a bit hard for him. But he's definitely going to be able to fight him here on this wave.
TSM
Maybe Ayla should defend.
Yeah, TSM also know that Ayla is up here still from clearing the ward and hasn't showed back bottom, so it looks like they are going to sacrifice.
There you go. 2 out of 2 neutral objectives secured for FlyQuest. The first one was a steal. The second one, they just took all on their own.
And it doesn't even look like Jinx is going to get a turret plate. Prince getting back just in time? Question mark?
Maybe. Nope. Putting a lot of damage here. Nice.
They also took that opportunity. I do like this, at least from TSM. During the Rift Herald sacrifice, they warded up this red quadrant of the jungle between mid and bottom. And so Chime trying to work with Boogie right now. Wukong with the ultimate available really wants to make a play.
Maple will not hit the scat of the week, and Vikla recognizes the easiest way out of this is just going around, going home the long way. Now he'll walk back into the lane. Yeah, he takes 1 Q from Maple, but not bad considering TSM was ready to commit 3 players for that kill. Drake coming up. FlyQuest has control over the bottom side river this time. Remember last time it was TSM setting it up, but FlyQuest forced them off. They used the flash from Vikla as the trade, and they secured the objective. But now let's see if TSM wants to contest this or if FlyQuest can just take it for free. Spica still much stronger. Black Cleaver versus Caulfield's Warhammer in jungler inventory.
Yeah, I think it's semi-suicidal if TSM actually contested because FlyQuest had mid push and bottom push off the Heimerdinger, and Vi is massively ahead. So it would take some big outplays, let's say, to be able to win that dragon fight. Impact on the top side though.
Impact having to jump back to the minions. Monster is a brick wall, and he is ready to shove this wave all the way up. Impact does have TP, so he can just return to base and then rejoin up here. Haunster's very decent.
Might look to solo kill here.
The TP cooldowns. Yeah, let's see if he can do it. We've seen this so many times on Cassante. I'm sure you've played this so many times on Cassante. If you can hit one of those knockbacks and follow it up with the other 2, you're feeling great.
Yeah, exactly. You just W him next to the wall, ulti him over the wall, and he's just like way farther away from his tower. The game state honestly is looking pretty good for FlyQuest right now. I think it's really hard for TSM to fight really any objective just because Vi's so far ahead, and Jax is also now just going to beat Cassante for pretty much the rest of the game, honestly.
So as someone who is clearly non-biased and doesn't have either one of the teams that you want to win this game, if you're TSM, you're down early on here, your opponents are controlling the neutral objectives 3 for 3, how would you want to play this out from here to make sure that this doesn't keep slipping away from you?
I mean, realistically, you just have to play around your vision. You have to look for picks with Syndra QE, Wukong ult, Thresh hook, and you can't really 5v5 at objectives at this point of the game, but yeah.
Spica's got that timer from Red Buff, remember, from last time around.
Yep.
I'm sure Boogie remembers, so TSM know. FlyQuest took the red, they've got the guaranteed timer. They make a topside move with Vikla's roam timer on the Annie.
Oh, Chime goes in. He hooks the turret, plays the players right back in. Turtle's taking some damage. Boogie wants to go in after Ayla, finds the Cyclone and the Super Mega Death Rocket from Turtle, puts the money on the right man. TSM bring their jungler down and find their first kill of the game.
Beautiful gameplay from TSM. That's what I like to see. I think Wukong definitely is gonna be very happy to look bot lane again actually now, because now Heimerdinger has no flash, he can't really play aggressively. Maybe Jinx Thresh can actually get prio on majority of the waves.
Yeah, Hanser might be in for some pain here because that turret will get one shot by the Herald, so Hanser's got to get out of there.
Herald summoned up, demolish proc plus the charge should be all she wrote.
There it goes. First turret over to FlyQuest.
I do love that choice from Boogie, though. You know, if you're a jungler and you're behind 1v1 with enemy jungle, you tell your other side of the map, hey, he's stealing my second red buff, or my third red buff here. Guess what? You're on your own. I'm out of here. I got to make a play on the opposite side of the map.
They're actually going to look for Impact here. I think they can... Oh, he could have played way more aggressively on that timer. I think Impact might have actually been forced to at least flash there, but... Still walking up. This is really aggressive from Impact.
No
ulti
ulti for Boogie, remember. He can't use the Cyclone. Impact now being ganked by a third man. This has to be death for the Jax. Boogie doesn't want to be targeted and bursted down. He doesn't want to trade this. There's no way. There's no way. That is fully illegal. Impact just walks away from 3.
And look what happens when you absorb 3 members up to the other side of the map. The Zeri. No way!
He drank the potion. He drank his potion in time. It saved him with 20 HP.
I love how he drops a distraction panic ward too. Like it's gonna distract the minions away or something.
Good vision.
It does not do that, by the way.
Wow.
Moly. Okay, well, so still though, on the other side of the map, since 3 members went after Impact, they made a power play. This is the beginning of the bottom side initiation. So hooks onto the tower, still gets in range for the play.
Yeah, I think here FlyQuest bot lane just sort of misplayed, especially Ayla. Like when your Vi's taking the enemy red buff, it's very clear he's not showing. He's going to be looking bot lane. They should be playing way more defensively.
And then Impact. Okay, so they wait fully till Chime comes.
I just don't like this ulti from Cassante. I think if he just waits for Jax to use E and then ults, it's a lot better. You can just follow with the flash if you're on top of them. But very well played by Impact as well, honestly.
And here's another look at this.
Flash away from Turtle. Turtle snipes. I mean, honestly, really good skill shot from Turtle. He hits the zap into ultimate.
5 HP. The lowest he got was 5 HP from the minion autos. Spica makes the dive. Turtle was the guy on TSM that actually had a little bit of money, but Spica just beats him up and takes it. As a 4,000 gold lead for FlyQuest with Maple's death.
And Spica's flashing his own old TSM icon at them as he takes down his former organization 2-0 now, and absolute domination.
Fantastic banter from Spica as per usual.
Maple just should not be sitting next to the wall when Annie is clearly there. I'm not really sure what he was doing, but Impact's just going to solo Herald. It's pretty good for Jax to have a lot of side lane pressure now with him taking the Herald. If they ever decide to like move with Cassante to a different lane, he just heralds the tier 2, gets free 600 gold. Very good by him.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a big ego Impact game because he's already willingly taking 1v3s and then being able to escape with his life. Now he's got his own Rift Herald in his pocket. That does things to a top laner's mind.
Well, TSM are trying to get themselves a Drake. They'd attempted on Drake number 1.
Shutdown.
They got forced off. Drake number 2, their opponents were just taking. If FlyQuest gets this one, they're on sole point before 17 minutes. That is a nightmare, and TSM will stop that nightmare here. Ayla gets picked, but now Boogie's in danger. He gets back up the wall with the clone. Objective bounty plus a kill for TSM, really big.
And
it looks like top tier 2 will probably go down here just because Jax is demolished. He's just going to use the Herald on it. It's my assumption, but he's not actually using it right now.
Yeah, he's whacking away up on that top side. Objective bounty shut down for TSM, plus Ayla too close, getting an extra kill over onto that side. Looks like FlyQuest should still be able to pressure pretty heavily. Bottom side being pushed out by Maple.
I think I would have liked to see Cassante just TP on the tower to force him to use the Herald to get the tower. I'm not really sure why he's holding it. I guess he thinks he needs to use it for bot lane to defend bot tier 1, but I don't think that is worth holding. Now Jax just runs mid, uses Herald on mid. They have so much pressure in this map.
Yeah, just torpedo the mid lane turret for free. No problem for FlyQuest as they keep building up this lead. 3 men middle. They might not even need the Herald. They got Prince and Ayla in position. Should just knock this one down.
Yeah, the difference in which turret you kill is so massive too. I kind of agree. Just using teleport to get a secondary side lane turret, those things are worth 800 gold into the Jax pockets now. Actually, Vi gonna have to.
Oh, nice play from Chime to force out Spica's flash.
Pretty good by Champ. Well played, well played. Not bad at Thresh, actually. I played with him last night in solo queue, and I went like 0-8 on Akali.
Did he know it was you, or was
Yeah,
it
he
a
knew.
secret?
I think me and Eminence had a combined 26 deaths last night on his solo queue team.
That was...
We were cosplaying. I mean, we were ready for today, I guess.
That's right. 26. Wait, if you were 0 and 8, that means M&S was 0 and 18.
No. I was like 0-8, and then I came back, and they're like 3 and 13.
Oh, okay. All right, bringing it back a little bit, getting on the board. All right.
That's a comeback right there. 3 and 13.
Oh, man. Well, right now, TSM needs some kind of a comeback, man, because 18 and a half minutes into the game, down 5,000 gold. This is a nasty spot to be in. They're going to need some kind of a mistake from FlyQuest here, but Fly has been playing it clean.
Yeah, you might want to start warming up for the tiebreaker game at the end of the day there.
Man.
Calisthenics, stretch out the fingers a little.
Analyzing your possible opponents right now.
Yeah, Impact's looking real good. I'm kind of scared.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to get Sojin pretty quickly here next back. That's another tower falls to him. That bottom one was still standing on the outer one, so more solo gold, more split push here for this Jax.
I think they're going to be looking to use Herald here, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, he's running out of time. It's got to be dropped somewhere in the next 60 seconds.
I guess if they can get it without using
Yeah, if they don't
Herald.
need it, though, I mean...
I don't know what TSM is, but... Oh, Impact
All right.
with the in thing. Oh, why is Boston on W and ulti? Okay, whatever.
Unlucky.
I think solo with... No, actually.
I'm waiting for the solo tweet now. Where I want to see a production. If solo tweets something, we gotta throw that up.
Yeah, make sure you bring it to us ASAP. Speaking of as soon as possible, Herald, it's got to get dropped. It's got to go somewhere. They've got like 30 seconds left to use this stupid thing.
Oh, going.
Ayla.
They don't kill him here either. I mean, he can flash and get the kill. I'm not sure if it's... Actually, he might just...
Oh, yeah, he wants it. They're saying anything is everything in this game because they do not have a lot to work with. They'll at least kill the support. All 3 deaths on FlyQuest's side are the Heimerdinger, so...
I mean, to be fair, like, Wukong using flash here, I'm not actually sure is worth, just because the next dragon fight is going to be pretty much impossible without his flash.
Yeah.
I would say worth Ayla, you know? You already died 2 times, might as well die a third time.
Good death?
Good death, good death.
That's a 5-head kind of barrel Heimerdinger play right there. We're going dying for some bigger cooldowns before the dragon fight. If TSM weren't going to give it up before, definitely going to give it up now.
Herald finally summoned. Even though they didn't need it for either of the sides, it ends up achieving absolutely nothing overall. So, little unfortunate for FlyQuest there. TSM can at least accept that as a very, very dim silver lining in a game that is drastically against them.
At that point, you just save it. You let your own Herald expire in your inventory so you don't give them
25
gold.
I would have actually just preferred for him to use the top lane, just have the pressure in the top lane. So if no one goes top lane, Herald will slowly push top, and then Dragon spawning. That probably would have been the best
The
play.
delayed cast, like cast it far back from top lane.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's a while to walk up.
Like in your base.
You cast it by like the inhibitor.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Herald's gone, but the dragons continue to spawn on Summoner's Rift. 20 seconds before the next one comes up, it will be soul point for FlyQuest. A TP summoned up by TSM here to bring their mid laner into the mid lane to potentially contest something. Spica's charging up the Vault Breaker, just jumps over the wall instead, not seeing a target that he would be able to close distance on. Dikla ready to go with the stun, and FlyQuest are not immediately going to the Drake. They're going to leave Impact to solo the Drake down while the remaining 4 players have this standoff with TSM.
Yeah, nothing's really going to happen here. I mean, TSM obviously wanted to start the Baron, but now that FlyQuest is full mid, Jax is taking the Dragon, he can always TP in. I don't really think TSM can do much here.
Yeah, unless they made a big error and they overcommitted to other half of the map.
Jinx Rocket?
I like the attempt.
They might just start it anyway because Jax is low, I guess.
Problem is, I think Impact is going back to base. He's going to teleport. TSM's team does not do enough damage to burn this down quickly, and it means that there's really no chance for them to try to punish this Drake take. Soul point, 22 minutes in for FlyQuest.
Okay, so that is a really...
Whoa. Maple face checks the Annie, and the follow-up from Spica's Vi takes him low. The Seraph's Embrace shield keeps him alive for an extra second, but Maple will fall. FlyQuest now looking to go even further in. Haunter ults, Impact over the wall into the Baron pit, and is pulled to safety by Chime.
Look at this, with the Thresh Lantern and all the dashes of Kasante. He's jumping all over the Baron pit. But that window now here for FlyQuest, that's an easy reset, push out, free kill on Maple. I was gonna. Ooh, Vikla.
Ooh.
Boogie does have ult.
They don't have Jack's TP here, so I think he's actually just dead here. I mean, he might try to flash. Oh, cue the minion.
Cued the minion, little unlucky. Chime showing up to guarantee that Vikla doesn't have any outplay potential here, and Boogie picks up his second kill of the game.
They can't really do anything with it though, just because Syndra has no TP. Maybe if Syndra has TP, they just start the Baron instantly and try to go for like a flip play, but I don't think it's very good, obviously. Jax actually doesn't have TP anymore, and K'Sante does, so anytime Jax goes bot lane, TSM should be looking to fight on top side with K'Sante TP.
Jax has entered Earth mode as well with the Spear of Shojin being completed. This will be very problematic. I feel like you have to send a minimum of 3 guys after him to kill him now. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to outplay with the incredibly low cooldowns on the leap strike and the counter strike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he can't really hit the tower in front of K'Sante's face, but he can just get pushed on like the tier 2 wave and then just run into the jungle, take all their camps. That's what I think he should be doing.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they're just going to clear out all the vision around Baron, let Jax do his split push thing, slowly take over the more and more territory with that Fog of War, make TSM come to you, look for your pick. You've got Vi, you've got Annie. They've got pretty quick turn here as far as picking anyone off. Chime going to go in for the safe warding strategy though, Lantern into ward here on the backside, and Boogie goes to follow it up with the inside vision. Jax, I like that ward from Impact though, trying to get the split push lane open for himself. Maybe he does even go up and try and get a Demolish proc or something.
I mean, realistically, he can use E and try to get Demolish proc. It could be a little bit risky if you don't see everyone, but if your teammates are threatening Baron and you see Syndra or you see Jinx, I think it should be safe.
5 pick.
Speakers over the wall, hanging out in the brush, punches Boogie just like back in the day at the start of the game for the red buff. This time Boogie not in danger of immediately dying from it. The FlyQuest are doing everything they can to control the vision here in the red side jungle of TSM.
And TSM even call Haunter over. You know, he rotates from bottom side. That allows Impact to push up the wave. Impact's got timing window now to get a proc off.
Yeah, he's gonna take half the tower here, and pretty rough. I'm not really sure why K'Sante decided to run mid, but pretty good for Impact.
Yeah, maybe TSM calls right there where, hey, we are picked. Vi punch me, help!
Oh. Nice, Vikla going for the big engage on Maple. Spica with the follow-up from downtown, and Maple's out of there. Bottom lane, Impact continuing to terrorize Haunter as he's taken the tier 2. He's pushed up to the tier 3, and the rest of his team now sees the green light to start up the Baron. Spica and Prince are going to duo it, while Ayla and Vikla keep TSM away.
Killed Tibbers. Nice. Well, Vikla's movement goes crazy, bro.
Vikla's looking pretty good here. Has to fall back a little.
Nice
Doesn't want to be taken more damage. Vikla gets exploded. Prince jumps over the wall, seeing if he can get anything back. Wild Turtle's at half HP, and TSM might have just found their angle. Shut down over to Haunter on K'Sante. He goes in for the engage on Prince, who hops over the wall back to safety, but he's still on the wrong side of the rift. He falls back to Ayla and to Impact. TSM won't be able to take Baron off of that, but hey, they got a couple of pretty critical kills.
Dude, Turtle Jinx still has it here. He just was locked on to Vikla, absolutely demolished him. Poked him down, hit every zap, making it look point and click. Rocket range on him. He does it all himself. That was zap number 1. He hits another zap here too.
Yeah, he played it very, very well. Nice spacing as well. I'm not really sure if they could stop Baron. I don't think they could stop Baron if K'Sante doesn't use ulti. Could be close though. Could just be 3 boards.
Yeah, so, this moment right here.
Yeah, realistically, I think it doesn't really matter. I mean, he just ultis. I don't think they could stop Baron anyway, just because Jax is so fed. If they all go into the pit, it'll kill them all. Now, this dragon fight is basically like who wins the game. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure TSM is going to fight to the death, but FlyQuest has positioned really good flanks on Jax.
TSM only need 10 seconds for a Wukong ultimate. I think they easily will be able to wait that 10 seconds. Boogie looking for a flank.
He does not want anything to do with Impact, though.
Yeah, TSM's going to try to go through bot side of the map, but Jax will still have a really, really good flank on Jinx and Syndra. Both have no flash. This is a very good position for Impact.
He showed on the minions. They know he's here.
FlyQuest slowly whittling away at the Drake.
Well, Jax actually gave position because he went back around, so maybe they can walk in now on the carries. Not really sure why, but
Boogie's coming. He wants the W in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is taking their time with this. They don't want to flip it. They just want to go for the fight instead. Boogie's in the back line, finding Cyclone on multiple targets, but is it enough? He's not doing any real damage. Boogie gets back away, but now they got to be concerned about Haunter. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes goes in, and Turtle goes down.
Prince
Prince is ready. He's got a double kill on the Zeri, making a triple, making a quadra. It's a pentakill for Prince. He does it again, and that is all she wrote.
I think we might be banning Zeri, guys.
So remember when you guys were talking about Spica versus Prince, and I said, I don't know, man. Remember Prince in the first half of the split?
Well, you didn't say Prince, so you can stop talking right now.
Okay.
Hey, Spica solo killed Boogie level 5 to 6 at his red. Remember that?
That is true.
All right.
He broke open the game.
To me, honestly, that's more impressive than a Zeri Penta. Zeri Pentas are
He was set up. He played well, but like, come on. Spica carried this game.
This is some incredible cope. But we do have a pretty incredible team fight coming out from FlyQuest. They took the dragon slow and steady. They end up securing the soul after. Prince went from 1 kill to 6 in a single fight, and the gold lead is 11K.
He finished with BT after that. Guess what? Zeri's got 3,000 HP now on live. Here's another look at it from Prince's point of view. And I guess the critical, you want to give him credit moment is that going in with impact for the full chase down, but Fudge started calling it as soon as he saw Prince take the wall slide.
Yeah, I mean, he has both sums.
Everybody's low, he has double sums.
Jax just flashes in with him.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty clean team fight from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest is...
Oh, not just a Bloodthirster, by the way. A Bloodthirster and a QSS.
Prince did more than everybody else in his team put together in terms of damage, and Turtle had a donut. The Jinx was never able to contribute to the team fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, though, to give like Wild Turtle some... I mean, he couldn't really auto-attack. The position of the team fight is just impossible for him to win. Like, even if he auto-attacks twice, he does 300 damage, nothing changes in the fight. So.
Well, now TSM is faced with a nearly impossible situation. Vikla's taken down to nearly nothing, but he has the stasis to just bait him into a bad fight. Spica goes after Maple. Impact is soloing out Haunter. The Syndra tries to get away, but it won't happen. A double kill back over to Prince. They won't be able to secure another Penta this time, but they don't need it. It's a 5v3. They've got more health. They've got more gold. They've got more minions. They've got everything they need. And FlyQuest will absolutely crush TSM and secure themselves a tiebreaker for first place.
All right, Fudge, there's your bonus. So, step number 1, what we learned? We're banning Zeri. Don't let Prince have that.
We might be banning Zeri. We'll see about that.
Yeah, the Zeri seemed a little bit of an issue there later on.
How you feeling about Berserker could run the Draven into it again?
I mean, I think that, you know, if we don't play like we did last game, we'll still win. But we might play like we did last game, you never know. So it's going to be a close match. I mean, they're really good, obviously, but I think we also have shown to be really good.
Well, Fudge, thank you so much for joining us here on the cast for this game. But now your next task is the post-game interview.
Yeah, I don't know what questions I'm going to ask.
We're going to have you take your headset off here. I'll unclip it. Go ahead and you can remove that. Head on down to the stage, and we'll join back up with you once everything's ready to go down there. Kobe, you and I just saw an absolute demolishing of TSM. Spica taking over in the jungle early. Prince being set up for the pentakill later on. The squad of FlyQuest just ran the whole map.
They certainly did. Both our games today, to start the day, have been pretty one-sided. CLG earlier as well, delivering the opposite side of that to Cloud9 themselves. So we'll get some data today. What is better, starting out the day with a big win to gain confidence, or starting out the day with a nice big loss to get you motivated, get you hungry, get you mad for the tiebreaker? Well, at the end of the day, we'll find out. Whoever wins the FlyQuest Cloud9 tiebreaker will be your answer.
FlyQuest C9 tiebreaker, and the next 3 games still have the opportunity to give us a 4-way tiebreaker with the other teams that are all still present here in playoffs. But it does mean Fly and C9, they're your guaranteed 1 and 2. We get to play another head-to-head tiebreaker later to determine who gets what. That's going to be exciting. Of course, for Fudge and those C9 boys, now they're sweating a little bit. They're like, all right, go back, pull up the FlyQuest VOD. Let's see what we got to deal with here. Because the Zeri and the Vi, Prince and Spica, having a great game there. You can see 14-4, all tied up at the top. 10-7 for EG, 10-8 for CLG. That means if EG loses and 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians both win, that's the 4-way tiebreaker scenario right there.
Yep. We have our playoff bracket. Now all that's left to decide who plays who, the seeding that goes into it, and it is going to be hard fought. Honestly, with this recent performance from FlyQuest, that gives a lot of extra faith in this team, whereas last week, everybody, including myself, was all about Cloud9 to the moon, FlyQuest. I knew it all along. You know,
they're posers.
Exactly. Teams talking all split long about how their scrims are so much worse than their stage games. But speaking of stage, we are ready to join Fudge, ready for the interview with Spica. Goodbye. Well played, my friend.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fudge interviewing Spica. So with that win, we are going to be playing a tiebreaker, probably at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So, did you drink any coffee? Is your caffeine going to be, you know?
Ooh, you see, the thing with me, right, is I usually drink coffee really early, and I slam caffeine before every game day. So usually by like 10 p.m., I'm a zombie. So maybe I need to, you know, re-up on the caffeine.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be drinking a lot of coffee. I have another question. So, do you think you are more deserving of MVP or Prince on your team?
Oh. I mean, I got to give it to Prince because he got a pentakill. You know, because before when we were doing really well earlier on the split, we were trying to get him that pentakill, and he didn't get it. And I know he was kind of a little sad, you know, seeing Berserker getting the pentakill.
True,
I was teasing him saying, oh, why Berserker get penta? You don't? But, you know, I'm really happy that he finally got his penta on his signature champion. I think he's a really important part of our team. And obviously in a team game, it's, you know, people help each other, right? It's not just one person doing all the work, but I think his individual performance has just been really insane, so I think he definitely deserves it.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, like, on your team, who actually talks the most? Who's the one making most of the calls? Because I know that all your players are really,
You trying
really
to scout us, or?
I'm not scouting anything. What does it matter?
Okay,
If I know, does it matter?
yeah. I mean, I think it's early game is mostly me, because I'm the jungler. I think we have inexperienced players, and Impact, while being very experienced, he's a top laner. Like, I don't see him for like 90% of the game. So usually it's me making most of the call, and then if sometimes, you know, when Prince is ahead, he makes really good calls. So if he's ahead, he'll make a lot of the team fight and macro calls as well. But overall, I think I do most of the early game, and then mid game is like a mix.
Okay, thank you for telling me. Now I can win. Well, that was my last question. I'm going to be sending it to the lounge. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fudge. And I gotta say, I love Spica giving Prince the MVP nod. That's such a valuable thing to have in a teammate.
The most valuable thing.
Probably the most valuable is to be able to give credit to others.
Especially as a jungler.
Yeah, I think so.
That's probably the most valuable jungler.
He might be the most valuable.
You guys
Very supportive of this team.
Sorry, we got to refocus quickly onto TSM. That's the last time you're going to see them in spring split, unfortunately not making it into playoffs. But I would say having a more impressive split than a lot of people were giving them credit for. And it was also cool to see like Turtle stepping back in the middle of the split.
Yeah, I think, I mean, they already mentioned it, even including the oversimplified, the idea of us, the analysts, the fans, players didn't expect TSM to perform as well as they did going into the season. They had a set identity. Maple was actually such a standout player, and I think how people have to change their tone and how they talk about him as a mid laner. So I'm interested in seeing how, you know, all pro discussions go around that lane specifically. But it was nice to see it, and yeah, good call out on Wild Turtle.
Yeah, I think this team really surprised us. I appreciated that they found their identity of team fighting pretty quickly, even though, like, when we had them on last week, I'm talking to, obviously Wild Turtle hadn't been on the team that long, but talking to Shime and Solo, they were both just like, we just kind of pick champions that go in, and then we realize they can all team fight. So that was pretty interesting. I am curious to see what they do for summer, especially with the like kind of last minute swap of Hansar coming in for the last 2 games. But I do think ultimately they were a team that pleasantly surprised us with how well coordinated they were.
Cool. Well, we just did the fold there. That means we are guaranteed one tiebreaker at least. FlyQuest versus C9. The battle for first place, maybe MVP. We don't know what's on the line.
Man, the recency bias
The
is
recency.
insane.
It is
crazy.
insane.
It's insane. The winner of that tiebreaker game is just, oh man.
So make sure you guys stick around. There'll be at least one bonus game today. We'll see how many others we are able to get over the course of this, but that's it for us right now. TL versus EG is next, but first, here's someone with Meteos with his suggestion box.
Next one's from Dean. If you were to come back to one current LCS team, which team would you like to play on? Probably FlyQuest. They're really good. Hi, I'm Meteos, and I'm here answering questions from the LCS Discord. This one's from Emery the White. which newer jungle champion do you wish was around while you were pro? I think maybe Viego. He's pretty cool to play. I think he fills a good role in competitive. Like, you get to play as everything. It'd be fun. This one's from Yadid. It says, who do you predict is most likely to write a book about their time in the LCS? Well, Busio said he likes to read books in the sun during his off time, so maybe him. I don't know who else reads. This one's from Son of a Star. What meta shifts would you like to see going into playoffs and then MSI? I would like to see a shift away from Zeri and Enchanters. I think the game's generally more fun to watch and play when it's a lot of, melee sports, playmaking champs, and just a lot of bloody games. This next one's from Carson. What pick did you love to play in the past that hasn't been seen yet this season? That'd have to be Rek'Sai for me, or maybe Zach. I think both those champs are super fun to play, fun to watch, they make stuff happen, so that'd be cool. This next one's from Dodger. Which teammate made the biggest impact on you during your career? Well, there's impact in the name, so impact was definitely one of them, but I would say overall probably Sneaky. Obviously, me and him are really good friends, learned a lot from each other playing together, and just super good teammate. This next one's from Goopus McGurg. Says, historically, you've been a pretty enthusiastic Elise player. How do you feel about her presence in the meta this year? I think it's cool to see Elise. It's been a while since we've actually seen her get played in pro. And yeah, she's generally a pretty high action hero, champion, and fun to watch. This one's from Lo-Fi. If you could choose one thing to change in jungle, what would you do? I would like to do something about late invades, like level 1 invades, because those just swing the game so much, and there's really not much you can do as a jungler about it. It's really just team-oriented, and it can just totally skew the game. This one's from Cantrips. Meteos, please draft a team around yourself from the current rosters of LCS and LCS Challenger teams. Who would you choose and why? Ooh, that's a tough one. So, I almost feel like I would just slot myself into FlyQuest. I would definitely want to play with Impact, Prince. For support, I'll say Vulcan. And for mid, Jojo. I think that's it. What do I do now? Cool. Killed it.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I loved that Fudge had the audacity to just ask Spica, okay, who's MVP off your team? And obviously, Spica could not say himself, so he did say
Fudge tried to be the instigator.
He could say himself.
Yeah.
He could. Yeah. It was nice, though. He kind of like, propped up the Prince MVP narrative that's kind of died recently. However, we are now going to talk about MVPs, and we are going to, first of all, look at the POG leaderboard. Inspired is actually up there with 6th player of the game.
5 POGs.
That's why people were so hot on him in the first round robin. He was popping off. Definitely came back down to earth a little bit. Inspired's been quiet, I think, in people's minds, because it's probably pretty consistent throughout the split he was picking them up.
He is still, like, I can't wait to go back and look at, like, all of the early pathing from these junglers, because jungler all-pro is also something that's, like, really, really close to me. Inspired, I feel like every really good game that EG have, you can see how he is the driving force behind a lot of good stuff that happens.
But for those of you who don't know, player of the game leaderboard, actually, each player of the game counts equivalent to 1 first place vote, which is 3 points, and about 40 people get MVP votes. Casters, analysts, 1 coach representative from every LCS team, 1 player representative from every LCS team, and a number of third-party media, so it's usually about 40. So they're not insignificant, those player of the game awards.
Yeah. At the beginning of the year, we did this thing where we each acted as a player in a roulette wheel. Apparently, I am up first, and I'm going to state my case as MVP of the league.
For someone random.
Who do I got?
Let's see.
Roll the wheel.
Oh,
what?
Who am I? Yeah, what? Okay, all right. I'm Prince. Guys, I know you've been a little out on me lately. My team hasn't looked as dominant as we did previously. However, we still have an insane record. I just got a pentakill. Yes, I know it was on Zeri, so you might dock me for that too. But honestly, my stats are insane. I am an incredible team fighter, and I've soaked up so much pressure that some other bot laners haven't had to deal with. Still have great numbers. I should be your MVP.
He did get the pentakill.
He also played with 2 supports.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment with who I get.
Are you sure about that?
We'll see. It depends on the moment.
What if you get contracts?
He's going to get both. He's geared in.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, wow.
I've already won this award twice, and I've had to play in a meta that isn't even suited for me, but still lead my team to a tie for first. I've also played with 2 different mid laners across a very short split. When people say jungle mid synergy, how was I 7-2 with both? Because I am the most valuable player. My mid laner may seem like it matters, but it doesn't. I've won an MVP with Perks, I've won an MVP with Niski, and I'm gonna win an MVP with M&S and Diplex.
With both?
Yeah.
Yep,
It counts 4.
Yeah.
If 4 people he's won the MVP with. Wow. All right, I'm up next. Let's see who I get here.
With your grandpa sweater?
I don't know, it's like a vomit sweater. All right, let's take a look. Fudge. Okay, I love this one for me.
Yeah, it's still Mark.
I am the best top laner in the league, hands down. There's not even anyone close to me in the same ballpark. You talk about consistency, you talk about the mid laners changing out. I was also a consistent factor for C9. As you can see in the player of the game leaderboards, the only top laner up there. No one else is even close. It's an 80 carry meta. You saw 3 80 carries up there, but I was the only top laner consistently outperforming my opponent, as well as the fact that in the later game portion of the season, I had to start playing Sion and Cho'Gath left and right because tanks became meta on the top side, but I'm still incredibly proficient. I have the highest kill participation of any top laner in the LCS. Oh, it's gone.
Time's up.
Okay,
I'm done.
All right, that's respectable.
That was good.
That's
Rest, go.
Thank God.
I'm kind of convinced.
Yeah, I was stunned by how good I was.
I know.
All right.
I know. I was like,
All right, guys.
What's MVP?
I'm ready. Oh! Guys, I must start this discussion by saying that I am impressed. I'm on a team that have too many great individuals. Blabber just a moment ago was talking about how great he is. Fudge who was talking about how great he is. It's an 80 carry meta, and I have been the most consistent player on this team and in the league. Prince, who was just coming out earlier talking about how good he was, where were you in the past 2 weeks? I was here. I was performing on every 80 carry, including when my own support was playing 80 carries. I think it's disgusting.
You're off. You think it's...
Then now we have to listen to Flowers and Kobe. Go.
Oh, no.
This is for you, Rad.
We have something to settle now.
Anyway, welcome back. It's time for game number 3. So here's the chaos update on what this one looks like. If EG wins, they lock third for themselves. Nobody else can tiebreak them for it. They're there. If they lose, if Team Liquid can upset them, then that means that there's still the possibility of that 4-way tiebreaker for 3rd through 6th. And it also means that EG will, at minimum, have to play a tiebreaker with CLG, who are at 10 wins as well.
Yeah, there's so many questions in my mind surrounding, EG, a lot of the players getting sick, and how much of that is contributing to the performances that they've had, plus the individual performances dropping, and all of the teams coming into this, we're talking about how EG, they're probably the second best team in the entire league with how they're performing in scrims, but then now playing from home, having to overcome a lot of obstacles. See if they can get over the final hurdle here, because this is an important one, as you're illustrating. Bring it together just when they need it. The last day of the split. Take down Team Liquid. There's that Gragas that Fudge was talking about. So many teams loving how flexible it is, but even evil geniuses will bypass that as the first pick. Picking up the Jace. JoJo had one of the very, very high DPM Jace games so far this split. No. Yes. It's not happening.
You know what? I'll take the hover as a shout out. I accept that. Thank you, Summit. Thank you, Base Team Liquid. And we do have the Jace locked in for EG. The Lee Sin, the first lock-in for TL. Remember, the game that they absolutely terrorized and dismantled FlyQuest, it was off the back of Pioshik's early game Lee Sin play. I feel like this is what they gotta want to be running back. Talon recently got some buffs, so I feel like that's what they're just hovering, trying to tease us a little bit, but I don't buy it. The Jinx, however, I do buy that. It's locked in for y'all.
You know what's going through my mind when they're hovering this Skarner is Skarner rework, AoE ultimates. That is going to be... Okay, we'll talk about that later.
I was going to say, I'm about to educate you.
When that becomes reality.
All right. Well, let's focus on what we do got here in the draft right now. Remember, it's Kindred, Rakan, Thresh, Annie, Elise, and Varus all banned out. The Aphelios locked in. He can't have his buddy in Thresh. Normally, that's one of his best friends. So I'm curious what they're going to pair with him here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, same. Both of these AD carries work off of, defensive supports, trying to supplement, and try and build over some of these defensive holes that they have. But they can also go with stuff like Renata. If you pick too much engage and a big, AoE of melee champions, then Renata's really good for counter engage and can actually lane pretty well with both of those. There's the Gragas, which finally does make its way in here, though.
Powerful flex.
Powerful flex back in. And of course, you always want to balance AP plus AD with jungle and solo laners. I'm assuming this Gragas has a higher percentage chance to go into Sumday's hand, or Inspired's hands, than some days. But it is still definitely flexible here, so might even be able to draw some top lane mess. Whoa! That's been Tom Kench a long time. So those defensive holes that I was talking about, trying to build around here. Tom Kench, the classic for these AD carries that do not have dashes. Team Liquid grabbed theirs here for Jinx to protect it.
Reminder that Team Liquid is officially eliminated from playoff contention already. Yeah. So what they're doing here is potentially throwing us into the most chaotic tiebreaker scenario possible if they can beat EG, but they will not be able to earn themselves a spot in playoffs.
And it is Core JJ, Tom Kench, one of his famous champions. Had some extremely support carry-oriented games, even when he was on net. Bans coming through, though, for the top lane cover here for Team Liquid, trying to deal with the possibility of the flex for Gragas, as well as taking away some of these enchanters defensive possibilities for bottom side for Aphelios. Yep. Whenever I see Tom Kench, I always want to see, like a Pike answer to it, to try and execute through his Gray Health shield. Yeah. Try and pull him in because you can get so much value, but we just don't have a lot of Pike players in the LCS, Not a lot willing to go that deep into the extremes for just like support on support counter.
And some Squidward in the audience here, as we've got the Ahri and LeBlanc banned out by EG, targeting Harry specifically in the second half of the draft. The Rise locked in for TL.
All right, some roaming possibilities here for Harry from mid lane. and with Lee Sin, this is a very deadly duo. People always talk about Lee Sin plus LeBlanc, but Lee Sin plus Ryze also very, very good at mid-jungle 2v2s, especially when Jace is trying to play super aggressive, and you know JoJo is always turbo aggressive.
Yes. Let's see if they actually want to lock in this long hover on Soraka. Yeah, that'll be it. All right, so bottom lane duo is Aphelios Soraka versus Jinx Tahm Kench.
That is a lot of poke damage. The Aphelios plus Soraka here, a lot of damage. We'll see the state of Tahm Kench, how much headway they can actually work through on that health bar, plus all the defensive buffs for melee champions, often your defensive support item. And all the potions is going to be chugging through, see if they can actually work through bottom side priority here. But if they lock in, okay.
Nope. All right.
So it's not going to be the blind Renekton, is going to be the Cassante up on top side. Bud was mentioning his two favorite counters into it, the Fiora for a little bit more lane, the Gwen for a little bit more scaling.
Both are still up. Both are available. The Jax is also still up. Summit's classic Gnar pick is also still available. The Jace, of course, another Summit special, but that one's already been taken away, so Summit's on Fiora versus Cassante.
Yeah, and I definitely would prefer this over one of the AP options like the Gwen, because you already have Ryze. I would really prefer Ryze to remain solo AP on this team.
Okay.
So they can try and focus on that lane, get some ganks off on Jace, get that Ryze roaming to the side lanes here. And if Summit's going to have a strong early lane, which lane phase, Summit is still putting up big numbers.
Yeah.
As much as it is super easy to sling insults at him getting caught by junglers later on, and the mid game for him and for Team Liquid, his lane phase numbers still popping. So with this Fiora, should have advantage up on top side. We'll see about Lee Sin trying to link up with mid lane in the early stages of the game. And bottom side here, Tahm Kench, the Tahm Kench punching bag basically. How much health can Soraka and Aphelios work through?
So I'm cool with the Tahm Kench for Core JJ, because a lot of the times, so many people that are fans of LCS, they watch these games from Team Liquid, and whenever Core JJ is on an Enchanter, it's just like, oh, come on, put him on something with a go button. Let this guy decide when the fight is. I'm among that camp of people. I always want to see Core JJ have the ability to decide when they fight. And Tahm Kench is one of those rare champions that can engage while also still playing protection duty for his AD.
And you better be sure, when Core JJ plays Tahm Kench, that is what he does. He looks for kills with this champion. These best games that I'm talking about where he runs the game for Team Liquid on Tahm Kench, they're ganking bottom lane, they're pushing out, he's invading enemy jungler. He's one of those annoying supports that comes into your jungle, gets vision on your camps, even attacks you at your camps. And I've got a bonus on top flowers. He's also running Ignite Tahm Kench, Flash Ignite Tahm Kench for bottom side to look for these kills onto the Soraka, that Ignite for the healing cut. So they can actually really embrace that style.
I like that a lot versus a Soraka lane. Bringing the Grievous Wounds in your Summoner spell, making it so you don't have to change your build to pick up early heal cut and guarantee that the all-ins can still remain effective. The pause is very short. We are getting back into the game right now. Not even sure what it was about, but it doesn't matter because it's in the rearview mirror. Let's see how it goes. EG fighting for an uncontested third place spot. Team Liquid fighting to spoil that and throw the remainder of the day into some potential calamity. Keep your eyes on Tahm Kench. Keep your eyes on Core JJ throughout this game. That's who I'm watching to get things rolling for Team Liquid. Pioshik's Lee Sin right next to him.
Especially since Core JJ has also started with an early sweeper here. So the possibility for an extra invade. Both heading down towards bottom to get brush pressure though.
FBI hanging out in that tri-brush, just making sure nobody's doing any strange invades here. Core JJ does have bush control in the lane itself. You can see the 5-point spread from EG. They know that they're the ones who still have something to really fight for here in this game. They don't want to have any sort of cheeky level 1 screw up what they're trying to plan here. They're not trying to go for anything wild and crazy just yet. So everything's fine for now. Inspired having the electrocute on the Gragas as well for the extra burst and everything early. I want to see this guy get some good ganks as well. JoJo on the Jace. This is something that I think EG just has to be so careful with because it is JoJo who's been struggling a lot recently. Now he's going to take more damage from the Vitals. JoJo had to flash already. He's dead. Minions collide and he's dead. JoJo not the start he wanted.
I think that he thought he might be okay getting away with just the phase rush burst there. And so that's why he didn't flash the wall immediately. because I was about to shout out, hey, flash this wall right now. This moment that comes up right here, I was thinking, get out of there. This guy's got Ghost. Summit popped it really early, but you see that phase rush. It looks like EG were making the call, hey, I'm going to run it out with that beast, you know, that boost of speed, but that's not going to be the case. You know, they take too long. They don't immediately flash out of there. And Harry says, I'll flash this wall. If you're not going to use it to escape, I'll use it to kill you. Harry gets over, and this is not as early as I was thinking. Hey, let's gank mid and get the Rise fed Flowers so he can roam to the other side of the lanes. But I'll take it if that's Team Liquid. First blood already on the Rise. This just greatly accelerates that game plan I was talking about from draft phase for Team Liquid. So this is really, really, really big stuff for the start. And already you see Inspired coming over on Gragas. He crosses through, doesn't want to waste too much time in the look towards mid. He could see from Harry's movement, yeah, they still have the wards left around on this top side, so he just passes over towards his red quadrant to continue on the clear. And since he passed through Vision, Pioshik comes over to contest red.
We'll see what happens with that potential conflict at the red buff, but I do want to... Oh, Inspired's taking the long way around just to see if Pioshik starts up the red.
Well, you know when you give Vision by going through mid, that the enemy jungler has a high possibility of doing this, so Inspired knows what information he's giving over willingly to the enemy, and so he's playing cautiously, playing accordingly, trying to get the earlier respawn on his Krugs as well. Another benefit from going there instead of red. He'll find, hey, yep, Pioshik took that opportunity when I showed through, coming through mid, takes my red. Fair play, that's the price.
Yeah, that's jungling, man. That's the name of the game. But I do want to talk a little bit about JoJo because he has been feeling under the weather in the past couple of weeks. Like, obviously, he's been kind of sick. He's not playing at 100%. But even despite that, throughout this split, I think he's had a lot of mistakes. He's put himself in positions where he can be caught out of position, where he can be punished, where he can end up giving away some of these leads. And it was just yesterday that we saw EG had a decent spot in the game. They were doing pretty well, but JoJo getting caught out on the Veigar 3 times in a row, 2 to big barrels from Tenacity, 1 from just getting caught out in the bottom lane when he was pushing, it created an opportunity for their opponents to get back in the game. And so really, what I want to see from JoJo here with this 3rd place lock on the line is the removal of some of those pretty easy mistakes.
Yeah, definitely agree. Man, Tenacity was nailing him with those Gragas ultimates. Absolutely on point. His job has made it a little bit more difficult, of course, because he had to blow his flash early, as well as giving the first blood money over to Harry. So that kind of sets another obstacle in his path. Meanwhile, topside, Someday wants to crash this wave. He's trying to crash the wave.
Oh, Sonic Wave misses, and they're not going to use the ward to jump in and try to go for the Tempest Cripple like that. So the wave just gets to crash, Summit will farm it up, and Someday goes home.
Perfect for him. Goal accomplished for Someday, even with Pioshik kind of hovering around. His bottom side camps are up as well, so Pioshik doesn't want to waste much time. You got to recall, get back down there. Gromp and Wolves already are respawned, and Core JJ is trying to scout out and control this river. Big, important gank route here for Team Liquid. The highway between mid lane and bottom lane is that entrance for Tom Kench. See if Vulcan can actually protect his control ward. Doesn't look like he can.
Vulcan staying aggressive here, finding a little bit of poke onto Yan. They lose the bone plating on the Soraka.
Really good preemptive work done by Core JJ to open up this bottom triangle of the map for some Pioshik ganks. You know, Lee Sin with flash, with a ward charge right now. Definitely a very dangerous member, and I love the setup from the support. Inspired goes in quickly though, doesn't want to leave this area of the map dark. This is one of the most heavily fought over parts of the map early game, regardless of comps. Pioshik ward hops into control ward.
Yeah, the control ward, seeing that ward drop over the wall means JoJo is able to get back before Team Liquid has the opportunity to engage. If JoJo doesn't immediately fall back there and he's not aware of what's going on, there could have been a flash rune prison from the Rise. Remember that JoJo's flash is still not quite back up. That's the timing Team Liquid was looking for. Someday knocks Summit under the turret. Solo kill in the top lane.
Oh, no, you don't. He didn't even have to use his own ultimate there from Cassante. Someday just absolutely embarrasses Summit. Flowers, I feel bad from Champ Select. We were trying to hype up at least Stummet still has his solo lane numbers.
Not no more.
And he had been racking up that CS lead. He had been doing a great job with his Fiora. He had built up, look at this, like a triple stacked wave he's got built up on Someday. But level 5 Cassante, oh my gosh, he dashes behind the riposte, pushes him into 2 tower shots, and with that giant triple stacked wave, takes him down.
I'm sorry, I try to be understanding in most situations, but Cassante has been doing this all split. You go near the turret and he shoves you back and he shoves you back and he shoves you back and you die. Come on, man, where's the awareness? Yeah. Come on, Summit. Well, Pioshik's invading Inspired now. He's got Harry behind him. The mid lane control allows Team Liquid to rotate their mid laner over, and that means that they've got control over the jungle. Pioshik's going to force Inspired out, steal away this blue. That's going to be 2 out of 3 of Inspired's first buffs going over to Pioshik's Lee Sin, invading him.
Yeah, he's eating up good. Level 6 advantage, too. Guess what, Gragas? You don't even get to play now. Lee Sin with level 6 advantage is definitely a fight you do not want to take. Pioshik going to skip Gromp to get here right when Rift Herald spawns. I actually like this, not showing any greed at all, because it takes so long to take Rift Herald. If your enemy jungler recalls and then runs right back there, he will get there in time as you're about to finish it. So Pioshik doesn't waste any seconds on Gromp. He goes immediately over to it. Inspired still running their beeline from the recall. So that timing I'm talking about is going to be there very close.
Well, Pioshik on the Herald, brings it low, but he can't get it in time. He does secure it, but he can't pick up the eyeball. So Pioshik gets the money, but the actual objective remains on the ground. Someday playing bodyguard, so nobody from TL can pick it up.
Yeah, that has happened to me so many times in solo queue. You force the enemy jungle to recall, and you immediately start your Rift Herald, and it's basically a race right then. They come back straight from base, get there just in time to try and smite fight, but Pioshik, quick hands, gets it.
Harry in trouble. The silence from the Soraka keeps him from casting some spells. He gets taken low, but he's not in danger of any sort of lethal damage just yet.
Look at this wraparound from Pioshik, too. He wants to correct on top side. Someday's got to feel pretty aggressive right now after the solo kill. So Pioshik trying to play on it and see if Someday gets a little fancy.
Well, Summit is trying to bait him into a fight here. Lunge hits the minion. Vital in a good spot for Summit, but with Pioshik going back and Someday having a level advantage, okay, now maybe Summit wants to fight a little more.
I love this from Someday, though. He's got a cool head about him. He's not playing overly aggressive. He recognizes that earlier solo kill for what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, you gave me a freebie with some bad positioning. I took advantage. Doesn't mean I'm going to lose my head about it. And bottom side, EG off of their bottom push. Good job here. They get the wave in. They rotate over to Dragon. Mid lane pushed out. Bottom lane pushed out. Objective secured. That's by the book for Evil Geniuses. This is what they want. Try and start stacking these dragons. Try and chip away at the gold lead that Team Liquid have been able to build here so early.
Still about a 1K lead for TL, 10 minutes into the game. I'm going to call the neutral objective score 1 to 1/2, just because they did get the money from the Herald, but not being able to pick up the eye hurts a little bit. So EG a little ahead in terms of the neutral game. And yeah, what you're talking about in the top lane, Summit gets solo killed. Yeah, that's bad. But even when we had Fudge on last game and he was talking about the Fiora and Gwen matchups, he said, yeah, Fiora's tougher in lane for Cassante for sure, but Gwen can do more stuff later on in the team fights. So you don't expect Someday to just all of a sudden be #1 solo killer top laner for the rest of the match after getting that first advantage, but it feels really good for him. Building towards the Iceborne Gauntlet as well, a much beloved item of Cassante, not used on a whole lot of other champions in the game, as Pioshik's gonna find Inspired here in the jungle. Q1, Q2, the kick. Inspired creating some distance there with his own ulti. Pioshik forces him low, will not get a flash, however.
Interesting. Ultimate trade, but he gets the better of the health trade as well, so he's going to be positive Wolf Steal, uses his smite.
But now, Inspired's got a buddy. You might have an HP lead, but if you don't have a friend lead, you still got to be careful if you're invading the enemy jungle. So Team Liquid's going to back away from that one, just stealing away the Wolves, winning out in the health fight like you talked about. Down here in bottom lane, 107 to 104, as the minions are equalized. So Yon with a very, very, very slight lead. Both of these guys on hyper-scaling AD carries. We haven't got to see the all-in from CoreJJ, the Ignite, threaten any sort of kill just yet. Inspired is down on this part of the map, but that Krug camp is warded, so Team Liquid is aware of the positioning of the EG jungler.
Ooh, love it. Vulcan here silences CoreJJ's attempt to go and get that initiation you're talking about. No W for you, sir. Very easy silence for Vulcan. Very sad B for CoreJJ. Recall's getting off on the reset here. Bottom side, as you said, they are watching Inspired. They know this Gragas going back to base as well after the full reset, and a Gragas with flash is a Gragas ready to make some plays.
Yes, sir.
Maybe now. Ah, man. Well, JoJo wasn't even able to complete his Eclipse either, so maybe JoJo try a quick shove, complete his Mythic here, complete his Eclipse, and then have some fighting for him here to go after Harry, because pretty early Rod of Ages for Harry, plus the tier, because of the first blood.
Summit and Someday just continuing to go back and forth up here a little bit. Pioshik is over the wall, trying to clear out the control ward, but they're going to jump on him. The burst comes out. Pioshik disengaging with the kick. He has his own flash. He wanted to save it if he could, but there was no way. He would have died, had to flash back over the wall there as EG force out a critical summoner from the TL jungler.
And look at CoreJJ. Another deep roam on the Tom Kench, replenishing the deep vision on that red quadrant of the jungle before it even expired.
Yeah.
CoreJJ is keeping this bottom jungle of Evil Geniuses lit up like a bright light. Meanwhile, top side, Summit's gonna have to give some ground, and Someday gonna get another turret late.
Yeah, that's the goal there for Inspired. He walks up. He couldn't get the gank because of the ward. Now FBI versus Core. Core is incredibly low here. Pops the thick skin before spitting him out. Core does not want to trade 1-for-1, and Harry guarantees he won't.
That's that CoreJJ Tom Kench Flowers. Sets it up himself. He's just stacking up his acquired taste as Harry comes down for the ulti.
Ooh, nice riposte on the ulti from Summit, but it's not enough. He started off too low on health, and it meant that Someday and Inspired could burst him down and take another plate.
And so the push on plate on top side here, I think, more than equalized by Yon getting free fire bottom side turret. Jinx is so happy down there. Rocket doesn't interrupt. Oh, he's getting teleported on as well. That rocket did not interrupt Someday, and now Someday is coming for payback.
Someday said, I saw that.
Guess not.
Unfortunately, he can't catch up.
Well, he gets a ghost out. Okay. No ghost now for Yon. Maybe that'll matter for later. Made him sweat a little bit.
Just a little bit. But early on in the game, remember the tank items feel really good before the AD carries get multiple items to deal with them. So not a lot of damage there from Yon. Here's another look at how CoreJJ set this up on FBI.
I mean, on vision, but CoreJJ Tom Kench has not been seen for quite a while. He goes real hard with it. Hits the Q to start it out, walks in, stacks up his acquired taste, eats the Aphelios, and hand delivers the meal to Harry, feeding him like a little baby bird right out of his mouth.
Uh-oh. Pioshik's in some trouble here, trying to get away as a multi-man play from EG for the second Herald brings many of their members to the top side of the map. Summit with a good job on the riposte. Pioshik escapes with his life. Team Liquid maintains their 3,000 gold lead, and now EG, with the enemy jungler forced all the way back into the base, see their opportunity to jump on the Herald.
It's like every time we pan the camera over Pioshik, he's getting away from a 2v1 or a very low health scenario that he got himself into to begin with.
Slippery boy.
He's happy to be 0-0-0 right now with the scenarios that he's gotten himself into. Bottom side though, Dragon.
They don't have their jungler, so they don't want to just continue here on the Drake. Someday's down there. He's going to be the one leading the charge for the side of Evil Geniuses. They already got the first Drake. Oh, but a nice shot from Yon. Guarantees Team Liquid won't give him the second.
And nice dodge here on the skill shots. Escaping as well, doesn't take any extra damage from FBI. It's going to be Evil Geniuses rotating towards mid though with the Rift Herald drop and possibly another attempt on Pioshik's life. They chase him away again, but he gets away again.
This is honestly looking really good for the side of EG. Harry sticks around. I don't really know why. Anyway, they get a kill, they get the first turret, they're gonna get the crash into the second turret, only Yon is here. EG is gonna force this one down. This will be a massive influx of gold for the side of Evil Geniuses. That was a really good sequence of events for them.
Yeah, and I think it was also a pretty big lapse in communication from Team Liquid. Pioshik just got 3 members chasing him out of blue buff area, so they knew those 3 members of Team Liquid had just taken over the blue quadrant of the Team Liquid's base, EG, 4JJ is dead.
What? Okay, I'm
hammer time.
I don't know.
But I have to say, that moment right there is something that people have criticized Team Liquid for a lot of the split, was lack of coordination and communication. And it was 3 members of EG taking over Blue Quadrant jungle. Harry still teleports to the tower and gets dove by those 3 members.
Tough stuff right now for Team Liquid, losing a little bit of that lead they had built, but at least grabbing the tier 2 in the top lane. Summit accomplished that while everybody from EG was doing the same thing mid. Now Harry is the one to rotate up top, clear out this massive minion wave, more and more money onto the Rise. Get this guy closer to that in-game powerhouse state that he becomes. Rod of Ages halfway charged, tier almost all the way there too.
And Harry is carrying a lot of the gold right now, carrying a lot of the carry potential for Team Liquid. So if they can get him some more solo lane experience, he's pushing out on top side. Summit is getting shadowed by Pioshik. So this is actually going to be a 2v3 with Aphelios coming from base.
That's the big thing. The Aphelios coming
Scramble.
down skews the numbers. Vulcan's your first target here. They want to go after the Soraka. Pioshik waits and jumps in. Over the wall, they go. They want to chase him down and they get him. But now Pioshik might finally die for it. Inspired is down to 300 HP, but he survives. Super Mega Death Rocket takes him out. And Team Liquid get a 2-for-1.
That's a very beneficial scramble for Team Liquid. Nice little move here. I don't know, Vulcan's so far into the rest of them.
Oh! Jojo gets munched, spit back out of the Flame Chompers. I said he had to stop getting caught, but he can't do it. However, Summit may just die to Sumday's entrance into the fight, but he gets the heal. The vital was vital to his survival, and it's a double kill back over to TL.
TL gonna stand strong, and they're gonna finish off this turret too. Just melt it down. Yawn Jinx is getting quite fed as well, Flowers. That could become a problem for the evil geniuses, who know very well what a fed Jinx player can do, especially around Baron time.
Man, oh man, 5,000 gold up for Team Liquid at 19 minutes. They are only 1 kill ahead, but man, they are building this lead. Let's take another look at how this chaotic sequence started.
Yeah, Vulcan runs head first here in between both of them. He runs into an own sandwich mode here. Pioshik's like, great, I'll kick you right over to my boy Summit, follow your flash. And in the what ended up as 2v4 eventually, they actually got the first kill for Team Liquid and set up the second for Yawn with the nice little snipe here down onto Gragas. So Team Liquid, out of a numbers disadvantage, were able to get the 2 kills benefit. 4JJ, as you said, beautiful Tom Kench delivery once again.
And Jojo getting caught there. Someday swooping in, thinking maybe he can finish Summit, but he can't quite do it because of the healing on the Vital, man. Team Liquid loving the state of the game right now, but what do they need to do next?
And look at these items for Team Liquid. 2 core for 3 carries right now with Fiora, Rise, and Jinx. This is massive, massive power spike for Team Liquid. So you ask, what do they need to do now? They need to force fights on objectives immediately.
You're speaking the language.
Dragon is coming up. Overtake that right now. Push out topside. Rise has teleport, and Realm Warp will be up very quickly. Harry is going to be a menace right now. No one could solo answer him, so you force on that side. You force them to respawn. Once they respawn to block here, then you take over Dragon. You take over mid lane first here, actually, with the siege from Yawn. Jinx, I love trying to use low health turrets as the initiation for your team fight here.
Right.
A little bit of surprise bonus, but it looks like due to the response of Evil Geniuses, 5 members trying to stop the mid push, it's a double split for Team Liquid, and they get both solo laners really deep up to these inhibitor turrets.
Jojo walks up going after Harry. He knows he has backup coming in terms of Inspired's Gragas. Harry with the flash out, but it's a little bit late. Jojo's still trying to take him down. Harry can't make it a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Summit has broken into the base of EG. Tier 3 turret gone before they even need Baron to do it is a really good sign here for Team Liquid. And with the pressure in the enemy base, the 2 men required for the kill on the Rise, now Pioshik and Yawn can be left to take the Drake.
This is why I love split push, Flowers. We don't see it as often anymore with so much emphasis on these objectives that have been added to the map and the frequency with which objectives come up. But Team Liquid, even with 1 member getting picked off, because Summit is also super fed and has the Ravenous, he's able to take down bottom side inhibitor turret while Harry dies on the top side with his heavy push, and they still got the mid turret that was up there for Yon as well. So definitely still net positive for Team Liquid, even giving up 1 kill. The benefits of pushing all 3 lanes at once. Here's another look at him getting picked off, yeah. But we pretty much saw this. So you know the answer. It's inspired, body slam flash in. Harry then tries to flash to be able to go for a trade kill. I think it's fine. You know, some people want you to save flash there. I think it's fine too. Ooh, that's what we wanted to see in this replay. Was inspired with the true support gameplay there. On Gragas slides in to block the shot for Mr. President.
Yeah, buddy. 6-6 in kills, but a 6,000 gold lead for TL. Someday running up to Summit there, but Summit's pretty much unconcerned, man. He's got Sunderer, he's got Ravenous Hydra. He's doing pretty good, but he is in a 1v2 now, trying to get those vitals, trying to get the fight that he needs. Someday goes all out. Summit goes back in, wants to kill on JoJo, but he's not going to get it. Summit taken down. Super Mega Death Rocket flies in, but it will not find the kill this time.
This is a very good pick for Evil Geniuses because they didn't give up too much. There's not a lot that Team Liquid, well, a face check maybe.
CoreJJ jumps in. They were hoping that EG was too audacious in the way they tried to enter towards the Baron, thinking that Team Liquid was just rushing it down. But EG doesn't give them the chance.
Kyoshik, possibility of a flank with a big kick here. All right, he's not going to go for it. They don't have the numbers. Summit's still dead. He needs to teleport in. 10 seconds from now for the Unleashed teleport. And Kyoshik is still sneaking his way around.
Man, CoreJJ is just fearless.
Oh, big. Where is he?
Let's see it.
Where's he gone?
He's right there.
He's a wolf.
Oh, but Inspired found him over the wall. They silenced him up. Kyoshik is dead. It's the Soraka silence that prevents him from doing anything there.
Oh, man. That was a fun little game of hide and seek.
Oh, CoreJJ with a clutch save on Yon as he flies through the air.
So Kyoshik was trying to play some Metal Gear Solid, buy time for Summit's teleport to come up and then have some crazy kick surprise play, but he ends up just being an early respawn of Wolf Camp. It looks a little different. It's a new skin, and it also pays more actually with the collection here for Evil Geniuses.
Well, Summit's trying to get back in position in bottom lane. Remember, the inhibitor is exposed down here. Summit very strong in the side lane situation with the 2 lifesteal type of items. Technically, Divine Sunderer doesn't have lifesteal on it, but every proc, you're stealing some of that HP from champions, so I still count it. You're going to see Someday shoving up the top side. He has his Bramble Vest still to try to help deal with the Fiora, Sunfire Cape, and Iceborne Gauntlet. He's got a lot of armor, Kobe, but no MR whatsoever. So if Harry ever gets to fire onto the Cassante, he can melt through.
Definitely some scary possibilities there. I think right now Team Liquid need to avoid combat until Yon can get Infinity Edge completed on Jinx. This Jinx is actually quite close. Oh,
there it is.
There it is. Wow, they did not have to delay for long. Yon is so fed. Now they want to get this Jinx into combat ASAP. Hex Gates will allow that. Hex Gates even closer to Baron much more quickly. Kyoshik looking once again.
Wants to see if he can find FBI. Flash into the kick as FBI's in trouble. CoreJJ goes for the Abyssal Voyage, but he gets silenced before he can find it. FBI's still low. Kyoshik chases Vulcan out. FBI barely kept alive. Top laner's ready to join in now as CoreJJ is going to be focused and killed down first with Harry going next. Team Liquid tried, but then they died. It's Evil Geniuses 5v3.
Oh, Flowers, they wanted it so bad. Yon is just so fed right now in the Jinx. They wanted the fight, but they flubbed the engage. Kyoshik misses the minion with the Q, so then he just forces it anyways. Goes in, gets the kick back. Oh, never mind, Yon.
FBI is down to 300 HP. Of course, they have Soraka. It's not going to stay that way for long. Vulcan will spam heals on their AD carry. Team Liquid now has to deal with the Baron attempt of Evil Geniuses. Inspired does not have a cast, but he has his flash. He wants to go on Yon, but the body slam doesn't get far enough. JoJo's looking for the Jinx now. Wants the AD carry. Sumday's right behind him, and they're going to find it, as Kyoshik won't be able to pick Vulcan off either. Summit still looking for maybe something, but there's not a lot to get. They're going to trade Yon for stopping the EG Baron. Team Liquid's 6,000 gold lead has melted down below 3K. Summit now being chased by Someday. He's not scared of this guy in a 1v1, but if Someday can lock him down, he won't. That would have been the scary part. Kyoshik, nope. His mind's telling him no, and his body's saying, yeah, bro, listen to him.
Yeah, a couple of big fumbles here for Team Liquid. Chunking down this gold lead, and he gets ulted in.
Yoshik, what in the hell was that?
This man, he has had some crazy stuff going on in the last 5-10 minutes here. Yoshik, my wayward son, he is lost.
Do not carry on. Whatever you're doing right now, stop carrying on with that. Do what you were doing earlier.
All right, well, they still got the dragon out of it, but it might cost them the Baron with no smite available. Ooh, look at this, teleport to try and answer the split push too. Are they gonna go cut him off? They pick up Baron.
Death Rocket attempted steal. EG is going to get Baron here. Down to a 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. The game has officially been thrown. Team Liquid struggling here for the last 5 minutes.
They're trying to salvage a mid push out of it and get a tower. They do get the tower, which excites Yon, but that's just going to be a little bit of gold in exchange. And Team Liquid, they are going to have to refocus quickly and focus on the Dragon Soul flowers. That's what can still bring this right back for them. They still have a very powerful Jinx. Yes, Aphelios got some more money, you know, with the extra Baron as well. Evil Geniuses kind of building out their armory here with 3 items in Transformed Muramana, Jojo, Jace ready to play, but Team Liquid still have a very, very strong 3-item core Jinx to fight around. If they could just set up their battle lines without all this weird walking around through Fog of War stuff and forcing fights while the rest of your team is not quite in position yet, Team Liquid need to take a breath.
And I really want to compliment JoJo on the other side, because I said at the beginning of the game, I was frustrated with the amount of times he's been getting caught this split. He got caught at level 1, he got caught again in the bottom lane, but he hasn't died since. And he's currently tied with Inspired at 75% kill participation in this game. His Jace has got his head on straight now. So I'm kind of looking at him to land some of these big shock blasts. They're very effective on, you know, everybody, any of the 3 middle champions on the right side of your screen there, the Lee Sin, the Ryze, the Jinx, they can all be chunked out by that. Yon does not have a Bloodthirster build, so it's harder for him to vamp that back up quickly.
I wonder, this exposed inhibitor could get a sneak attack on it. Summit on the weak side up here. EG are making a play for Summit, while Team Liquid are making a play for the inhibitor.
Yeah.
They snuck all the way through.
Evil Geniuses just rushed for it. EG wants to get back. Team Liquid needs a little more damage. Yon gets one last rocket, and now that gets him excited, so he's able to create the distance. Core JJ's here in the front line. Some days at half HP because he went all out. Team Liquid now falling back even further as EG send all 5 men to stop them. The teleport, there's only one available on JoJo if they want to try to find some sort of a cut-off angle, but there's not a lot of places to run for it. Pioshik, I was about to say some stuff. I don't have to say it now. Pioshik gets away.
Yeah, he lives this life every day, Flowers. This is nothing new. Easy little slide out there, no problem on this ult. EG, though, they got caught sleeping right there.
Yeah.
Love the call from Team Liquid, Core JJ. They walk their way through this red quadrant of the jungle. They sneak all the way through to this exposed inhibitor. Objective acquired. Good job by Team Liquid refocusing and getting a nice objective while the enemy team had Baron. That's with Baron-empowered recalls, and they just barely snuck out enough damage. Yon sticking around for the last explosive shot onto the inhibitor. Meanwhile, Summit then got to push back out on top side. Team Liquid balancing back out.
Someday, not able to stop Summit from getting away there with the Blast Cone. 90 seconds till that Drake Soul that you were talking about, buddy. Hextech Soul, that is a big deal. Team Liquid really want to secure this. I don't want to see them waste big cooldowns. I don't want to see them waste flashes before this Drake fight.
Yeah, and they should be able to pull some really good setup by their powerful split pushing. Personally, I like trailing split push plays, which is the play where you have Fiora split push top, but you also have Ryze trail behind the Fiora, and you have your double unleashed teleport, so that way you can win the top side fight as well as being able to answer on the other side of the map, and you don't have to split bottom because you already took that inhibitor. But they do the traditional 1-3-1 instead of the trailing split push here to try and keep Evil Geniuses completely boxed in. See, this bottom side just gets pushed out by super minions anyways. Yeah, you don't have to be there.
FBI can clear those away pretty effortlessly thanks to the power of Infernum's AoE. 30 seconds. Oh, they interrupt Core JJ's back. That could be absolutely monstrous. He's dead for 12 seconds past the dragon spawn point.
Wow.
That's very, very damaging for Team Liquid's chances of being able to set this up right.
JoJo walking through the jungle and just finds a lazy Tom Kench. Nice pick, but Team Liquid will be kicking themselves for that one. With Core JJ dead, they still have their split push open though. Fiora, topside. Summit is really, really powerful while isolated, has the hull breaker. Late game Fiora with the Ravenous, annihilating the minion wave. He pushes it in. He's been circled in on there, going for the pick on him though.
Percent HP true damage does not care about how many tank items Someday has built. Summit can just walk away from this one. Someday went all out. But now, what's this Drake situation gonna look like? Pioshik nearly killed. 400 HP left in the Lee Sin. Oh, nice shot from FBI. And Pioshik's unfortunate decisions continue to hamstring Team Liquid.
Australian sniper, FBI, takes him down. They get the dragon, but look at the mini-map, Flowers. Split push, still getting paid here. Mid inhibitor exposed, mid inhibitor down. Core JJ might be down again too.
Vulcan is getting jumped on by Yon, but Yon, you just can't target the support with FBI in your face like that. Summit's back in the base. Harry's doing the same thing, trying to help him. Team Liquid is scattered all over the place. Summit's still looking to take down the enemy Cassante. Someday gets out. Now JoJo's having to use stasis. Here comes a redemption. JoJo right back into it. Summit on the chase, but he won't be able to find the kill just yet. Harry goes forward and he finds the kill. Holy Harry! Team Liquid trying to fight it. A beautiful repose coming out of Summit, and now he's trying to deal with Inspired. He wants to go back in for another hit, but he can't quite get that either. FBI putting him off the mop. Summit's on the run.
Oh, Team Liquid demolished the base with their split push, but Evil Geniuses will collect their heads for it. They chop down on the gold lead, but Team Liquid, 3 inhibitors down, Flowers. You are basically pinned inside your base. Team Liquid, they may be out of playoffs, but they're not going to let this one go. They're going to go to Baron. You have 3 inhibitors down for Evil Geniuses. You have to defend.
Bruh, what just happened in the last 2 minutes?
This is why I love split push gaming, Flowers, and it has been taken from us in so many games with all the focus on team fighting, but they're actually coming for a little bit of a contest from Evil Geniuses' side. Outnumbered and outgunned. Evil Geniuses are still here. Inspired going for the miracle.
Not gonna happen today. No water into wine as Yon and Team Liquid can secure themselves the Baron. Now, you've got Baron. You've got 3 inhibs down. Make it 2. That bottom one just respawned as I'm speaking. And Team Liquid grouped up as 4 here in the mid lane. Harry's still pretty far away. He cannot realm warp all the way down here. He does not have a teleport either. So if you're Team Liquid, you gotta make sure you don't get caught before the Rise can join up. Hex gates are gonna make it a little faster for him to get in range, and Summit wants to apply split pressure here on the bottom lane respawned inhib.
Yeah, great thing with those inhibitors being down at the same time for a brief second was that they got to double spawn on the other wave. And so now they can just move in with the top and mid still down. Baron buff up those super minions and lay waste to this base. Team Liquid, time is in their favor. They just have to keep Evil Geniuses pinned down. FBI trying to clear up the waves though, and is actually doing a very good job with the Infernum.
Someday versus Summit here in the bottom side. Someday goes all out. Summit is silenced. The riposte just in time to keep him alive. Core JJ with the immediate evac. They keep Fiora alive by a miracle. But now Pioshik has to try to get out. Cyrilda's Grudge slows him down. But the ward hop, the safeguard, gets him all the way back out of the base. Team Liquid, everybody is playing this game on the edge of the edge.
I love it. Core JJ, Tom Kench finds Summit, saves his life. They did get some damage onto the Nexus turrets, but they weren't able to take one. Pioshik was trying to take that top one by himself, was unable to finish it off. They don't get the inhibitor though. They're returning for that goal.
Remember, there is no flash on Inspired Gragas. That's the big engage mechanism, really the only engage mechanism for the side of EG. JoJo nearly killed off by Harry's Rise. There's your Moonlight Vigil. Yon eats the auto attack, enchanted there by FBI, but nothing more. FBI and Vulcan doing whatever they can to try to defend this. Yon's the one who wants to get firing time on the inhib, but he's got to be careful. You got to respect the Gragas. Up in the top side, Harry and Summit also trying to do what they can. There, they finally get the Nexus turret. Harry's getting focused down. They'll kill him before he can get anybody back. And now Team Liquid. Oh, God! That is huge! Team Liquid's gonna get the hell out of town. They do not want to get aced here, as Evil Geniuses will still continue to hold on.
FBI, open up, Yon! That was one hell of a Gale Force, FBI. Flash Gale Force kills the enemy Jinx. This is the opportunity EG need.
Pioshik thinking about trying to help Summit there, but recognizing there's no way to do it. Summit's just got to keep running away, using the lunge, spamming that out. There is a super minion back in the base that's going to do a little bit of damage here to the remaining Nexus turret, but Inspired and Vulcan will deal with that. There is less than 45 seconds on yet another Drake, and that's where I'm expecting Team Liquid to head once those carries are alive.
Yeah, EG, they really needed to try and catch some stragglers there. You could tell if they were able to get any other pick, trying to get one more delayed death timer, then maybe they'd be able to deal with this. But since Team Liquid took down the inhibitor, 3 inhibitors down once again at the same time, will double spawn those super minions. They buff each other up. It's so much pressure to deal with. EG, maybe they throw some Hail Mary towards this dragon to try and steal it, but you don't have a lot of time to work with. Because look, right now, top lane, double stack supers, those things push so quickly, and guess what? You only have 1 Nexus turret left.
It looks like it's a no contest from EG on this Drake. They finally have to give it up. The Hex Soul goes over to Team Liquid, who now doesn't really even have a gold lead. At 37 minutes into the game, plus 900 is ignorable.
But they have such a pressure lead with inhibitors down, base open, and the Hex Soul. Every time they can get some poke. Ooh.
Oh, they want JoJo, the Realm Lord, the Rune Prison, the burst! They get his Guardian Angel. They need to make sure they finish the kill on him. They mistimed the zap. JoJo's low, gonna be knocked back into the team, probably traded for Pioshik. A Guardian Angel on him now as well. Yon wants to kite back. Yon is about to die. Inspired nearly gets him. By the shutdown. Yon keeps kiting. Sunday keeps chasing. He finally gets him. Team Liquid is running. But remember that Summit is back in the base. Someday wants to go stop him, as Harry's the last remaining man here in the top side. Summit still looking to tear these inhibitors apart. He got the top one, he got the middle one, and we're right back to where we damn started.
Can they trap him? He has no ghost. He's Fiora though, he's too mobile. They have to deal with the minions. Evil Geniuses, they get the kills, they stall the team fight, they buy more time, but their inhibitors have been re-killed.
This game is a game.
Yeehaw! This is LCS, baby! Last day of the spring split. Team Liquid have been eliminated, so all the pressure lifted from their shoulders. They say, you know what? Let's run through split push. Try and just split push as hard as you possibly can, trading our lives for objectives, our lives for buildings.
Well, importantly, knocking down those inhibitors does give TL a very good situation for this Baron that's spawning in under 45 seconds. If they can secure that Baron, then who knows what happens?
Yeah, then what?
I don't really know. I mean, at this point, you can't really predict anything because the game has gone mad. But you know what? I'm excited to see however this one ends.
I still think it is such a big advantage for Team Liquid to constantly have 3 inhibitors killed. So when these neutral objectives come up, like you're talking about the Baron, they should be able to have an advantageous at least setup. If EG are crazy enough to rush there and try and actually fight them that far away from base, then it's going to cost you a lot. The added wrinkle is that this map is even more fun because of hex gates, so you can actually travel even quicker.
There it is. Summit has used his teleport to find a position in the bottom lane. He wants to keep split pushing, but remember that summoner spell is a huge thing to not have with the current state of the game being a macro dance. That means Team Liquid has to make use of the pressure that he's drawing down there, and that's exactly what they'll do. It's a free Baron for TL.
Baroned up split push, Flowers. You thought those minions were strong before with all the supers? Boy. Now they've got Baron empowered push. All you have to do for Team Liquid now is avoid the snap engage from Evil Geniuses. Buff up your super minions. Just literally stand outside this Nexus turret. Keep your distance, deny the engage from EG, and you will win the war of attrition.
Well, remember, that bottom lane inhib is also going to respawn very quickly. About 30 seconds left on that. Someday, jumping forward plans to knock back onto Yon, but Core is staying right next to the Jinx. They want to make sure that Yon can't be engaged on. Harry takes a Hex Gate out. He's going to go bottom and get that wave pushing up as well. Team Liquid trying to play this a little bit slower than we've seen their previous attempts in the EG base.
Good, good. That's what I'm talking about. Play it slower. Time is in your advantage. War of attrition here. Work it in. Get the next inhibitor kill. Harry gets the minions up. Pioshik is with him. EG rotate to try and defend. Slowly but surely.
From Yon's rockets, the range of the Jinx is going to come into play here. FBI with purple and blue. Core JJ keeping Yon safe. Bottom lane inhibitor cracked again. Nexus turret, oh my god, Vulcan nearly died. They get the ulti out of the Soraka. That's a pretty big resource. Redemption gonna be called down next. Rocket Poke continues coming out. Let's see if they can find the engage they're looking for. EG huddling up together. The Nexus turret nearly dead. Yawn the same. One more hit on that Nexus turret is going to take it out, but they can't quite find it. Inspired's here in the stasis. The choppers are on. The Gragas is down. EG 4v5 as TL continues pushing. Pioshik still looking for the chance. He already used his ulti, so he's got to be careful. Now here on the front, Sunday's in trouble. Jojo goes after Harry, but Team Liquid goes in. Yawn's ready to fight. Sunday wants to chase him, but he can't quite do it. Sunday gets the kill. It's over. It's done. Team Liquid take the game.
TL, after getting eliminated from playoffs, they deliver us one of the most exciting games we have had in quite a while. Flowers, split push, ring around the rosy, hide and seek, all contained in this single game.
EG has lost 3 games in a row here in Super Week, and with this loss, we are now guaranteed a minimum of 3 tiebreakers.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. We got fireworks, explosions lined up for the LCS.
What an absolutely crazy game. Team Liquid at one point commanding a 6,000 early gold lead. But it was EG who were able to find some punishes. It was EG who caught Pioshik having fun and just smacked them down a couple of times. They slowed down this war machine of Team Liquid. They stole away that first bear and they were able to grab that for themselves. But ultimately, the leads that Liquid built around the Drakes in the early game, around the pressure that Summit had in the sides, taking inhibitors, even when Liquid were losing fights, they were getting objectives. They were still, quote unquote, winning out, even though they had a lot of dead bodies piling up after a while.
Fiora Rise split push. Very fun to watch. Great stuff here delivered.
Wowie.
And now we get some tiebreakers.
Guaranteed.
Chaos, some tiebreakers.
3. Guaranteed 3.
What's
going on, man? This is a crazy day.
This is League of Legends, my friend.
This is League of Legends, my friends. Here's a look at the standings in this lovely game we call League of Legends. Cloud9 and FlyQuest tied, guaranteed tiebreaker with them. EG and CLG, they're also tied. That means a guaranteed tiebreaker between them. 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians, we're still going to have to wait and see what happens with these two. If they both win, well, then it's 4-way tiebreaker 3rd through 6th. If they both lose, well, then they're going to have a tiebreaker for 5th or 6th anyway. And if one of them wins and one of them loses, then it's still a 3-way tie at 3rd because we'll have 3 teams at 10 wins. This is, if we're following the flow chart, the most chaotic outcomes that we could have throughout the day. Cloud9 lost, guaranteeing CLG got to 10 wins for tiebreaker. FlyQuest won, guaranteeing, okay, well, now they're going to tiebreak Cloud9. Team Liquid wins, guaranteeing, oh boy, EG didn't make it to 11, no locked 3rd place. It just gets crazier. And if you like crazy stuff in League of Legends, a reminder, we are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. Last year, we finally got to bring road shows back, and they were badass. We hope to keep it up here this year, and you can head to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot, and we hope to see you all there at the finals. I'm done for the day. Kobe's sticking around for a live this or that, but before we get there, it's this week's Player of the Week interview. Check it out.
Welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. I am joined by M&S. Congratulations. You didn't do the kind of body scan for Player of the Week. So what they did is they stole a Blabber statue and taped your face on it. So hopefully we'll be able to get you in. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
You've done really well since coming into LCS. One thing I did want to start with is what it's been like to be on C9 specifically, and what their team environment has been like.
There are so many things, so it's hard to say, honestly. So, okay, first, environment. For me, C9 environment means like coaching staff and teammates, and like my sleep schedule and eating, workout. Yeah, there are so many things, and not only me, like we are trying to make this really well. At first, I really wanted to make my body perfectly, like really good condition and really good sleep well, really good attitude, really good effort about my playing. So those of things are going pretty well.
Well, I watched your stream this morning, and I saw that you're eating healthy while pulling up pictures of fast food. Why are you torturing yourself like this?
Why you guys are watching my stream?
It's a great stream. You're a fun streamer. But more people should check out your stream. It's a good time.
So first, I really want to losing my weight. The second thing is I have so many wannabe. One of my wannabe is Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
Yeah, and I saw he always doing perfectly about his job, like even eating and sleep schedule. So I want to try to this because this year I said this, my goal is really huge, like winning LCS, getting LCS or Pro, even I started split harp and like doing really well in MSI and blah, 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 those of things. So if I can control my environment, that's just what can I control.
That's a really good attitude. And
Yeah.
it sounds like C9 is a really good org to help out with that.
But taste really bad.
We need to find you some better healthy food options that maybe taste better, hopefully. I've tried it. I know it's really hard. I've also heard that you like animals a lot, and your parents are vets. If you could get C9 to get an animal, what would it be?
The first, whatever animal, I like it. But first, I like big dog, like golden retriever or like, what is the name? Like, just big dog, because when I'm chilling, just, hug. And I can't say my word, but if you guys watching my stream, you guys know what I say.
All right, well, C9, this man's been doing really well. Get him a big dog. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me.
Yeah.
All the best. You've been performing amazingly well. And that'll do it for this week's MasterCard Player of the Week interview.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jack, presented by Verizon. We only have 5 minutes, so we get right into it. Wow. Number 1, choose your playoff champion. This or that. 100 Thieves, CLG, Golden Guardians, this, that, or the other thing. So, I know you take this seriously. The middle one will be the other thing. This,
okay. This, that, or the other thing.
Yeah.
That's confusing.
There you go.
100 Thieves, CLG, it's so difficult because the time we were doing this is right before games 4 and 5 of the day, before either 3 or 5 tiebreakers. So I don't know who's going to be like the 3 seed because I think I'm going to go with 100 Thieves. They're both riding big win streaks.
Did you see this game versus Cloud9? The number 1 team in the league?
Cloud9 was sprinting it. You're not going to convince me Cloud9.
Contracts!
double-elimination is the clutchest player in LCS history.
He's old. He's too old. They're too old.
Yeah.
CLG. Everyone's doubting them.
But what?
Boom.
Just for the faith?
All right, next one.
That immediately makes you wrong. Next slide. This or that. Better bot lane meta from YouTuber That Weird Ginger Guy. Double support or double marksman?
Better bot lane meta?
Oh,
I would say better is actually double marksman. Double support treads that line of being so much healing and shielding combinations that it gets really annoying to play against. Defensive.
You don't think double marksman is annoying to play against?
Here, think about this. If I put it generically, would you rather play against double defense or double offense?
I would rather play as double defense because it's so much easier. Like, you need so much less skill, and I'll win so many more games. I love this. I can get challenger with this.
So better is up to your interpretation. I'm saying better is double marksman, double offense.
Okay.
Next slide.
I'm a sucker for double support. Would you rather watch playoffs upside down or with a parent?
Look how happy! Look how happy the shop is.
Question. With a parent doing play-by-play? I would. All right. I'm not ageist. I'll take that. There's probably a parent somewhere that's doing play-by-play right now. Come on. I think I know what they mean. I think they mean like a 75-year-old, but like there's a lot of 30-year-old.
I think the Photoshop says it all. Look at this. Not happy at all. Look at that. Look at that freaking guy. I've never seen someone so juiced.
Okay.
I'm going upside down. I've never tried it. I'm gonna try that
You're
now.
going to die.
I'm sold.
You're gonna spend 50 hours upside down.
The blood is gonna go to my head for 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
Better not be a 45-minute or. Okay, who would win? This is from Evan Nygaard. Cloud9 without Berserker or FlyQuest without Prince?
This is a sneaky MVP question. Which player is more valuable to their team, Kobe, that they wouldn't be able to win without him? It's
honestly, I might go with Cloud9 because Prince is the core carry.
Put Sneaky on this team, they're gonna win them all. Because everyone else is so good. Put Sneaky on FlyQuest, they'll win a lot because Sneaky's a good player, but they're not as good. I just picked an arbitrary player.
I'm going Cloud9.
But yeah, Cloud9 without Berserker. I'm sorry, Cloud9, the systems.
All right, next slide.
Better MVP Dark Horse, Spica or Blabber? Oh, how about like front runners, sir? So this is going to age like milk, almost no matter what we say, because they're currently both tied for first. They've currently both had great splits. They're currently still scheduled to play a tiebreaker for first, but I have been front and center for the Blabber propaganda campaign, so I'm going that.
Okay, honestly, up on the cast, I was answering Fudge Spica, but that was a little cap. I think I actually have to overcome to your side. It's Blabber.
All right, I got nothing more to say. I was right.
All right.
All right, next slide.
And I think this might be our last one. More likely to be a secret noble fairy, Licorice or Jensen? What's the definition of a noble fairy?
I mean, a fairy who is noble.
Okay.
That's all I got. It's wings, and they're like secretly really good. And I think Jensen is
I'm gonna go Licorice.
You never really know what Jensen is thinking, so he's definitely more likely to be secret something. I'm just gonna go noble fairy.
Okay.
Yeah. Licorice tells you what he thinks. Jensen.
Licorice doesn't even operate his own Twitter. So he's got lots of secrets.
Okay.
You don't know what's going on behind that.
Okay, it's Jensen. That's a wrap for This or That. Send us your suggestions in the comments for future episodes. We got 2 of them in this time, maybe more next time. See you then.
You played well, Daniel, but today, victory is mine. Check. players don't know how to handle a loss. But, you know, with that one, that's Daniel. And that is the 8th player I've beaten today. Wow, I am just the best player here at LCS.
Rafa, if I can beat you in 2 moves, you have to let me cast LCS.
2 moves? Alright, that's not gonna happen. But, alright, sure. Give me your best shot, bro.
Checkmate.
Okay, don't get me wrong, like, I'm happy that I get to cast with you. I don't know how I lost this.
Dude, that was trash.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago when I first started casting in an amateur league called Risen Esports, one of my very first casting partners was this man right here. And 5 years today now, he gets to be here for his very first LCS broadcast, baby. Joshua Joshi Howard has joined the LCS.
Howdy doodly gamerinos. We got the people behind me. There's nobody that I would rather be doing this than with you, Mark. And we're getting right into it. But we got to go back about that chess game was trash. And hopefully our last couple of games are going to be a little bit better than that, because that last one, it was a lot of fun for everybody here in the crowd, but man, was it wild.
Well, you know what? Team Liquid are happy to have played that one out to their fullest content. You know, for Evil Geniuses, you know, that'll be another story that won't be ours to tell, because right now it is Dignitas and Golden Guardians, another battle of teams where one already out of playoffs contentions, but the other still trying to determine where they're going to be in that final seeding.
And it's so important for Golden Guardians coming into this that they actually find that win, because Dignitas, they got nothing to lose. They're coming into this one. It does not matter for Dignitas, but Golden Guardians, this is the difference between getting 5th or 6th and 3rd. They'll still have to play a tiebreaker either way if they want to go to the 3rd place, but just getting that one win, having that opportunity to get more would mean so much to Licorice in particular. He has been the last seed in every single playoffs for the past 2 years. He doesn't want to have that repeat again. He's on a better team. He's been looking strong. Hopefully he can actually pull it out.
And it's one of the things that even the crew on the dive talked about when they pulled him and Stixay, and Licorice is like, yeah, I've been honestly on teams where the team wasn't that great, and I felt like individually I was playing super well, but no one recognized it because it's really hard to look good on a losing team. And a lot of people have been overlooking his performance because everyone else on this roster of Golden Guardians has been performing so well. But we are into the draft. All 3 bans have been completed by both teams. Annie is the first pick by Dignitas.
Yeah, we got to look at it. Narma already banned away from this one. Not going to be seeing that one coming out at all. And Dignitas, I mean, this Annie has been a classic. Fortunately, Dignitas Challengers didn't play it quite as well, but we'll see what Jensen or Ignar are able to bring out with this one. It has been a classic first pick. You have so much flexibility with this one, but going up against Golden Guardians, it has been a spot where Jensen and Centauran have been really needing to have some strong mid-jungle 2v2s in order to get anything done. And going up against Gory and River, I mean, we didn't talk about it because we already got like Speak and Blabber, but I feel like River is in the conversation for somebody who we need to talk about as one of the best junglers in the league.
Especially that mid-game streak where Golden Guardians were on a 7-game win streak, the highest that the organization had ever received before. And for Golden Guardians, they are one way a win from that 10-8 scoreline, which is the highest that the org has ever received since its first inception or joining of the LCS during the franchise era, as Golden Guardians lock in a nice solid front line for this Jinx.
The classic, we just saw it. We already know what the Sion Jinx can do. Question is, how is it that they're going to be building around it? Now, Dignitas, again, they brought up Tomo recently from the Challengers League, where he was languishing for quite a while, but he showed us this year that he has what it takes. He's been a stronger laner than Spawn so far. It has helped out Dignitas a little bit. This time, they're going to be giving him a scaling champion. Feels a little more like 2022. True. Back, and taking away the Vi as well. More of a counter pick. I mean, you can do very similar things with the Vi Annie as you do with the Vi Talia, which has been a staple across this season.
Yeah, you have that point-and-click cease and desist. It's super easy to layer and follow up with the rest of the burst coming from Annie, but also denying the Vi away from Golden Guardians. But Team Liquid, Core JJ just showed us that, hey, maybe the Tom Kench might be that flavor that everyone is sleeping on during this time around.
True. I mean, he basically soloed out FBI last game. We'll see who he can actually do with this one. So a lot of protection already coming out for Stixay. Another guy we're going to be talking a little bit more about later on this game, but it is a really strong front line coming through, and it leaves whoever ends up playing this Annie with relatively few targets to actually go for. You're never excited as an Annie if you do have to throw out that ultimate and actually try and stun the Tom Kench or the Sion. You really want to be able to put it onto Stixay or whatever Gory wants to play, and so I love this adaptation already coming out from Golden Guardians.
we'll see what the rest of the damage profile is going to be like from Dignitas, because it's currently going to be a problem trying to take down these tanks.
Yeah, and we still don't know where this Annie is going to end up being. We're already kind of assuming that it's going to be in Jensen's pocket, but it could easily be flexed over to Ignore. If he wants more playmaking potential, we know that that has been kind of a staple for his career. He always wants to be leading the charge, and Annie, you can either be primary or follow-up engage to follow wherever Santorin wants to go, as...
That is true. That is true. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. I was going to say it in Gaelic, but I couldn't get the accent right. Didn't want to...
I heard you practicing.
But I was practicing it before, but I'm surprised by this hover coming through from Golden Guardians. People have been looking at Cho'Gath as one of the best characters on the
our roommate Cubby's been a big fan of Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and the Lounger was talking earlier about how the fact that it has lower mana cost now huge because you aren't as reliant on getting all of those minions. Also shuts out a lot of opportunities from Scion, but instead, River hopping right on over to the Kindred, double marksman coming through. We were never really worried about what their damage was going to be like, and now they get a little bit of extra burst to try and take them down.
I mean, it totally makes sense for Golden Guardians here. You already have Tahm Kench and Scion. You have one frontline member dedicated to peeling away threats. The other is going to bail out either of those marksmen if they get too close to threats. And even Kindred is someone that has so much utility with that ultimate, the Lamb's Respite. You can bail out multiple people if they go low. But for Dignitas, I imagine now with something like the Cassante in, to round up this composition, you can still put Annie in this mid lane if you are not worried about magic damage profile, or if you want something that's a little bit burst here, just as we say, the Vigar locks.
Okay. I mean, I really like this Vigar coming through. It definitely feels like we're going back to a bit of an earlier season here in 2023. But one of the big things here is looking at this Dignitas composition is it is going to be frustrating as hell trying to take down these carries. You have the Lamb's Respite, you have the ultimate coming out from the Tahm Kench. This Syndra can play relatively far back, the Jinx can play really far back, so we're going to have to pay a lot of attention this game as the Syndra gets locked in to how Armut and Santorin are going to be piloting these. These guys need to start going for some of these early flanks, and we know that Armut has had a little bit of trouble with that so far throughout this regular season.
A lot to do for Dignitas to step up. The nice thing for them is that the pressure is off so that they have less restraint, and we've definitely seen what happens when teams who are out of playoff contentions. We know Immortals had a big upset yesterday. Team Liquid, big upset today as well. Golden Guardians, even though that they're still locked in for playoffs, as we talked about before, the stakes for them is getting that win gives them an even better contention for seeding, whether it be third, whether it be fifth.
Yeah, and if you guys want to have all 10 possible games from today, you're cheering for Golden Guardians.
That's right.
Go Golden Guardians, trying to find that so we get 4 teams potentially tied for third later on in the day. I'm hoping for a Dignitas win. I always got to feel like when you're playing with nothing on the line, you got to look for some of these big opportunities. Of course, our recent graduate, Tomo from the Challengers League, has, he's looking for an opportunity to prove that he belongs back here again.
And it's really hard to do so, right? When the season is pretty much over. When he stepped in, the season was very close to just being
just like
over.
last year.
It is really similar to last year. Spawn was in a similar position. But this time around, Tomo, I mean, he's someone that we've really loved seeing the career trajectory over. The last time that he stepped in for an LCS squad was on FlyQuest in 2021 summer. That was the time when the whole roster just did a complete swap with their academy roster at the time, and they did surprisingly well. But I know Tomo felt really regretful afterwards, like, man, I didn't play as confidently as I should. And as soon as he stepped on stage for Dignitas LCS this year, he said, I want to look back at the season, no matter what the results are, I personally want to have no regrets. And there's been some games where his clutch late game positioning has been absolutely crucial.
We'll see if they can continue all that success so far. I also want to compare Tomo to Stixxay a little bit, right? We're Challengers League broadcasters. We like talking about some of our recent graduates. Stixxay, another one who recently came up, and he's going to have a big part in this game. He's going to be a huge part of the Golden Guardians' damage.
And I do want to caveat that because everyone's going to go, like, Stixxay. I mean, he's been around here forever, but yes, true. But Stixxay did have to come back through the Challenger system.
He wasn't even supposed to play.
Yeah.
He was supposed to play behind Violet, but because of visa issues there, Stixxay became one of our best players, and now, without that, who knows who would have had potentially the best split we've ever seen from Stixxay. Now, as we're jumping into this game a little bit, not a whole lot going on at the level 1, but Armor is going to be moving in a little bit, taking a little bit more control up in the top side.
Just making sure that River doesn't get interrupted by any cheese from Armut as he starts out on the top side of the map. We should talk about this jungle mid duo because we already alluded to River and Gory being one of the more powerful jungle mids that have emerged from this split unknowingly, but it was one of those choices that River was like, I really want to play with Gory, and we saw why. And when you have something like a Kindred and a Syndra, you have so much potential damage and crowd control setup that even something like a Vi and a Vigar have to be really careful when choosing those skirmishes in the early game.
And it's kind of funny to me too, because we got like the two Europeans who've been playing in NA for basically as long as anybody can remember, and then you have River and Gory who've both played in 4 different regions in about as many years, right? And they come together. Gory already getting the level 2, gets the early stun, but the player that's really exciting to me as well is River, because I actually knew him originally as Baby when he was playing over in the LJL.
That's right.
Hopped from region to region to region. Now coming in, it feels as though he's finally found a home that can potentially find some real success, maybe even take him to an international stage if Golden Guardians can continue finding these wins, but they need to find those wins to get the better seed.
That's right. And, you know, for those that remember from last year as well, River was technically first on the Dignitas roster. And then the swap came in and Golden Guardians like, oh, you don't want it anymore? I mean, great. We'll take him. And River has been one of the most important pieces of this year's Golden Guardians roster. I have between him, Stexan, and Huhi, they formed this incredible 3-man core that has shifted and moved across the map multiple games, and a lot of their early game successes that drove that 7-game win streak we saw earlier in the season.
We also got to praise Gory and River right there for getting a little pressure down onto Santorin. Both junglers have gone for a very similar path. Do your red side of the jungle, go through mid, see if there's anything there, go back into your own side. But even with this, I mean, this is a large wave that Gory has built up. Jensen will recover some of it, but he's already low enough that he needs to start thinking about whether or not he can stand.
Is he just gonna solo kill him? Oh, that was close. He's gonna go for a one flash auto attack, baby. That's all it takes. Gory picks up first blood, and unfortunately, he is now between 2 towers, and Santorin's gonna punish that one.
Forces the flash out of Santorin at the very least, almost gets the execute, but Gory denying a big wave coming out from Jensen. He's approaching that confidently. Wish I could do the same.
So it begins.
So it begins. It does not get better from here, ladies and gentlemen.
The
But
Challengers
already,
broadcast audience. The true ones know.
But yeah, I love this coming out from Gory. I mean, a lot of people were looking at Dignitas as being potentially a stronger mid-jungle duo based on the tenure that these players have had, but the new players are coming around, and River looking like a 2v2.
Yeah, he knows Jensen doesn't have flash, so he wants to play off of this, but Santorin also knows that as well and needs to protect Jensen as he is stacking up this wave, looking for the cage. River now feels beckoned to come over and save Gory, because Gory doesn't have a flash of his own after he went for the dive under the tower. Santorin doesn't have flash to follow, but Jensen with the baleful strike slicks it through and cleans up the kill.
And just as we saw Gory getting the first solo kill, denying a large wave, Gory's gonna lose even more than that because he doesn't have the teleport to get back, and River just hanging around. Santorin, not gonna be looking for a dive just quite yet, but even giving this over, now they're looking for a punish.
Ghost popped by Tomo. He's in danger. The flash is popped as well. Dodges out on the Abyssal dive. Mid lane, what's happening mid lane? River's being forced out. He had the flash because Ignark looked for a roam as well to support that dive.
And it's only a small lead going over to Dignitas, but still seeing this power come through. Golden Guardians are not going to take that line down. Or I guess they are. They lie immediately back down. But still, I mean, trying to make something happen, this is one of the big things that Golden Guardians have kind of missed on in previous versions of the Golden Guardians roster, is the ability to punish in these 2v1s while people are roaming. And knowing that Ignar is one of the heavier roaming supports, you gotta look for these kind of opportunities. Not gonna find anything there, but at least they get both summoners from Tomo.
Something for you as Golden Guardians to play off as well. It's like, hey, Mr. Jungler, sir,
please.
River. River, sir.
Hit the button, come gank me, please.
Oh, River says, hey, there's no...
dragon.
Yeah, we can take a dragon. Ah, I guess that's fine. We don't get to kill the AD carry, but that does get the dragon stacking up. And Golden Guardians have been one of our better teams when it comes to getting those dragons accelerated as early as possible in the game. First dragon coming online at 547, 548-ish. And that means we're looking at a quick maths 2050 dragon.
Something like
Soul?
that. Yeah, I mean, if you can get everything right in order, it is a potential really early one from Golden Guardians, but you really have to ask, will they still have all the power at that point? Armit looks for a solo kill.
All out onto Licorice. Licorice still has flash to play with, and doesn't even need it. He just walks on out. Well, the wave is not in a terrible spot for either top laner, so both are just going to take the recalls for now. Mid lane is really the hot commodity for both of these teams to play around.
Look at how strong Gory is as Ignar potentially getting caught out.
Stun doesn't land, but Huhi lands the Abyssal Dive. Santorin blocks it off with a nice Vault Breaker. The cage comes down, huge damage from the W, throws out the primordial burst, but River's still not going down, but Tomo has come to claim his prize, and that's a jungler gone from side of Golden Guard.
There you go, Dignitas finding another kill, going over this time to the AD carry. This is one of the few players who's actually going to be able to interact later on with all these big tanks. You need Tomo to be strong, giving him this first kill. Huge opportunities coming through from Dignitas, and also salvages a lot of the issues that Jensen was having, getting put behind a little bit, losing out on a couple of waves. Finding the extra assist means that he's still stacking up all that AP. So I love the fact that Dignitas are still looking for a lot of these early plays, and I hope Santorin, when he gets level 6, revisits this before Gory actually gets his flashback.
And you can see how much more communicative of Dignitas are, at least in this game, compared to earlier parts of the split. We know that during the early game, even if they would get those leads, they would try to figure out, okay, well, how do we get the rest of the map synchronized online? But I know that with not necessarily talking with Dignitas players, but just being able to hang out and catch them in passing in like the hallway, they'll still, even with their season over, they're constantly VOD reviewing. They're constantly talking about plays like, hey, this 2v2 we could have done this better. And it just goes to show that Dignitas are not taking they're taking every single game as seriously as possible, even if playoffs is no longer on the line, because they're preparing for gank. Now, bot lane, Santorin looking for the wall breaker, knows that who he doesn't have flash. That's nice. Picked up, hit 6, cease and desist online as well. Flashing after Stixxay. One more auto attack. Not enough damage, but he's got the second ball breaker. It's a double for Santorin.
Let's go. We love that target selection coming through from Santorin. Going for the flash this one before instantly pivoting over to Stixxay. Gets all the money that they need. 100% kill participation already coming out for this jungler. They do not want to have a repeat performance of what they've had. They have been so focused on making sure they don't get the last seed in playoffs, and this is the perfect way to start doing it.
Golden Guardians now trying to pivot that focus towards the top side of the map. Remember, they did get the first dragon of the game. This Rift Herald will be uncontested because Santorin showed himself on the bottom side of the map. Investing resources to make sure that Tomo and Ingnar do not fall far behind, because as you already mentioned before, Tomo's going to be one of those two carries that can still make it or break it for Dignitas this game.
Yeah, and we'll take another look at this. I mean, the big thing here is, again, the fact that he doesn't throw out the ult on who he knows exactly what he's trying to do, ignores the traps completely, and with the red buff, is just able to run down Stixxay immediately after. Does go over to the jungler, but we know what can happen when the Vi gets super fed. You're able to run everybody down, and looks like they're going for the, the chainsword, not chainsword. Divine Sunder, that's the one.
Well, it could still be Black Cleaver Rush.
Yeah. Oh, true. That does make more sense coming through. You do have a couple of big tanks that you are going to have to try and shred. And it's important to remember that Zeri does a lot of magic damage as well, so there's even more focus on Santorin to make sure that they get all of the physical damage down that they can, start shredding some of these early tanks, so that it's easier for Tomo to just run rampant in the later fight.
I mean, realistically speaking, and we know that we've seen a ton of Vi this season, and so it might not always be the most like exciting pick to watch compared to, you know, with the Maokai and the Sejuani in there, but Vi, if a Vi gets fed early on, she is so scary. She packs so much sustained damage because she has the sustain through, or actually running press the attack this game. So they've just been focused, well, not as much sustain, because normally things like Conquer would help you keep alive in that. But just the fact that you can continuously proc your shield for your passive and just get max HP % burst, but also deal a ton of burst to squishies as well. She is a really strong mid-game fighter and can absolutely tear up most people in the mid-game.
True. And there we see the Black Cleaver completed. It is worth noting that we have already passed kind of the last point for people to get their backs in before the upcoming dragon fight. Tomo and Stixxay will remain on what they are. Gory can potentially back here because they do actually have the teleport available. But look at this. River already trying to come down. There is no opportunity for a gank. But crucially, Santorin already on that completed item is going to be the big carry in this upcoming fight. But remember, Hui's level 6 now. River has the ultimate as well. It's not enough to just get on top of your target. You need to be strong enough to kill them after both ults are gone.
And Tomo has both some, so how are you going to lock down this area reliably if you are Golden Guardians? So the question is, I don't think they're going to even try to. They're giving control of the dragon over to Dignitas, but the question is, what can Golden Guardians do with this pressure?
Yeah, I don't think Dignitas were expecting this contest to come through. He's already creating a little bit of space, and River's gonna jump in.
I mean, it's still 2k HP, but if you jump in, you're gonna get point-and-click stunned by an Annie, and yeah, I'm not sure what Golden Guardians thought they were gonna get out of it. Maybe they were hoping for a miracle and just applying pressure so that nobody else from Dignitas could move around.
It looked like the big question was whether or not Gory was going to get priority in the mid lane, but Jensen does find that out and prevents the mid laner from roaming down. But Dignitas, I mean, they're doing a good job. They've evened up on the Dragons at this point. They do got to be careful, though, because River is still chilling around, has the Rift Herald available.
I almost feel like River is just feels pressured to hover this bottom side of the map because he knows how dangerous it is currently with Jensen having currently priority over Gory. He has to hover in the river, and he can't put time into farming camps or being able to inflict pressure on the top side of the map where he has that Rift Herald. So Dignitas, this is one of the things that, even though that they've obviously not had a great overall regular season, it's one of the shining parts about their gameplay that in the early mid game, Santorin would apply so much pressure, would always be where he needs to be at the right place at the right time for the first 14 minutes of the game.
You know what CLG Challengers was calling the jungle route of doing all of your red side camps into a bottom side gang?
What's that?
That was a Santorin route.
Oh.
I mean, it was just such a common thing that he was doing almost every single game at Raptors Red Krug's bot lane gank that it got a name, like it got it named after him. That is a very exciting thing, but now Armut getting jumped on.
He looks for the Abyssal Dive, but Armut is too fast. It looks like the Rift Herald is just going to be popped top side.
Yeah. Sign goes bot lane to catch the wave. So yeah, I mean, a big swap of the lanes coming out, but Armut is still up here, and there's the engage.
Cease and desist into Annie, full combo and stun. Gory forced to use the flash, and he gets out of there. But now that's a summoner spell down for the next time Santorin's ultimate is back up.
And Golden Guardians coming out ahead on this, forcing the teleport out from Armut to the bottom side, but it's a little bit late. Licorice has already gotten a couple of these plays in the top lane, which is now the bottom lane, is absolutely a spot where Dignitas a little bit slower on the rotation. Also worth noting, Licorice does have the heart steal, so they have a lot of extra damage coming through there. We'll have a lot of stacking. We've seen some of our better top laners say, hey, I see you have that heart steal, I'm gonna stop trading, but as soon as we say that, we see the first stack already going over towards Licorice. So Armut needs to be very careful about actually taking a lot of these trades for a little while. Make sure that Licorice doesn't get blown out of proportion.
Yeah, otherwise Licorice is going to just benefit off of free scaling for the next few minutes. Looking for Jensen, force a flash.
Yeah, that's another flash already gone, the stun on the backside. I mean, even though we see a small gold lead still coming out for Dignitas, it feels as though Golden Guardians are slowly coming back into this game a little bit more, and they have a bit more control over the map. They're the ones making a lot of these proactive moves in terms of lane assignments. It's making it a lot harder for Dignitas to respawn. And one of the things that we were really hoping for, and whenever you see a Viger on the table, is how effectively is this guy going to be roaming? Will they be able to go for dives over the sidelines? We haven't seen that as Tomo does manage to get himself out. So no danger there, but again, it feels as though Golden Guardians is still a little bit faster to all these rotations.
Yeah. Still trying to recover after the massive explosion of early game pressure that Santorin brought within the first 15 minutes of the game. Turret plates have fallen, so the laning phase is now more of just a kind of a handshake. Yeah, just a slow burn at this rate. Laning phase doesn't necessarily exist anymore as we got more important objectives on the table with that third dragon of the game in the next minute and a half.
Yeah. I mean, both these objectives coming up at the same time because both of them are 1-1 apiece. You don't need to go for the dragon immediately, especially because it's spawning minute and a half. Dignitas first to the objective yet again. The Golden Guardians not looking to give it over for free. Armut already walking towards the mid lane. Potentially be here for a fight, but Licorice has the teleport and again is getting extra gold on the bottom side.
Looks like Golden Guardians say, Licorice, it's time for you to play the game with us. Teleport is here. 4,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Gory steps up, looks for a stun, but the cage walks in river. But Licorice can just go right through because he's unstoppable. Licorice prevents him from getting the decimating smash off. 1,300 HP. Who gets it? I think Golden Guardians were able to snipe it away with Gory's W. But River forced to pop the Lance Respect. And now all 5 members of Golden Guardians are still alive. Massive burst on the other side of Dignitas, but no one is going down. And it looks like Dignitas still get to walk away.
Wow, nobody dying at all. Golden Guardians, though, they still have tempo on the map. They're still going to try and get a little bit more control. And with 40 seconds left before the dragon, everybody on Dignitas at the very least is going to be able to back away, spend all this money. But Golden Guardians, they're trading their time still on the map to try and pick up this mid turret and have a better setup for the dragon. But they're going to be weaker in terms of the gold.
And Dignitas, we did see that it was actually Santorin that clutched out the Rift Herald for themselves. So they're going to have a little bit of extra pushing power. It'll depend on him on where he decides. Oh, but he knows that Gory still doesn't have flash. Right on top of the cage. Stunned for 10 billion years and no way out of that one.
Santorin and Jensen, the two guys coming back together, finding even more. The Rift Herald's going to pay off. Golden Guardians spend too much time on the map. And Dignitas, they're trying to threaten to take them down a peg as this mid lane turret is very likely to go down. Dignitas already have control around the dragon. They're starting it up, and there's no possible contest from Golden Guardians.
Throwback team comp.
True.
Oh, that is kind of a throwback. this one's a banger. I love the new profile picture.
Look at Licorice. We're not done.
Yeah. Well, Licorice is going to walk into the pit uncontested. 3,000 HP. River now gets to walk up, and Dignitas have to forfeit the dragon unless Santorin can pull off a miracle. But he's giving it up. He doesn't want to risk it. Second dragon for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, that's another spot where Dignitas that feel like they had everything they could have asked for to set up for that dragon, but Tomo and Ignar a little bit too worried messing around with the rest of Golden Guardians, allows Licorice to walk in, allows River to get into position. So Easy Dragon goes right on over to the other side. Jensen needs to get something that's worth the top side as this mid lane turret's going down.
Oh, and the resets actually gets a lot of damage onto Tomo, forces his shield bow to be procced. Ignar also had the burn flash. Little dicey there for the bot lane of Dignitas.
Yeah, what is Jensen doing? Looking for a potential who-he here. I mean, we've seen what Tom Kentrus can do. Get a little look in the bush, and Order J was
not
able
again
to find anything. But still, as the mid lane turret opens up, it still feels as though Golden Guardians, despite the fact that they're down 1,500 gold, their composition is just still so difficult to deal with later on. And you've put enough money at this point into Licorice that he's a serious tank. He's a serious tank threat on the map where it's going to take forever for everybody on your team to actually burn him down. And so, see what Golden Guardians can do with the advantages that they have built up in this top side. I mean, it doesn't look like he's that far ahead, but he's gotten so many plays off at this point that he's probably about 500 ahead at least.
Yeah. I think Licorice hasn't been able to... whoa, what happened here? I mean, they knew that Ignar's flash was down, and I guess Ignar went too far forward thinking that he had control of the river area, but that's... I mean, that's easy pickings for the side of Golden Guardians, and they'll take that gladly.
Yeah. I mean, every little thing that you can pick up will start reducing this gold lead. And at the same time, again, it feels as though Golden Guardians, every single time a play happens, Golden Guardians are a little bit faster to get their lane assignments where they actually want them to be. You see that Stixay and Huhi farming the mid lane. Tomo is not going to be there just quite yet. And Jensen, loses a couple minions off on the previous wave. And now Santorin needs to try and make this play happen because they weren't at the lanes first. Look at this rotation.
And Santorin thinks that I got Jensen in my back pocket, but they're going to get collapsed on right here by Stixay and Huhi. And now Santorin is forced to retreat afterwards. He's going to get out more than likely unless they continue the dive. And Santorin has to give up the tower as well.
Yeah, because Golden Guardians is so decisive with their map movements, they're able to find another kill, open up the top side of the map, and the gold lead has disappeared off the map mark. Golden Guardians now, just the way that they've been playing this is part of why we have had them in the contention for playoffs as a bit of a surprise to a lot of people going into this year, how strong these guys have looked, but this decisiveness that we're constantly seeing has given them a lot. We'll take another look at the replay from Ignar, and what does he actually get caught out here? Oh, he just gets stunned over the wall. All right.
Damn.
Feels bad.
Yeah, that's an oofer.
But now as we're starting to look at it again, we have to remember Golden Guardians, while they have slowly recuperated, they are technically ahead in gold once again. They're also up an extra dragon. We have a Chemtech Rift this time coming through, and Golden Guardians will really benefit from that. Remember that it gives you bonus stats when you are low on HP, and you know what happens when you get low on HP? Kindred ult comes down, Tom can eat somebody up, give you a ton of extra shields to play with, and it makes you super strong. It's actually one of the few times where I feel like the Chemtech Soul is super good, is this specific kind of team comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to feel like you're getting benefit off of the Chemtech Soul, because anytime you hit that threshold, you're almost dead.
Yeah.
And you usually end up dying as well, unless you're like a super beefy tank with a ton of resist, and maybe it benefits someone like Cassante, you know. But on this case, in this case, Golden Guardians trying to look for that control over the river, as it is a constant push and pull against Dignitas. Next dragon will be spawning in under a minute and a half. And right now, we're just looking at the good old handshake of, can I get mid-wave push first? That means I get the access to the river.
Yeah, and Dignitas, I mean, it's a little bit too early for it to matter unless you can completely nullify any of your opponent's opportunities to create vision. But Dignitas are going to be backing away. That should probably be 2 items coming in for Tomo. It's already 2 items here for Stixay. Both 80 carries on these massive power spikes. They're the ones we were already looking at to be the big damage dealers. Tomo needs to find a pocket where he is safe to actually free hit against all of these relatively tanky members and really just accelerate after the first part of the fight is done when their respite comes down and they're trying to find Santorin.
Santorin forced a flash. That's going to be big. Dignitas now, if they don't get access into the river, and Golden Guardians are the ones starting up the dragon in the pit, I mean, Santorin, that's a one-way trip over the wall if he wants to look for a steal.
Yeah, and look at that, already coming through. Another turret goes down. Gory will be able to teleport back into the map.
They gave up the choke.
I mean, it's okay. You get the choke right on back. It's my Saturday night.
Well, Dignitas are going to see if they can look for this push and pull war. Golden Guardians maintaining this point, but they're giving it seamlessly. Gory's going to be on the right side of the wall, but Armin is also collapsing in. But Licorice with the flank clears up the entire wall of Dignitas, and now he's trapped in the cage. Just looks for a decimating smash, buys some space, and Golden Guardians and Dignitas are now staring menacingly at each other in a 5-on-5, but no one is really doing anything, just wishing for skill shots. The Scatter of the Week goes wide. Cage also goes wide. Golden Guardians, but now look at Santorin approaching from the left side, making it slow. It's only 7,000 HP, so he's got plenty of time to look for the backline. Stixay would be the prime target if he gets in range. Breaker right on top of him. He's going to look for cease and desist on River. They gets the flash out. Cage not right on top of it, though. And Tomo is down in the backline, but that forces River to pop the lens respite. Tomo has to keep his distance. Jensen's already popped Licorice. Tomo cannot contribute any more damage, but the lens respite has been burned. Dignitas, do they feel confident about taking this one? But Santorin and Ignore low. Ignore's gone. The tongue takes him out. Golden Guardians now have regained control. Jensen now trapped in the pit. He still has flash, but he's maintaining. But Armin is teleporting right out back. Maybe Dignitas can swing this one around. Armin's into the back line. Tomo flashing forward. Stixay trying to fight right on back. The AoE Rock is doing all the damage to the cage. The only thing that keeps him in there. Armin pulls him in with the all-out through the cage stun, but Huhi trades it right on back. And now Jensen goes golden. River forced to go back. So many low HP members, but it's only him and Huhi, and they can't get the range. And missile dive on the wall, and we're still fighting, baby. Licorice to teleport. Jensen, and he just goes unstoppable with the ultimate to go right over. Flashing on top of Tomo says, sit down, boy. That's my kill.
My God, that fight went forever, Mark. It doesn't feel like it's even over. We're still going over here. Santorin's the one. His team is all dead. He's the one who's actually starting to take the dragon.
This is incredible Solid Snake mission Tori right here. Golden Guardians have no idea. Imagine after all that fighting that Golden Guardians did.
Here comes Licorice.
They know that Licorice is around. Ignor's trying to stop him. He has no idea. He has no idea. He finally sees it. 2,000 HP, but Santorin has smite. He should be able to secure it. Just one Murano. Easy clap, baby. Dignitas take the dragon.
Let's go. Secret Agent Santorin keeping this game interesting. We're at 2 dragons apiece, but oh my God, Mark, that fight was wild. At part 1, part 2, we had a whole trilogy of fights going through here. It starts off, Santorin does such a good job at splitting up the team fight here, forcing the members of Golden Guardians who have 2 tanks. They have Huhi and they have Licorice. Licorice is trying to deal with one of it, Huhi on the other side. He's able to get Stixay to a point where he can hit, but Licorice is left for the Wolves. There's nothing left they can actually do. And because you're playing this reset composition, because you have Stixay who needs to get that first kill to be the best champion in the entire game, he doesn't get anything, and then he has no mana after that. He's just running around.
And we're back to fighting in the topside jungle. Joshi literally is powered, and it's the burn that shuts him down.
No, that was Area. Okay, it was Area still coming through, but you don't get kills like that very often. That's a big shutdown. It's in the perfect place. Golden Guardians starting up this Baron right now, and Licorice, the big linebacker, trying to make sure nobody can get in.
And Jensen, it would be so hard. He has a cage, but he doesn't have flash, so he can't brute force his way in. Maybe Armin can. They're trying to burn down the tank, and Golden Guardians say it's time to turn and look for more damage onto the line of Dignitas, but they don't get realistically anything off of it. Dignitas win that exchange.
Yeah, but Golden Guardians are going right on back. Licorice did some gatekeeping before. We need a bit more girl balancing for him to do anything, and already Dignitas, I mean, Jensen's not coming over. He tries to tap the wave, but this is already down to half.
5,000 HP, 4,000 HP, 3,000, 2,000. Golden Guardians should be able to secure it, but he all-outs River over the wall! And Stixay still secures the Baron. Now Golden Guardians just need to run and get out of there, but Ignar's gonna look to cut them off. Golden Guardians are gonna now have to depend on their front line to guarantee their carries, get the bailout they need. Dignitas still on the hunt. They have a couple of towers, and they should be safe under the tower, but they're gonna maybe look for the dive. I mean, this would be really difficult.
This is desperate. This is oh no, they're gonna try to stop him.
He stopped one.
Jensen!
All 5 members have to recall together. Leave no man left behind.
Fight! Oh, no! I'm with you guys. I was hoping for it too. They're not gonna find anybody. Golden Guardians, they still lose a lot of time off their Baron buff. 45 seconds already gone, but Golden Guardians, they're slowly eking out all these edges coming through.
I love this game, Sean.
It's so much fun. Remember, it doesn't matter at all for Dignitas. No matter what else happens, they end up getting 10th, but Golden Guardians, they're fighting for their lives. Dignitas are making them work for it. But as we take another look at this, I mean, big props to Arma trying to give the rest of his team an opportunity to try and seal it by ulting River out of the pit. Unfortunately, the damage comes through, and while it does go super low, the auto attacks coming through from Stixxay do go through. There's no Ruden's Hurricane procs coming through that are able to pick it up for Tomo, but you gotta give yourself those opportunities. You gotta give yourself outs to play for. Arma does that, and then after that, God, I was so worried. This is the kind of thing where it's like one person goes too fast. I start freaking out. I was like, oh my God, that was not what it was all about. But they're out of ultimates, right? They don't have anything to actually get this fight started. And so far, I mean, we even take a look at that. Jensen's like, what are they doing?
I mean, even Jensen's having a good time.
He's having a good time. He knows he's not playing for anything.
And probably in comms, all chat's like, this game is wild.
This game. Man, we're at 2 dragons apiece. Small gold lead, 3,000 coming through. But Santorin, I mean, we do have to give him props for how he played the early game. Unfortunately, we were saying this before, the champion just doesn't do a whole lot in this kind of composition. The Tom Kench just completely removes the cease and desist, and now as another turret goes down, they're trying to get the waves to sync up, but they're a little bit early here, and so allow Dignitas to clear out this wave before they have to go top side and deal with that one. At the same time, there's a big wave down bottom.
Stacking up on Dignitas' side. Someone has to deal with it, and you called it. Corey, your assignment. Clear this giant bot wave.
Yeah.
We cannot continue our Baron fantasy until this has been dealt with.
Yeah, so, I mean, while we do have the assignment coming through, you know, we'll give him B+. We're actually going, like, he does do everything he needs to. He collects the wave. But the thing was, got to do that beforehand. If you want to get that extra credit, you want to get those, you know,
fair.
all the extra parts.
You have to go out of your way to do it first, rather than before you're told to do it.
Shout out to my high school chemistry teacher, Mr. Stefan, for always saying, I will tell you how to get a C. Anything beyond that, you got to prove that you want it. But we'll get back into it. We do have 30 seconds left. We are getting very close to our 5th dragon of the game. And we have seen that Golden Guardians and Dignitas have been a little bit back and forth with everything that they have been trying to do in order to create space around the dragon. We're currently 2 apiece, and I feel like Dignitas really need to start picking these up a little bit if they want to try and actually have a way back into this game.
With the Baron buff gone as well, Golden Guardians no longer have that buff to easily siege down these turrets. But Stixxay's in a position where if you give him, you know, 5 to 10 seconds, he can whittle down these turrets incredibly fast. River's going to step up because he knows that he still has the advantage to play against Santorin.
Armit's unmatched. Again, you know, if we're getting another grade out, Licorice a little bit slow. That might be a whole turret actually going down. It's already down to half. I mean, Licorice will have to ult if he wants to try and keep this healthy. The rest of his team already starting up the dragon. They have so much vision control that there is nothing that Dignitas can come to do to deal with that. But it looks like they are going to trade at least one structure for it. So, I mean, that's 2 kills effectively going over to Armit at this point. He's got him kills!
Oh my goodness.
Let's go! You thought it was hard to kill these guys before? What if your top laner is just giving them a cleanse?
No, man. Honestly, Licorice is now my goat. The MVP. He is willingly saying, I don't need any more tank stats.
I'm good.
That's right. I can just give utility to my team. Because he knows how imperative it is. If River and Stixxay are chain CC'd, if Gory is stun locked for, you know, forever, it doesn't matter how tanky he gets.
Yeah. So going into a little bit more of this NA RAM, Dignitas, they're lining up, they're here to have a good time, but Licorice is here to kill them.
Unleash the train! And they go onto Arma, but he's unstoppable, so he tanks it just fine. Decimating Smash and Gargoyle's Stone Plate is popped, but still Arma seemingly doesn't take any damage, man. Tanks are crazy.
Tanks are crazy. Santorin looking for another big ult, but look at this, who he is already kind of marking him a little bit, doesn't know exactly where he is, but has some idea. Is looking around for one of these flangles.
Santorin was also looking to see if he could loop around.
You know, Mark, that's how I know you don't listen to me, because I just said that.
Damn it, I thought you were talking about Jensen. I was like, yeah, and I'm contributing. Oh, man.
It's okay, I love you, buddy.
I love you, too.
But it is definitely a big spot here. Be careful with that. You don't know what Twitch Cat's going to say. But Golden Guardians, right, they're still in a position where they're trying to create some of these plays to go forward, because they know that anything that Dignitas actually starts is going to be very easy for Golden Guardians to back up. You just move forward, you play this game of chicken, trying to get Dignitas to go for a fight, and with a Baron spawning again in 25 seconds, it is going to be Golden Guardians here who are clearing out a whole lot of vision, and Santorin, he's got to be really creative with some of his flanks, but with that ward already coming up in the top of the river, it's so hard for Santorin to find a good angle.
It really depends almost more on Jensen to step up. But it's hard to ask of one of your squishier carries to do. But he looks for one cage onto Licorice. That's a lot of damage already. Being pelted into Licorice, he's forced to flash. That's going to be great for the next upcoming fight. And Santorin is still looking on this left side of the flank. Ignar's been chunked out, but he's willingly taking that one if Licorice is chunked out as well. Cage also unleashed. Oh, Ignar forced to flash because 6A was looking for Super Mega Death Rocket and looking for resets right on after, but he's not going to have it for this fight. And Ignar's just going to take the recall.
Yeah, both the big flankers who are looking to try and find something. Santorin on one side, Ignar on the other. Both get marked. They're both on vision. It's hard for them to do anything. And Licorice back up to about 75% at this point. Santorin going to have to Vault Breaker over the wall. Ignar coming back on out, but Annie without flash is not very impressive. You can't do a whole lot. It's really hard to actually get some of these big targets. And Tomo!
Ah! There's no vision on that either. Tomo is playing with fire, man.
You got to. I mean, when you're in this kind of situation where the game is just really rough, you got to start playing with some of those fire and just say, yeah, I'm going to look for some of these big opportunities, but it gives me inklings back to when he was playing in Academy last year, where that was his problem. He was getting caught out in those kind of spots all the time. Narrowly avoids that one, and hey, I've seen this before.
Well, Licorice gets chunked out again, not this time, but it's still a solid.
Yeah.
Fourth of his HP.
Yeah, I mean, and Jensen, I mean, he's slowly stacking up all this time. He does have infinite dollars he can get, where Syndra only has a limited number that you can't build up.
Next dragon is going to be Golden Guardian Soul. Under a minute and a half. Dignitas just fishing for damage on the Licorice, trying to just chunk him out so that they can look to regain control of this mid-wave and river.
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't really talked about, but we've seen over and over, is when Jinxes in particular in these long, drawn-out fights, they burn mana, and mana is one of the big things that Jinx needs as an AD carry that a lot of others don't. You need to make sure you're okay to have the mana for the big fight immediately afterwards, and Golden Guardian, by sitting in this in ARAM for so long, 6A's down to half already, and here's the engage.
Licorice is looking for the unstoppable force. Arma body blocks it so that Ignar without Raptors gets blocked up. Cease and desist onto the backline, but River at Corey, Unleashed Stun onto the backline, looks for the Unleashed power, but Santorin goes golden. Arma isolates Licorice over the wall. No take for Golden Guardian. The Lamb's Respite keeps the rest of the members alive, but they don't have a front line anymore for Golden Guardian, so they had to retreat, and Dragon is coming up in 25 seconds.
Oh my god, another forced double ultimate from Ahui and River trying to come through, and Dignitas are doing a fantastic job peeling Golden Guardians apart. But there's a Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, there's a Baron already on the map, and Dignitas say, hey, we don't want to go flip for a Baron right now, we don't feel confident in our ability to do that, but we can at least get the relatively free objective and move us to a potential Dragon 7. Tomo moves his way over here, and Golden Guardians don't have a response.
Unless...
Or do they?
They cleared out the vision. Dignitas have to know. They have to have a suspicion that Golden Guard is going to look for this flip. Tomo is trying to burn down Dragon as fast as he can. We'll see how fast Dignitas want to call him over. Santorin, it's up to you, but you know what? Golden Guardians respect the potential for a 50-50 smite, and they still lose the Dragon to Dignitas.
Yeah. Licorice being dead, not able to contribute to that fight at all, and so far it doesn't look like Mikhails has gone off in a useful way just quite yet. We'll look back at that and readjust. I would think about it, but we already have 3 items coming through for Jensen. 3, 3, 4.
He's got a hat now.
He's got a hat. Looking rather... He's got 2 hats. Hey, he's got the St. Patrick's Day skin on. Let's go.
We didn't even notice that. We were so absorbed into the game itself.
Yeah.
We're looking at the aesthetics.
Who else is wearing green? Is he like the only one?
I mean, Rivers technically has a green pet, so...
Doesn't count.
Yeah.
Zeri's got green hair. We'll count it. I think it's dyed. Like, who has normally green hair? But either way, Golden Guardians, I mean, they had some good opportunities to try and force some of these fights, but unfortunately, when you're just sitting Licorice straight up the pipe, it's really hard to get these engages off, even through the Viger cage, right? He runs right through them, but it keeps the rest of his team far enough back that they cannot contribute. And I feel as though Jensen is playing with a lot more comfortability in these fights. So is Tomo than a lot of members of Golden Guardians, because it is one of these big differences. Golden Guardians, they want to get third.
That's right, and Licorice been trying so hard to land these engages. When he approaches from a flank, and Dignitas are not expecting it, but easier to take off. But from the front door, Dignitas just parts the Red Sea, and it's super easy for them to be able to dodge out on it. And Licorice is getting his HP chunked out once again. Doesn't burn the flash, maintains it, but he has to back away and look for the recall.
Yeah, it also looked like a self Mikhails coming out from Licorice as well, trying to make sure that they don't go down. But, I mean, This has been a long NA mark. We are going right on back to it, and as we take a look at some of the side lanes that people have not been farming, because who needs those? It is a lot of money up at the top side that Golden Guardians could potentially miss out. Stix is not going up to answer it at all. That will crash and do a lot of damage to the inhibitor if Golden Guardians don't do anything about it.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, Golden Guardians have been so timid about going over to any of the other side lanes. Like Licorice, he still has Flash to play around with. The Abyssal Dive from Huhi just gets in range in case Licorice needed to bail out with that ultimate. Licorice just trying to keep Santorin peeled away from the rest of his team, marking him as Licorice gets locked in the cage once again. Arma taking a lot of damage from the back end because Stixxay is free, hitting onto the tank, and no refuse. Ignore gets eliminated by Gory with the unleashed power. Tomo now onto the back line. Shield bow forced out. Death Rocket lands right and true, and that's the big carry gone for the side of Dignitas. Jensen is the only one left, and he takes out River, and there's no jungler anymore. And so the Baron is still on the table for Dignitas, but this means for Golden Guardians, they're going to turn their attention to the mid lane and look to take out the tower, maybe more.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's still backing over here for Dignitas. It's a really awkward situation for them, but with no minions, this turret does not take a lot of damage. Santorin is still on the map. There's potential flank coming through, potentially catching some stragglers. The Stixxay gets stunned.
He bails him out, but Santorin is now going to be called over. Cease and desist is not available, but he has Flash, and he could look for a Vault Breaker Flash if he gets in range. Licorice interrupts Santorin, and Licorice is able to walk on out. Stixxay, the president, is taken out and safely escorted back to his side of the map.
Yeah, they eventually get themselves out. Santorin with no ultimate, not able to make any of those plays happen. It's getting close. I mean, we have been seeing a lot of these big opportunities for both teams to make things happen, and that time, Golden Guardians, I guess that's all they were waiting for, right? Is eventually, if you just are hitting people over and over, you get enough Syndra dollars, you get the extra execute, the extra AP coming through for Gory. I mean, you can just one-shot Ignar at this point, and that's one of the big dangers. You can start looking for some of these squisher members, just remove them from the map, and just take the 5-4 immediately after. You are so reliant on having that stun for Dignitas in order to take Licorice down in the first place.
A big note for Syndra versus Vigar, or in this case, Gory versus Jensen. Jensen has already burned his stopwatch. I don't think he has enough gold to get a Zhonya's on the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is also really big, too. I mean, the fact that Tahm Kench just exists, this is what we're talking about, the difficulty, the frustration that Dignitas was going to have, but now they're the ones pushing up. We're trying to make something happen. I feel bad for Licorice, right? Because it's his job to be the one potentially getting hit by all of these stuns coming out from Jensen. But now, you gotta try and create some space. 20 seconds left before the Dragon. Both teams playing for Soul.
Taking it like a champ. Licorice doing his job. Santorin constantly looking for these flanks on the right side where Golden Guardians might not suspect it. But they've been diligently marking him whenever he wants for it. Ball breaker Flash to get in range right on top of Stixxay, but the Lamb's Respite keeps him alive, but now they have to stand the sun. Huge knockup from Arma, and the all-out! He finds both marksman carries off Golden Guardians. Arma being able to clutch out the biggest play that Dignitas need, and if they take all 5, this could be game!
This could be game! They're all right here, they have a wave, there is nobody left on Golden Guardians at all. After 10-15 minutes of NA rep coming through, Dignitas, the 10th place team, deny Golden Guardians dream of third.
It is the day of upsets, Josh, and it continues unsurprising. Dignitas will not go down without one more victory to add to their tally. Dignitas take down Golden Guardians.
Wow, what a way to do it, too. It just felt like they kept poking and prodding and poking and prodding, and eventually there's a slip-up coming through for Golden Guardians. They were not able to coordinate the Tahm Kench ultimate and the Kindred ultimate. Dignitas, it was a very scrappy game, but for a team that has nothing left to play for, that's exactly what you're looking for.
I'm just saying, you cannot sleep on these teams when they have nothing to lose. That seems when they are the scariest as well. And what that does now, it guarantees 3 tiebreakers to set up for the remainder of the day. So even with our guaranteed last match of 100 Thieves and Immortals next, we still have 3 more matches to play out. So for everyone that's still here at the LCS studio, I hope you brought a sleeping bag because we are staying for the long night here.
It's kind of crazy at this point, right? I mean, I always love some of these underdog stories. We had so many upsets in order to find our way here, and the last one, the only thing that we have left to decide in our last game of the day is if 100 Thieves win, they get themselves into that tiebreaker. They get themselves into that three-way for third. But if they lose, they're not going to be able to do it. So we'll see if Immortals can also do the exact same thing that we've seen all day today.
I mean, they did it yesterday. A big upset win for themselves as well, right? And I think when we look ahead at that matchup, the thing that excites us the most was the Kenvi and Balulu duo combo, the Kindred Galio, being able to sync up all the time. But to close out for Dignitas here, I mean, obviously this was a very rough season for them, hard to bounce back. They tried to make the change, swapping in Tomo for Spawn. A lot of us obviously had criticism. What is it going to do realistically? Obviously, the regular season still was not great for them, but Dignitas, there's still things to look forward to in the summer season when they come back, and there's things to build up off of.
Yeah.
And if they maintain this momentum,
I mean, the fact that they won 2 of their last 5, right? The fact that they get 2 of their wins in the last part of the season does give us something to be excited about, looking forward to potentially next split.
that's right. Well, before we go, we're going to see Immortals and 100 Thieves, but I hear that Mark Zimmerman actually tried again to catch up with Doublelift, and maybe, just maybe this time, he finally got it.
Welcome back to Catching Up with Doublelift. Unfortunately, he got a flat tire on the way here, so we instead got his support, Busio! Woo! So you might have noticed, not the target for this interview, unfortunately, but just who said yes.
Some seconds.
Can you put some good words in for Doublelift about this show when we're done? Make sure he shows up next time.
Well, I'll do it after, depending on how it goes.
What is it like playing with the GOAT, Bjergsen specifically?
Well, Bjergsen is...
So you're a young NA rookie. Why should fans like you?
That's a good question. Chip?
Oh, I'm good, thank you, though. I can play a lot of different champions. I stream occasionally.
Funny, good looking, humble. So this next bit, we're both gonna write champions on a card, and we're gonna see if we both write the same champion. Here's your pen.
Why are you shocking me, Mark? It's a bit shocky.
You want to see something cool?
Sure.
If you use a quarter on top, it actually shocks you a lot more. You should...
Why would I want to do that?
I don't know.
Ow.
Kind of hurt, huh?
Why'd you do that?
I heard that role swapping to support is a sign of low T. Is there any validity to that?
I don't think so.
Okay. What's your take on the 2008 financial crisis?
I don't know anything about that.
It's kind of f***ed up. None of them went to jail, though, right?
I don't know anything about that.
Some of them should have gone to jail.
I don't know anything about that.
But you work for them?
I don't know anything about that.
I think that's what all of them were saying. I don't know anything about that. You do really good on Wall Street. You would kill.
Thank you.
I got a biopsy this week for 2 moles on my back. I'm a very moly person. Do you think they have melanoma? I'm gonna get results back in 2 weeks.
What is going on?
Call your shot now.
Do you wear sunscreen?
No.
Possible.
You got lumps? No?
Yeah, just wait. Do you have any pets?
Well, like back home, I have 2 cats. I don't have anything here in LA, but. You good? Oh.
You're a young rookie in NA. Fans, no, I asked that one. What do you watch? What's your favorite movies? Anything?
I don't really watch anything.
Not even anime?
I've never watched an anime. Never.
What?
Do you know what Dragon Ball Z is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
I'll show you my favorite scene. There's this one scene where Goku's all like, and this is what it's like to go even further beyond. And then he's just like, yeah!
Like and subscribe, please.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Zale here with 100 Thieves Oversimplified. After making 3 consecutive LCS finals, 100 Thieves went big in the offseason by promoting NACL MVP Busio and Tenacity, then surrounding them with incredible amounts of experience by signing the LCS GOATs Bjergsen and double-elimination and keeping franchise player Closer. The Thieves delivered on preseason hype, and after jumping out to a 4-1 start, expectations were high. But despite strong early games, the team has struggled to find consistency and is often not on the same page, dropping games again and again versus top teams like FlyQuest, EG, and Golden Guardians. The team cratered, losing 7 of their next 8 games, putting Bjergsen in danger of missing playoffs for the first time in his career. After swapping head coach Koss for Nuke Duck in Week 7, the Thieves immediately grabbed a 2-0 week. But it could be too little, too late. They have to show up big in Super Week if they want a shot at postseason glory. And a shot at keeping Tenacity's hair in one piece.
Far up on this tower. How about this? If we lose to FlyQuest in playoffs, I'll shave my head.
Oh, all right.
He's just giving it out for free.
It's on tape. It's on tape. We've got the VOD.
Nice.
All right,
Cool.
I like that.
You
I
get a
like
1v1.
that. That took guts.
Taking that one
back
back.
to Mark, but how about that biopsy? What are the results?
Went well. Double negative, but you
What's
got to go back.
crazy, I also had a biopsy and they called me today and it's negative.
You got it today?
Oh!
Like I got the results today. They called me before the show.
Can we get a back reveal, both of you?
I mean...
No. We're going to move ahead because we have to update the playoff standings after that win by Dignitas. Huge upset, changes it, knocks out the Nightmare Case 5-game scenario. But this is what the playoff standings will look like, assuming 100 Thieves wins the next game. And we're highlighting this to show you where the tiebreakers will be. There's a 2-way tie for first place, and then there is a 4-way tie for third. In the off chance Immortals pulls up the upset, it is the same number of games that need to be played, but it's just in a different spot. There are now 3 ties that all need to get head-to-head tie broken between Cloud9. You guys can read the graphic. Anyways, there you go. Those are the differences. And that, of course, means that they play out differently. And I think, Emily, you're going to help us break down kind of how those would actually play.
One of them is super easy, right? Because it would literally just be...
You want to do the Immortals win first?
Yeah, if IMT win. So...
Okay.
If IMT...
Well, cursive if.
The cursive if is
so
melting my
honestly,
brain and pink on
naturally, I write in cursive. I know it's cursed. No one teaches
No, it
me
looks
anymore.
good.
I
don't think
anyway.
purple chalk exists. Oh, it does actually.
This looks like Comic Sans to me. Because just the color scheme is...
All right, so if IMT win, we have Fly versus C9
Is this the order that they'll play in too?
for first, second.
Yeah, Fly versus C9 is going to be our first tiebreaker.
Yep.
Okay.
And then it would be EG versus CLG.
Oh my god, dude. The 3-0
For
team versus
three,
the 0-3 team?
4.
CLG's gonna end third if
And then it would be
wow.
GG versus 100.
For 5-6.
For
yeah.
5-6.
That's pretty clean.
Dude, the EG CLG game is crazy.
This is actually massive. Not only because CLG are coming off of 3-0 and like every game between these seems to be like straight up bangers, but also for, I don't know. That is going to be really nuts. But
True.
then additionally,
Okay, what's the hard scenario?
Whoa, what the? There we go. Okay. The muscle arm comes out at the weirdest times, you know? All right, so if 100 win.
Okay. We should have kept
Sorry,
the...
I need to write faster here.
we should have left the Fly C9 match.
Yeah, so basically it's still Fly versus C9. That doesn't change for 1-2, or I mean, I'm predicting C9, so I don't know if that matters because it looks like I'm predicting Fly here. And then this is the most interesting thing because this is CLG, EG, and 100 Thieves are all then stuck in a 3-way tie, right? CLG is actually the top seeded team because they have a 2-0 record over 100 Thieves.
Oh.
Yeah, so it would be EG versus 100. And then the winner of this would play CLG for 3-4.
Yeah.
And this would be...
Which then makes that EG 100 Thieves, I think, the most meaningful game of everything because the top 4 get to go to the winner's bracket of playoffs, but 5-6 start in loser's bracket.
Yeah, and then GG would be, in this scenario, in case you were wondering, would be 6.
I mean, no matter what, they're 5th or 6th from the sounds of it.
Yeah. Golden Guardians is out of the upper bracket no matter what based off these scenarios.
That's just wild to me that EG has a chance to go into the lower bracket.
Sure. Should I, like...
Yeah.
That's a crazy concept.
I just wanted to do some
confetti
fun,
games
some
so far
fun
today.
stuff.
There's been a lot of confetti on the stage. Some spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
There's been
Yeah,
some
we should
spaghetti. All right, well, thank you, Emily, for breaking that down. That does it for us here. We're now going to go back to Rafa and Joshi for the call.
Thank you so much, Loungers, for laying down all the possibilities for our tiebreakers for the remainder of the day. And it all depends on this last match between 100 Thieves and Immortals.
True, and 100 Thieves still have so much of their own destiny in their own hands. Just as like they were saying, they need to find this win here if they want to try and actually play for that third place tiebreaker. But if they don't, they have to play against Golden Guardians again. Then we get even more tiebreakers, right? We have a whole lot coming through right now. And this has been one of the most interesting matchups for me as well, looking at it across the board, because they actually have kind of similar builds in terms of like the players that they actually have. Well, they don't have the same kind of goats of North America like the Double of and the Bjergsen coming through. They have some of the goats of Turkey coming through, right?
True.
Lulu, the Turkish terror, was tearing up the Challengers League and is now started tearing up the LCS.
And Fleshy was on that same team with him on Nasser as well, so they have a lot of innate synergy. We saw a lot of that come through in their game yesterday. The Galio and the Nautilus combo working hand in hand to make those engages possible.
Well, that was 2 days ago. Yesterday was the Zoe game.
Oh, that's right. See, I'm living in the past.
If you're still thinking about yesterday, yeah, it was one of the interesting things. Cloud9 were looking to play up against Immortals. They baited some of these picks out. They got the Zoe out from Balulu, and, well, he was so close to getting a bunch of kills, it never actually panned out. But the Galio, like you said, that was sick a couple days ago. And so, going up against 100 Thieves right now, this is one of the other situations where you look at these players, and Double-Lift and Bjergsen basically never miss playoffs. Bjergsen has actually never missed a playoff for a split that he was participating in, and Double-Lift has only missed 2. He missed them in 17 spring and 2020 spring as well. So, you know, I mean, the fact that they're already here, the fact that they can't miss playoffs is already huge for Bjergsen's legacy.
Yeah, both of them, I mean, last week when that was a question mark, and now it is a guaranteed, it honestly, for all the 100 Thieves fans, for all the longtime Bjergsen Double-Lift fans, you know, they can, you know,
rest easy.
But
breathe in, breathe
the
out.
fact that we were in that position a while ago was like, what is going on? You know, how come the team isn't, you know, gelling together? I remember talking to Tenacity about it last week as well, and he was just like, man, you know, like, we're just not playing the way we are playing in scrims, you know, like
on a bit more specific. He was saying that he was playing like a female dog.
Well, well, he felt that he needed to step up his play in lane. But yes, those were the exact words that he said aside to me. But he's already picked up a couple solo kills ever since talking about it then. So, you know, sometimes it's all about the pep talk. But the other thing, too, for 100 Thieves, just making sure they're on the same page. Even Double-Lift mentioned in their most recent interviews talking about, it's like, hey, every week, even though we weren't showing it on stage, we were improving little by little by little, and finally all the pieces clicked into place, right? And that is the growth that 100 Thieves was banking on when this roster first came together. A mixture of experience and younger players in both, you know, Tenacity and Busio coming up through the 100 Thieves pipeline in Academy last year.
They're going up against one of their former teammates, Kenvi, right?
From
These
the same
guys.
100 Thieves next program, man.
Yeah. And then they also played together at 100 Thieves Academy before, so this is a little bit of a grudge match coming through from them. Kenvi has had a little bit more time to play in the LCS, and I mean, everybody knows that this guy is a scrim demon. He goes absolutely nuts off screen, but as soon as we get onto the stage, it's been a little bit tougher for them to actually find some of their success, and you're seeing already multiple bans targeted toward this guy.
Gotta put respect on Kenvi's 2 main carry champions. Obviously, there's a couple that we know him as well through the 100 Thieves next days, but they haven't necessarily been as well practiced. And so 100 Thieves are going to be looking for that last Varus ban before now hovering for their first pick potential. A lot of power picks on the table. We saw one of them, Annie, Vi, another one potentially as well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it really is coming down to what do you still value in this matchup or in the total game, and it's so much just point-and-click crowd control that has been strong recently. Going to be looking to grab the Annie once again. We did see it pick up a win being played by Ignar in our previous game, and has a lot of opportunities to be successful up against Balulu. But Balulu also loves playing a lot of these setup champions. Doesn't matter as much if he gets put behind a little bit in lane.
I think there's an inside joke that we don't know about. Both Tenacity and Revenge started hovering Aurelia and Gnar.
Oh, you don't understand? I guess you're not a top laner.
Well, no, I'm not.
It's code. What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day this evening?
Really?
No.
Oh.
We're going back. It's going to be probably a Zaire coming through. Nah, I mean, there's just a top lane conspiracy. We do push waves back and forth towards each other so that we can both farm, but we don't have a hover like communication to go through. It is the Zyricon coming through. Fleshy has had some big moments, and it's also a big deny from Busio, who yesterday, it was actually yesterday, had one of the sickest flanks I think I've ever seen in our Archon.
Yeah, and it was with great patience too. He waited for almost what seemed like an eternity. Inspired went through that quadrant multiple times, but he never checked the bush, and Busio unleashed the engage, the pick of a lifetime that secured the 100 Thieves win against Evil Geniuses as well. And for 100 Thieves, are going to round out this composition, or at least the core of it, with the Jinx and the Thresh. And we know that Immortals had been prioritizing a lot of those bans towards Double-Lift because even throughout their worst games of the split, it does seem like that double-lift was the most consistent player for this squad.
Yeah, and this is really exciting for me to see that Balulu does get this counter pick of the Ahri into the Annie. You have a lot more range to play with, which is not something you always have with a lot of other things that Balulu does like to play. So Balulu has been one of the players. He was actually one of the people that I was looking at for potentially the best player in the Challengers League after Jimenez got promoted to Cloud9. And the big thing that we've been seeing so far from Balulu is he is a master at target switching. He is so good at starting a fight, hitting one person and then moving to the next person. He is so patient as well by withholding a lot of his abilities. It's something that can actually be a big opportunity here for Immortals to find another upset today.
Now, the fact that 100 Thieves didn't ban the Zoe, I think it just goes to speak to what Cloud9... Some spicy talk from the audience. Love that. But, you know, Balulu, no Zoe ban from the side of 100 Thieves. Cloud9 showed that they could play into the Zoe and expose it. And so Balulu just going to go with the Ahri instead. A couple of jungle bans targeted. Although, to be fair, these are also jungle bans that Kemby would have enjoyed playing. So this really does trim down the pool.
Yeah, and with the Elise banned, I mean, there's not nearly as many junglers that have been strong. I mean, I was initially thinking about the Gragas, but that's already been banned as well. We got to go back a little bit in time. I think Vi is kind of the #1 jungler that is still unbanned. We've been seeing this being first pick for some teams, but not currently going for IMT. And you already have so much raw damage. You have so much dive potential coming through. The big question is, are you going to commit to that? Or are you just going to let Tactical do his own thing? It appears the answer is yes. This is a ton of pressure coming through for IMT onto double-lift.
Everyone is going to be diving on to the main carry for 100 Thieves in this game. Immortals, we know how potent a Vi Ahri combo can be. And usually whenever you do see a Vi locked in, you want to see follow-up engage. Because if you're going on a solo mission, that's awful. That's a terrible position to be in when you're the Vi player. It's like, hey guys, I'm going, I'm all by myself. But you got the Ahri, you got the Rakan, and the Xayah can self-heal for herself in these situations either, so you don't necessarily have to play towards the Xayah unless you are forced to kite back. This gives Immortals a lot of dive power, and so 100 Thieves naturally going to respond with some anti-dive measure. Cyclone from the Wukong, Sion to stand there and be a giant meat shield.
See, I'm surprised you say that as anti-dive and more just counter-dive. Like, hey, we're going to kill your AD carry, right?
I mean, that works too.
Yeah, and so, I mean, we do get these top laners coming through, and Revenge going to be closing it out with the Gwen. A little bit heavy on the magic stacking, so that does incentivize Tenacity and Closer to go for more of these magic-resist defensive items that will make them a little bit tankier to take down. But there's such a big trade here, right? There's so many players on both sides who are going to be diving into the enemy backline. It's going to be really on tactical and double-lift to try and survive for long periods of time. And I mean, on champions alone, you got to give that one to Tactical. He's playing the Xayah. That's the whole point of playing this champion. Like, hey, you do your own thing, buddy. I will see you after the fight.
That's right. And a Tactical is going to be self-healing and using all of these utility just to keep himself alive. Because if the rest of the Mortals can just focus on diving past the front line of 100 Thieves and just try to take out double lift, then they can worry about, all right, guys, do we still win this fight afterwards? And most of the time, if you trade marksman for marksman with the way that this composition is set up for Immortals are heavily favored.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's having the Gwen to keep on fighting after that. It's already got the Conqueror stacked up. It's going to be exciting. I'm going to be honest, I already tweeted out #IMTWin. I am hoping to see what these guys can do. Turkish Terror Balulu, one of my new favorite players, but we got to go up against, got to put some respect on the 100 Thieves name. Bunch of new goats, bunch of old goats coming through. And the goat's like a medium goat. The 3 Billy Goat's gruff.
It's got the scruff. He hasn't grown into it quite yet. But for double lift, I mean, one of the things that he mentioned why he wanted to play with Busio, why he wanted to return to play, was because of Busio specifically. He said at the beginning of the year, when he saw Alan play in solo queue, in champs queue, he was like, this kid is special. There's no other support that plays and sees the game the way that Busio sees the game. And the growth that they have experienced together has been probably one of the most awesome things to see unravel for this 100 Thieves squad.
I mean, you say that is true. Double has said all of that, but my favorite memory of Double talking about Busio was when they first played in Champions Queue together. I watched Double because, oh, who is this? Busio? That's the first thing you ever said about the guy. You didn't know.
He didn't know.
But Tenacity, also starting off with the Ruby Crystal here, this oftentimes means that there's going to be some kind of cheesy start coming through for the Sion. We did see yesterday, in a very similar situation, Tenacity did get his recall stopped after going for a level 1 invade by Chime. Doesn't look to be making the same kind of early play this time, but he's actually sticking around for quite a while.
Where are you going, Milan?
It's not going to be late, but it is going to be a situation where you have to kind of ask, like, what is the plan here? It looks like they are going to be going in for a level 1 invade. Tactical and Fleshy not going to be able to respond as they're already cut out. And Kenvi, does he know?
Kenvi is suspicious of something. Yep. Well, and now he's like, hey guys, there's 2 people in my jungle. My wolves are gone. I'm starting top side of the map.
Yep. All right, have fun. You guys do your own thing. That is going to be the wolves taken away as well. Good read from 100 Thieves, knowing that Kenvi cannot come in at all. But this is really good from Revenge as well, walking into the bush in order to make sure the wave is pushing towards him.
And this is an accelerated clear now for Closer because Tenacity can tank up both of these camps, and then once he dies, he can help accelerate the clear even faster. So Closer is about to get 3 camps before Kenvi even barely finishes 1 camp. Closer will hit level 3, and he can pressure for a dive on the bottom side of the map. Fleshy and Tactical are in big trouble right now.
They are in a world of hurt, right? Getting all 3 levels off of those 3 cams does mean that there is a big potential dive, and Tenacity can die, and he still contributes.
I mean, if Immortals want to prevent this dive, they should have teleported at least Revenge or Balulu earlier, but they're just eating this one. They're just going to make the best what they can do, and 100 Thieves pull out a damn good hype. Only losing Tenacity, but it's a double for double lift.
Double lift getting 2 right off the bat. Tenacity teleports up towards the top side. Look at all those minions that are denied as well. That was a beautiful setup coming through for 100 Thieves. It looked practiced. It looked good. And now, what is this? 2 camps only for Kenvi. He comes to the other side of the map to try and at least recoup some of the things he lost, but Closer's on his way.
And he's barely hitting level 3 right now, but Closer has already eclipsed Kenvi in terms of the pressure that he's gotten just from the sacrifice that Tenacity was able to do on this Scion pick. He bullies him off the blue buff as well because he knows he can't fight Closer. He has a longsword advantage over him.
I mean, more importantly, Kenvi doesn't even have a smite, so he can't try and smite it away. It's going to be Closer coming up with a big lead, and it feels like 100 Thieves, they are well on their way. Remember, they got to win this game if they want to try and play for that 3rd place tiebreaker. But as we take another look at this, I mean, what do you do at this point from Fleshy Tactical? There's not a whole lot. Your team needs to be teleporting to try and support you, but if that doesn't go well, if you don't get a big turnaround there, then and they just back away, it's just a huge commitment already gone. And I gotta say, for Tenacity, I mean, he's complaining about playing like a female dog. He's like, what are these guys doing? We're just gonna come in, clean them all up. Woof, woof, woof.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Closer, they're all having a good laugh about that one. And Tenacity probably just thinking, wow, that was a lot easier than I expected.
We should try that. We should try that, you and me.
That is a fun flex strat to try.
Yeah.
I imagine the people that we run in and we do that, they're gonna be like, why are you guys sweating so hard in a flex game for what, man? It's like,
we saw it on LCS.
We saw it on LCS, man. We gotta try to be like 100
The question
Thieves.
is, are we carrier? Are our teammates T1?
Hell no.
All right, well, crap. I guess we can't do it. Either way.
I mean, maybe Cubby can be carrier.
Maybe Cubby can be carrier. But as we start taking a look at this, it does come at a big deficit here for Tenacity. Good
Double
turn.
it forced to burn the heal just from the threat of Fleshy getting in range with that grand entrance. I summoned a burn from the side of Immortals bot lane.
I mean, good attempt from Fleshy, but we do got to talk about the real thing, right? Revenge is now up a lot up in the top lane, right? There's no catch-up EXP in the lanes, it's only in the jungle, and so there's definitely a spot where Tenacity is going to be, well, yes, he does get the 2 assists, yes, he gets some opportunities to farm underneath his turret. It is now going to be taking the power that Double has and giving Revenge about half of that, right? He is going to have a lot of opportunity to be really strong, and we were already saying, if you're going to be trading out the 80 carries later on in the game, Revenge is going to be Thanos. He's just going to snap, and people are going to fall off the map.
That's right. And we'll see if that gamble from Immortals can pay off. As 100 Thieves in a 3v3 against Immortals right now. Tactical forced to retreat, still has Flash and Cleanse, but gets away from the trap, so he doesn't have to burn either. Closer's going to be sticking around, seeing if Immortals will still bite.
Yeah, Tactical. Got to be careful of a potential hook coming through. It looks like he's daring him. Boostio, I dare you to hook me.
Oh, and he dodges the hook. He just steps forward. Boostio wasn't expecting that. The full breaker flash from Kenvi, aggressively stepping on forward. They clean up the kill. Flashy dodges the sap. And now 100 Thieves don't get anything off that play.
And Immortals have fired right on back, giving some money right on over to Tactical and Fleshy, all in the mid lane.
Bjergsen looking for Balulu's help. He still has Spirit Rush, but Balulu is not phased by it, doesn't have to burn the Spirit Rush, but does give Bjergsen an option to fight for mid priority. Maybe they'll look for the dragon, and that is the result of it.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, because IMT were too low. Fleshy does have to leave. Kenvi chooses to back away, not going to be able to contest for this dragon. It's a little bit later than what we were seeing in our previous series, our previous game of Dignitas versus Golden Guardians, but still, 100 Thieves going to be grabbing things up, and suddenly, this game is very, very interesting, right? We were already looking at how our 280 carries were going to be able to perform. Double-elimination with that double kill gets a CS lead, but it's also a spot where Tactical, as soon as they are able to back away and spend this gold, will get to fight again. But this is where I was saying, like, Tactical is like, he's walking so far. He knows Busio is right here, and even if that hook lands, I think the bigger problem is as soon as this comes through, Busio needs to instantly flash as soon as he sees the ball breaker come through. Double-elimination barely missing out.
And you know what's... If you're an Immortals fan, what's beautiful about that Vault Breaker flash from Kenvi? 2 weeks ago, Kenvi was in a similar situation, almost looked for it. Oh man, Revenge almost getting the kill on Tenacity. But Kenvi, similar situation 2 weeks ago, had the Vault Breaker for a flash opportunity, didn't go for it, hesitated.
Yeah.
This time around, he knows that, like, why not? I just need to commit. This is the growth. Small things. Yes, Immortal season is over, but when you are looking forward to the summer and rebuilding for that, these are the moments, these are the games where you might look at them and say, oh yeah, they're a throwaway game, it doesn't matter for them. These are the ones where you can look to grow the most. Yeah. Just try things because you're not going to get punished for it.
It's also a little bit closer to the Kenvi that we knew before we even joined the LCS. That's right. That's the kind of guy that we were looking for to be super aggressive. And like you said, Immortal, win or lose this game, they end up getting 9th. It does not matter for them, so they got to look for these big opportunities to showcase what they can do. And again, Revenge, I gotta go back to that because we already looked at the fact they were up about 20 CS when Tenacity was going back towards the top lane. They've actually grown it. It's now up to 40 CS, and we are seeing a tour in force coming out from 100 Thieves. They're gonna try and get Tenacity out of that lane state.
That is not a fun time to be in. Tenacity will at least share some XP and CS with both Bjergsen and Busio. They're gonna translate their power over to this Rift Herald, but Immortals also want to fight for it.
And double-elimination is cut out, right? It is so hard for double-elimination to actually try and join this fight. The team needs to create some safety for him, and so Busio comes up, says, hey, come here, my child. We are ready to go on over to the Rift Herald, and now IMT forcing to a front-to-back style team fight. They just go!
Fleshy flash into the grand entrance. Bjergsen stalls him with a great never stun, and that stops Immortal's attempt to look for the pick. Closer following up beautifully with the Cyclone, stops anything that Immortals were looking for.
Fleshy only level 5, doesn't have the quickness, cannot actually lock up any of these 100 Thieves members. That's another kill going over to double-elimination, a kill going over to Tenacity, bring him back to a much more even position. But double-elimination, we asked, was he going to be able to survive the dive? That answer was absolutely yes. There was no real threat coming through from IMT. They give over this Rift Herald. But the game's still relatively even, Mark. It's not as though the game has suddenly been blown open. There's still a lot of tools for IMT to try and fight back. You just got to make sure you land some of that crowd control.
Yeah, and that's all just because the fulcrum of power for 100 Thieves versus Immortals is on different spectrums. You have double-elimination insanely accelerated, whereas Revenge got all this free time to farm into a tank matchup. Yeah. So now Gwen is the big hope for Immortals as the game goes further and further beyond. Is that a blue lock gif?
Is that the soccer one?
Yeah, well, it's one of the soccer ones.
One of the soccer ones.
Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, I know you're trying to show me those before. But we'll take a look at this fight. Yet again, remember, Fleshy still only level 5, thinks he has an opportunity to jump onto both Busio and Double before they join the rest of the team. And he does get both of them, but the charm from Balulu goes just wide, doesn't catch double-elimination, and Kenvi dies before he can do anything at all in that fight. 2 members effectively gone before the fight really even begins, and Immortals just have to walk away licking their wounds. And so the question then becomes, how are they going to start allocating their members on the map? Because it is going to be one of these spots where you need to try and keep Tenacity down because the rest of 100 Thieves have already become so strong.
I mean, poor Tenacity is just barely coming by components. He's
like a hot dog on a summer's day. He's just sitting there panting. It's like, yeah, where's the lemonade? I mean, there's not a whole lot for him to do in this game. He's going to be like this big tank standing up in front, but he's not going to be as big as a tank as he potentially wants. Now Kenvi, once again, looking for potential flank.
Boosty is going to scout it out. Force Kenvi to retreat and at least give up some of this position. The next dragon is coming up in the next 40 seconds here. 100 Thieves have control of the river. Where do Immortals play through?
I mean, we've said it a couple times, it's got to be Revenge at some point. You got to send Kenvi up there to make that play happen. But the other thing that I kind of want to look at this game, Mark, is the fact that so far, a lot of the games that 100 Thieves have been winning recently is even though they have been winning, they've been swindles. They gotta try and, you know, be professional grifters in order to try and take any of these games down.
Manny Sanchez.
Yeah, being a Manny Sanchez, shout out to production. They gotta look for all of these big options to try and find weird plays in order to take away some of these big team fights. They're no longer playing with a deficit. This is 100 Thieves where they actually set the tempo, and that synergy that they've been talking about building up over the past couple of months is really going to matter. As now we see IMT, they're not playing towards revenge, just saying, hey, you're doing a good enough job on your own. We're gonna try and make some plays in the mid lane, maybe get Balulu to become a threat, and also try and equalize on these dragons.
So far, Immortals have done a decent job of regaining control of the river. They're going to start up the dragon, and the control ward will give a brief bit of vision on this pit before 100 Thieves now lose sight of it.
Rift Herald.
But the Rift Herald is now going to force Immortals to say, hey, do you want to lose your tower, or do you actually want to fight us over this dragon pit? And Immortals are staying committed. Balulu on the right flank, looking for double lift.
Oh.
Decent assist and flash, and that's the combo we were talking about! Balulu and Kenvi syncing up to take out double lift, but now Immortals have to deal with the rest of 100 Thieves. Kenvi's still alive, but cannot survive as Bjergsen takes him down with one last fire blast.
I mean, that's exactly kind of what we were looking at from some of these fights. Both 80 carries just forgotten about, right? Just left behind. And now 100 Thieves, because they still have Annie in the back pocket, who still just has his Tibbers, who is wailing away the entire time. They walk away with an extra member, and we have to remember, Closer also getting 2 effective kills by dropping the Rift Herald down in the bottom lane. That's effectively a 4-for-1 coming through 400 Thieves. They also walk away with the Dragon. They're now 2 to the soul. Great stuff.
Yeah, and the other big thing, too, since Revenge is the one that has a majority of the gold and the power scale,
he's not even that far ahead anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been able to maintain that lead. Tenacity's been able to catch up as well. And because Revenge was on the top side of the map, the idea is that, hey, we trade marksman for marksman, then our Gwen comes and cleans up. But the Gwen is not here. And so all the remaining power is left on the Balulu and Kenvi, and they're not able to deal with the rest of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so we got to start off, right? Balulu and Kenvi did the thing that we said they needed to do, but we got to look at how Tactical actually gets caught here on the other side, because Closer instantly jumps in because Tactical is so focused on trying to contribute to the damage. He actually brings the Monkey right into the rest of the team so he can instantly turn around afterwards. That's one of those things Tactical just needs to accept, that he is going to die, get as much as he can, because his team is not going to be able to save him as soon as Annie and the Wukong get on top of him.
That's right. We are now almost 14 minutes into the game where the turret plates will cease to exist. And 100 Thieves will look to continue maintaining this control that they have seemingly exerted over Immortals. The next Rift Herald is about to spawn soon as they're getting ready.
Yeah, 100 Thieves. I mean, they've been looking super good this game so far in the way that they've actually been fighting. You can't really even fault Double Lift for that last one. He's just like, yeah, I guess he was too close, but like, you know, what do you do? It be what it do. And so far, as we take a look at the gold, he is still the richest man on the map. We have Closer and Bjergsen not far behind. When you start seeing gold leads like this, the funny thing is that Tenacity, like, doesn't have a whole lot of money, but it's not as though Revenge is miles ahead of him. Like, Revenge going with this Riftmaker, he's going to be doing some damage there. But he's still got a long time to go before he's this really big damage threat who can turn around after killing some of these 80 carries. And so, as we look at how 100 Thieves like draft plan is going to be evolving, I kind of want to go back to the fact that we were very critical of a lot of these more veteran players in Closer, Bjergsen, Double Lift throughout most of the regular season. But so far, I mean, it feels as though Closer and Double Lift in particular stepping up this game super hard as they have had over the past week and a half.
Yeah, even yesterday, Bjergsen had a hell of a game on the Ahri as well. I think one of the coolest plays this season was that charm prediction on Joe Hyun's flash as well. And it's been a growing pain season for 100 Thieves as well, but even their more experienced members have finally seemingly have found their footing once again when it matters most near the tail end of the season. This Rift Herald goes over to them. Immortals, no chance for a contest.
Yeah, and Bjergsen in the perfect spot to make sure that IMT cannot come in, even though Bjergsen going with the Rod of Ages build in order to be a little bit more tanky, more sustained during some of these fights. He still does a lot of damage. He's still got a big potential stun that he can lay down on multiple members. IMT, they don't actually have a true tank in this entire composition. Everybody is going to get blown up almost instantly. So as long as Bjergsen is not in line of sight, they can't do a whole lot. But Revenge,
trying to chip down Tenacity, but Tenacity's doing a decent job of actually dodging out on the center part of those snips, where that is a majority of the damage is going to be coming from Revenge, as well as the true damage.
Yeah. So Revenge, I mean, we'll be looking for more opportunities, but it is definitely a spot where I kind of feel as though Tenacity, as we were talking about before, was not playing even to his own standards earlier in the year, right? He said very, very clearly, with less polite language, you know, that he was able to run everybody up in the top lane, except for maybe Fudge.
Yeah.
You know, but it was still one of those
Hard to
spots
run
where
Fudge.
Tenacity was so disappointed with some of his own play, and now this feels like a very different version of him, where it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't need to run my lane opponent. I don't need to go for everything there. Playing for the rest of the team, playing to make sure we have some of these good plans to actually make it happen. And even though he's suffering, I mean, this young player is still looking for opportunities to play for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that's always a concern whenever a rookie joins the LCS for the first time, right? Especially if they are known as a carry player and they're in multiple team environments where they are the star, which, to be fair, Tenacity was on 100 Thieves.
So was
Next, back in
Busio.
2020, Busio as well. And a lot of the reality check comes when they join the LCS. It's like, hey, you are no longer the carry of the team. You are no longer the best player in the league anymore. Now you have to adapt to the rest of the pool, the rest of your competition, and you need to have your ego bruised a little bit. And I think that is one of the things that Tenacity has taken in great stride over this regular season, as he has gone from trying to go
Uh-oh. Okay.
Can't do that, Balulu.
Well, that's an ult missing couple seconds before the dragon actually spawns. Fleshy is trying to find a deep flank, but Balulu's not going to be able to join in on the rest of the dive. Let's be real, Ari is not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to this front line. He's not going to do a whole lot to Sion.
Nope. Now, Revenge is postured for a flank.
Oh, they go.
And cease and desist flash once again. All piled
He's
down.
alive.
But Busio keeps him alive. And a flash over the wall. Now he can still contribute damage over safely thanks to Busio saving his AD carry. And Immortals are now floundered. They are scattered multiple directions. And 100 Thieves deal with them super easily.
Honestly, the way that we were expecting these fights to go, so crucial. Balulu not there, doesn't have the ult, doesn't have that little bit of extra damage to take down double. Then Busio, the instant flash over the wall, it's like, don't worry guys, I got this. Make sure you come over to me. And just as we were looking at with Tactical getting caught a little bit earlier, right? Double is like, I don't need to contribute to this fight. I just need to not die. Let me back up. There's no way I'm actually going to go down. And it's a great awareness from some of the veteran and rookie players coming in for 100 Thieves. This is part of why we've looked at them, right? It's kind of crazy that they could have been anywhere at the beginning of the day from like 3rd to 6th.
That's
right?
right.
This is definitely the kind of play of a team that's going to be 3rd.
And Double Lift and Busio, once again, we talked about at the beginning of the game. The synergy is coming through. This was the support that Double Lift said, I don't want to join any other team if it doesn't have Busio on it as my support.
Yeah, well, taking a look at it, I mean, the thing before, Busio had already hooked this bush up on the top side.
He instantly knew.
He knows there's nobody over here. There's nobody that can potentially come over to try and get double up afterwards. Just need to get him out. Tactical left to the wolves yet again, which is what is supposed to be happening for this composition, but they don't have the damage left to take down double if there's just enough left over, and these meatballs have gotten far enough ahead that without the tactical damage to try and stay alive, there's not a whole lot of hope left for IMT. And as we start looking at this, even though the gold lead isn't that large, because these team compositions try and do such similar things, whichever team has a small lead is actually miles ahead.
That's right. Because one of the big things we were looking at too, because of the way the early game played out, 100 Thieves made it clear, we are investing everything into Double Lift getting accelerated this game. Tenacity being a little bit behind Revenge, we'll take that gamble. Immortals said, all right, Revenge, you have all this time in the top lane to farm up. He has not hit that spike yet. And I don't know if Immortals are going to have enough time to actually stall out long enough, because 100 Thieves are at Soul Point.
Yep.
Soul comes up in 3 minutes. I don't think Revenge is going to hit the items necessary to be able to contest in that fight.
I mean, it's going to take a miracle from IMT. They got to try and find something a little bit crazy. And look at the vision control that has already come out, right? There's just so many more wards coming through 400 Thieves. They're a little bit further pushed into the river, whereas most of IMT's wards are still on their side of the map. It makes it super hard for IMT to actually walk into these jungle quadrants. As we say that, multiple members are, literally the entire team is here. That's the only way you can really do it. When you have that many members that you're not really worried, 100 Thieves are like, well, they're not top side. They're not in lane bottom. This is the only place you see the pings coming through. It's like, well, I guess they kind of have to be there.
And Busio's going to check. 200 IQ, baby.
That's what I'm saying, man. Busio was one of these big players. He was our most valuable prospect summer 2022 for a reason. This guy is Giga Brain coming through, and so, I mean, we'll see. There are things that Busio does as support that I don't think you really see from just about anybody else in the league. Well, he's not the most consistent player yet. It is one of those things where you see these inklings of brilliance where maybe he can catch up to Vulcan in terms of like prestige for North American sports.
Yeah, and you have to remember that Busio was a mid laner that role swapped over to support after the summer of 2020. His last team was playing mid lane for
So did Huhi.
Yeah.
They both look good.
Polar AC Sports. You know, what is it about mid laners role swapping to supports? Playing under the 100 Thieves banner.
I think it's because 100 Thieves is willing to be like, yeah, I don't know if you can do this as the mid laner, but you'd be a sick support coming through, and they've been right a couple of times. So now we'll see what else 100 Thieves can start pushing through. They're taking a little bit more control of this eastern quadrant of the jungle. They're all moving up as a team, and they have a lot of redundant crowd control, right? They're attacking the one member of IM2 who feels like they might still have an outside chance to take over this game, but if Revenge can't farm, he doesn't have a way to come through. I mean, Balulu on the far side of the map, there's no potential response from IMT. They don't have enough vision control to even confidently try and attack somewhere else on the map.
Yeah. And for Immortals, they know the safest thing they can do is give up towers so that they can trade on the other side of the map, because this is the only way you're going to guarantee bursts of income for the carries that need to come online very, very, very fast.
So right now, IMT, they don't have any vision control around this upcoming dragon. You see a bunch of members from 100 Thieves looking to back away, spend all of this gold. Let's see, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items. Yeah, everybody here is on 2 items, whereas most of them are that's a lot of 2s. Great golf score.
You know about golf score?
No.
I thought that was a Cuppy thing.
No, I know nothing about golf. I just know that its low numbers are good. IMT are doing better in golf than the number of items they have, but that's not a good thing here in League of Legends because they don't have the money really left to fight this at all. And as they start trying to group up, they will be here at the Soul first, but they don't have a lot of control over when fights are actually happening. Kenvi and Balulu, they did have that one fantastic flank, but as we already looked at, wasn't enough. You need to be able to actually take some of these fights faster. And IMT, I'm going to look a lot at tactical this time around. He's moved in such a way that he is trying to play a more traditional marksman role with the rest of the team, but he literally doesn't need to do damage for the first half of the fight. He just needs to live.
That's right. Teleport coming out. Bjergsen has arrived. Make sure he is in position. Fleshy might be caught out here, forced to use both casts of Battle Dance just
and
to
they lost
escape.
control.
And they lost control of the choke point. That's tough.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot for IMT to really do from this position.
I mean, they're going to try to brute force their way in at some point. Revenge has to start poking and prodding.
Yeah.
But for 100 Thieves, they own this river. And the dragon, it hasn't even been started yet. They're more itching to fight rather than
look
taking
at
the
Balulu,
dragon.
though. He's right over this wall.
Do they know? They take out the blast cone. Oh, Kenvi once again flash on the
There's
double
a
it.
charm.
It's a 2-pronged flank. Both Fleshy and Balulu synced up, but can they deal with the rest of the fight? Tactical's still alive. Balulu's getting
Tactical's
reset.
running.
He finds one more. And Tenacity is the only person that can take him down alongside Closer. But just like that, they think that if we can take out Double, if we can win the fight, 100 Thieves say, bro, we still have Bjergsen, we still have Closer, we still have Tenacity, and we still win this fight.
Yeah, and it's yet again another spot they do exactly what they're supposed to. They're supposed to try and take down the AD carry, and they do. Balulu and Kenvi once again syncing up exactly how you're supposed to. That's going to be Chemtech's Soul going over to 100 Thieves at this point. They are just out fighting, and once again, I want to watch how Tactical kind of takes this place, right? Because IMP tries to make this big fight happen, but as everybody jumps on top, Tactical, I said he needs to live, but because there's no threat on him, he's expecting people to counter dive him. 100 Thieves say, no, we're going to go for it. Everybody else, if you're playing that defensively, you're not doing any damage anyway. 100 Thieves, great awareness in the fight to just dive on top. 3 kills go over to Closer.
Double is just like, man.
I guess.
Hey guys, they got me again.
It's another Saturday night, I guess.
For 100 Thieves, I mean, they're realizing that there's been clearly one target on their mind, and Doublelift has to just humbly accept his fate. But he knows that they keep winning the fight, and it's just one of those things like, okay, I don't get to play the game. Yeah, I guess. I'll still win.
All right, kind of cringe, I guess, but do what it do. And now as the turrets start going down, 100 Thieves, very, very strong. As we do remember, we have Bunch of tiebreakers to go through.
Yep.
FlyQuest Cloud9, Battle for First come through. A lot of MVP implications still on the line for that one. But as these wards do get cleared out, 100 Thieves gonna start thinking about the Baron, trying to find a way to end the game. Because there is the scaling threat. He's on your screen. Revenge. Best vlog content, but not the best performance so far this game.
He's trying his best. Revenge with the Cosmic Drive second item online. Maybe he can get a third item with the recent Golden Spike, but Kenvi cannot get in range. Baron is secured by 100 Thieves, and Kenvi takes the one-way trip as a last-ditch effort, but it's all for naught. The Baron is secured by 100 Thieves, and now they have pretty much all the tools they need to close out this game.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead from 100 Thieves at this point. Now IMT, I think they're they're spotted. All right, never mind. You can be loud again. Everybody knows where they are. Closer does back away from that one, but we saw Revenge got a turret down the bottom side. It's a little bit of gold coming through, but again, it's definitely just a position where it feels as though 100 Thieves, they're just outperforming across the map. They're fighting a little bit better despite the great ideas from IMT coming through. Going all the way back to the beginning of the game, the early game plan coming through from Tenacity and Closer to go for the dive on Tactical and Fleshy, giving double of 2 kills, necessitates that IMT try and do the exact same thing, but it's just, they've gotten so much money at this point.
Yeah. And it's so difficult for Immortals. And I credit to them that they have executed the game plan, make Double-Lift have the worst time of his life every single time they pick a fight. But
he's not on TSM anymore. He's doing just fine.
100 Thieves moving on forward. The Baron on their side as now they look for the play on the Tenacity, but he just flashes away, being able to distance himself. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves now pressing the charge on the top side of the map. The tower will fall, and Immortals are just doing everything they can, but they've already used most of their engaged tools on a tank. Yep. And that hasn't really worked out for them. One inhibitor will fall. The mid inhibitor would fall as well. And now 100 Thieves. They should be able to get one more. They just need to auto-attack it. All right.
And Double-Lift, I mean, he gets excited off of that. Teleport comes through from Tenacity to make sure that this wave can potentially crash as... it's Bjergsen.
That's a lot of damage. I mean, Revenge trying to keep himself alive with the mist, but he's forced to retreat. He's going to be able to recall, but I don't know if he can look for a teleport angle anymore. Bjergsen just wards him off, and this will be the third inhibitor of the match.
Yeah, that's all 3 inhibitors down at this point. Revenge can't do anything. Kenvi doesn't have his ultimate. Revenge doesn't have anything either. It doesn't feel as though IMT really have a way back into this. There's no potential teleports coming through. They're trying to stop things for a little bit, but their only real hope at this point, Mark, is you got to play for 2 more minutes. You got to survive. You got to farm up. At least you get a ton of waves, right? That's what Alessa's been saying. It's like, hey, don't take inhibitors before 20 minutes, but you're just going to give over a ton of farm, but there's not enough time.
Yeah.
And with the Elder Dragon spawning in a minute 40 at this point, IMT, like, Kenvi can flip a coin, maybe?
Maybe.
And if he gets heads, then they have a 50% chance they flip another coin, and then maybe they win the fight.
Or 100 Thieves are just going to full send it down the mid lane. Here comes the Tenacity train. The Blue, you're going to have to pop the Spirit Rush sooner or later, buddy. There it goes. He's out of there. Oh, Super Mega Death Rock. Man, Fleshy jumping in just was intercepted. Balulu had to flash because he thought that Fleshy was not going to be there in time for him, but 100 Thieves now are just going to look to cut members off and just try to end this game out in the next couple of minutes.
And without Blue's ultimate, right, we already saw what this kind of fight looked like earlier in the game around the second dragon. They tried to go for something. They tried to jump onto Double-Lift, but they're missing that crucial extra member, that little bit of extra damage. And Busio is so good at this, marking where the flankers are. He knows where Fleshy is already, has that in that Gigabrain computer, and they just go forward.
Damn, Balulu is gone. And full-on elimination from 100 Thieves, and they're going to look to take out members one by one. They look for Double-Lift, but it's only a grand entrance. No damage behind that one. Double-Lift now gets the flash forward and clean up every last member of Immortals off of his screen. He's going to take out the towers, and 100 Thieves will now move up to play in a tiebreaker for third.
The game ends like it starts, Mark. Double-Lift gets a double kill, finds another opportunity to come through, and honestly, great stuff. Great plan coming in from 100 Thieves. They understood the game plan from start to finish, from level 1. They understood what it was that IMP needed to do to try and win, and they put a stop to it every single time. Honestly, the way the 100 Thieves have been able to play, the old players, the new players coming together, it has been fantastic. And They make sure that Immortals doesn't give us another upset. I mean, we're only at 3 today. 4 would have been too much.
3's just right. Just right. And then that means we're going to get 3 more games after the, we get our interview, we get the lounge in on it as well, which is going to be great now because when we look at the entire regular season in a holistic view, after the first round robin, 100 Thieves were bottom 4 teams. They had a really terrible score alongside multiple other teams that we were not expecting to be in that position in the same place. They now get a chance to end the regular season at highest 3rd and at lowest 5th, which, considering where they started with, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
There's almost a scenario where they weren't going to even make playoffs. And with the legacies of the players that was on their team, that would have been awful. Doomsday, but they come together when it needs to most. All 5 pieces of the puzzle finally align. And damn, this team is looking good.
I can see the smile on your face because I know you got a special place in your heart for some of these guys. I mean, they have been really playing up over the past couple of weeks. They've been doing fantastic stuff. And again, thank you for letting me into your homes, everyone, coming through. I don't understand why I'm dad, but I'll take it. Let's take a look at our final standings here coming through. Golden Guardians, they have squeaked through. They are going to be, for Licorice, again, the last seed going to playoffs. We got 3-way tie coming in for 3rd place. 100 Thieves, CLG, and Evil Geniuses. But before we get to that, Cloud9 and FlyQuest have their battle for first.
That's right. And I liked how you prefaced it with MVP, potential conversations in that lineup, because I know the lounge was already discussing a lot of members like Prince, Fudge, Blabber, all on the table for potentially most valuable player of the split, and it also determines where everyone is going to be seated in our playoff bracket.
I mean, the big thing, right, is whoever gets last in this 3-way tie between CLG, Evil Geniuses, and 100 Thieves, they go directly down to the bottom bracket. That is a brutal position to be. Golden Guardians are already finding themselves there. You do not have a second chance, so you got to play your heart out for this one. Props to all the teams for having an opportunity to continue playing for today.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get that 1 extra life by starting in the upper bracket. But that is going to conclude mine and Joshi's time here on the desk. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to have you for your very first broadcast on the LCS stage. We're going to send it over to all of our friends at the LCS Lounge.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to Scion Breakdown with me. In case you hadn't noticed, I've been tracking some Scion lane swaps we saw in the LPL. This particular variation was actually first used by Team BDS in the LEC against Team Heretics. And what we're going to see here is, again, you're making the most of Scion's Death passive. He's one of the only champions where you can do a lot of these cool level 1s with. So he is essentially going to shadow Closer all the way down the path, and then they're going to set up for a bot lane dive right here where he is going to tank the majority of the aggro. So as we follow them through that, I don't know how you guys felt about this. I really love seeing creative level 1s like this, and it kind of goes into Tenacity's willingness to kind of punt his entire lane, right?
Yeah.
For going up against the Gwen, because they're not actually properly swapping. They are setting up for a dive instead of doing the full swap where you send your bot lane topside.
I mean, this really is even slower than the normal Scion cheese where you're just taking 2 camps. So it really puts your top lane in a hole. And I think it's really dangerous against a Gwen, but Tenacity was able to play the lane well enough afterwards that he didn't get additionally killed and he didn't fall too far behind.
He also gave it up for Closer too. He didn't leash any of the experience, I'm pretty sure, from any of the 3 camps. So he's, after this play, going to teleport top with no farm, no gold, no experience basically against the Gwen.
But
he's going to get some here because, of course, this dive does in fact work.
Yeah, so he takes the death.
And here we go.
And then he also retanks.
Yeah, he retanks.
Yeah, it was actually super well done. Again, it was really cool to see this iteration. I wanted to use the confetti for a while, guys.
Nice.
It was awesome to see this iteration. I love when teams try these creative strategies. And like I said, we saw BDS do it over in the LEC as well, this particular variation of it.
Yeah, and the fact that there's that one example, they just didn't expect it. They did not expect it. And now that you've experienced it, it feels like even hearing from Dokla the last time he got Scion lane swapped against in a different variation, he was like, I should have expected it just because we saw him in the late invade, or at least something like that. You should have expected something to that nature. This case, it's like, oh, I guess the only counterplay is to TP defend bot lane. But even then, you're kind of still at a disadvantage. So it's just such a tough position to be in when you can't really expect which variation of the Scion level 1 they're playing for.
Yeah, and I do think we were kind of talking like, oh, why would they do this against Immortals? Like, why not save it for later? But winning this game keeps them alive for getting a top 4 seed, which is upper bracket.
Exactly.
So this is actually the must-win game, right? And I think they've been approaching all of their games, the last 5, in that way. And I think the sense of desperation from the outside has actually made them a much better team.
And it's wild to just think about, yes, we talked about before the game happened that EG can fall into the lower bracket, but for 100 Thieves to potentially be a 3rd place team. Because of, yes, they had the huge winding up phase in the beginning of the split, but then that huge downfall into a 5-game win streak, that's insane. And no one would have ever caught on to something like this even happening.
Yeah. And so now we've come to the conclusion of our normal day. We're starting some bonus games.
It's like when the baglers in your fries, when you order some fast food, and you find some fries at the bottom of your bag. They're baglers. These are bagler games. They just showed up.
Yeah, when I get those extra fries, I'm like, yeah, this is the best game in the LCS, Mark. What are you talking about?
Those are the best fries.
Yeah, I mean, they are the best fries.
Because they're unexpected.
So we already kind of covered jockeying to get that top 4 spot. The most interesting thing here for me is the MVP battle of FlyQuest versus C9. Who gets the last say in which of these teams look better before we all vote on our MVPs?
I mean, the game for first place is probably like the most valuable game of the split.
Yeah.
So whoever the best player in the valuable game, he's like the most valuable player of the game.
You're memeing that. I actually find the last game to be the most interesting one, no matter who joins CLG up there, because either way, it's CLG potentially getting 3rd, or 100 Thieves can potentially join them, or EG is going to have to defend and make a 2-game run after a 0-3 week. Whereas for CLG and 100 Thieves, they are both on win streaks now. They haven't lost a game yet this week, so it's pretty crazy.
And we will be back with more on that, but right now, we're going to toss it to a break, and just a reminder, FlyQuest versus C9 is next.
Battle for first. Valuable game.
Value, MVP, vote.
Vote now.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a big, most valuable game coming up. Battle for first place, potential battle for MVP. Who knows? But before we get into that, we got to look back at the 2 games that they played previously, going back to the first one in the first round robin where FlyQuest absolutely slaughtered Cloud9.
They did. This was in week 2, so 6 weeks ago. I remember this one. Diplex lost the 2v2 in mid lane. He had an Akali E that didn't connect over wall to Flash, didn't pause.
They were at home.
They were at home. I remember
all the
this
Johns.
one.
Give me some more Johns.
I was going to point out, this was Spica, if I remember correctly, Spica's first Amumu game.
Yes, it was.
Flabber actually had some really smart pathing to kind of try to counter the Amumu, and then the mid lane plays was what allowed Spica to get back in the game and have such a dramatic impact later on.
This is also, I think, a game where like Prince almost got double-digit kills, but you can see that he was not a factor. You can see that both 80 carries were just like AFK in the bot lane as other stuff was happening around the map. So that was obviously the FlyQuest win. Let's take a look at the C9 win, which was just last week.
Spica being
all right, early. It was, excuse me, this week it was the first day.
This is the
of
same
Super
gold
Week.
graph.
Whoa!
It's actually bigger.
It's more dominant.
So both games under 30 minutes. It's been a very swingy matchup, and this was also C9 running away with the game almost even faster than FlyQuest ran away with the Cloud9 game.
Yeah, and this was really interesting because it was a case in like, we've talked about how bloodthirsty FlyQuest are and like how aggressive of a team they are. I remember a Drake, and I forget whether it's first or second, but they're basically fighting in a power trough compared to C9, who also have Draven Annie, and it was just, I think they, based on their play today, have maybe been working on like reeling it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, but I think that's really what broke open the game, and then this was so snowbally that C9 just ran over them.
It definitely feels like FlyQuest is working on their mid game where they're just trying to get the vision down and being on the same page there. And C9, I mean, their comps are really fun. So like the game that we just like had seen in the PGB for, like just the graph, the gold graph, that one was a fun game where there were multiple threats. I thought Fudge had a great Fiora game. That Drake fight you were talking about, he was tracing Impact topside and like solo killed him. There was just a lot of individual strengths or like, I guess, positives that came out of C9 in that game. So that's why I'm leaning towards them, actually.
C9 did get steamrolled earlier today versus CLG.
That's
FlyQuest
true.
won, so there's a question of where they're at. They might be playing angry. Sometimes it can help motivate you.
They've had like 5 games to cool off. It's like a different day.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
So one thing to note, though, is that side select has gone to FlyQuest. They have selected blue side. They got it for stronger strength of victory, meaning that because they're tied in record, they have beaten teams with a combined higher win rate. So factual statement that FlyQuest is better.
Okay, is that your prediction?
All right, we'll lock it in, guys. She thinks FlyQuest wins.
We'll get to predictions, I guess. Jat, you can go first.
Yeah, I think the fans will win.
That's disgusting.
What?
Nah.
Get out of
I
here.
actually hate
Actually
this.
leave. Actually leave the
please.
broadcast.
Thank you. Please.
Please leave. Do not return.
Begging you.
The rest of us, though.
Wow.
All C9.
All C9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Respect that. I will say, a lot of people who've been along this ride throughout the day are looking at what happened in game 1. C9 had to be there the entire day. Fudge had to cast as well. Are they still? I mean, the coffee is there. So if they've had enough coffee.
Caffeined up, they're talking about strats.
Exactly.
I was gonna say, do you think there's a little bit of like they want to prove how good they are specifically against FlyQuest, especially after the loss? I do think they're gonna come in really, really, not necessarily angry, but motivated.
Yeah, and I was wondering about just like the general tone or mood, because if you're here for the entire day and all these things, like how are you feeling? So I mean, it's getting a piggyback, he was obviously like in high spirits, so it's like having that 10-death game, I don't think he's going to be concerned about that.
It's just one of these situations, I think, which will like be more extreme no matter what. Like either your mental boomed, it's been a long day, you got slammed earlier, and you're over it. Or you're like, we got slammed, we're angry, we want to bounce back, and like you are just going to go all in because it's the end of the day and a long week. It was Super Week as well. So obviously, it's been a really crazy time. That's going to do it for us here. We're now going to check in with the casters who's taking this game. I don't know who it is because it's bonus games.
It's me! Welcome to the desk! We are totally on air right now for a very valuable game, I would have to say.
Very, very valuable. Honestly, this is the most hyped game of the whole split, Jat. Congratulations, let's go. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. Now, we did just have, coming into the day, Cloud9 getting demolished by CLG. But that just woke them up, right?
I mean, that's going to be the question because there's so many ways where Cloud9 was flying incredibly high. They had been on a 7-game winning streak with M&S. They had 3 MVP candidates in our waiting room conversation where we're debating whether it's Blabber or Berserker or Fudge who are most likely to win it. And then they just died 30 times in the game against CLG. They just kept thinking every play would work, and it consistently did not. So it was a very entertaining game, and also gives us this really awesome tiebreaker for first place.
I am here now as part of this conversation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. But I mean, kind of building upon what you were saying, I think it's always so intriguing when you get into the tiebreaker scenario with so many powerful individual players, because it's a very different type of energy here at the end of the day when setting things up for playoffs.
Yeah, and I also think it's interesting. I got to talk to Impact after their win yesterday when I said they still have a chance for the first seed. And he said it will be nice to be able to get the first seed, but ultimately, the goal that FlyQuest has is just long-term improvement. He actually said, I don't care for first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and he kept listing numbers all the way down to 7th, realizing they wouldn't be in playoffs. He's like, okay, just definitely not 7th. anything that's in playoffs is completely fine for him. So it would obviously be nice for them to win this game, but in the grand scheme of things, we might be looking at a rematch for later in the playoffs.
Yeah, Impact has been very consistent all year long, saying he is going to keep this team focused on finding international success. He really wants to have, a big performance versus international teams.
Very much plays into his personality and some of the strengths that people were looking at towards Impact, being a vocal leader, keeping everyone on task for the squad's development.
Now, Fudge, we had him come cast after their loss, and then he got to watch FlyQuest game, and he says, all right, for sure, we're banning Zeri. There's no way they let Prince get Zeri. It is actually both Berserker and Prince's most played champions. Surprise, surprise, a lot of AD carries have liked getting pentakills, so a lot of them have liked playing Zeri.
I mean, this is the last chance they have to ban it. They've already banned Annie, which would be something they've slammed into Zeri, which was Annie Draven. So you think it's not banned.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit of joking going in there with it. I would even say with the rise of Jinx, there's so many other options that you can go for right now. It's not as crazy high priority. The Aphelios picked up. They could do a Thresh steal away and pair the Thresh with the Jinx. That has been pretty popular.
Yeah.
But Lulu's also just a very good compatriot here for Aphelios as well.
Blabber did say that they have won every game when they play Elise Jace. He has said this previously, so that's why they're just locking it in this playoff game. It feels like a playoff game. It's actually not, but it changes seeding.
I mean,
so it kind of is. It's a postseason game.
This is the finals of the regular season.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Yeah,
the best of one finals.
It's probably the most valuable game we played this regular season.
Yeah. Okay, so in response, though, there's the Thresh I'm talking about. Do they want to grab jungle here? Sejuani is available. Spica has done wonders for FlyQuest on tanks. They don't care yet.
Not quite at that point in the draft just yet. Sion getting locked in for FlyQuest, having that formidable tank in the top lane to hold it down. But Cloud9, I do, when looking at this game in particular, off of some of the flexibility we saw last time, they're definitely one of the most intriguing in draft in the way that they respond.
Especially because when you're looking at Fudge, you think he can go so many ways. He can play the Cassante or the Cho'Gath tank matchup, or he can go tank buster matchups as well. And since Cloud9 already, whenever you slam down Elise Jace, it does look like they want to go early game, and they're going to cap that right off as well. They do have confidence in Berserker's Draven again.
Jace is a flex pick, but it probably feels like it's going to be mid lane. It really does depend on the matchup, so they can
M&S wants a run back, okay? He did a little bit of soft inting in the previous one, and we'll see how they go now.
Yeah, and getting some perspective, I was talking to Revenge and Immortals in the makeup room after that match previously, and how much of a dagger that can be in the draft and really set up how you approach the rest of the game when thrown off kilter in such a way. So Cloud9 bringing that energy just even in the way that we respond to the picks they bring to the table, but early investment really putting priority on getting a bot lane online to have that impact on the game.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like this is going to be a 40-minute game. It looks like one of those games that's going to be decided within the first 30 minutes, much like the 2 games they've already played this split. First matchup in week 2, FlyQuest won in 29 minutes. Second matchup was a 26-minute win for Cloud9. And in the game earlier today, we mentioned about M&S. He died 10 times on his Jace. That is more than any individual player has died in the LCS game this split.
So he hit his 10-death power spike, and now it's time to take advantage of that power spike by running it back. Thing. I'm really curious here, though, what Spica's going to end up going with in jungle, because Cloud9 really good double bans here on AD early game playmaking junglers, taking away one of FlyQuest's really big tools there, and they don't want to over-index in tanks. Whenever you have already tank top and Thresh doesn't do very much damage from support role either, it's another engaged camp, it would be too much to just overload on triple tanks, especially versus all the firepower that Cloud9 have. I love this combo, super aggressive. They actually throw the Renata down with it. Now you're even really worried about getting too many melees on the side of FlyQuest too, all charging into a Renata ultimate.
Yeah, 100% this is going to force cleanse from Prince as well. I did a little inhale when they had the Pantheon hovered because he's been buffed, and I was wondering if they're going to slam it, but the Renata feels like something that has a much higher chance in lane against
early game, the dueling early game AD junglers, they got double banned, but they did not ban the Xin. This is the most risky of them because Xin has no escapes of his own. If you get caught out, you will burn cooldowns, you will burn summoner spells, or you will burn your ultimate. So really like this from Spica. This is one of the champions that when he was on TSM, you know, he was getting quadra kills with, even in games that they were losing. So big stuff from him. I'm really excited too because even though Ravenous Hydra was changed and nerfed a little bit, it's still really, really good on Xin specifically because his W actually applies lifesteal and then all the rest of his damages from autos as anyway. So he actually has a really, really high carry potential from the jungle.
And after Spica spending the first round robin on take duty, really facilitating the rest of the squad, the narrative changing in the direction of him bringing back that style that made fans fall in love with him during those TSM days, and bringing out one of those classic picks on which he built that mantle is a great way to go into this tiebreaker.
So scary though to play Xin versus Elise. If Elise has presence in the brush first, you are going to be in a very, very dangerous situation. She pops Cocoon on you, goes for the full burst. Xin just has to stand and fight and try and heal off of her. You have to fight your way out.
Yeah, and I love everything about, honestly, the draft that we have set up in this game. FlyQuest definitely does have more scaling. It's like Spica's just trying desperately to hold on in the early game and not let everything fall apart because you look at the Draven, Jace, Jax on the other side and there's just so much power if they get ahead.
But on the other side, very much trying to dismantle that power and ensure that that win condition does not build rapidly and early. FlyQuest and Cloud9, after varying points in the seasons of finding their peaks, though still pretty consistently towards the top of the standings at least, now making the statement for that #1 spot going into playoffs.
#1 spot going into playoffs, kings of the regular season. MVP definitely still undecided for many voters and fans. Blabber, Fudge, Berserker, all Cloud9 candidates. Spica, Prince, also making strong cases. Recency bias shouldn't be everything, but honestly, a lot of people are going to be swung by this game, I think.
I was just about to say, nothing like a last game late at night on a Friday to really inform your overall decision-making on the ballots.
All right, I want to see how early sparks will fly towards this bottom lane. Berserker and Sven with the Draven Renata lane here again. And Blabber on early playmaking Elise. You would think red buff start, go towards bottom side, but so many pings off this invade, and the ward here from FlyQuest very good on blue buff to see where Blabber does starts.
Yeah, FlyQuest had a stronger level 1, so they 5-man got that ward of blue buff. There is a sweeper on Sven, but they currently... What's the cooldown on it?
He placed the ward. You
he
see
placed the ward and swapped
the
it?
ward on the on the bottom side. If you
so they have no way of sweeping
this. It won't be available
moment.
until the monsters spawn. So he can get it. It'll just be a little bit late.
Cloud9 continuing with their cluster over in the jungle. Blue now spawning. We are for sure looking at the junglers specifically in this early game, how Blabber looks to enable these lanes to unlock them for that early power and get this Draven to a strong place to contest FlyQuest.
And the good thing for Blabber is that you can visit any of these lanes. You will get big returns. They are all high carry potential. Kind of keep things up in the air. That ward's playing a lot of information here, though, for FlyQuest. They see him blue to Gromp, so they know don't have to worry about anything too early.
All right, but bringing some attention over to the FlyQuest side, pretty distinct in what Blabber is trying to do to get things ahead for Cloud9, but what are you expecting in FlyQuest to try and offset that?
I think FlyQuest has fairly early information about where Blabber is. They did get warded out themselves. They're honestly, I think, just trying to get out of the first 4 minutes of the game, where I think Cloud9 has a lot of prio.
Keep themselves a contender against Cloud9 in those early minutes so they don't fall too behind, but no crazy shenanigans just yet. I think one thing when looking at what Sven is bringing alongside Berserker, how can he use these lockdowns onto Ayla, onto Prince to set up this lane for success? And has been stepping forward so much as a support now with this entirety of the split and having lots of games under his belt. Definitely in the conversation as a top contender.
This is a really big ward here for FlyQuest because now Spica knows that bottom side is fully open. There's no Elise waiting in any brush. He doesn't have to worry about the surprise cocoon combo. So he can clear down through Raptors towards bottom Scuttle Crab.
So all that's starting to build up some of that farming lead for Spica because of what was afforded through this vision. Very crucial in making sure to maintain proper pathing here.
Oh. So really good warding so far for Vickley. You can see he's got wards on both sides of the river. It's very much a handshake of Scuttle Crabs at the moment because the junglers are pretty much on vision.
Good trades across the mid lane. The charm and the response with a slam down from MNS. Spica in the vicinity, so I think when looking across that riverside with such an emphasis on those jungler rotations, great to point out what Vikla was able to do to create that security for the squad around that positioning, using the teleport now to get back to lane after that heavy trading across.
All right, let's see if we have a wraparound gank here. Spica hovering towards bottom side. There's no wards through the brush, but it's bottom lanes are both recalling anyways, so they're gonna call it a draw.
All right, nothing to be had over on the bot side, even with Spica's presence. All the while, Blabber making his way towards top. Fudge going in for the stun, gets lots of damage, and first blood. Good. Cloud9 making that play happen.
And there's those returns on the carry for top side here. Blabber able to follow up the flash cocoon into the Fudge stun. And now big wave pushing towards his tower, teleports back from Impact here to try and make sure this wave crashes.
Yeah, and interestingly, that lane was going fairly well for Impact. The wave will crash. He should be able to get back. If that E would have landed, it would have been huge, but now Fudge is going to be the beneficiary of that huge wave. He won't be down in lane, and it accelerates Blabber.
Teleport back to lane for Fudge after that play from Blabber, doing exactly what you want to see him do on the Elise.
Yeah, always looking for that early first blood money so you can get your Sorcerer's Shoes. Move speed, spell pen. Exactly what you need for the early stages. Now looking a little bit towards bottom side. There's a lot of wards in these lane brush for FlyQuest though. Really good side lane wards here. Do see the Elise slipping through. With the bottom side push on the minions though, they can just rotate right over to Dragon. 5.5 minutes in, get that stacking.
Yeah, nice and early. There was that early control that was thrown down from the FlyQuest side, but now Cloud9 collapsing upon it to take overall control of this area. Prince and Ayla in the vicinity, taking out a control on their own. Vikla posing a potential collapse, but the dragon is good for Cloud9. The root, the pull-in, the stun-up, and more support eliminated for Cloud9 in favor of themselves. What a blast across the riverside.
Yeah, and the cash-in for Berserker. I think that was such an amazing play by Sven. I was just about to say, this seems like such a more focused Cloud9 than we saw in the first game of the day, but then MNS dies and Blabber's in river.
Oh, still going for it. Spica, the head-to-head. Blabber getting out of there safely. Oh, a close one at that.
Fudge continuing to pound away on top side. He's out of mana though, so it doesn't look like there's going to be any tower dive or any action there. Honestly, with both MNS and Ayla going down, those are the two death leaders for their teams from the earlier game of today as well. Both getting picked on, kind of. And here it is. Sven going right for it, flashes. Ayla does not flash in response. Gets nailed. Sven hits him with the emote as well.
M&S down, level 6 versus level 5, though, I think was kind of trapped in River, trying to support his team. A little bit reminiscent, actually, of his first LCS game against Golden Guardians, where he was a little bit split off from his team.
Yeah, pulled over to the Dragon for the team, then trying to get back the lane. And Vikla had as well pushed the wave into the tower, so denying those minions to him.
So a good play of aggression from Sven to use that flash to get the kill onto Ayla, but the response from FlyQuest to collapse upon M&S down on mid side means that the gold itself is even. You still have to consider where that gold is building, and getting that advantage onto someone like Berserker on the Draven being so important for the Cloud9 side, whereas FlyQuest finding the angles to respond to get kills, but looking for another opportunity for objective control in the future.
Yeah, and overall, I think this game has gone about how you would have expected the first 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go from draft. It's still very close, very competitive. I also do want to point out, like, the level of comfort between the players in this game. Like, I'd say Ayla, his best champion is probably Thresh. If we even think back to his LCS debut last year in Lock-In, his best games were on Thresh. He's been struggling a little bit, throwing him on Thresh with Prince's Aphelios. Very comfortable for that bottom lane. And even on the side of C9, we know how aggressive M&S wants to try and play in lane, so the Jace does make sense. I really love the teams really giving their best shot in this match for first.
All right, this is a classic one. Spica goes over. Jungle helps mid lane push out. They have mid lane priority, rotate over to the Rift Herald, and that means with all this vision, Blabber trying to make a play on bottom side. Maybe they go for a dive. There is a stacked up wave here. Berserker gonna try and get, oh, it's red-white guns,
I think they're gonna lose the wave.
Red-white guns is so scary.
Red-white fight, right? Is that the say?
Oh.
Chuck.
Vikla marked down pretty low. Unstoppable force coming from Impact for the response. A good blast. M&S eliminated by Fly.
This could also be like the LCS regular season single day death record for a player, because he's now at 12 on
Do we
Jace.
just keep counting from the last game? Did he end with 10, so he's up to 12 now?
Yeah, he's up at 12.
Okay. Well, that was actually technically a solo bolo as well.
All right, here, the dive is good. Sven gets
Red,
one
white,
lock
don't
with their
fight.
teleport in response. A good blast onto Sven, goes down. The charm attempted, but Blabber making sure to avoid as much as possible. A good hook, a good kill. Vikla with the credit.
There's Ayla waking up, finds a nice one, snags Blabber, gets the double buffs over here for Vikla. The Ahri now set to try and carry through mid-game. Double buffs on Vikla, 2 kills for his name. He's getting rich very quickly off these skirmishes.
Yeah, and I think with all the talk that there has been about Berserker, Blabber, Fudge, Spica, Ayla, is Ayla versus Winsome the reason that FlyQuest hasn't looked as good in the first half? I would say Vikla has had the biggest drop-off of any player for FlyQuest from first half to second half. So for this game, getting this technically a solo kill against M&S and then teleporting down bottom, he is now going to be in a position to carry this game.
It feels like sometimes the conversation surrounding Vikla was under the radar of a star Prince player in the end, right? And now getting moments to be part of the combo more.
And then looking at the tower dive, Ayla's the one who starts it out. He got the original death sentence onto Renata, follows it up here. Blabber goes into human form real quick. Drops immediately here to Vikla, and now we get to see what can he do with the extra money. Fudge, classic top laners. Alone time up there. He has been laying it into Impact since the beginning, although Impact doing a good job not dropping too many CS in the process.
Yeah, Sion definitely able to hold his own in the early laning phase. One of the reasons he's such an effective tank in the pro game. And we got this Infernal Drake up with Prince still being able to get lane prio, but you can see Cloud9 trying to retake through the river.
Berserker having double sums is critical here. Berserker with flash and plant.
Another hook!
Oh, the follow-up is good. Sven
got him!
Again, targeted, eliminated. FlyQuest with the follow-up. Vikla ulting his little heart out to try and get some action onto remaining Cloud9 members, but Spica being marked down to 50%, still has the protection of his team.
Another massive hook there by Ayla. It was a very difficult dragon for Cloud9 to retake. I think they feel the pressure to try and stack dragons early, but that was just not the time to move in.
Blabber's still around, trying to decide.
He's really going for
this.
this.
Yeah, it was...
What is M&S's plan here?
What? going in, whirling death from the downtown. Charm attempted, another taken away. Amanez to fall. Blabber wants to get the response onto Vikla before he himself falls to the dagger of FlyQuest, but another hook, another follow-up, another flash forward. Speaker going in for it, gets the kill. The aggression being rewarded. It's just a slap back and forth between these teams. Fudge getting his time to shine in the sun. But what was happening there?
I guess that was the plan. Like, I guess they actually won that fight. They get the shutdown onto Vikla. They kill Speak. I don't think they ended up getting his bounty. That's going to be a post-death bounty, but they are now up 500 gold in the game, and they got a kill onto Fudge and another one onto Berserker.
If you're dying, just fight until you start winning.
I mean, look at this read. It's a 2v5. M&S is like, I guess I'm just going to do damage and die, which is what happens.
So they did. You could tell the comms were ready, though, because Berserker throws his ult early. They're trying to combine the Jace melee form engage with the Berserker ultimate, but it's very, very sketchy. Blabber then dodges out on that W, trying to get backwards. Prince goes down. Berserker also giving up on the kill.
More fighting going at it again. Blabber, the subject of Spica's gaze, and the rest of the team is here to follow up. Amanez from over the wall wants to get some of these shots left. Going in. Ayla lands the death sentence, follows up the box, thrown down for the action. Shelly still getting that charge onto Berserker. Lays it out. Berserker wants to throw down the whirling death, gets the double kill. What you want to see from Raven. Can he make it away? Oh, with the middle run. Lead on top for Cloud9.
Berserker wants that MVP. Oh my God, that Draven. Renata combination. He gets the revive on the bailout as well. Berserker knows. He knows this is all on him to try and save this game with how quick it's going in the favor of FlyQuest with all those kills. And so Berserker just sends it. Blast cone's over, kills them all.
I gotta say, that was a very valuable moment. He now has 2,500 gold of value, able to just fill his inventory with damage.
Look at the mini-map right now. Look at the mini-map.
He's in mid. He's on his way.
He's walking up on Draven. You see the Ahri come over, double dashes with her ultimate.
And then I also have to say, like, he's biding his time until Spica's got nothing left. They don't expect him. And I think both teams are completely ready to throw down here. They're able, getting that whirling death, and then such a clutch bailout from Sven. I don't think Prince was necessarily tracking the cooldown because it comes in last second, able to get the revive, and then just, how far into the game are we? 13-minute quadra kill? Unbelievable.
Where's that gold graph? Where's that gold graph?
1,000 total gold earned.
Look at that gold lead for Cloud9. I wonder where most of that gold is. That's a pretty hefty red bar there at the top of the charts.
Just wait till that Infinity Edge comes in. And you really start to see it. Everybody's going to be keeping track really heavily of his summoner spells as well, with obvious giant gold bounty on the back of Berserker. He is the Cloud9 advantage. He has more than the Cloud9 advantage just himself. So C9, if they fight away from Berserker, that's an L.
Yeah,
they have to fight around him.
And they do have tools to keep him alive. He has his own cleanse, which is going to be off cooldown. As of basically now, it just ticked. And then Sven just has to really save all of his buttons for Berserker. They don't necessarily have a team comp that is good at protecting a carry, but that's how they have to approach these fights because he's so fed.
With the tools that they do have, we have seen some of those moments from Sven to be able to protect with the good locks of the handshake, with the good use of the bailout to keep Berserker in it. We need to see more of that from Cloud9 as time goes on.
I love that the final game for both of these teams for the regular season is going to come down to some hero plays. Currently, the target is on the Berserker's back, but who's going to take it?
Dragon up in 40 seconds. The last time Cloud9 didn't have mid or bot prio, so they tried to come in through this little spot in River and got picked. It's really important that they can get enough people mid to push and be able to enter River from a wider space. Well, they're just going in early, and FlyQuest isn't in position yet, so they're going to get control.
15 seconds until the dragon does finally spawn, so Cloud9...
This is going to be a brawl.
Oh, yeah.
Already setting up for the fight. The attempt out from Prince, starting with the Moonlight Vigil to get that poke online.
Okay, they're going for mid-prio here.
Down.
I mean, it looks doable for Cloud9, even though it's kind of scary going in through vision. Zerker was able to finish his Infinity Edge. They just need to create space for him.
Yeah, once that hook missed from Ayla, they were able to go in. They had to really play fancy feet. But again, starting Dragon without a clear ability to turn is very dangerous. This is going to be explosive.
And all the while, Cloud9 continuing on to that Dragon focus, picking it up for themselves. Vikla wants to get some kind of consolation prize. M&S going and flashing away to avoid the charm and the Rift Herald that was previously acquired, having been dropped down at that moment to try and draw some kind of pressure, considering Cloud9's focus on that Dragon.
Yeah, honestly, that's very good news for Cloud9 to be able to get the Dragon and only giving up the one turret with a Rift Herald activation.
I mean, how close are these teams? Well,
they're tied, Jat. That's why we're in a tiebreaker.
They're 14-4. They're 10 kills to 10 kills. They're like 800 gold apart from each other. Most of that is the Draven passive. This is such a nice finale for their regular season.
Even when looking at the head-to-head of the individual players and the storyline behind that, the fact that they are neck and neck. You look at Spica and Blabber, who came onto the scene in the same era through scouting grounds and have made their rise. The hype around Berserker when he entered the league. The same hype now with Prince really matching up against one another. And FlyQuest, as they take down the turret over on the top side, they are working to keep that gold even as everything else in the game.
Yeah, look at the encroaching vision as well. Slowly moving in ward line. I want to check actually in the top laner battle. I know it's kind of a meme that they're always isolated, but Fudge, after Divine Sunder being completed here and with so much cooldown reduction, even just with boots plus that plus Kindle Gem, really starting to get a lot of priority here. Pushing him in under turret, roaming up to the rest of the team.
So with all of that considered, 18.5 minutes into the game, we discussed the importance of Blabber to make the plays on Elise and FlyQuest to respond. But with the even state, what do you make of where the advantages lie for either of these teams?
I mean, it definitely feels like FlyQuest is dictating the tempo of this game. They're seemingly always the ones with control of River. At the moment, it doesn't look like Fudge is able to push Impact out, and Vikla still just dominates the Jace in the side lane. So that's why you see M&S actually just avoiding players, getting a little bit of gold back, but because he's getting this turret gold, the rest of the team has to play defense.
Yeah, with that push, Cloud9 are the one that get the objective here. FlyQuest actually don't really get anything out of it except for trading minion waves. So that is a huge win for Cloud9 again. With 4 members, they're able to draw everybody over. Pushing in. They did lose vision coverage through the river, through mid and bottom, and that can be seen kind of as a mini objective. But more money onto that Jace. M&S up to 14 now.
Kobe, where are you currently on Jace's scale? Because I keep hearing from pro players that, like, actually it's pretty good. So it's 0-4. I think in the past you'd say Jace's game is over, but probably not anymore. If he gets a few items and snipes Prince with an EQ, it's still going to hurt.
Spica and Vikla collapsing upon Blabber. Teleport for teleport. And now M&S into the action as well. The bot lane from FlyQuest keeping their eyes on the prize alongside that river where they have the most warding available to them. And a bit of that contest, we're seeing that clustering together once more since M&S has rejoined the team after making that push previously on top side.
Yeah, to answer your question though, the days of, hey, Jace is a lane bully top lane champion that then starts to fall off if you don't make use of him snowballing and then poking through the mid game are definitely over, because it's not even that overwhelming of a lane phase anymore, and is a lot about all the sources of extra. Ooh, Fudge. Just gonna take this one. Little love tap there. Cloud9, they have so many sources of extra damage scaling. The biggest thing that FlyQuest have over them is this Scion. And that's what they're using to try and brute force plays. Impact on Scion, if he can have some good ults, if they can funnel them into these smaller jungle corridors, he is the big difference maker, being the front line, being the tank that Cloud9 don't have. And so Cloud9, their tank is they have to play around these abilities. The Renata disengage, that giant ultimate, or the Elise trying to land some CC from range.
And I'd also say, looking at Prince, even though he's very far behind Berserker in this game, completing the Infinity Edge, I think, makes him relevant for upcoming fights. I think the previous fights with how far behind he's been, a lot of it has had to be Vikla, Spica, Impact, but now with the Infinity Edge, he's going to be able to do stuff.
That and more now.
Oh, so good.
New Fudge is here, Blabber as well. Good play to make it work for Cloud9.
Oh, Baron! Look at the cross map,
Baron!
It's already gone. That is red-white guns, and that Infinity Edge you mentioned. Red-white guns melt the Baron. Actually, just white-green melts the Baron. They get a tower. They get a pick for Cloud9. They're going to get 2 towers, in fact. This game is so fast.
So let's talk about that, though. I think that was a great call by FlyQuest because 21 minutes into the game, in being able to go to Soul Point with Dragon up in 30 seconds, it's a logical play for Blabber to make that kill down bottom lane, but FlyQuest just sends everyone for Baron and they sneak it.
Even getting Baron, though, with Cloud9 picking up Dragon plus 2 turrets plus a kill, I actually
the
like
gold is
more. We'll see what FlyQuest can get with this Baron. But Jack, that is a plus 800 gold Baron. Great.
That's not that much.
Cloud9 got a dragon, and they took 2
I think
outer
the Dragon's
turrets off
worth
the
more than 600 gold currently, if the Baron doesn't get anything done, because they can still siege with the power from Baron, and they're going to be getting some turns.
That's why I love watching these 2 teams fight. They're so fast. Neither of them blinking in these choices for the objectives. It's just full commit to the other side of the map. Cloud9, lickety split, take 3 immediately.
And that full commit to the strategies from both sides, I think that shows the contention when trying to figure out what is the better play because of that swiftness with response, because of the way these 2 teams approach the game, and make sure to get something on the map when giving up elsewhere. And now with Baron buff in tow, FlyQuest trying to offset Cloud9 stand around these turrets. They have waves ushering from bot side and mid, and looking to effort those forward while they're wearing purple.
The most comical story is, of course, M&S and his continued chase play today. I can't believe he actually didn't manage to get one of the last hits on the bottom side play, but still working at putting out that poke, and he remains aggressive. Still looking for a lot of these link plays.
Oh, finds a bit of action here for Fudge off of that charm through, but luckily has a team behind him.
I think the next point of action here is for FlyQuest to try and funnel them into the smaller area to get impact and effective Scion ultimate. They've been able to increase that gold advantage marginally since we last checked in. Another 500 gold or so. But that is about it.
A Baron of questionable value, debatable value, I think, for whether or not it gave them an advantage in this game. It's still going to come down to this next Drake fight, but they're so active, a wipe could happen at any moment.
Oh, the knockback, of
That was
course.
quick up and down.
Yeah, that was a very quick response from Blabber, but FlyQuest still in pursuit. Eventually complete the goal at hand. Vikla isolating onto M&S. Another death into his pocket, stacking up on the day.
There are the picks that FlyQuest needed. That's going to be big rewards for them. 2 members down for Cloud9. Not having a tank, all they have left is a Berserker.
That gold lead that had at one point ballooned to 2.5k for Cloud9 off of that top side play to build up Berserker has now been slowly chipped and whittled by FlyQuest, finally getting a pick now to bring the lead into their favor by almost 1,000 gold at 25 minutes.
So Berserker is still roughly 3,000 gold ahead of Prince individually, but everyone else is basically behind. We have a 10,000 gold on Zinzhao. We have almost 12,000 gold on Ari. Death cap possibly completed before this soul fight. And Blabber might be in trouble again. Is it a bait?
So often we're seeing Spica go for it, and Spica with the Crescent Guard in full effect has to use it for the escape here. No lives lost.
That ultimate is critical because that's the only thing that can actually tank Berserker's damage. Even impact drops very quickly now with the Lord Doms for Berserker, so they have to really watch it without that cooldown, try and fight around it. FlyQuest just resetting here, trying to recover lanes afterwards. Dragon 1.5 minutes in advance means you've got about 30 seconds before you need to go back for your control wards and try and retake vision to set it up.
And I think this game is definitely delivering. The first time these teams played this year, FlyQuest wins 29 minutes. The second time they played this year, Cloud9 wins 26 minutes. This game, 26 minutes in, 500 gold difference. Berserker super fed. Let's see what happens.
Always looking for the angle. Vikla on the entrance takes a decent amount of damage. The Whirling Death attempt to conclude his life, but not to be had just yet.
Berserker super fed. Let's see if it's Berserker super carry. Everything is on his shoulders. Here comes the possible Dragon Soul. They're resetting. Hex Gates actually give you extra time for it as well. And here comes the extra control wards. Ayla coming right back out. FlyQuest trying to set it up, and Scion Ultimate is available here for Impact, of course.
It is looking like both teams are just going to fight around this. I was wondering if Fudge was going to try and split push on Jax and just generate some gold, but if they get this Drake, they would get that Hextech Soul, which is incredibly powerful for their team comp.
MNS is only level 13. His poke is really not even doing that much. Even to Ayla there, not going to get a lot of value out of it.
It's the Berserker show if he can get it done.
And now just a little bit longer until all ults are available for both
Poke's
teams.
doing all right.
Yeah, when you layer it up like that a little bit.
That one looked good. That one looked good.
That one looked fine.
Gets him where he's effectively has to be pushed off when Ayla's one of the ones you're looking to have that protective capability. So can Cloud9 capitalize upon that? They're going for the tank
the damage.
front.
More doms.
That did not take them long to burn down Impact. Whirling Death for the double kill. Berserker ready to pop off so they can get this dragon right here, even with the charm being eaten by one. We could go cannot credit. Blabber secures the dragon, getting the soul. Moonlight Vigil dishing out a decent amount of damage, but nothing to be followed up upon yet. Vikla looking to get some kind of kill for the reprieve of what just happened.
Prince.
But Cloud9.
He has flash.
On the retreat, they do manage to disengage here. What a play for them to make sure they took that dragon and were stacking them. All right!
If you come at the king, you best not miss. Blabber dodges a charm, hits the cocoon, sends a Vikla back to base, and with that, Cloud9 throw their stamp down. My goodness, all damage all the time. Yeah. I love it.
So the gold is actually even before this, and Impact is actually quite fed, but Berserker is even more fed. They just...
This is what I'm saying.
Root him.
It melts through tanks, doesn't matter.
The Evan Shroud that Sven had enhanced the damage they could do to Scion there, so Berserker hit him for even more. Now they're going for Baron.
Movement to the Baron side, and lots used on Fudge, but Fudge does not mind eating up these hooks and more. Cloud9 secure the Baron, trying to turn the fight onto FlyQuest. A follow-up hook in response, but in the end, Berserker still popping off, getting the work done for the team with a triple kill. Is he going for more? What a moment for Cloud9 to explore the potential that Berserker has proven again and again on this Draven.
Statement game for Berserker and Cloud9 here. Try to end it.
Oh, sacrificing the life of Fudge, but Cloud9 feeling confident in their push across this mid lane, taking the inhibitor. It is a lone support standing for FlyQuest and two turrets ready to collapse. Cloud9 looking so good throughout the season, even after faltering a little bit, prove why they're the #1 seed.
Something the top of the screen doesn't tell you, concentrated gold on a carry is so much more valuable than spread resources.
And the showdown of the Aphelios versus Draven, Prince versus Berserker, goes incredibly in the favor of Berserker. 12-1-2 to the 0-4-7. And you know what? We didn't even need to have this game. If Cloud9 beats CLG in the first game, we don't play this tiebreaker, but this is the entertainment factor that Cloud9 knows we want.
Thank you, Cloud9, for dropping their game to CLG, only to demolish FlyQuest here. And I really need to shout out Sven, though, because also huge stuff from him. The timings on some of these bailouts for the revive, that's what got Berserker all of that money in the top lane, picking up 4 kills. Massive.
Cloud9.
My God.
They've given us reasons to believe in the investments of multiple players, Blabber and Fudge now being mainstays, that bot lane specifically choosing to stick together, and that synergy being imperative in moments like this when it's up to Sven to keep Berserker online.
And MNS improves on his J stats. He got no kills, 5 more deaths.
A 15
and
death,
another dub.
A 15 death J stay for MNS. We definitely saw another side of him. He had been pretty much the best mid laner in the LCS the second half of the split. Definitely did not have a good day, but Cloud9 able to stick together and still get the win.
It's funny because he's racking up so many deaths, but he still gets back up there and doing so much damage, chat. You know, he's still trying to pump it out. He's first to jump in. Cloud9, there you have it. Definitive proof at the top of the standings. #1.
#1 seed locked into their position here in the bracket, which we're not that far off from getting into that playoff action. I do find it intriguing when reflecting upon M&S and thinking about when he first came into the LCS and I'd see players in the mid laners. I'm like, oh, what do you think of his play? Like, ask Palafox in a bunch, and what do you think in there? All of them were kind of in that conclusion of, oh, when he looks great when he's making those plays happen. And sometimes you get some play that gives you a bit of a different impression, but then you forget about it the next time that you see him pop off again, right? So
Yeah, he wants the big play.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
What's the big play? We
Too
like
bad.
big
Berserker
plays.
gets the big play this game. Okay.
It was a Berserker show for today, that's for sure, and all the team, of course, enabling him to do so. I mean, we are, remember everyone though, officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Finals. Who knows if it'll be this kind of matchup or something else that we end up witnessing in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and 9th with playoffs around the corner. We've opened up more seats, pretty cool. Head to Ticketmaster.com, right, to get yours before they are gone. That's a sad feeling when the tickets go away and you want them. I want to see this interview. Mark, Berserker, stand out on by for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much. I am indeed here with Berserker. Berserker, you guys just clinched first place in the regular season. How do you feel?
What's that?
Yeah, you just got first place. How do you feel?
I mean, to be honest, I didn't think about like we lose CLG, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was really good. Also, like we beat Fly, second team, so it was really good for our team, like competition, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So a fan has a conspiracy theory that you guys lost to CLG because you wanted to play FlyQuest to prove that you're better than Prince. Is this true?
I mean, just get confidence for.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this obviously, you guys are now the #1 seed heading into playoffs. But this first game, you know, against CLG caught you guys by surprise. How is the team doing in scrims? Are you guys worried at all, or are you feeling pretty confident about winning the title?
I mean, this day, our scrim is kind of like, we try some like weird thing, you know, like Chogas AD or like something. So our scrim is like just so, you know? But when we go stage and then like, we just 4-win draft, we always win. Like we had confidence. So yeah, we always had confidence.
Cool. All right, so the final question. Everyone's been talking about MVP of the regular season. Who do you think should be the MVP?
I mean,
you can say it yourself.
If Berserker really appreciate, but I feel like this patch ADC is so weak, so maybe Blabber, I guess.
Maybe Blabber?
Yeah.
What about the rest of the year? What about earlier? AD carry was OP for the first.
But I mean, yeah. But jungle's so weak, so.
Okay. All right, well, thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah,
congratulations on the win. That's going to do it for us here before we head over to the next tiebreaker, which is 100 Thieves versus EG.
Oh, Speaker's probably better,
all the refs are looking at you.
Really?
Yeah, new high score.
New high score, yeah, the previous was 0. So.
Oh, Berserker's going at it now.
Yeah.
What the
Berserker doing? He's so bad. Well, Donald, what is happening right now, man?
Everyone just...
It's better practice than playing Valorant. Whoa, Berserker's actually not bad, by the way. What the hell?
He's bad. It's M-Lab, you know?
Okay, I know M-Lab.
Hey guys, FlyQuest Speaker here.
Hi guys, I'm FlyQuest Sailor.
Everything's a comms issue.
We might be having sometimes the communication issues, the comms issues, but it's very important.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. FlyQuest!
Oh!
100 Thieves.
Favorite champion?
Nidalee. I don't know what to ask, but...
I don't know, just Nidalee.
What is our coach's name?
I have no idea.
Answer. What is our coach's name?
Broxa.
Monkey.
What champ would you use for your world champion skin?
Pike.
Okay.
What champion? What summoner spell? Flash. Skin.
What role do you play?
Support.
Okay.
ADC.
One player, something. Bjergsen. I'll just do, I don't know, Bjergsen. Favorite something, I don't know.
Where's the enemy jungler at? He's at red buff.
Favorite, I don't know, I'll just put Annie.
Which team is going to win the spring split?
What champion do I wish I wanted to play? Senna.
Bruh.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Game 7 of the day, game 2 of the day for both 100 Thieves and EG. And our friend MZ Leo the Chosen had made a folder sheet for us at the start of the week. And the standings that we ended up with only occurred in 2 scenarios of the 32,768 at the beginning of this week. Now, what does this mean, the standings that we... Oh, this particular standings.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like in theory you could like win 2 games then lose 1, or lose 1 game then win 2.
True.
So like out of all the scenarios, this exact scenario only played out twice.
And I also think part of it is because of that head-to-head record from CLG.
Right.
Like the CLG having
3-0.
the 2-0 over 100 Thieves is actually super important to get this specific bracket, because right now, CLG is not in the lower part of the bracket where you would have kind of expected them to be before this week started. It's actually EG versus 100 Thieves.
The other thing that adds this is the EG 0-3 Because
Yep.
if any of these games had gone the other way, either the CLG 3-0 or the EG 0-3, then you would have something different. And that's why this scenario is so rare.
It's really incredible when you think about it. I was convinced that we'd have an 8-win team making playoffs, but then you had multiple teams just go on massive streaks.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course,
Wins and
going
losses.
EG going 0-3 and looking really weak going into this game because they're on a losing streak and 100 Thieves is on a 5-game winning streak. But let's look at the previous 2 games that they played. So the first time they played, week 4, day 1, here's what happened.
It was a long game, 45 minutes back and forth a little bit.
This was the front door game.
Yeah.
Yep.
This was it was like, it looked for a little bit like 100 Thieves might be crawling back in after, I think it was a Nexus defense, if I'm remembering correctly.
Basically, double-lift and Bjergsen got to like 6 items, and then they started Baron, and EG just ran it down mid and killed the Nexus.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah. That was a very troll game.
All right, next game.
Another banger.
Yesterday.
Yep.
This was yesterday.
Oof.
This, I do want to call out like 100 Thieves' ability to have lane assignments that feed their carries even while they're behind. Like if you look at the way they move on the map, specifically where they send double lift, obviously, because they're playing a lot of compositions where double lift dealing damage is very, very important, mid to late game team fights. They do a really good job of siphoning the gold onto the correct people, which I think kind of speaks to the team's overall experience and how much they know what specific game plan they want to have.
I gotta give a huge shout out to Tenacity for this game. If you remember, just casking Jojo Pune back in the middle of the team time and time and time again after, that they had gotten Jojo Pune that roam, the bot lane, all that stuff. And I think that point that you're making, I feel like they also just know how they want to play the game a little bit more. Tenacity has kind of been pushed onto weak side. There's been a lot of, feed the double lift coming back into the meta. We saw it just with their level 1, the previous game that they did. I think you can see that it's Sion, it's Gragas, it's Cassante, it's these things that Tenacity can play weak side on, and then they really focus, it feels like, on double lift.
That being said, I mean, his Gragas game was phenomenal, and the thing that's cool watching him play Gragas specifically is the confidence he has to go in for a lot of the engages and setups for their team fights. And that also just speaks to, presumably, him being a lot more comfortable with the team setup and what his specific role on the team is.
Yeah, and just a really quick update, EG has selected blue side, so we'll be seeing 100 Thieves on red side, but even just looking at the player cameras, EG's playing at home, 100 Thieves is playing here, you do visually see the experience that this team has had, right? Closer has been in 3 consecutive finals. Doublelift and Bjergsen. Bjergsen's won 6 titles. Doublelift's won 8 titles. And I will say that every time Doublelift has been in a high-pressure situation, he does seem to succeed. So it is a type of team that excels under pressure, and their split has been absolutely wild. They started 4-1. Then they went 1-7 in their next 8. And now they've won 5 in a row. So it's been such a roller coaster. And I mean, they must be quite big favorites to win this game and finish top 4.
Exactly. We already talked about the slide that EG is on, this massive streak for 100 Thieves, as well as the playing from home debuff that seems pretty real for EG. I know everyone says you can't doubt them, but it does feel like, I assume all of us predicting 100 Thieves.
Yep.
I expect that to go through here. And if EG can somehow cling on, that'd be very impressive.
Yeah, I think the other cool thing, going back to the veteran experience, the kind of rookies with the veterans in Closer, Bjergsen, and Doublelift that's really cool about it is you heard them talking about how their scrims were actually going better before we saw it on stage.
Yeah.
So that has lent itself to this kind of confidence where every time we've talked to them in the past week or 2 weeks, they've just kind of had a swagger about them, talking to them behind the scenes has been really fun. So we will see how they do, and we are going to be joined at the caster desk now by Gabby and Raz. That's why he wasn't here.
That's where he went.
Yeah, he disappeared.
I was trying to get an early day to sleep,
Yeah.
I got pulled out though.
Because I'm spending the entirety of my week just stealing people from the analyst desk. Had Mark yesterday, had to grab you here today. So yeah, it's been a hot minute.
It's gonna be fun.
We've been standing next to each other.
Yeah.
A tiebreaker. We had quite a wonderful first tiebreaker of the evening, and I'm hoping this one also stands up.
Yes, I think the Lounge did a great job talking about both of these teams eloquently. I think EG, of course, wanting to find any way to break this momentum where they're losing multiple games. And a lot of it has just been their struggle on side lanes. a lot of the times when they're finding early leads and finding JoJo on sides, it has been, honestly, a few games ago, 100 Thieves was the one that ransacked them on side. So trying to break that a little bit in the mid game. Going into the draft, 3 picks that are actually pretty consistent between both teams is Gragas, Jace, and Annie. Annie being banned makes it Gragas a lot more threatening. I expect 100 Thieves to ban Gragas actually on 3 just because EG chose blue side for a reason.
Yeah, that's right. Using that to dictate the way they want to approach this draft, and kind of building on that, I think it is an important emphasis on where these teams are in their current performance levels, performing under different circumstances and different conditions that have been working out for themselves. When going into these matchups, 100 Thieves with the confidence that comes from the previous time they faced off against EG and punishing them in the ways exactly as you outlined.
Exactly, and just looking at the EG bans, that's 380 carries.
Look at that bot lane.
Focusing exactly a lot on double-lift here. Varus is left open. With Gragas being banned, the choices here are between Varus and Jace. Jace being that flex that honestly Evil Geniuses haven't been finding too much success with. It's been going towards JoJo a lot more frequently. So I think Varus is a little bit more of a consistent pick that has been working up for FBI and Vulcan. So that makes sense to me. They still have 2 seconds here. Let's see if they swap it. No, it stays on Varus.
When you have players like FBI and Vulcan with a great mind for the game, picks like Varus are something that you can rely upon for the way that they can execute on that utility to not just set up themselves, but the rest of the squad and get that lockdown and a lot of the compositions bringing forth the poke damage that it offers too.
Exactly, it's that flexibility. Because when they're looking across 100 Thieves side and they see the Scion, it's like, wait a minute, okay, we're going on hit.
Yeah.
But depending on what 100 Thieves go, if it's just Scion and the rest are rather squishy, then maybe they go poke build. I think I've seen a little bit more poke build from FBI than not, so let's just see. That's the Scion coming out once again. Last time we saw Kai'Sa this time. So it's going to be a little weaker in lane going up against Varus, but I think 100 Thieves have been pretty good at being able to play back in losing matchups and calling for closers' help whenever it's needed.
A response to EG really squeezing down on that pool, but someone like double-lift that is very experienced in bringing different looks to the teams he is on and able to play in that way even when you're looking at a situation where you might not always have the grand disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mentioned the Scion a little bit. We saw earlier today just that Scion creativity that 100 Thieves had, the dive that happened bot lane, TPing top, obviously hurt Tenacity a little bit, but that set double-lift rolling and having such a great game. So that's something that's going to be on the top of EG's mind. The only counter that I see to that one is, of course, when you know that you're being late invade on blue side, is to just probably get a TP down there to defend. Want to see what Evil Geniuses look for if it's just a standard Scion game. That's a Cassante being rolled out from Evil Geniuses, though, so pretty beefy front line from Evil Geniuses and holding 4-5 for JoJo.
Yeah, that Cassante alongside that Sejuani for that beefiness. And the Lounge was talking about the identity that Tenacity has been donning in recent games, playing weak side, being a tank for the squad, and that also being in response to the way that 100 Thieves have been lifting up players like double-lift to enable them to carry.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of one of the biggest tickets for 100 Thieves. When I was talking to double-lift and Busio in that interview about like what has been the key to winning a lot of their games, they mentioned a lot of things, but one of them has been comfort. And a lot of their games have required them to play easy front-to-back compositions, a lot of attention going bot lane, Tenacity on a tank. It doesn't have to be Scion, it's on either a Gragas as well, and bot lane being on Xayah Rakan. They lost to Xayah, but they still got the Rakan, which has been the best support that Busio has played so far. So far, pretty good comfort levels there from 100 Thieves, but it does make their composition short-ranged with the Kai'Sa. So 100 Thieves, I wonder what they actually round out their draft with Ashe ban going into 4-5.
Especially if they are leaning into that comfort and continue to do so with the rest of that comp. You know, 75% win rate on this Rakan for Busio, 4 games on the pick thus far. Do they want to enable the rest of the team in the same way? Or how does EG respond now that all the bans have been dished out by 100 Thieves?
So the bans that 100 Thieves have went for have been like lane harassers like Heimerdinger and Ashe. Evil Geniuses, Vulcan's probably historically his best pick that I've seen a lot of is the Thresh. We've seen Thresh do quite well for Ayla earlier today. Then we could probably go for Nautilus, which has been the staple pick against the Rakan. So you can go Nautilus, you can go Leona. They still have the choice going into 4-5. For 100 Thieves, on the other hand, still need to see a mid laner coming in from Bjergsen. So that one is a little bit tough for me with, I'm trying to think of what his options could be, but Viego is something that 100 Thieves have gone through in the past. It's closers.
that Lee Sin, being previously banned out closer, has other picks he can turn to for that carry potential, for that pop-off opportunity within the fights in the late game, and really setting up the squad. But I do want to see what Vulcan ends up locking here from that support position. Ashe being banned away, even though that's a pick that's already trying to get phased out because of her treatment within recent patches.
Yep.
And players like Vulcan loving to lean into the engage, it's no wonder you're going to see more of the Thresh coming out.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the Ashe earlier today, even if it wasn't successful, like, the nerfs really only... Okay, the big nerf was the higher cooldown on your ulti. 10 damage on your volley, though, isn't that big of a deal. It's still playable, but it seems like, yes, it's back to Thresh meta, which is exciting to see. Talia's been the pick here for Evil Geniuses, so they are going to be looking for fights, creative ways to start fights with Talia, Weavers, with the Thresh hook. So there's a lot of ways to start fights for Evil Geniuses. It's going to be a good one.
That creativity being so important in the way you do approach on the Talia. I think some of the best Talia players, it is all on that ultimate, really separating the rest of the team. Maple, for instance, having done so, but a bit of a response. 100 Thieves was holding on, waiting for their time to lock in that mid lane pick for their side, and now it's Bjergsen coming on through on the Lissandra.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Lissandra in some time. This is going to be fun. With how often we've seen 100 Thieves rolling with the same kind of drafts, the fact that we get to see Bjergsen in something new is refreshing, and it's going to be against JoJo's Talia. So good amount of setup. The 2v2 mid, for me, is going to be important. Sure, from Evil Genius's side, you have the Sejuani there for Inspired, who could look for something with Talia on that setup. But Bjergsen's Lissandra could always delay time with her own ulti, wait for Viego, also combo off her ulti on the Talia first. So I think there's a lot of ways for 100 Thieves to play out the 2v2. That's something that I really want to see going into this game.
So it did feel like the lounge and a lot of the pundits watching have more confidence in 100 Thieves going into this matchup because of past trajectories.
Yeah.
Now with the conditions in line, now with that focus along that mid 2v2 and seeing how it's executed, how do you feel about the potential for these squads going into this tiebreaker?
I mean, I'm on that wave too for 100 Thieves. A lot of their wins have just been kind of like what double-elimination said in his interview. Like, their laning has been better, their team fighting has been better, their drafts have been more consistent. There's almost nothing bad you can say about them. Some of their early games have been rough, and that's the one thing you can give them, but today they've been on fire. So it's proving a lot of people wrong, including that one guy on Reddit that says something about a paper of the 100 Thieves players. For you people out there, you can investigate on your own on that one, but he's going to be regretting his words on that one.
There's always a guy on Reddit.
Hey, don't make bets, guys. You can't back up.
Maybe some early contention here with EG. I mean, JoJo on this Talia, I think, will be so crucial in seeing where he brings that roaming power, seeing how he and Inspired can affect the rest of the map for sure.
Yeah, and I am still expecting both junglers to play towards bot lane from closer's perspective to relieve a lot of the pressure that you'll be getting from Varus. Maybe even getting a good counter gank there. That's what he's kind of done last week, where a lot of people expected him to be player of the week because of his counter ganking performances. Evil Genius is looking for a invade, not happening here though, so good look. A little bit of cheese that we've seen from 100 Thieves level 1s throughout the day, so wanted to be aware of that, but they're all in vision.
That ward previously dropped down by 100 Thieves side, gaining that intel of where most of Evil Geniuses are currently clumped. So no early action between the two, and very much a response in their rotations to the previous play styles of these teams.
Yes, I will say though, because of that level 1, to catch out if there was an invade, that did mean that Tenacity got to pull the wave a little bit there, so that's going to be lost experience for Someday. Good positive thing for him is that he didn't expend TP for it, but he's going to be losing a lot more. So good start for Tenacity here.
Someday now making his way on up, walking across the ward. Tenacity lying in wait for that entry after pushing that advantage in the top side before his fellow opponent had come to join him.
Yeah, the desk to talk about it. Just the community in general about Evil Geniuses. We all expected them. We didn't talk about their playoffs run a little bit too much because we kind of expected them to land at third. So that the fact that they're in a position where they can be in 5-6 in the lower bracket because of the 0-3 week is crazy to see, and I do want to see just a better performance from the team. So let's see, 3 camps clear from Inspired. Got a good ward here just in case Closer was to be on vision, looping around for a bot lane gank, and he's going to be clearing the top side. So it's a full clear for both junglers.
And that's where, even though I know that many are surprised to find Evil Geniuses fighting in this position to be in the top of the playoff bracket or below, there's also a part of me with Evil Geniuses that always kind of feels like, I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Especially with playing from home currently. We've seen with this squad, even when there are other members that have changed out on the roster, you still have Inspired, you still have JoJo, you still have others that have been through that ebb and flow, that have had a rough regular season and then know how to turn it on in playoffs. So as long as they're keeping in mind the areas in which they want to improve, the same way that 100 Thieves was isolating their early game when they made that big turnaround, then I have confidence that they'll be able to have something coming into playoffs, as the play up top is what we're seeing as the first focus for Closer, which ushers the flash away from Someday.
There's a punish right there from Someday, so no flash there, and he was already behind to start. So this Scion is really set up to succeed. No!
Oh, flash for flash and cleanse and all. First blood granted to FBI in the bot lane.
That is tough. And a stacking wave too. So that's going to be a lot being denied here. A little bit of movement from JoJo and Inspired, but that's just to get scuttled. They were thinking about a possible dive on Busio. That was not going to happen, so we didn't get to see the startup to that one, how badly that kind of turned out. So good to FBI and Vulcan. We expected the early advantage there, but it turned into a kill.
Solidifying it for themselves, and it's one of those things where if they don't get that advantage when you're looking to have that aggressive play in the lane and that dominance, then that turns into a loss for yourself.
Yeah.
When 100 Thieves have put themselves in a position to be okay with having some of this pressure on them, but not necessarily kill.
Yeah, let's take a look at this to see how this all happened. Meanwhile, top lane's a bit of a party, but oh, so great hook. They double down, but Double takes a lot of damage, including Ignite, and they're committing to it. So yeah, that was just Busio and Double trying to push for that 2v2 as a wave on their side was stacking. So really tough one.
The early aggression from Evil Geniuses in this lane, and Vulcan flashing forward to get that flay to really deliver that kill into the mouth of his bot laner.
It's just nice to see Vulcan on Thresh and the engage meta really now coming back to his favor. Wave stacking here, 400 Thieves. Closer is here.
Closer and Inspired. Control from both sides dropped on down. And Inspired zoning off the opposing jungler here as Closer wanted to make an entrance onto the spot lane, but both are just alleviating some of that pressure from the constant contention when you have these engaged potential supports.
Credit to Inspired there is isolating bot lane to be pretty comfortable on their own, don't have to deal with Closer here. And so that makes it pretty hard for double-elimination and Busio to fight back from the constant poke there from Varus. And what should be Evil Geniuses now targeting Dragon. If you're going to be getting push from mid on JoJo, which I think should be secured, and slow push from FBI and Vulcan pretty consistently, it's going to be safer now, Inspired, to start stacking up Drakes.
And a minimal gold lead somewhat building for Evil Geniuses. I mean, Inspired on the Sejuani, having an early presence already, but gearing up towards the later stages to offer that supportive tanking ability for the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, no true focus on Dragon just yet. A lot of it has been on trying to get vision. It's another play, another response, and coming through with the Lantern, keeping up the pressure from this Evil Geniuses bot side. Busio is low. The hail here for the burn is good. JoJo with the Weaver's Wall to flash under the turret, maintains the kill. The tower shot's gonna take him out though.
Got him.
Busio, one last hit from FBI, and lots of blood drawn over on the bot side.
Little unlucky for JoJo not to be able to get the second one and die, but still, bot lane right now in dire straits for 100 Thieves. I was thinking it was just going to turn into a dragon. No, it's really snowballing here. And there's not much for 100 Thieves to do. Just looking at their composition, it's pretty focused towards bot lane. That's where their damage is coming from. So that being their next to soul win condition, they're really going to be playing on the back foot for the rest of the game.
It's one thing when you know you're going in with not as many tools available to you, but when you're facing off against Vulcan on this pick and the way he's able to maintain FBI's pressure in the lane for the kills, but over on the top side, Someday, now the subject of more attention from Closer. Again, a flash forward to get it. Closer with the kill. very rewarded for the return pressure after getting that flash previously.
Yeah, it's nice for Closer to be getting something on the top side, but this is just bad for 100.
Oh, and Inspired's in for the play, flashing on again, double lift, looking for the shots onto Vulcan, but completely zoned off. FBI racking up the kills, 3 in the pocket already.
Yeah, and the mistake started from Busio, a little trading on to Vulcan, being in close range enough for a play, and Vulcan recognizing this is about the last play. Walking forward just to know that they can catch up to Busio if he's trying to escape, lanterning FBI back into it. So it's like, I think Vulcan is having an outstanding performance, and it's a lot of just because of Busio's mistakes. So now it's turning into something that 100 Thieves just need to be a little bit more creative. Focus is going to be on Rift Herald, but depending on EG's movement, and they are moving to try and fight for it, 100 Thieves need to play for bot lane pressure. They need to be trading plates. They have double a top lane here, so they're committing.
A bit of a flip, and Someday making his way down towards the mid lane, also with the support presence. Starting to see that unlock of Busio and Vulcan on these supports that can be playmakers across other lanes. And I think that attention, Raz, that you were giving to Vulcan in his play thus far is very valid. Vulcan has been a great support for a long time.
Yeah.
Back on his time of Cloud9, ever since he's been on EG. But it felt like sometimes conversation around him was shadowed by the core JJ discussions that have happened of years past, or others that had that notoriety in a different way. And now seeing him in this shining light on an even more emphasized level, getting those props from other players, I love to see the attention shown to somebody who has deserved all the recognition through his level of play. As a Rift Herald, though, response by 100 Thieves right now, though, to alleviate some of the pressure that was previously granted.
Yeah, I think EG could fight for this, but they moved to have Someday pick up some gold, especially since he was a little bit behind earlier on. So he's going to be able to take turret plates, deny minion waves from Tenacity. He was also just at a TP disadvantage there, so it didn't make sense after they made the rotation. So that's going to be the call that they're making, and then just looking to just defend the Rift Herald play that 100 Thieves would be looking for next.
And 100 Thieves for Bjergsen, building up some of that farm, a little lead because of the time JoJo was spending rotating to other portions of the map. And the thing about when you're looking at what Lissandra is going to be able to do, the ultimate itself with the Frozen 2, when you're considering what the Ring of Frost can do, you not only have that protective capability for yourself if you have that target, but really locking down isolated individuals like FBI, Averis that could get caught out.
Exactly, and that's the key. Picks. You just need to find the pick. I think if you're looking for anybody, it's going to be on JoJo, but he has Cleanse, so that's going to be tough. So double Cleanse from JoJo, Pion, and FBI is just going to make Bjergsen's life a little bit harder. But my eyes are just going to be on Closer. I want to see where he ends up placing the Rift Herald. In my eyes, should be to get a little bit of gold back into double its pockets. If that's not possible, as you can tell with Inspired, for a bit of the game hovering around FBI and just trying to stop double it and Busio to get anything going, then just go for Bjergsen. I think trying to get him a little bit freed and a little bit of gold in his pockets to make that reality you're talking about, him being in a position to find picks for his team, a positive. So let's see, seems FBI is moving mid lane, so they do want to fight for this, but I think they're a bit late.
EG making the wraparound. Closer sticking to that dragon as closely as possible means it will be picked up for 100 Thieves. But even all the while, ahead of that, with that dragon spawning, they had sent double-lift back down towards bot to not only be in the vicinity, but getting some of that farm up to be able to be a threat, because FBI clearly such a focus for EG to keep him online right now.
Yeah, and I just think these are mistakes here for Evil Geniuses. The fact that they weren't positioned for Dragon should be quite illegal for 100 Thieves. The Rift Herald part, even if you're trying to get gold back into Someday, you're still playing for FBI and Vulcan, and the fight is just better for you. So seems like either just mistakes in where they're placing their top laner or just rotations, or them just trying to get more gold into their players' pockets and valuing that over Drake. So let's just see where Busio and Closer end up looking. Busio getting caught.
Oh, Vulcan and Someday lying in wait. Busio, when you got things like a battle dance, you can zip on out of there, was able to keep the sums at least too.
And take a look at where Closer's heading. Trying to hide himself top lane, find himself into the lane bushes. So the goal is correct. He is going to be putting gold into double-lift's pockets on that one. So that is going to be nice, but if they commit for too long, Sejuani's going to be in the area.
Jojo keeping up that pressure over on the bot side, matching off against Tenacity, and that Rift Herald coming on down from Closer. Already some of the plates had been chunked, but there is the response from Evil Geniuses attempting to offset this, but the charge is good. Vulcan making his way swiftly through the river, so now the 3v3 over on the top side, nothing to collapse upon.
Yeah, and I think the intent was to put the gold in double lift, but I think the fact that EG defended this well so Closer is the only one that benefited from that.
Ooh.
Trying to push EG out of the river.
Yeah, Busio and Closer sticking so closely to double lift that entire time. Even when Closer is venturing forward to attempt to get some poke onto the members of EG, they make sure to not unlock themselves from their carry. But with that, the gold, pretty even. It started to mount a little bit for EG's side, but because of that Rift Herald drop, keeping that contention going between these teams.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You're contrasting this game to games that we've seen just last one, C9 versus FlyQuest. That one was really fast-paced. This one, the stakes are really high. You either fight for third or you're in the bottom bracket. These teams do not want to make the mistake that pushes them out, especially if you're looking at it from the perspective of EG that have been making a lot of mistakes. They're trying to play it slower, but their gold advantage has started to whittle. So that is, for me, what's concerning. 2 minutes until the next Dragon. You have to believe Evil Genius is fighting for this one.
That level of playing from a place of comfort is applicable on so many levels. When Fudge was on broadcast and was discussing, is comfort the direction that players go when they're in these final moments, when things are on the line? And he says, absolutely, and that applies across the board, but that also applies to that in-game decision-making. Maybe you're playing a bit more reserved, you're not going for those risky plays, you want to keep everybody focused on the fundamentals to follow through, because this is the difference between having a second life in playoffs.
Exactly, and you can already see here Closer hovering for Busio and double lift, just making sure there is no play. They don't have eyes on where the Sejuani is. But this is the window. There's no ward here for 100 Thieves to catch Inspired going through the tri-bush. This is the play they're going to make. Vision is going to be caught on Thresh here, so good on double lift and Busio to catch this. Oh, unless if they get canceled.
Channeling coming through, and you can see Doublelift and Busio saw the blue lines coming forth, the box thrown down. Busio wanting to make sure he keeps EG at bay as long as possible, giving his life on over, using the heal in the process. EG get the pick they're looking for.
Caught red-handed. Closer was there, base thinking that his bot lane was fine. Not the case, and with Dragon coming up in 50 seconds, Vision is going to be around the riverside for Evil Geniuses. And they get first turret, so like, or at least spot turret. So now, really comfortable, and you're in the position of Evil Geniuses. I like the trade here for 100 Thieves. They're going to be going for Rift Herald. But you can kind of see, if you're looking at the minimap here, that Evil Geniuses do want to deny this. They're in mid lane trying to fight for mid lane control so they can hover. This might be another case of them just being too late.
Again, yes, that full movement forward, but a little offset with that timing, whether it was the objective they were looking to contest or the fight afterwards. EG aren't able to find the window that they're looking for. 12 seconds until the Dragon spawns as well. No vision having been positioned from either team just yet.
There's an engage happening between Tenacity and Someday. 100 Thieves are gonna support them, but Sunday's gonna be fine. This is,
that's what you're looking for, any kind of brew. Knocking in and knocking up. Closer, the kill onto Jojo. Inspire flashing over the wall, and FBI also on the retreat. The death sentence is good onto Someday. Knows that this ain't it for him getting out. Triple kill for Closer. The Viego pop-offs, we've seen it before from Closer. Will we be seeing it mounting today?
But what an engage from Busio's Rakan is able to net a great hop up there. And so Jojo and Vulcan die nearly instantly. That was looking really bad, and I like what Evil Genius is doing. Try and push him away from mid lane. Dragon is coming up. We have control. But no. 100 Thieves take another great engage. And now that's going to be second Dragon for them. When they were behind for a good majority of the game, now they have a near 2K goal lead and second Dragon in the pocket.
Multiple call-outs across the social media spheres for Closer's Viego.
Yeah.
When you're looking at a draft objectively versus thinking of the players piloting them, this is one of those picks.
And so he gets out just in time with the hook. That was what they were looking for. But look at that beautiful knockup from Busio. And 100 Thieves are on them like that. And that's the scary thing about this. The engage that 100 Thieves have and the follow-up there from Bjergsen's Lissandra. And so at first, I was a little interested. I was like, okay, Sion ulti down a little earlier on. I thought that was going to hurt 100 Thieves. Not at all. Now 100 Thieves are in the driving position.
And really did a great job of driving out some of the most important people on EG's side in that fight. As soon as FBI is away from it, what are you going to do without that damage that EG has been protecting so long? Immediately popping JoJo at the start of that as well as the first kill. So removing the tools very effectively from Evil Geniuses so that 100 Thieves could amass the victory in the fight, and thus the dragon to follow after. A double stacking thus far for them, and a gold lead that has been stretching past 1.5K.
Yeah, you mentioned also, just pointing it out, community was on it as well. Closer has just been on something for the past few weeks now. He has just been lighting the league on fire, and now he gets his Viego, and the game's looking really comfortable for him. I think he's been playing this game out even before that team fight quite well, hovering for double-lift and Busio, and even though teams going up against them recognize that, you look at the draft and you know very clearly that's the game plan. It's the team fighting that has been good for them. Something that they've been struggling with all split long has been working, but here's another skirmish.
Closer trying to get another kill to make that 5, and Busio going for the knockup as he has done again and again to set up the plays, but someday is here to stay. The Weaver's Wall for the separation, the root and the kill, and the stasis from JoJo. Vulcan goes down. 100 Thieves wanting to come out on top of the fight again, but double-lift marked down low. Someday isolating him off, and now Inspired and Someday are on the retreat. So despite the defeat of the bot lane of 100 Thieves, they still have the 2 for 3 trade coming out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, Busio stayed alive for so long.
Going for it on Someday some more. Flashing away. You can see that double back for a second from Inspired, wondering if he has to get back into it, but now knows that he can leave Someday on his lonesome.
Yeah, that TP that Evil Geniuses had doubling down on the fight was the scary part. They're still looking for more. I don't think they'll get it, but Inspired is confident.
Fast movement from Inspired, wants to find the angle from the riverside. Nasty
from JoJo.
Got JoJo coming on in. No ult for the separation, but does tell us not. The flash from Bjergsen, root onto JoJo, and Closer coming from way downtown with the rest of the squad. JoJo and Someday can't find a lantern to get them where they need to go, but coming on through as Tenacity starts to frontline for everyone else. Busio, you have to be so careful when he comes in with that battle dance, because the lockdowns that he's get, the setup to follow. Someday coming to get so low, and there's the unstoppable work of Closer coming on in with a Heartbreaker and beyond, stacking them kills on kills and kills. A little bit of a thrill when he gets low there on the HP, but manages to survive.
Even that chase down from Evil Geniuses, the TP coming in from JoJo Pyun to try and get something, sure. They get the shutdown gold on Bjergsen, but still worked out better for 100 Thieves on the back of that end of that. 8 kills now from Closer. Let's take a look at that. So this is way back from the start there. So yes, they were trying to find a pick on towards Vulcan. That's a nice E there from JoJo Pyun to stop the engage from fully committing. I thought this was great from Someday. Try and isolate Busio. Stopwatch came out perfectly. And this is where it gets really dicey for Evil Geniuses, because JoJo got burned immediately. And so from that point forward, you're losing a carry, and Busio, who was the initial target, was just alive for way too long. This is the chase down coming through from JoJo's side. And even though he's able to get the shutdown on towards Bjergsen, if you could see Rakan and the Kaisa coming in, they're going to be able to join the fight and just re-engage on JoJo and get the kill there. So I like what Evil Geniuses are doing from behind. They're still trying to be proactive and find a play and see if the tempo's really doomed from 100 Thieves side. They were just wrong.
And it's difficult in those longer scraps when you're using something like the Weaver's Wall on the earlier engage, and then those tools that could make the difference when you're going for that chop off to try to kill Bjergsen just a bit faster before the rest of the team comes through are no longer available. But as you called out, still keeping that mindset at the forefront for Evil Geniuses. 100 Thieves extending their lead though, 3.2K. I mean, that KDA for Closer just looking so scary. That's a lot, but Evil Geniuses, it's been the entire time where Varus has had the most gold. That Immortal Shield Bow, while not enough in the last fight, still offers a bit of that protection as 100 Thieves take the dragon now.
So the Closer part reminds me of seasons past, where the moment you start hearing playoffs come into come closer and closer. Closer just turns on. He turns into a different beast. This is no different. So really want to see how the next fights go. The only tougher part is if you're trying to find a win con for Evil Geniuses, they're just not tanky enough in comparison to Tenacity. Tenacity is just going to buy more time. The engage options that we talked about in draft being there is just always going to work out from the side of Rakan, the Lissandra. We're kind of harping on this, but like they have multiple points of engage. So even if they use one bit of resource, like the Tenacity ulti that happened in the topside fight, you still have more in the tank. So it's going to be really hard. And now our gaze is kind of turned towards Baron, 23 minutes into the game. Maybe we can get a sneak from Evil Genius, but you already see 100 Thieves on the top side of the map starting to set up vision.
Not enough time for EG to be able to make a play there just yet. So they do back off. It's that fight for vision currently as these make that rotation in for the establishment, getting themselves a scuttle here. Also worth noting the teleports being available for all of the solo laners.
And this is the toughest part of the game. When you have on Soul Point, you got 3 dragons in the pocket. Oh, Evil Genius is looking for a pick.
Well, Closer has to heartbreak out of there. So Evil Genius is getting out one ultimate, but the scrap subsides after that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're finding their own Fnatic bushes. They're just trying to find any cheesy way to get a pick. And so the best teams in the world, when they find themselves in this position, setting vision up towards top side, clearly have 3 Drakes, you can just plant yourself mid lane, pressure towards Baron, and force Evil Genius to decide. Because let's just say if Evil Geniuses get 1 dragon just because they're trying to stop you from getting the soul, you're already started up on the Baron, so you can already see 100 Thieves in position.
Part of that value of 100 Thieves early stacking, Busio.
TP coming in from behind them.
Getting that sight from Inspired. Multiple TPs being activated as Tenacity and Bjergsen make their way through. Inspired setting his body between JoJo and the rest of the team. They've got plenty of resources available to them. A death sentence onto Busio, a knockback, a stun, have to get on out of there. So now one of the main points of engage for 100 Thieves has already been expelled.
Yeah, clear dangers running into a choke point there. Evil Genius has punished them, and maybe they can get a mid turret for their troubles there.
Oh, the lockup onto Tenacity, a play from over the wall, and Evil Genius
got him.
To pursue. Got the long downtown pull in from Vulcan, but all the while a separation from double-elimination has to flash to get on out. Bjergsen picking up the kill onto Vulcan. Closer, he's looking for the backline onto JoJo, but JoJo goes into the jungle side. Inspired, flashing over the wall. Now Someday brought down low, but can still make the stand alongside the rest of the team. FBI channel out a Q to see who he can find. But no cigar, just a support killed off from Vulcan. All of those flashes just ripped away in that fight.
That was really close. Double-lift in particular, I thought he was gonna die. I don't know. He was in a tough spot, so he did burn both sums and ulti to get the hell out of there. That was a close one. I thought Vulcan was doing a great job getting multiple hooks on towards Tenacity. One of them, that flick from JoJo Pyun just missing out. Could have been a lot of damage and putting them in a good spot. 100 Thieves, even though they came out a little healthier there, not comfortable going for Baron with how low double-lift is now. 1 minute and 30 seconds now on Dragon. 100 Thieves are camped up topside, but that's what we were talking about earlier. They have pressure towards topside and forcing Evil Geniuses to decide.
And that Baron is still just one of the major objectives that you have to be most concerned about at this point in the game, because there's still a full minute before that next dragon spawns.
Yeah.
And we did mention before the fact that 100 Thieves stacking those early 3, it gives them a bit more of that opportunity to draw pressure on their side of the map.
There are some cute plays you can do when you're in a position like this, having 4 people from 100 Thieves, delaying Evil Geniuses with a dance around Baron, while the person who can make, like, close the distance fastest is on Dragon. Usually it's like a top laner that has that with TP. They don't have TPs available, but they're actually just gonna pull it here. They are on vision, so that's gonna be the tough spot. But the point of engage has to be Busio. So if you're EG and you're fighting into enemy vision, you have to be tracing where Busio is standing. If he's in a line bush, dot bush, if he's in somewhere that you just can't find, you have to be a little bit patient.
Even in that last fight where it was very close, it was because Busio had gotten chunked out for pretty much in the first half, and 100 Thieves had to play around that knowledge of the lack of support.
That's why Vulcan's job's the hardest. He's the one that has to try and either flay, hook. He's been doing a good job earlier in the game hooking Busio out of that spot. It's actually going to be Bjergsen who's going to be in a creative spot. He is caught out and pushed away.
The shove from JoJo. So ultimate coming through from Bjergsen to keep himself in it. 100 Thieves have to turn away from the Baron. They lose their mid laner, and now they're running into the blue side of the map. A good play onto Tenacity. That's still a lot of HP to burn through. And Closer, using the Heartbreaker, ends up getting shut down by Someday. double-elimination with the response, though. 2-for-1 trade so far as Tenacity isolated from the rest. Double kill for the Evil Geniuses top laner.
And FBI being alive means that's Baron for Evil Geniuses. That crucial mistake from Bjergsen, not getting out of there when he's control warded out, made it so that was just an easy fight for Evil Geniuses. You'll see on the replay, if we end up getting one, that double-elimination just could not hit. Too short range in a pretty tough position to even hit. All he was touching was Sejuani there, so Evil Geniuses finding a crucial pick, getting Baron, and now Dragon's still available. They need to be able to fight for it. That's why they're TPing back onto the map.
Evil Geniuses wanting to continue off the pressure of that play. Someday going all out, not just to get the Baron, but 1,000 kills in the LCS across his career. And seeing if they can break into what 100 Thieves was building up as such a gold advantage and such control over on this bot side objective. And we're in that soul territory, baby. 100 Thieves clustered up.
Important points to take out is that double-elimination, Bjergsen, and FBI, no flashes here. So it's going to be difficult. They have to be really careful with their positioning. See Sion and Kaisa coming in from the flank.
Some flashes available for the opposition, JoJo and Vulcan being one of them. Evil Geniuses surround this dragon and burn it down. 100 Thieves can't afford to give one up, but this breaks into the stride of their building.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses, this is just their first dragon. So it's actually a better decision here. That's the one thing that I've given 100 Thieves credit for in their prior games, especially their one versus TSM in the first day of the Super Week, was that, well, they were super far behind. They decided to give up objectives to try and find a way back in. This is what I was talking about, of course. Kick on towards Bjergsen. They nailed him right when he came back up. Didn't have flash anyway, so it's not as if he can get out of that position. And just take a look at double-elimination here. So he's in an even harder position, 5v4. Who is he going to hit? It's a really tough spot. So all he really is just autoing Inspired there. But most of the damage was done already. Here comes Busio.
Oh, under that, there's push up from Evil Geniuses. JoJo falling to the wayside, and 100 Thieves punishing them off of this push. Do they want to continue up? Bjergsen going in with the E. Hits the watch to go golden. But such a chunk down onto multiple members on both sides. Someday, for instance, standing behind the rest of his team. But 2 members lost from Evil Geniuses. They did take down that turret in that push that was happening under the replay. And then off of that further force of aggression, 100 Thieves pushing back.
Yeah, as you mentioned. Missed a little bit there, but a little concerned there. Evil Geniuses actually could have just played a little bit slower, had top lane outer turrets still available. So that's going to be something they're going to be kicking themselves over, or even just trying to ward out for Busio's engage. Busio has just been really stellar out of lane here. Even though the early laning phase was difficult, his team fights have been spot on. So great to see that. 100 Thieves now from they were pretty even, now a 1K goal lead and still at soul point. 3 minutes until the next one. Just trying to find fights like those where now FBI with no flash can be the target again.
31 minutes into the game, there will be more opportunities for fighting that way to find that target. And Evil Geniuses, when looking upon their past successful fights that led to the Baron, that led over to the Dragon, it was very much them being rewarded for having this Sejuani with Warmogs and a lot of these melee champions that weren't giving double-elimination the angle that he needed to be able to finish them off. So that's the condition they can continue to lean in when the time is primed correctly. But 100 Thieves clearly knowing how to respond when there's a bit of that step forward, a bit of that overcommitment to the advantages that had previously been granted, and thus the lead still stands in their favor when it comes to gold.
Yeah, I think a crucial purchase that just happened here is that JoJo is able to get Banshee's Veil now, a little bit more defensive. FBI has been pretty secured even without flash, just because of that huge shield that he's able to get from Bloodthirster, Shield Bow. Of course, we've already talked pretty extensively about the rune choices that get you the shield that you have. So right now, FBI is pretty comfortable. We'll just have to see how the next fight's set up. And if Jojo Pyun, that purchase on Banshee's Veil, is the one that helps him out there. It's going to be easier now dealing with Bjergsen.
Could be the difference maker. We've seen a couple of these fights where Jojo unfortunately gets popped earlier on because of the collapse of 100 Thieves. Closer often looking for that target with the early display of the Weaver's Wall to set up for Evil Geniuses, and once those tools have been drawn out, 100 Thieves have been on the punishing end for them. But still, now that you have that more protective capability with the Banshee's Veil, EG might have some more confidence going into the future fights.
Whew. I mean, this is just a tense game too.
Yeah.
It has that playoff vibe because so much matters here. So it's one of those things where you expect there to be a little bit more from Evil Geniuses, I guess, to be a lot more fiery. Do not want to make that mistake. Now, got pushed through mid, are trying to fight for vision. They have, I think, yes, a control bush, a control ward on line bush. So they're going to be happy dipping in and out of there. Doesn't seem like 100 Thieves care.
Not so much. 45 seconds to go before a final stand around that Drake has to be made. And all the while, Jojo coming up from that bot side to rejoin the rest of the team in case 100 Thieves decide to enclose upon them.
Few things to look out for. Closer has stopwatch, Someday has stopwatch. They're going to be a little bit more willing to take the fight. Busio's coming in from a flank and getting stopped.
Got teleport on Busio here onto Someday, who's now been separated. Closer going into stasis. Aru onto Tenacity, but Vulcan has fallen alongside FBI. Inspired soon as well. A little bit of a shove from Jojo, but it's after the rest of the team has already been dismantled. So Someday and Jojo on the retreat from 100 Thieves. Double-Lift getting so chunked, but it doesn't matter. He's the one with the numbers advantage for his squad now. Weaver's Wall used here for the exit as 100 Thieves can secure the soul.
Yeah, I really want to see that fight one more time. My eyes were on Busio because he was the one that was looking to start the fight. It was Closer that was getting picked out. He bought a lot of time though, and so Inspired, FBI, gotten completely destroyed there. That soul now for 100 Thieves, and they're darting straight for Baron.
They're looking for it to get it claimed. Now with the Ocean Soul under them, giving them that much more sustainability in the fights against Evil Geniuses. Vulcan has now respawned. Jojo and Someday sticking on the map, stepping up to the Baron, seeing if they can make a play. A stun onto Bjergsen in the back of the pit, but a secure of the Baron by 100 Thieves. Vulcan coming over the wall for support, but 100 Thieves don't have any need to go further than just taking the Baron.
Yeah, I got Baron backing away. Don't want to get baited into a fight, especially with Evil Geniuses darting straight towards to back up a potential fight. So yeah, that's been completely blocked out. That's nice to see. Thankfully, we get to see this part of the fight. So yes, my eyes were on Busio here that was looking, but Someday did a great job stopping him. Do want to see how the fight was started. It was with Tenacity and Closer starting the fight. And yeah, that was a lot of lockdown onwards Closer. Actually, a really clutch stopwatch from Closer there. I think the ulti from Sejuani was going to hit him, so he did buy a lot of time there. That was all it really needed.
Sometimes time, baby, time. It's all you need to get the rest of the team on the same page. So 100 Thieves, that goal leap in Mountain, baby. 4.3K for themselves, still working with multiple buffs now. 2 minutes more on this Baron for them, and EG starting to get some of the display. Busio still looking for the angle. Bjergsen zoned off by Inspired. But Double-Lift also very key to keep eye on here, standing behind the frontliners of his squad for the moment to encroach upon Evil Geniuses, but they have no forceful need to do so right now.
They're doing no damage to Tenacity.
Yeah.
They're literally, he's just walking up to them slowly. That was close. And he has completely pushed them out. Now they're putting deep vision on towards the red side jungle and forcing Evil Geniuses to walk through so much vision to catch them out. Actually focusing now towards bot side turrets, so it's gonna be a really tough one for Evil Geniuses to try anything. Vulcan is looking. Inspired is right now just trying to find an engage angle in a bush, but every time they have been hunting, 100 Thieves have been there to match.
100 Thieves have kept this split across the bot lane and the mid lane for that turret take on bot, but because of how difficult it is to break into what is the tanky Tenacity, there wasn't much necessary from 100 Thieves to keep him backed up to have that mid push be good. That turret has been whittled down previously, so as soon as 100 Thieves get an opportunity to take that tier 2 across mid, they'll feel pretty comfortable in doing so.
Yeah, let's take a stock of shop right now. LDR being picked up there from the Double-Lift will be nice. going to be a lot easier for him to punch at someday, and Inspired now. They are setting up towards the top side of the map, so this is what Evil Geniuses have to deal with. A hook onto exposure will be nice. No stopwatch there. But Tenacity is doing
hard with Tenacity. Look, Q from FBI ain't do nothing. All these autos ain't do nothing. Tenacity can just eat up so much from them. And EG now using the Weaver's Wall to separate. They're fully focused on trying to protect these objectives since there's only 5 more seconds on this Baron buff. Minimize the advantages that have been granted by the purple for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they're just backing away there. They did have a Baroned up minion wave that was coming up topside, so the Weaver's Wall wasn't that helpful actually. But it seems like Tenacity and double-elimination facing. I think the call is for Bjerg to probably finish up his Rabadons here. He's really close to it. That would make it so much easier. Mikhail's from Busio, don't know when he finished that one up, but it's gonna make life so much easier to deal with the hooks and the ulti from FBI.
It's so difficult for Busio, though, when, yes, we're commending him for the impact he has had to set up 100 Thieves in these fights.
Yep.
But Evil Geniuses has definitely read that as well, and you can see players like Someday, like Inspired, trying to focus on taking out that enemy support at the beginning to get better access to the largest threats. But that's why Tenacity is so key, and also trying to create that room for Busio, who can then create that room for the rest of the team, who then Closure can go in. Just a nice chain sequence from 100 Thieves in a lot of these scraps, which is why they are at 5.5k gold lead currently, and still expanding their pressure across these lanes.
I'm just finding it difficult for JoJo to really live in these fights. Now he has Flash, so that's going to be a little bit more helpful, but double-elimination is just going to aim for him. If there is any bit of CC that will set him up, he could just dash right in and take him out, and that's going to be so hard for, you know, for this team to be Evil Geniuses to be able to find anything. So let's see. Dragon coming up in 55 seconds. 100 Thieves do have control of line, but just River as a whole.
And double-elimination just did finish off that Bloodthirster ahead of this fight. Maybe some extra capability of sticking into it to ensure that 100 Thieves can gain control on the right. Advantage opened. Tenacity now getting some of the slam down, but Someday fall low, low, low. Landry come out to pull one, a charm onto two. Busio go into the back line. The response of the box. Busio does fall, but there's no top laner for Evil Geniuses. Closer looking to stack them on up. double-elimination getting the kill for himself. It's 100 Thieves out on top. It's 100 Thieves with the ace against EG.
Team fight after team fight, 100 Thieves have just been destroying Evil Geniuses, and it starts with Tenacity and Busio starting that fight up and ends with double-elimination taking them down. That will mean 100 Thieves move on, going up against CLG, and that Evil Geniuses now stuck bottom bracket.
A sigh of relief from double-elimination and the members of 100 Thieves as they, you know, now have to keep some extra class against this EG squad on the stage.
Yeah, a lot of love there between the teams. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Whoa! Some shoving on the stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of adrenaline on the side of 100 Thieves there. No respect.
100 Thieves. What a split they have had. It has not been an easy journey for them to earn this top 4 in playoff seeding. But now, with such strength in their previous games, stringing together a lot of victories, having Tenacity on these tanks be so formidable, Busio on the comfort of Rakan, really showing out in these engages, it gives you a lot of confidence in what they can bring through as a squad moving forward.
Yeah, they improved greatly. It has been a literal roller coaster as they started high, then of course had their downfalls. They called it a little bit, talking about how much they feel like they needed to prove even during their wins. And now if you count this game, that's 6 games in a row.
6 games in a row. And we've seen in the last playoff runs how that momentum really can build into the results as you make the way through the bracket. So 100 Thieves finally feeling like they've ushered some tactics for themselves, but still have to play another matchup we're looking at what has been solidified thus far. Cloud9 and FlyQuest locked in their first and second seed positionings. We knew that Golden Guardians was going to be number 6, but now Evil Geniuses falling to that lower bracket for their start to make those runs.
A lot has happened. From the start of the week to now, I don't think anyone would have expected 100 Thieves to be fighting for a top 3 spot now in the LCS. A lot of people were like, do they make it into the playoffs?
Yeah.
So, I mean, kudos to them. They're now fighting to be in a spot to be fighting for that top 4 spot. I mean, top 3 spot. So now they just have to focus, look towards the next match. That's going to be CLG, who's been watching this entirely. And they're a creative team. So a lot of the times we're talking about, front to back. That's what a lot of teams are doing in the LCS. No, Gwen, Jace, lock it. So there's a lot of prep that CLG has been cooking. A lot the 100 Thieves have to be ready for.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I saw some CLG staff members walking around during that last game when I was looking and thought, oh, very different types of energy for whatever team comes out victorious here versus CLG. In this case, it is 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I do also want to say, though, big shout out to those that have been sticking around in the arena, the fans that are watching.
Thank you, guys. 9 p.m. in Los Angeles.
Dinner places are going to be closed at the end.
Good luck with that, guys.
Fast food only.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard.
My man said Taco Bell. I always have my midnight McDonald's, so at least we got that going. It ain't healthy, but at least that's what we got. So a lot of energy there that we need to have, the players, us, and the guys out here. So thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, maybe I'll hit up some B-dubs later. I'm feeling wings, even though I just had some last night. But anyways, I'm going to decide what I'm going to eat after the next game, which is going to happen after the commercial. So you should also decide what kind of snacks you want to bring while you watch that game, because I'm hoping it's as good as these last 2. We'll see you there.
Sunday's going to be fun. This is,
that's what you're looking for. Any kind of brew, knocking in and knocking up. Closer, the kill onto JoJo. Inspire flashing over the wall. And FBI also on the retreat. The death sentence is good onto Someday. Knows that this ain't it for him getting out. Triple kill for Closer with a slam down. But Someday fall low. Landry come out to pull one. A charm onto do. Busio going to the back line. The response of the box. Busio does fall, but there's no top laner for Evil Geniuses. Closer looking to stack them on up. Double it, getting the kill for himself. It's 100 Thieves out on top. It's 100 Thieves with the ace against EG.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Final tiebreaker game coming up
Let's go.
in a little bit. CLG versus 100 Thieves. They have to select sides and get ready, and 100 Thieves needs the appropriate break before the next game. So let us pull up the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for the final week of the regular season.
How can you say it's the finals when there's one more game to play? 100 Thieves could be even faster with their first kill. Double could get in 2:05.
They could, but Mark, this is the Fast 5.
Okay.
We're not doing it twice.
100 Thieves jumping out on a couple of these, looking really good in their, 5-game win streak now?
Yeah.
6-game win streak? It was 3 this week, 2 last week? Six game win streak, yeah.
Could be 7, maybe. Double lift, I believe that kill came from that Scion dive earlier today. So that's really cool. Also, shout out to, I know they lost their tiebreaker to C9, but Spica, I thought performed really well today.
A reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can now earn bonus points each week for correctly predicting the fastest performers. Congrats to those of you who claimed that reward this week. Plus, use code SSD990LCS through April 9th to get 20% off 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. But let's move to the game.
Yes, sir.
CLG, both these teams are actually on a tear.
Yeah.
So a lot of people had CLG possibly dead in the water after all the failed superstitions, and they probably had the hardest schedule of the two teams this week, and they are also 3-0, so.
It's weirder for them because like 100 Thieves, they've been on a tear since they had their coaching change, and it's been 2 weeks of this really good play. CLG lost to Dignitas last week in a game where it felt like they had outscaled and just got overzealous. And I think that's just this team in a nutshell. Like, they are insane when they are feeling themselves. Their aggressiveness is what took C9 by surprise earlier today, which is contracts all over the map.
Yeah, and talking to Contracts after the game was super interesting because he just said, like, yeah, we actually had a lot of really harsh conversations going into this week. We're all honest about our opportunity areas, and when we can be honest with each other like that, that's what made us be able to perform super well. He also just had, like, an insane early game against C9. Like, pathing top to get that first kill. It was really creative. It was good. And it was fun to hear him talk about how he kept remembering Impact, telling him how even in tank-to-tank matchups, they're really volatile.
Like
and sometimes it's just a free kill. Yeah.
Well, I think it's almost because people get lulled to sleep. But tanks have so much CC that they're actually really good gank setup. But people don't go there as often because it's sometimes a waste of resources because it doesn't change the entire way the lane matchup can play. Sometimes it does. There's tanks who can start getting like shove and then it's really annoying. But like a lot of times I feel like you can just go up there and get that kill. And the problem is during that time that you're up there, the enemy junglers in your bot side, like if affecting a more volatile lane or a lane that will have a bigger game impact with the extra 300 gold. So like I feel like that's sometimes why you can sneak in that, get that kill, and then like it jumpstarts you as the jungler.
Yeah, and let's roll a little bit of what CLG has done this week to give a bit of a refresher on how they've been able to pull this off. Because, I mean, today, especially, they played against C9. A lot of us were expecting them to lose that game, but it started with a Golden Guardians game where Golden Guardians was looking like they were going to get to 10 wins and just beat CLG right away, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, this is all the way back to the first game of the week. This was, I think, also the beginning of the Golden Guardians slump. That was a surprise when they come back against Team Liquid here as well and did theirs. They were just crushing Dreams this week, actually. I didn't even think about who they beat on the way of doing this.
Yeah, they knocked Golden Guardians from what looked like an almost sure thing 4th place. They knocked Team Liquid out of the playoffs. They didn't knock C9 out of first. C9 was still
tried their darndest,
they tried
though.
their darndest.
And maybe they can stop 100 Thieves here next. But yeah, they've been on, they just looked incredible this week.
It was also that Drake sale was actually so important because otherwise C9 would have had the Drake stacking on that. It was also, so obviously Contracts had a really good game. I also want to shout out Palafox. If Contracts hadn't had the insane early game that he did, Palafox would have been a shoo-in for Pog from this game as well. I thought his to lead was fantastic.
Yeah, he's been smurfing this whole weekend. Like, Player of the Week is crazy this week because there's so many extra games. Palafox also had that crazy Jace game against Team Liquid, even though, you know, he had that one bad death, he actually still smurfed that entire game, smurfed this game as well. CLG has some candidates, but of course on the other side, 100 Thieves is going to have a lot of candidates as well. Closer's been popping off. A lot of the game plan for 100 Thieves has been feed the double lift, so like, I feel like the winner of this game might end up taking a Player of the Week home. Because one of them is going to be undefeated.
CLG has waited a long time since his first game, though. This was CLG versus Cloud9. The first game of the day, CLG did win it. You can see right there, pretty wall-to-wall victory. But yeah, that game started at 2 p.m. PST.
It's now 9 p.m. I just checked.
Seven hours
plus
ago.
hours in between
Wow.
games.
Sounds like me playing solo queue.
But then you're
play
playing
one
the whole
before
thing.
work, play one after
Obviously,
work.
all these guys are used to taking small breaks or playing throughout the day, but 7 hours without being on stage, a little bit interesting. 100 Thieves, maybe a little bit of momentum. You would never want to say, like, I don't want to be the highest seed in the 3-team bracket, but at the same time, 100 Thieves is probably more warmed up than CLG.
I mean, CLG also probably didn't go home. I assume it's been not as comfortable of a 6-hour wait.
Yeah.
If you're in the studio, as opposed to, like, they have a nice little room to hang out in, but it's not like, oh yeah, I'm on my couch with my dog or whatever you would normally do while cooling down.
Yeah. Contracts was chilling. the
Big
whole
chilling,
time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Tweeted a picture of his cat earlier. That's the energy he's going to try. 100 Thieves also on a complete tear, as we've mentioned. They're on an overall 6-game winning streak. They have won 4 games so far in Super Week. And they also crushed some dreams. TSM, it ended up being that if TSM doesn't win this game, they don't make it through because they lost, they missed it by a game.
Yeah, I mean, this entire weekend had a lot of matchups between teams fighting for the same positions. So, 100 Thieves versus TSM winning this game was going to have a huge advantage in their playoff hunt. Turns out 100 Thieves is just unstoppable nowadays. Still looking really good. Doublelift has been a huge focus. Busio has been looking better as well. And some of these games were not close. They were extremely close.
Extremely close, yeah.
TSM was going neck and neck with them. Both teams, 7 dragons total. Kills basically even. Gold lead very close and being traded back and forth throughout this game.
I'm glad you called out Busio and Doublelift because I feel like the two of them working better together, in addition to the team kind of finding out how they want to play as a unit, has been one of the main reasons behind 100 Thieves' success. And then obviously, I mean, Doublelift, I feel like, is making his late season All-Pro push with these games.
I mean, if they end
64,000 damage in that game.
It's so crazy because, to be honest, Doublelift was totally dead in the water for my All-Pro vote. Like, he wasn't even in my top 3. I had Stixay, coming into this weekend.
Yeah.
They can finish 3rd. That
changes the conversation.
And so, again, the game plan has become kind of feed the Doublelift, it feels like, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Can he break in through Stixay, through FBI, through these people that he's taking down en route to ending up potentially 3rd if they can beat CLG here?
These are highlights from the first time they played EG this week.
Sorry, I thought this was about to be from this game, but you're right. Yeah, there's no Talia, no Lissandra in this game.
Thursday, but this is another game where Doublelift ended up doing a lot of work.
They fell behind pretty early in the game, if I remember, but then EG ended up running over his feathers quite a bit, and he was able to be
We don't have a
pretty
clip here, but he
impactful.
had that one fight around Blue Buff where he feathered like 3 people and almost turned the game. You can see him 7-1-5, hits max items by 40 minutes. Ocean Soul, interestingly, both of their EG wins, I remember from the game they just played as well. But
they're an Ocean team.
Just keep healing. That's how Doublelift's wrists have not given out in 10 years of playing pro.
He's got real-life Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, so that was 54,000 damage in the first game of the week, 38,000 damage in this game. I think he's got over 20 kills in his first 2. I believe we might have more highlights.
We'll see. We got any more coming?
Yeah, I love
the
these.
end of the highlights, we're told, for them. But yeah, just an insane turnaround that they've had. Closer is also monstering out. That game, his Viego is just like, we know it's disgusting, and Viego coming back in the meta. Lee Sin has been a great champ for him recently. And the tanks are still viable, and he's never been bad on the tanks. But during that time period where they were slumping a little bit, it just felt like the rest of the team, even if he did have a good early game, like there wasn't enough firepower behind it, but suddenly it's just been unlocked.
Yeah, as we're kind of on the 13.5 patch, I think it's a better meta for Closer. I think Tenacity has figured out his role on the team, has looked absolutely phenomenal on the Gragas specifically. And then Busio, again, we just saw it in this game. Rakan is a champion he's incredibly comfortable on.
Yep.
If they are going to be focusing on these compositions, which are all around Doublelift, that's a great setup to have with, again, Tenacity being more comfortable, Busio being on stuff that he's more comfortable and has engaged. Interestingly enough, I think 100 Thieves have been doing, basically drafting from blue side. They lock in these comps. They want to get Doublelift on a hyper carry. CLG or blue side this game?
Yeah.
Does that affect their draft strategy?
I mean, I think it does. And also, CLG as the team waiting in the upper bracket of this tiebreaker would have been able to basically pre-decide and kind of decide during the game who they think they're going to be drafting for. So they've literally just had more prep time.
Yeah.
The blue side, after the side selection gets basically revealed to 100 Thieves, they have 15 minutes to go into game. So they're going to be taking that full amount of time, which is one of the reasons we're still talking about this matchup. But I do think everyone's going to be picking blue side. So red side is definitely a small disadvantage that 100 Thieves will have to overcome. But I don't think it's that bad, especially with Busio being a very versatile player. With double-lift, I think there's enough hyper carries in the meta that he's still going to be able to play the same strategy.
What did they play the sides in Immortals? Were they blue side versus Immortals in Game 5?
That's a tough one.
My brain's melted.
Stats.
Someone will get back to us, but they just played red side. They're going to be playing red side again. They played Game 5, Game 7, and Game 8. They only had that 1 game gap. So in a sense, it's almost like they're warmed up. They've been playing this side. They know what they want to do potentially. For CLG, I think the interesting thing is they haven't played Aurelion Sol this weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
And I wonder if that was a bait for them because Palafox's Aurelion Sol is very good and it's so strong in the late game. But when I think of what CLG does insanely well, it's they kind of just go psycho mode on people and they have like really aggressive laners, contracts is all over the map, and like you don't really think of them as a scaling team. And I feel like the Aurelion Sol, as good as it was looking, was actually maybe a bit of a bait pick for them. And they should, even if it's left up, maybe let it go through the draft.
Yeah, I think CLG are a team best suited if they have early game options for contracts, and especially Palafox and Dokla, whether that means they're swapping champions between the two for a matchup or just having something with CC that contracts can kind of piggyback off of. I also think they do put scaling options in through Luger, who's someone who I think has quietly been performing pretty well. He is comfortable on hyper carries like the Jinx additionally. So I think an ideal CLG draft, and sometimes they just completely punt their drafts, I'll say, is something with scaling options, but flexibility and early game aggression.
Even the game that they won against C9, it was the Lulu Zeri bot lane.
Yep.
And when we were going through at the top of the day, all those stats, I feel like I remember seeing Luger surprisingly high in like DPM or kills or something. I can't quite remember, but he's quietly had actually a very good split. We just haven't talked about him because for a period of time it was like, are they even going to make playoffs? Are they going to be our 8th place team? And now it's like, whoa, maybe they're our 3rd place team.
Yeah, the streak of wins that both these teams have gone on definitely almost takes a moment to settle in. Like you
have to recontextualize the whole split.
Yeah, recontextualize expectations, because CLG was a 10-win team, 100 Thieves was a 10-win team, which is hard to think of when they were 100 Thieves was sitting at 5 wins a while ago. One small thing as well would be Player of the Week, because CLG is undefeated, 100 Thieves is undefeated. We were looking at some stats earlier. To me, it looks like Contracts, Palafox, and maybe double-lift are the ones in contention, and Closer had a very big game there.
Yeah, I think Closer is also in the conversation. It would depend if he has like a really, really strong game, like completely shuts Contracts down in this. I feel like he's probably also in there.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to go. I'm going to just go with the winner.
I have no idea.
Pog of this game is that same way that my MVP vote is now just Berserker for that final game. Yeah. Now my Player of the Week vote will be whoever wins this game.
I do think it's a pretty interesting story as well. Just, we don't talk about it that much because it's such an obvious storyline, but like double-lift coming back to pro play, maybe even missing playoffs, but then going on this win streak. And he's talked about the need for competition this whole time, which is strange considering all the accomplishments he has throughout his career. Like, he is a 8-time champion, a 1-time MVP. He's been 2nd or 1st team All-Pro all of these times. You can see 8-time LCS champion, 6-time All-Pro, 1 MVP. But what really drives him? What is the one thing that double-lift has never accomplished? And let me tell you what it is.
Oh, God.
It is a MasterCard Player of the Week statue. Look at all the players that have had a MasterCard Player of the Week statue. Double-lift is not one of these players. This is the thing that I think drove him when he was co-streaming for 2 years in a row, watching Stixay win them, watching JoJo, this new guy, win 2. He's not that experienced. Watching Prince even, while he's playing, that must continue to motivate him. Spica, his former teammate, Player of the Week. Whipple, this guy's not even playing this split, but he has a Player of the Week statue.
You got a Takui in the back there, PoE.
If double-lift can win this game, it justifies all of his decisions. Win that Player of the Week statue, double-lift. Go get it. Now's your moment.
The most important thing of the day. That Player of the Week statue, baby.
Security needs to escort Jad out of the building.
I
This guy
actually
has lost his mind. I know it's 9 p.m. here, but I don't know about that man.
I was getting scared because have you handled those Player of the Week trophies?
Oh yeah, they break easily.
Yeah, I've broken them. I've broken Bjergsen's leg.
What, you've broken them?
Oh yeah.
Oh snap.
I know Dash and I broke Impact's head at one point.
Okay.
So I was picking them all up on the table and I was
Yeah.
like, ooh, a stiff breeze can throw one of those over.
What's funny was that Closer actually last week broke one, so he's like, he's motivated to get another one. Just so he could have one for himself. So that's going to be the case. Fun thing about CLG versus 100 Thieves, I actually loved what the desk said about just how different CLG end up playing the game. The fact that they opt away from the front-to-back team fights. They actually did that a little bit in week 8, week 7, but then this week we're like, oh, we could play front-to-back. We drafted a Jinx, but lock in the Gwen and Jace. Like, the chaotic gameplay is something that has really driven them and made them so good, trusting in their hands of Dokla and Palafox. So this game's going to be chaotic. I expect it to be so. 100 Thieves, a team that generally plays really secure, slow. When they have a lead, try and keep it. Really made Evil Genius's lives hard in the last one. I wonder how CLG is going to respond in this game.
There is such breadth to the way that CLG can approach a game even from draft. And you're right. The Lounge is talking about it. We've talked about it throughout the season where even at this point in time, 100 Thieves and others going towards that comfort, going towards what is more expected from them. CLG is always one of those squads that can switch things up and try to catch everyone off guard by playing the game differently. And we saw how players like Contracts can really make a difference in that style of play.
Yeah, his game versus Cloud9 just blowing them up on his Sejuani. Doesn't even want to play that pick anymore. I don't think anyone does. I remember Yankos in the LEC always just in pain whenever that's something that he has to go for. But hey, it wins games, and his gank towards top side, skipping his blue side camps, his gank towards bot lane, mid lane, steal on Drake. We talked about that the entire game, the entire day has worked well for them. Looking at the bans, Gragas is available, something that has been consistently denied from 100 Thieves. I wonder how CLG is going to deal with it. It is a 3-way flex. You can put it jungle, mid, or top lane.
And a continuation of the ban focus towards that bot lane when facing off against 100 Thieves. CLG enacting a similar strategy to what we saw from Evil Geniuses in the game just prior, and also the same first lock against them in Varus.
I like the Kalista ban from 100 Thieves last time they played against CLG. Luger run a truck through them. Don't want that to happen again. Varus being the pick from CLG, allowing Aphelios and Thresh to be there for 100 Thieves, there's a reason for that. It's just a hard life for Aphelios in that matchup. We're seeing another Kai'Sa lock-in from 100 Thieves.
That also plays into just the state from which both of these teams are approaching this game.
Yeah.
Doublelift just came off of playing this pick on the stage and is now going to do it again. Very warmed up at that, facing off against CLG, who's been waiting around all day. They played earlier and were able to, a long time. So they want to keep up the win streak. They've had 3 victorious games across this Super Week, but they had to really bide their time in waiting for this.
68% win rate that we saw on the Scion. One of the 2 picks that Tenacity's been going through a lot. Gragas is the other one, so it's very clear. You already know what 100 Thieves are going to do. Gwen has usually been the response, at least the last response that we saw from Dokla in this matchup. He tries to take the matchup to itself, try and get Contracts involved. So wonder if that's going to happen here. Oh, it's going to be the Yone. That is a flex for Dokla and Palafox. So want to see where that goes.
Very much a CLG special coming through to the forefront once again as a flex between those solo laners. Rakan, the pickup for CLG, Poom having 2 games, a 50% win rate, but that's also a steal away from Busio, who we know to favor the pick.
Ooh, and the Nautilus pick has been the pick versus Rakan globally. We've seen that quite a bit. Even with the lower win rate here, it's just because it has been slowly getting picked up. Some of the teams out of playoffs have been picking it pretty aggressively, so would not want to focus on the win rate there. But it is a good way to set up the Kai'Sa. So team fights were a focus last time around. Going into 4-5, I expect CLG to ban the Viego out and make life a little harder for Closer.
That was always going to be a pick that drew a lot of glimmer into the eyes of Closer fans when they get to watch him pop off on the Viego. We'll have to see if CLG decides to deny that opportunity, considering what we just saw Closer do in the previous game. But still making their way through these bans. That's the Viego coming out right now, considering that 100 Thieves still have that jungle position to lock.
The next one might be a Lee Sin pick for Closer. Last time, scrambling my brain, we've been here all day. He played that one out there. He was a demon on the pick. It was actually a Yone that he was facing too, so he got the gank off mid lane kill, went top lane, same thing. Vi being the ban, actually quite good versus Lee Sin, so I expect that to be a ban from CLG as well.
Evil Geniuses had also elected to ban the Lee Sin away from Closer as that last ban during the previous game.
True.
So CLG, if they're deciding to follow the same footsteps, will continue to target that jungle position.
Just depends what they want, because Wukong has been something that Closer's been really good at too. So the Lee Sin's being banned, they can easily just lock in the Wukong here. So 100 Thieves have been going for a typical draft like this that has been comfortable. The Kai'Sa's the only one that really haven't seen too much of until today. So let's see if it's going to be a Wukong and how CLG responds.
There it is, Wukong locked in for 100 Thieves. Starting to round out this composition. Some similarities to what we had seen from the top position in Tenacity, sticking to that Scion. And yeah, not a lot of Kai'Sa thus far, but also a symptom of the squenching of that pool from the bans of CLG. And still a comfort pick for Closer going into this matchup. CLG also still looking to find a jungler for themselves.
Yeah, and I like the Yone here for Palafox. It would just be a blind though. Gragas being the lock-in. Actually, really surprised that we didn't see the Gragas a little earlier, but that does mean that Gragas should be that top lane pick for Dokla, and Palafox should be picking up the Yone. It'll be interesting because that means they'll have a lot of angles in fights. Life for the Kai'Sa will be pretty difficult with Gragas being the front line, so a little bit more reliable front line there for CLG. Oh! Gragas jungle! A lot of flexes here, so that's going to be a Gragas jungle with Palafox taking the Taliyah, and it's going to be the Yone top lane.
Okay. Lots of Taliyah action today, and Yone going into the top lane is something that CLG can be just as confident in as if it were going towards mid because of Palafox and Dokla both having notoriety on that. And it did allow that flexibility with the continuation of the draft all the way to the end.
There it is. As you mentioned, it's going to be Alessandra being picked up for Bjergsen. He was pivotal the last game. Follow-up engages that he had with Closer and Busio were there. No Rakan, of course, so that's the only thing that you're going to have to be aware of from Busio. He's going to be on the Nautilus, so probably just playing a little bit more back and forth. I mean, from front to back.
So both of these teams surging. Their last drafts of the regular season now locked in.
True.
Tell me about the conditions you're looking at for both of these squads and who you are feeling out more.
I really like 100 Thieves draft just because it's quite stable. Closer is going to be playing towards bot side. If he gets that one gank towards Dokla on the Yone, then he's just out of the game. Another thing you have to worry about is the level 1s. Last time, Dokla had to deal with a Scion level 1. That was actually Golden Guardian. He was still in a really bad spot, but it was just that 3v3 fight up top lane that made it so CLG can breathe in that game. They don't want to deal with that again. So similar to the last game with Evil Geniuses, you might see them stacking in a bush, waiting to see if Scion is there.
All right. I know we're waiting to see who comes out victorious in this game. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves, our last tiebreaker of spring 2023, baby. And I'm hoping for a good one. Counter Logic Gaming has not disappointed us in their recent matches.
They haven't. And both of these teams did not expect to be fighting for third today. So a lot of the line, both teams quite surprising, but surprising the fans out here today.
As a reminder, the stakes of this matchup, whoever loses will end up being the 4th seed. I'm going to wait on that point just to make sure nothing crazy happens. But yes, whoever loses this will be the 4th seed to face off against Cloud9. And then the winner of this matchup will face off against FlyQuest to start their playoff journeys.
Playoff time, man. The funnest. I just love brackets, best of 5s.
Yeah.
Teams really pooling in a lot of their research and prep just for one opponent, so best time of the split. for sure.
True. It is a good time, and it's an endurance run in itself because of the continuation of the best of series and having to prep so heavily and hyper focus on a single opponent and then change up that strategy the next time around. So I'm looking forward to see what both CLG and 100 Thieves can do in the playoffs. You were talking about it, Raz. This is not where either of the teams expected to be today, fighting for third place seeding. Going into the power rankings of those at the start of the year, some of the doubts around teams like 100 Thieves when they were going through that earlier contention and difficulty in finding their identity. Now, seeing that syncing up between Doublelift and Busio and them coming online in a way that has rewarded their decision to play together. CLG always wanting to play upset. Dokla speaking on the broadcast about we're Counter Logic Gaming. We're always going to play different than expected.
Yeah.
People expect us to not do well, then we do well. And clearly a lot of fans trying to back them up in their grand pursuits and playoffs.
Talking to the CLG manager, he was quite happy to find out that the desk didn't have a lot of faith in CLG. To keep that going. When we're thought of the least is when we win the most.
I don't blame them. That's definitely a cycle that mentally you're like, all right, we're always the underdogs. We do better at the underdogs. Please don't give too much confidence in us.
Yep. It's kind of wild. Taking a look at this, though. Gragas is bot side. Looking mid, though. This could be a good opportunity for a gank. Closer is here as well. Probably just going to be looking for Scuttle if nothing comes of it. Here we go, though.
Bjergsen looking for the play onto Palafox, the root, and a knock back. Bjergsen falling low, but those junglers are fearing for the help. Flash over the wall by Bjergsen. Trying to look for an escape for Contracts, but Closer getting the last slam. First blood, jungler on jungler.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. They thought they had the damage for Bjergsen there, but Bjergsen had flash, wasn't bursted down, and that was a flash committed from Contracts at the very beginning, so very easy kill there from Closer on the back half. Great start for 100 Thieves.
Intervention from both sides across that mid lane, and just one kill to come of it thus far. CLG is the final boss. That's awesome. Happy for you, CLG fan. No, socials. They don't want to be the final boss.
Hey, but it is nice the fact that they're really fighting for third for both teams. It's nice to see CLG as a team. I think their biggest strength that came to this one is just catching people by surprise. Not only just the Contracts ganks that happened earlier today, but also Dokla's creativity when he was on that Sion. Looking for a play bot lane. His Sion ulti got a lot for them. TPing top so he doesn't lose in that first game of the day versus Cloud9. Now he's going to be on the Yone pick. And right now, lane's going fantastically for him.
A hook from Busio onto Poom when considering the Rakan and the Nautilus lock-ins, ones that have come into higher prominence as time has gone on, that's exactly what you're going to see. Trying to get a little bit of a lock, trying to go in with a battle dance, and seeing what poke can follow.
Take a look at this. The mini-map, you see Wukong being pinged out, looking for Raptors, so he took a little bit of that, but that meant ward was placed down from CLG side and the top side of that. That means that when Talia does have push mid, can look for a play top lane, try and get a dive on a Sion. It's hard, but with how much damage has been put on Tenacity, it is possible.
And good call out on Talia and seeing what Palafox can do there, because speaking a bit more on CLG and kind of this underdog mentality, the stories of all of these players and coming into the LCS at varying points in time have had a lot of doubters and have had these opportunities to really switch their own narratives. Dokla proving what can happen when you go into what is now the NACL and really work on your craft to be a formidable force over in the LCS. Palafox last year being very outspoken on the strengths of mid laners and feeling how the impact of nameplates does cause people to adjust their expectations for mid laners and that they should put more respect on his name.
Yeah.
Even though he's a technical newer to the league than some of the other mainstays of the mid lane, has now been around for some time and shown what he can do on champions like Talia that have that agency to affect the map.
Yeah, CLG are just a confident team. That's something that is refreshing to see. Confidence in their own mechanics. And if they look for a play, they're all aboard it. So that's been what's been picking up a lot of wins for them. And the creativity, like the looking for flanks, making it look, their composition is always technically harder, but they're able to execute on it. Contracts in lane now, looking for a play. Poom would be the one that's starting the fight, so just take a look and see if Poom is able to get the initial engage.
Lots of pressure on Poom to do so, but no stranger to that pressure. And I'm thinking about that early game decision making. Your eyes are on players like Poom and Contracts, and Contracts being such a leading force in the early game, not just as the jungler, but just as a personality for this team, as the Dragon's being focused by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and take a look at that. It's because it's Tenacity making the long run from base and TPing, just securing the Drake. That's going to be the first Drake for 100 Thieves. And it just is quite hilarious how much Tenacity is willing to give so the team can get the larger objectives. And so it's really nice. It's refreshing. I mean, he is still able to catch the full wave top lane. So a good timer for him. He's able to set 100 Thieves off right now.
What an important evolution for a player that has had a lot of hype around him for quite some time throughout his entire rise into the LCS. People have been waiting for him to make his appearance as a regular mainstay on the stage. But a lot of his early name-making was off of these aggressive picks and being able to carry. And back in the day when Tenacity and Kenvi were wrecking up a storm over under the 100 Thieves umbrella. So the development of a player like that is very much seen in how they play the tanks and how they play these facilitated picks.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun thing if you were able to catch a VOD review. Flash being blown on double-if now, though.
Flash does create enough distance for Poom and Luger to not be able to follow up, but an important summoner at that for the bot lane of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so going back to your point, Tenacity in fights at the beginning of the split, I'd say middle, when they were losing games, a lot of it was he'd just be taking free damage, carry's not able to, or at least not linked up with him, able to really respond. A lot of the stuff like that would happen. That has not been the case at all. I feel like he has been probably the better tank in this league now for the team. And so it makes them really confident taking fights front to back. Good trade up here for CLG to go for Rift Herald now.
Focusing there, Closer just remaining in his jungle for now. And Bjergsen sweeping all the way through. Bjergsen and Closer currently at the top of the gold charts and looking to make some faces at Contracts, and Dokla, though, getting a little scared off by the 100 Thieves presence.
Yeah, they're slow contesting here, but this is just going to be CLG. Kai'Sa, Nautilus way too far back in base, and it was Rakan that made the move first. So once again, CLG holding their ground, recognizing that they had first move. Good start for them. They have Rift Herald. Now it's on them to recognize where they want to place it. I think they would want to place it, honestly, top lane. Usually you'd want to place it towards your bot lane, get Luger the gold. But I think letting Dokla get that gold to get closer to his shield bow is going to mean that next fight's going to be even better for them. So the fact that he can just always threaten the backline with his E and ulti on towards double-if, I think is going to be a positive. But it's going to be on Bjergsen. If that were to happen, try and stop him. But you might see a scrap here.
Yeah, Boom blast coning over, but has the battle dance to get back to Luger. So little minor interaction over on that top side, but no blood to be spilled around that. And yes, still looking at the claim. Contracts going on in though. Dokla slamming into Tenacity, flashing away, ult away as well. So much expelled from the solo laners meeting on the bot side.
Yeah, and that was really close there from Dokla to get the kill on Tenacity. But that just means that now Tenacity is going to lose that next wave. Doesn't have ulti to come back towards it. Actually, they're going to be moving Kai'Sa bot lane still. Loses the wave for that entire thing. Nice to see that Dokla is now going to be up 10 against the Scion. Get himself in a nice, comfortable spot. I want to see where Gragas deploys now on the map. He's going topside. I think Dokla should be doing the same, meaning that Contracts trying to give that gold to Dokla and seeing if they can wrap around mid lane. That should be the next play.
Yeah, that farming was fairly even before then between the solo laners, and now looking for ways to extend that slight advantage that had been granted. You see Luger going back over towards that bot side, and I think with that, CLG can have faith that they're holding their own right now in against a team that has been warmed up and has been warmed up on the early game, and I think that's a great place for them to be.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, it's a pretty even game, even with slight gold lead for a little bit there for 100 Thieves. A little concerned about this next Drake fight that's coming up. 40 seconds on the clock for that one. They are pulling their pressure towards this bot side of the map. Maybe they can get a pick on towards Luger. If they just get Flash, that's good enough. Makes it harder for Luger now to press up in fights. So let's see what they can get out of this.
And they do have that flash advantage against double-elimination, who is still absent one. And you can tell by the positioning of double-elimination was kind of wanting them to come on in, knowing that Busio is over in the bush and Closer out in the cove. Sod out. B emote to boot. Get a little bit of that. All right. I know you saw me. And can't quite make the play happen, but a valiant effort from 100 Thieves to try to force the playmaking out of CLG, and Bjergsen making those rotations well. A charm onto Busio, the hail of arrows right below for some burn, and somewhat charged up Q to continue that focus onto the enemy support.
Yeah, that's just a bit of an overforce from 100 Thieves. Busio was trying to find anything. Lissandro was leaning over, but that just means that Palafox was able to deny a little bit of experience there, and now Contract gets the push with Rift Herald. They're not going to be able to follow through on it. That's going to be the gold going to Contracts. Maybe they can split the gold, but the goal here is Drake. TP's going to come up for Tenacity, but TP's always been there for Dokla, so CLG are really confident for that reason to press up for the fight.
Press up with that Rift Herald for the slam into the bot turret, granting them some of that plate gold. Dragon currently spawned. Bjergsen wants to find the root and follow up onto Palafox. Finds protection under the turret, though, so still keeping alive with the objective up as well.
They were thinking about getting something, at least blowing the cleanse from Palafox. He now moves back to TP, just trying to maybe push this next wave, base, come back into the map to TP as soon as possible, but that's the window for 100 Thieves, going for their second Drake of the game.
Starting it up, Poom remaining in river, Contracts, Blast Cone positioning to make that entrance into the pit, and has some of the poking potential of Luger. A flash and a blast out of the explosive cast, and the root right in the middle of it all. Poom goes down, but it's the kill for kill, taking out the enemy jungler. Palafox has come through on the Weaver's wall. A nice knock onto Busio, who has to get on out of there, but Luger did get that kill onto Closer. The Dragon was secured by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, an auto from double-elimination. No smite there from Closer. He didn't get that one off, so that was really close. Contracts was trying to get a smite plus ulti combo to see if that's enough damage. Really close there, so that second Dragon for 100 Thieves, they're in a really good spot. Even with the 2k gold deficit, that's something they're going to try and stack up just like the last game.
And Kraken Slayer now completed for double-elimination, and Divine Sunder for Closer. So working into those completed items for the next time they battle it out on the Rift against CLG, who have a 2.3k gold lead right now, looking to extend it all the more with a potential kill onto double-elimination, who has to flash and cleanse out of danger.
That one's rough. That one's going to be a tough one. We didn't see the start of that one, see how that started, but I saw on the minimap he did get a little bit too close to the line bush, maybe toward it. Now he paid quite a bit. There's not going to be much that's available now to fight over. Drake's coming up in 4 minutes. You can maybe make a claim on the next Rift Herald, but double-elimination should be safe now until the next sums come back up. Maybe just give up this Rift.
And CLG now matching with some of their initial item completion. The Immortal Shield Bowl for Varus here. And stopwatches in the pockets of the mid laners. Rift Herald now spawning over on this top side and beginning to see Bjergsen in that unlocked state. Palafox, being on the Taliyah, had already made plenty of rotations. And seeing if he can support Contracts and Poom in their control over the jungle.
Ooh, chunk of damage on Closer there. I think right now off the buys, CLG is in a really good spot. TP should come in if they want to fight for this. They are moving for it. Luger was able to buy Shield Bow for this fight, so I want to see how they get this one done.
Yeah, Poom got locked there by Busio, so 100 Thieves off of that engage managed to pop the support, claim what's theirs, and really break into CLG's attempt there to try and contest them.
Yeah, I don't really know about that one. I felt like CLG should have fought for it just because they were in a better spot, but Dokla wanted to stay, maybe get a little bit more bot side. He is getting collapsed on, but I think he should be fine. Oh no.
There's lots more here for the party. Dokla, flash away, ult already expelled. Getting lots of hits onto double-elimination. No, getting out one more, no! So close though.
Yeah, that was a tough one. But Dokla overstaying. Just a few mistakes coming in from CLG that's now starting to give 100 Thieves an edge. So the Rift Herald was one play where Poom goes in. I was expecting a TP follow-up. I know that would have been a slow play for CLG, but it was two things happening at the same time. Dokla trying to get gold on the side lane. CLG trying to contest 4v5. Didn't really like that. Then that was happening. Greeting too much for the play, not really realizing that 100 Thieves was collapsing. So too many mistakes coming in from CLG. This happened in their Cloud9 game, even with the early advantage, making mistakes mid-game that actually pushed it so C9 was fighting for Soul Point. So you don't want to really have this happen again. I know it's a long day, but you have to clean it up.
Yeah, those two dragons will become that much more threatening as 100 Thieves continue to try focusing that stack up. Palafox juking it out with Bjergsen, and double-elimination is here though if he needs to get into the action, but we're still at such a healthy turret over on this top side for Palafox. Knows that he's got that support and jungler unlocked. Continuation of focus on this top side as there are no more neutral objectives over down bot for another minute until that Soul Point becomes an opportunity for 100 Thieves. But 3,000 gold lead for CLG, 2 turrets in their favor. The advantages are building in different ways.
Yeah, and I do like this side for CLG trying to play the sides here. Dokla did get punished last time. That's a lot of gold that is able to get that go into Dokla's pocket if he gets that second tier turret on bot side. And also just pressure. Being able to take that bot lane tier 2 means that they can push for deeper vision in the blue side jungle, especially since the focus is going to be on Drake. Drake's going to be coming up in 30 seconds, so maybe you'd expect CLG would fight for that one with 2 Drakes in 100 Thieves' pocket. It should be easier. He also gets an easier flank position, so that will help out Dokla in coming into the next fight.
Rewarding CLG with tools for that next fight by keeping him on that bot side. Now engrossing upon the river positioning. Dragon coming up, 100 Thieves here for the party, and Poom wants to find the angle, goes in for a knock-up onto Tenacity. Weaver's Wall for the separation.
Oh, man.
The hit back, and suddenly your tank ain't no more for 100 Thieves. Charm onto Busio, but Contracts eliminated. The burn is good. Luger over the wall, pops the Nautilus, but still all the while, Palafox keeping his focus onto closer. 2 for 3 trade thus far. 100 Thieves getting the numbers advantage.
That was a big amount of burst coming in from 100 Thieves. I like the pick on Tenacity. The Weaver's Wall coming in to separate 100 Thieves was a good call. I do want to look back at that fight just to see where the damage was coming from. They were all clumped up there, so it was interesting to see. I know that Dokla came in a little bit late. Still, they will get dragged for their troubles. They were just far healthier there, but just take a look at this. So, the engage on Tenacity, Contract is pretty close up. And it looks like they were just straight up bursting down a really squishy Gragas there. On the flank there, actually, Luger was also in a pretty tough spot. So that was another one. Luger was in a position where Palafox actually couldn't help him up. He was pretty... they were not linked up, so that was another thing that they could look back on the fight for.
So those moments that you're talking about, Raz, that they can look back, try to shore up for future engages. But in the end, CLG sticking Dokla onto that dragon after that fight, making sure to break into the stacking from 100 Thieves.
Ooh, this is something we missed during the last replay. Having to burn flash on that one. Palafox, great job there. That was just Kaisa maybe taking a cheap link towards top lane. Tried to did not want to take the long way around, now got punished for it, so that will suck.
You have no summoners for double lift next time around, and still have a little time that they can buy though, now that the dragon's already been taken care of. Most of the warding from either team does not extend past that line of scrimmage from the river, so as a result, there's also more limited movement in the teams as well.
At least from 100 Thieves side, this is good vision control here. I think it's going to be risky trying to get that control ward. Closer's going to go for it, and if anything does happen, always can clone out. So there it is. Doing a meticulous job to being able to do this. It also gives double-lift an extra wave of farm to farm up in the top side. So that's nice. And also, CLG's alarms are flaring. They have to clear out this vision just in case 100 Thieves are going for a little bit more.
You don't want to get caught out by 100 Thieves when you are looking at how close some of those moments in those fights have been. It's only 1 kill differential, maybe 2, and really just has depended on who's in the best position to try and take some fights like this one right in the jungle. Dokla, burn. 100 Thieves finding the picks again.
Another pick on the Dokla on his side. He was trying to, I don't think he was trying to just go for red. Maybe he was trying to contest it so he can keep up. and then at some point CLG can help them out, the rest of the team, but this is snowballing.
Oh, the stun, they move right past that turret. Luger eliminated. Bjergsen coming out of stasis, and 100 can burn down the turret, starting to get even more of these outers so they can match the progression across this map that CLG was originally able to get those outers. Now 100 Thieves making that hit.
This is turning into a pattern every 100 Thieves game. They fall behind a little early, but they find picks again on either side lane or just that one engage to claw themselves back into the game. That's another example on it. Turns from one pick on a Dokla, and now CLG are falling like lemmings. Need to play a lot safer here. Thankfully, now chilling out, Luger's back on the map, and they can now set up vision around the next Drake. They were able to take the last one, but once again, 100 Thieves are in a position to fight for soul point.
And that gold lead from CLG dropping down to basically 1K off of these picks. And Dokla, even though he's 0-2, because of what happened to him against 100 Thieves, was still spending a lot of time building up that farm, existing in the side lanes as you expect from the Yone. So in some ways you're thinking, okay, one pick ain't that bad, but now we're seeing the full effect of those cascading picks.
That's wild. From a 3.3K goal lead, now it's basically even, 1K now. It's been up and down, but 100 Thieves being able to equalize this by a bit is concerning. It happened in the last game. It's been a constant thing. Happened in the Evil Geniuses game. So it's just about being the better team fighting squad. And right now, 100 Thieves, at least in this game, have been better at being able to collapse on Dokla that has been making mistakes. That's been one thing. But then challenging for fights, and CLG have been falling.
So when discussing these consistencies that you've seen from 100 Thieves in recent games, falling a little early in the early game, but getting the picks to turn them around for overall victories in an impressive way. How worried are you for CLG on the opposite side, kind of facing off against this mounting 100 Thieves where you've seen that story across their recent performances?
A little worried, but all you need is that one fight. I mean, Dokla, if he can find an angle. Same could be said on Gragas. I just remember a ton of Gragas games in the LPL that even if he's behind, all it takes is one good cast to change things. So that's why 100 Thieves are still respecting them. Yes, the goal lead is still there from CLG, but Contracts is still really strong here. No, 100 Thieves actually clearing up vision around Baron. You have to respect that.
Getting the clear on Baron's side while the Dragon has spawned on bot side as well. So both of the neutral objectives being up means 100 Thieves are deciding where they want to pull that pressure. Dokla continuing to push in the side lanes. 100 Thieves bringing it through. The charm attempt by Boom. Isolation is double-lift, looking for the kill onto Palafox, but the shielding is good. Busio, teleport in the center of it all. A channeling from Tenacity to try to get the knockup, but the stun is good. Double-lift falling low, but gets a blast onto Palafox before falling himself. Boom, looking to help this escalation onto Closer. Eventually eliminated, but so low on the HP bars for the remaining members of CLG. It's a 2v2, but a double kill coming in for Bjergsen. All the while, the Baron buff good for 100 Thieves. Bjergsen and Tenacity holding on to that purple.
That was a close fight, and Palafox did the right thing initially, an ulti to separate them in the pit, but that blue trinket a little bit too late. They knew they had to walk through 100 Thieves' vision. And take a look this one more time. I'm interested. Busio did the right thing, delaying Contracts because they wanted to burst it down. They got the Baron. Double-lift actually put in a lot of damage on towards Palafox, but was put down so low. So I thought with him being out of the fight, essentially, that they would be okay. But Tenacity and Closer are way too beefy. Bjergsen finds an angle here as well, buying some time. Great Zonias from his side. And it was Closer that was eventually the MVP of this fight with how much damage he was able to place down. So overall, a really tough fight from 100 Thieves, but a great position that they had to start that fight off.
Off of a call that was within their control. Busio said, oh, there's an ult coming my way. I'm just gonna go golden for a little bit of time, but now a pick given over towards CLG around this Drake. After seeing that fight on the Baron side, 100 Thieves only working with a couple of the buffs after losing multiple members. A charm onto multiple coming on through. CLG want to contest. Closer getting on out of there. Tenacity now followed by all the members of CLG who want to rip through that tank. popping his passive and rotating back over towards the Dragon. In the end, though, double-lift and Bjergsen not there for the fight. They were ushering that pressure over on the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, felt like a good death for the Scion. You get both mid and top lane turrets. You still have Barons. You're actually kind of scavenging their jungle at the same time. Sure, that is a Drake going over to CLG after they end up picking up there. It is now their second Cloud Dragon, but I feel much happier for 100 Thieves. They were behind a good chunk of this game. Now they have a 1K gold lead off of that Baron push and a trade. Sure, you don't want Tenacity to die, but that was a lot of time wasted.
Lots of time wasted, lots of gold gains across this Baron buff that remains for another 15 seconds, and CLG losing their windows to find a position of power to try and tackle against 100 Thieves. Yes, they were able to continue clearing some of that pressure on the side lanes when Dokla originally was getting that turret pressure, but all the while, you are worried about what 100 Thieves are going to bring when that second Dragon stacked for CLG doesn't really build into anything for them just yet.
Yeah. It's going to take some time for them to really find now some strength. 100 Thieves are barreling down bot lane, able to get that outer turret. And it's just going to be them trying to pick at CLG's vision in their red side jungle, something that they've been really good at these past 2 weeks. CLG have to respect that. EG fell to that. And it's something they were in this studio watching up closely for, so good luck.
Yeah, it's hard when you're looking at this state of the game, 100 Thieves having the turret advantage, having these waves pushing in their favor. Look at where the mid lane wave has been as well. And it's just Dokla trying to do what the Yone does to continue creating that back pressure. Or Palafox going for the play onto one. The charm after the knockdown over, knocked down on double as CLG taking an opportunity to get a pick for themselves.
Yeah, too greedy there. His team had already backed out. He thought he was just going to be safely out of vision on that one. So great pick from CLG. They need a little bit more of that. It started with Lissandra going up top to deal with Dokla, because Dokla is still piling on pressure. He's forcing someone to respond to him in that top lane. So that really made it to 100 Thieves. They're like, you know what? We got what we wanted. We have to back away. You don't want to lose bits of gold like that.
And speaking of gold and where it's lying on both teams, you can see the bounty for Bjergsen. And yes, 3 deaths for Dokla, but still building off of that pressure that he is drawing, putting more gold into his pocket to continue to be a formidable force for the squad.
Taking a look at the items a little bit. Like the Hex Drinker here. Oh, no.
Buzio knocked on back by the explosive cast. Some few hits and more from Palafox. Contracts with the kill credit.
It was a nice pick. Found him sleeping there. It's a nice angle there. Just better tempo from CLG. Hiding in that bush. Always had that control word now. So 25 seconds off the rift. It's going to be a little hard for 100 Thieves now to keep the vision that they've put in a lot of work on the map up. So gonna have to put in that work again.
And that's the biggest thing gained by CLG because of the timing of that pick. We are quite some time off of Dragon. It was still a full minute at the time before Baron. So vision is really the only focus that you can bring on that, especially when taking down the support on the enemy side. That's their biggest duty. So you can see how much blue was lit up around this Baron side now, which is where we'll potentially see more of the focus in the minutes to come.
All right, taking a look at the vision they've placed right now. Nice control ward in Tri-Bush, so they can see if 100 Thieves try and push in from there. Maybe they can get another pick. It's going to be a little harder on closer in comparison to Buzio last round. But now, yeah, it's 100 Thieves this time that has to push into CLG's vision.
And plenty of vision means plenty of chances for Dokla to come into the fight when necessary. Has that teleport available. Same with Bjergsen, who's currently looking to match.
Yeah, you can see Dokla is also pushing out that bot side. He's always forcing Bjergsen to respond. So something that we have to look closely at. If we're going through another Baron dance, he's just always going to be annoying as hell on the side.
And in that dance, 100 Thieves moving as a cluster through the enemy jungle means that they've afforded some vision control for themselves too. And now being the first to step up into the Baron pit, they were the ones that made the play on the last Baron to usher the attention from CLG that resulted in that scrappy fight of a 3-for-3 kill trade, but still 2 Baron buffs, 400 teleports coming in from both sides. Weaver Wall here to connect right across, and already expiring. Baron still getting hits from 100, still getting the burn down. Dokla into the pit he goes. And 100 Thieves stand off against that. A knock-up onto Closer, but he still remains on by. Coming on in, Contracts with the kill onto the Baron. Oh, looking what they can do against 100 Thieves, who were the ones to first make the call.
Great for 100 Thieves to slow down the DPS on Baron. Oh, they're looking for Foul Box.
Closer's going in for it on Foul. There's a knockback, and Contracts looking to blast it back though as well. Closer continuing to get separated. Contracts coming out of stasis and into the grave he goes. CLG funneled into the opposite side of the map. Tenacity coming into play, going to wind up on that Q, but a stun and more from Dokla, swinging right on back to the back with whom? The one to go down. Multiple members lost from CLG, and a blast back onto Busio under the hail of arrows. He falls. Closer still marked down low, but even with the low HP bars, it's a triple kill for double-elimination. CLG, they get the Baron, but not much more after that.
Wow, double lift on the bottom side of that fight. Had an amazing angle. And then when he was finally focused, that ulti to reposition and flash out pulled in a lot of attention. That, to me, was the main winner of that fight. That was really nice to see. So that was really close, and that's going to be third dragon now for 100 Thieves. A really tough spot that they were put in to begin with. We'll take a look at that one more time. Kind of like trying to see. Now, this is what was really fun from CLG side. Dokla says to hell with this. Even though it was 3+K, he wanted to lower it, make it easier for Contract. With the amount of AP he had, bursting it with Q, ulti, and smite. Way too hard for Closer to even compete with that one. So 100 Thieves wanted to take that fight at all costs.
And I mean, it was them attempting to kind of get a repeat on that previous play. CLG though, despite getting that Baron with that great play from Dokla and Contracts now in the fight, ended up losing out. The separation of Closer not really being punished.
That was the thing, yeah, my eyes were on Closer at the very beginning, but then I didn't actually see that Contracts was in a tough spot at the Zonias initially, and then was easy pickings. But I look at Dokla, he looked like the real difference maker. The ulti to get 3 was one big part of the fight. Double is trying to keep his distance and was so close to death when he was able to nail him down. Trying to find Luger on the back half, but didn't want to push too much for it. Take a look at this, 420 shield. I mean, that's just a lot. Damage prevented, that was a lot too. Probably the biggest part of that fight. So yes, double lift right now popping off this game.
Yeah, when you looked at how low his health bar was towards the end of the fight, same for the rest of the team. Just being able to come in and get that finish off onto multiple members of CLG was that difference maker that you're calling out, Raz. And just when you get that triple, suddenly that Baron that CLG had snuck away just loses so much power.
Yeah. We take a step back, that's going to be soul that 100 Thieves are fighting for, even though you can see the kill on the screen. Doesn't really matter. The goal's pretty even. And the game's just about Dokla and Contracts, their playmaking they can show for it, as long as if Poom has a good angle, great. If they can get a pick on double up, that's just a win. So that's going to be the game they're aiming for. 100 Thieves are doing a great job at being able to push back on that right now to win these fights.
Even in gold, even in turrets, just a singular dragon advantage for 100 Thieves. But beyond that, it has definitely tightened up in this portion of the game as we approach 35 minutes into it.
Right, you think he has, yeah, pretty sure that Dokla's here now. Gonna back away, that's the one way you lose this game. Getting picked off by them. Yes, 3 items and QSS and stopwatch. So a lot of ways for Dokla, that is, to kind of outplay fights if he finds himself in a tough spot.
Many ways to delay, really, and just increase the amount of time he can get those shots. Try and get into the back line. We already saw, even in that last fight before double-elimination was able to come in and offer that additional damage, Dokla did have that right idea in mind. So if it goes a bit differently, with a bit more of that survivability, considering the progression of his build and the rest of the pieces around him, maybe CLG can try and get a different result on the next engage.
A few things to point out before any fight. Just a stopwatch check. Luger and Dokla both have stopwatch. I mentioned Dokla's, but I forgot to mention Luger's and Cleanse. Before the next fight, he should have his flashback up, so that's something to take note of. On the side of 100 Thieves, nothing really there, but they've been playing well enough in fights for them to just be right behind Tenacity, so he'll be creating a lot of space in these fights.
Bjergsen's flash coming back up now. Still a bit of time before double-lift will have access to his.
Yeah, and he had to base just in case they didn't have eyes on where Dokla was in that moment, so wanted to clear out that minion wave before he turns into a pretty chaotic angle in the game. 100 Thieves throughout this split, they got front door, they got back door. They had a lot of times where a team being annoying on sides really lost them games, and 100 Thieves are trying to ward out against that now.
They want to find that consistent, clean look to really set themselves up for playoffs, because you always sense that difference in energy of players, right? Depending on how that victory was achieved, whether it's a little smirk on stage. We've actually seen 100 Thieves before come out of wins where they think, oh, I don't know how we feel about that though. So having these confidence builders and being able to come back from deficits and hang in here now in what has been really tight between themselves and CLG is very important for them to try and clinch off of this victory. A victory here, meaning that 100 Thieves would avoid playing Cloud9 and instead play FlyQuest.
Yeah, and focus matters. I know the desk mentioned the fact that CLG has been here since start of day. 100 Thieves, on the other hand, were here at the end of day.
So these Baron plays that have happened were all previously started by 100 Thieves, but with different results and early aggression from Palafox just to be able to separate, and so much attention paid to chunking down Tenacity, who has been a big frontliner for 100 Thieves. It's Poom on duty with the positioning in the back of the pit to see what he can find, has the quickness available and the chance to connect to 100 Thieves if they aggress, but has to do the wraparound to support the rest of the squad. Teleport coming in from 100 Thieves to usher CLG into their own jungle.
Yeah, CLG didn't feel too confident about that. They knew that Tenacity was going to just TP right back into the fight, and they didn't actually have enough damage to burn Baron in that moment. Thinking to see if they can get another pick on Tenacity.
In on it, Contracts wants to find the angle to throw out that explosive cast, separates two into the jungle and one towards mid lane. Poom gets a charm onto one with the quickness, but that's all that he can draw. With the dragon taken down, 100 Thieves getting that soul also means that double-lift can now unlock himself to come and join the rest of the fight against CLG.
Yeah, that was the key play we were looking for, but that's a pick on Poom.
Swinging away. Closer setting up for the team. No support now for CLG. A double kill for double-lift. We have seen this before. 100 Thieves make their way towards the Baron. Last time it was a snag from CLG. This time 100 Thieves secure.
100 Thieves are talking about fundamentals for weeks now. That was played perfectly. Buying a lot of time around Baron and really pissing CLG off while double-lift was just soloing Soul on the back end and was there for the fight. Really well played. 15 seconds still on Poom. They're going to try and push for inhib right now.
The Purple Cloaks now onto 100 Thieves with the Red Bull. Baron buff, 2.5k gold. Thieves teleport in so they can have the entirety of their team on this push. Executing across this mid lane. CLG still 10 seconds before Contracts can join the fold.
Oh, they're looking for it.
Poom's trying to go in for it, had the quickness, wanted to get some connects, but couldn't quite do so. Just most of the ability thrown from Palafox to usher 100 Thieves away, now with the equal body advantage.
A lot of teams would continue to push for that, knowing that Poom lost his ulti and got nothing for it. They saw bits and pieces of 100 Thieves just waiting in fog, so they're not going to fall for that, but they're going to try for a fight now, I'm sure. They don't want to take the chance. They don't want to take the risk there.
Unaware maybe of how far the reach extends for CLG on knowledge of the angles that 100 Thieves were looking for. But still, now because of the backing off of 100, maybe CLG can get some more warding up on the map so they can try and minimize the advantages 100s create with this Baron buff.
And Gabby, like, we take a step back. It's week 6.
Yeah.
100 Thieves was in 7th place.
That's... yeah.
A hell of a climb to find where they are right now, and they're just a threat to every team. A 5-game win streak, a 6th game with the tiebreaker they had last. They could turn it to 7, and Palafox is getting caught off guard. Has the flash.
Oh, no flash on the mid lane then. Yes, for CLG. See what 100 Thieves can do for that. You can see Lucio coming to match as well. But I think that when you're looking at 100 Thieves, and even though there was some uncertainty on what to expect from them in the beginning, some would consider it kind of doubt in them when a lot were placing them in that 4th, 5th positioning, then doubting they would make it into playoffs after.
Here comes Sion.
But coming on into the fight, it's Sion making the first play, a charm in response, knock up as well, and the lockdown Busio goes in with the dredge line, and the GA being popped currently for Closer to come on out of it, does have to flash to rejoin the rest of 100 Thieves. Dokla goes down after executing the flash of his own. CLG cannot get a pick onto any member of 100 Thieves just yet.
By the skin of his teeth. It was Dokla that was so close to being able to get the kill on double. Had GA, still wasn't enough. While Luger wasn't touched, it's just going to be tough now with Tenacity. And Bjergsen now looking to start the fight.
If you can see it, Busio, even though low, wanted to try and threaten with a hit of the Q. They do get the inhib before backing off here. But that gold lead still standing strong for 100 Thieves. We are 42 minutes into this game, Raz, and a lot of swinging back and forth previously between the gold lead, but those Barons making such a big impact.
And a lot of credit to the crowd out here. 10 p.m. Yeah. You guys still out here.
Let's go, let's go.
That's crazy. It was wild for me to think that this could have been a 5-game tiebreaker. A pick on towards contracts, though.
Coming out of stasis, the root and more is still good. Again with the ultimate, Tenacity makes his way towards Palafox, and CLG, just Luger, Poom, and Dokla ushered back over into their fountain side. As 100 Thieves make this push across, Bot taking down more turrets. Poom getting blasted down to 50% HP. A full-line knockup from Dokla, but not enough damage to be able to find a kill onto any just yet. Luger coming out of golden territory. 100 Thieves want to get the finish up. They take down every member of CLG, usher their way into the base, making such a stand in the last moments of the season, the last tiebreaker of the day, and a victory at that.
And look at 100 Thieves players. You can see it in Closer's eyes. The fight within them to get 3rd seed in playoffs. What a run it has been for this team. They talk about the rocket never stopping. They didn't stop.
We thought so much about how this team was positioned and what to expect from these veterans known for their prowess with accolades that could fill up any word count requirement on any essay you ever have to write with how much they have accomplished, but then faltering and then finding their surging again.
Yeah.
Finding the way that they could utilize the newer pieces of this team in Busio and Tenacity to put on a good show going into the playoffs.
Every player on this team knows their role. Tenacity really has surged up with his Sion play, just his general team fighting. That's been so much better. Look at
Allowing them to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they want something bigger. I mean, they still have to go through a run in playoffs, but now being in the top bracket feels good.
And that's 3 games played for them in the day.
Yeah.
When you got 2 back-to-back tiebreakers, you had the regular game earlier. It's this weird kind of feeling of building into that endurance you'll need for the best ofs, but kind of separated. So it's a nice way for them to warm into it.
It's interesting because they just went up against a team that has different looks, that will have different comps and will surprise you. While 100 Thieves have always gone to the same kind of teamfight identity with the same kind of champions and will have force other teams to ban it. It reminds me of Season 2. I remember Monty talking about the one-trick warhorse in Ozubu Blaze. Like, hey, you may know what trick they're going for, what plays they're going for, but it's going to be hard as hell to stop them. They grinded CLG down, and so it worked out. Congratulations to 100 Thieves. That's a 3rd place finish in the regular season. Their fans have been waiting for something like this, couldn't dream of it.
It's wild if you go back a few weeks and what expectations were for this team fighting to get into playoffs versus now being in the upper bracket in that number 3 position. And CLG, they are still up there as well. That means they are 4th. They will be facing off against Cloud9.
Yep.
And I like that you're pointing out one team very much sticking to a specific style and drawing out bans based on that versus the other team that's willing to flip things up and give things, you know, a different look in draft and beyond, because those are different advantages that they can lean into in very polarizing ways in the playoffs.
Exactly. It's fun because 100 Thieves are able to do that with different picks. I talked about Sion and Gragas for Tenacity. There are obviously more champions there that can do the same role. We've seen Malphite a few times. We've seen Cho'Gath a lot. So doesn't matter if you ban those select champions. You make the composition maybe a little worse, a little harder, but it's still something they can play throughout a 5-game series. CLG has a lot in their pocket. So playoffs will be fun. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, lots of playoff action to come, lots of play that we had today, which means there's also lots to say. So let's go ahead and check in with Emily, who's standing on by with double-elimination for our Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I'm joined by double-elimination. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You were on a 7-game win streak to qualify. I guess going into this week, what was the team's overall mindset?
I don't know why, but we keep repeating the same thing. Rockets don't stop halfway. And that's like our entire motto. So every time we like add one to the win streak, we just keep repeating that to ourselves. I don't know what's going on, but no, I mean, like, obviously our team just, when it's a high pressure situation, we know we need to like actually get stuff done. We have a lot of, you know, a mix of veterans and rookies and stuff. So I mean, we were definitely trying our hardest throughout the entire split, but like when our backs are to the wall, I think our team just kind of, I don't know, just that we just know what to do.
Nice. Oh, it speaks really highly of you. We did a little thing before this. Jat told me to give this to you because apparently you've never won a Player of the Week statue. And they did not have time to make you a real one. Obviously, you will get a real one, but congratulations, because you are also our Player of the Week.
Wow.
For this week.
I also played like the most games ever.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever played 5 games in one LCS week? That's crazy.
Not since we had best of 3s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So then you did, but yeah, today obviously has been a long day. But congratulations. Going forward into playoffs, obviously not only do you secure top 4, but you do have to get to miss C9, who everyone's kind of looking at as the strongest team right now. What are you thinking going into your matchup against FlyQuest?
Honestly, I didn't even think about anything like what the game actually means. So now, first time I've heard it. Okay, so now we don't play C9 first round. We play FlyQuest 100%. Well, that's cool, I guess. I mean, I'm happy to have dodged C9. They are the strongest team in my opinion as well. I think a lot of people in LCS think so, and I think FlyQuest has been outscaled. I don't know what's going on, but they were really good at the beginning, and I don't think it almost feels like they got worse. Like from the beginning, where a lot of teams just either stayed the same or, you know, they had to get better week by week. So, yeah, I mean, we got 2-0'd by them, so I can't talk that much shit, but I'm happy to play them over C9. That's all I'm going to say. And my boy Prince is on that team, so
nice.
Let's go.
And for my last question, obviously you came back into professional play this split. You didn't have to. You could have stayed just home streaming. I know you've talked a lot about kind of your desire and hunger to win, but have you felt that that's been refueled over the course of this split and now going into playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, first, shout out to all the co-streams going on right now. I died for your sins. We're back to streaming every week through a lot of complaining, not just me, but a lot of co-streamers. That was really fun arc of my life, but there's nothing quite like fisting your opponent on stage and then seeing their like really depressed faces after a loss. It's just so fun. So also, you know, the other part of it is like helping my teammates achieve their dreams and feeling like we're working towards something bigger than just kind of, I feel like streaming, you know, it's similar to esports. They're both entertainment, but I feel like there's like something more fulfilling about competing because it's, you know, it's about being the best version of yourself, and you're not just graded on like how funny or memey you were that day. It was like about like the hard work and stuff like that. So basically, I'm a competitor at the end of the day, and I really, really have appreciated this split at LCS. I don't think I was playing so good in the middle of the splits, and our team was suffering a lot because of that. So I'm glad that we're finding a lot more success now.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming back. Honestly, it is great to have you in the league. I'm going to let you go home. You've had a very long day. And I'll throw it back to, I believe it's just Jat and Mark left now on the lounge.
Good luck, guys.
It's just us. Everyone else died. It's just us left.
Yeah.
Crazy
Picked off one by one.
end to the week fun
Third
week.
place, like we all expected for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted it. This is exactly the route that I saw there. No, it's been a crazy week, and of course, they couldn't have done it without double-lift, your player of the week. As you saw, Emily gave him his jank version. He will be getting a real one soon. And you can look at that insane scoreline. 46 kills.
In 3 days.
89 total kill participation. Like, there's 89 kills that he was a part of in 5 games.
Incredible. That's 9 kills a game, just over.
They play long games. 100 Thieves are generally slow. Double-lift was the primary carry. You can see with 83% kill participation. Absolutely bonkers week.
Yeah, it was a long one for him, but they started the week with a losing record. And they ended the week at, if you count the tiebreaker games.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team did have to step up. I know there were some people voting for Closer. There's a bit of a debate. Closer had some insane games. Bjergsen has been pretty consistent the entire time. I think Tenacity also leveled up a lot. I think the 2 rookies actually both did. Busio was having some struggles in lane. Tenacity was having some struggles in team fights. I think both those have largely disappeared for the team during this kind of surge that they had.
Yeah, and earlier, for those of you who've been with us the whole time, which is all of you, we noticed that double-lift had one really important missing accomplishment, which we can now amend. He has 1 Player of the Week statue.
He's gonna retire again, dude. You shouldn't have given that to him.
Yes, I believe that's probably why he came back.
He didn't say it in the interview, but you could see it in his eyes when he was talking about all the reasons to come back. There's nothing quite like it. You know, he listed a couple of reasons.
What was the other reason?
I can't repeat it, but I think it was actually the Player of the Week statue he wanted.
Okay.
We'll see if he leaves before playoffs. They have a sub set up.
He said it was really fun being back on stage.
Cool. I think that we have the punch. This is, I think, what double-lift was talking about. You can see here
on stage like that.
Yeah, just getting hit in the head. Bjergsen is actually a bully. The funny thing is he controls it so well. He has such a tame personality on social media and on cameras.
It's a good thing the player cams were running, otherwise we never would have realized.
Yeah, it was only in the player cam one that you can see the cock back as he hits me. And then he's like, deal with it. That shrug. He doesn't give a damn what he does to you. Also, it's some beef.
It wasn't you,
Inspired.
actually, it was Inspired.
He got confused. He wouldn't punch me, but Inspired, watch yourself around the studio next week.
Okay. We have the playoff bracket.
Oh, we have the playoff bracket. We got one more thing to do. All right.
So hard to adjust to. So this is the way it's going to work. First matchup, actually, on Thursday is the Prince versus double-lift 2 versus 3 game. On Friday, we're going to have C9 versus CLG. And then the losers match, this is the hardest part of the playoffs. The losers of those Thursday, Friday games then kind of immediately play Saturday, Sunday in the lower bracket.
Yep, so they will have to go from the first match, will go against EG in 5th place, and then whoever loses between C9 and CLG will go against Golden Guardians, if I am reading that correctly with M1, M2. No, I have it backwards.
Yeah, so the loser of Thursday plays on Saturday, the loser of Friday plays on Sunday.
Yeah, you got it right.
But then also just keep track of the schedule. The days switch around a little bit. Thursday, Friday is when the next set of matches we played on the 30th, 31st. But then the actual finals in Raleigh are going to be Saturday and Sunday, April 8th and 9th. So please check the schedule and show up on time.
Just follow me on Twitter. I'll keep you posted.
No, you won't.
I can't plug myself.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's going to do it for the LCS regular season. The Salt League NACL starts at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. LEC starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 Eastern tomorrow. We will see you next week. Sign off. 124 SOT rollout. Go! I'm going to break those.
What's that?
That's like pretty good.
Yeah, it was off camera.
No one can see it.
Yeah, this is really good.
Flash used for it. Berserker's now the target. Kill the Baron. Win the game. CLG just did what nobody thought they'd do. They end the win streak. They take down the #1 team, and they send the rest of the day into total chaos. But now they got to be concerned about Hogster. He's very low. Turtle's very low. Prince goes over the wall. Prince goes in. And Turtle goes down. Prince is ready. He's got a double kill in the series. Make it a triple. Make it a quadra. It's a pentakill for Prince. He does it again. And that is all she wrote. Now here on the front, Sunday's in trouble. Jojo goes after Harry, but Team Liquid goes in. Yawn's ready to fight. Sunday wants to chase him, but he can't quite do it. Sunday gets the kill. It's over. It's done. Team Liquid take the game.
Ballbreaker flash to get in range right on top of Stixay, but the Lamb's respite keeps him alive, but now they have to stay in the zone. Huge knockup from Armut, and the all-out. He finds both marksman carries of Golden Guardians. Armut being able to clutch out the no damage behind that one. Double now gets the flash forward and clean up every last member of Immortals off of his screen. He's going to take out the towers, and 100 Thieves will now move up to play in a tiebreaker for third.
Oh, Speaker. Speaker's
all,
probably better.
all the refs are looking at you.
Really?
Yeah, new high score.
New high score, yeah. Previous was 0. So.
Oh, Berserker's going at it now.
Yeah.
What the? Berserker doing?
He's so bad. Not now. What is happening right now, man?
Everyone is
better
he's
practice
to
than
aim lab.
playing Valorant. Whoa, Berserker's actually not bad, by the way. What the hell?
He's bad. It's aim lab, you know?
A menace from over the wall. Wants to get something shot left. Lands. Going in. Ayla lands the death sentence. Follows up the box. Thrown down for the action. Shelly's still getting that charge onto Berserker. Lays it out Berserker. Wants to throw down the whirling death. Gets the double kill. What you want to see from Raven. Can he make it happen? Oh, with the middle run. Lead on top for Cloud9. But someday fall low. Landry come out to pull one. A charm onto do. Busio going to the back line. The response of the box. Busio does fall, but there's no top laner for Evil Geniuses. Closer looking to stack them on up. Double it, getting the kill for himself. It's 100 Thieves out on top. It's 100 Thieves with the ace against EG. CLG funneled into the opposite side of the map. Tenacity coming into play, going to wind up on that Q, but a stun and more from Dokla swinging right on back to the back of whom? The one to go down. Multiple members lost from CLG, and a blast back onto Busio under the hail of arrows. He falls. Closer still marked down low, but even with the low HP bars, it's a triple kill for Double It. Boom, getting blasted down to 50% HP. A multi knockup from Dokla, but not enough damage to be able to find a kill onto any just yet. Luger coming out of golden territory. 100 Thieves want to get the finish off. They take down every member of CLG, usher their way into the base, making such a stand in the last moments of the season, the last tiebreaker of the day.